One moment, I was a 28-year-old woman named Jiang Lanhua being pestered about marriage by my nosy relatives during the new year. I was so frustrated I decided to fight madness with madness and stormed out, only to trip and fall. The next thing I knew, I wasn't in my world anymore. I had somehow been transported into a story I had just been reading online. When I came to, I was sitting at the marriage registration office, about to get married. I was completely dumbfounded. Everything around me screamed an older era. The uniforms, the ticking clock on the wall, and the formal tone of the staff. "Congratulations, comrade. The marriage certificate is ready," the worker said, sliding the certificate in front of me. My brain buzzed with memories that weren't mine. The original owner of this body was also called Jiang Lanhua, but she was nothing like me. This Jiang Lanhua was ugly, overweight, and a notorious troublemaker who had even been to prison. Before I could process this, a cold voice interrupted. "The certificate is signed. I'm heading back to the unit." I looked up and froze. Standing before me was a tall, strikingly handsome man in a military uniform. His name was Liu Yueong, and apparently, he was my husband now. Memories flooded in again. It was 1976, and the original Jiang Lanhua had a tragic and messy past. She was an orphan raised by Liu Yueong's family, but her actions had ruined their lives, causing deep rifts and even destroying Liu Yueong's promising future. This marriage was forced by his grandmother, and the original Jiang Lanhua had brought nothing but shame and trouble to him. Terrified by her fate, being executed for her crimes in her previous life, I fainted right then and there. When I woke up, I was back in the house where the original Jiang Lanhua had lived. I barely had time to gather my thoughts when angry shouting came from outside. A woman named Wang Chunhua, the wife of a squad leader, was furious because the original Jiang Lanhua had stolen food and thrown it into their fertilizer pit. I realized just how awful the original Jiang Lanhua had been. She was petty, selfish, and cruel. As I opened the door to try and explain, a mob of angry women stormed in and dragged me outside before I could say a word. I was in big trouble, and I had no idea how to fix this mess. I got beaten up pretty badly by the military wives. Before I even realized what was happening, they had dragged me out of the military compound and thrown me to the ground like I was some kind of criminal. My body hurt all over and my head was spinning, but their shouting was impossible to ignore. "You shameless girl! How dare you keep stealing in the military compound? She doesn't deserve to stay here. Let's go report her to the commander and have her kicked out." I scrambled to my feet, rubbing my sore backside, but before I could respond, I saw a tall, imposing figure walking toward me. It was Liu Yueong, the same ridiculously handsome officer I'd married earlier. He looked even more impressive now, with his sharp military uniform and a face that could easily make anyone swoon. His presence made the women pause, though their mouths kept running. "Captain Liu, your wife has been stealing again.
What are you going to do about it?"
Liu Yueong's face darkened with embarrassment, but he stayed calm. "I'll compensate you threefold for whatever was lost," he said in his usual reserved tone. But that wasn't enough for them. Wang Chunhua, the loudest of the group, wasn't letting it go. She started mocking him and brought up the fact that I, a former convict, had somehow married him. She even suggested taking me to the commander to make sure I was punished publicly. I realized she had ulterior motives. Her husband was competing with Liu Yueong for the position of deputy commander, and dragging me into this mess would ruin Liu Yueong's chances. In my past life, that's exactly what had happened. So, even though I was fuming inside, I swallowed my pride and apologized.
"I'm sorry, sisters.
I was wrong to take your things. You can punish me however you like, but please don't involve anyone else." The women were stunned. The old Jiang Lanhua would never have admitted fault, let alone apologized. But Wang Chunhua wasn't buying it. "You expect us to believe you've changed? Dogs don't stop eating their own filth," she sneered. When she insisted on dragging me to the commander, I pushed back, verbally this time. "Fine, if you don't believe me, I'll move out of the compound myself. But let's be honest, this isn't really about justice, is it?" I pointed out her real intentions. discrediting Lu Yuang to help her husband. I even exposed how she had manipulated the original Jiang Lanyue into forcing the marriage in the first place. If we go to the commander, I'll tell him everything, I warned. Let's see how he feels about two scheming wives tearing down the harmony of the compound. Wang Chunhua's face turned pale. She tried to deny it, but my words had hit their mark. For once, I felt like I had the upper hand in this chaotic mess. I couldn't believe it. Everyone was staring at me like I'd grown another head. Even Wang Chunhua, who had been so smug, suddenly looked cornered. I had finally managed to outsmart her. Knowing her husband would be furious if he found out she'd been meddling in Lu Yuang's affairs, she begrudgingly backed off, pretending the whole thing was just a bluff. The other women quickly chimed in to smooth things over, urging her to let it go. Eventually, Wang Chunhua stormed off in frustration, but not without glaring at me one last time. Once the group dispersed, I let out a long breath of relief, until I turned around and locked eyes with Lu Yuang. He didn't say anything, but his intense gaze made me squirm. I stammered an apology. I am sorry for causing you trouble. Honestly, if I were him, I'd want to rip the original me apart for all the mess she caused. But to my surprise, he didn't say a word. He just turned on his heel and walked away. I stood there, dumbfounded. He wouldn't even waste his breath scolding me. Relieved and embarrassed, I followed him back to the military compound, keeping a good distance. The Lu family's house was at the back of the compound, a large place with a yard and even a blooming jacaranda tree. I barely had time to admire it before hearing Lu Yuang and his grandmother talking inside. "Why are you back so early? And where's Yaya?" Grandma Lu asked. "She was caught stealing again," he replied bluntly, taking off his military hat with a heavy sigh. Grandma was shocked, as expected. Despite how the original me had repeatedly caused trouble, Grandma Lu always doted on her like she was her own flesh and blood. "She promised to move out soon," Lu Yuang added. His tone was calm, but it was clear he couldn't wait to see me gone. Grandma Lu was furious.
Move out?
"She's just a child. Where would she go?"
She's part of this family now.
"If you don't want her here, I'll leave with her." Lu Yuang tried to calm her down, but she started hitting him with her fists, scolding him for bullying me. I stepped in quickly to defuse the situation. "Grandma, it's my choice. I want to live independently." She looked at me, horrified, and grabbed my hands to inspect me. Seeing my disheveled state, muddy clothes, scattered braids, and bruises, she grew even more upset. Just when I thought she might actually let me go, she said something that made my jaw drop. "You can move out, but only after you consummate the marriage." "What?" My face burned as I realized she wasn't going to let this marriage go without a fight. Grandma Lu was determined to make it permanent. Consummate the marriage? Hearing Grandma Lu's suggestion nearly knocked me out. I glanced at Lu Yuang, who was ridiculously handsome, and nervously swallowed. "Grandma, I think I'll pass on that for now," I stammered, my voice shaking. Thankfully, Lu Yuang was just as horrified. "Grandma, there's no rush for that." I quickly chimed in. "Yes, no rush at all. I'm still young and don't know how to be a proper wife yet. Let's take things slow." Grandma Lu adored me, or rather, the original me, so much that she didn't even blink at my refusal. She smiled and agreed, but only on one condition. I wasn't allowed to move out. "If you insist on leaving, I'll go with you." Her insistence made me break into a cold sweat. In the original timeline, the previous Jiang Lanyue did take Grandma out of the military compound, only to squander her money and neglect her. Grandma fell seriously ill within months, and the family had to intervene to save her. Thinking about all that made me shiver. I quickly tried to reassure her. "Grandma, I just want to learn to stand on my own. There's no need for you to suffer with me." But Grandma Lu wasn't budging. After much coaxing and pleading, I finally managed to convince her to let me move out, temporarily, for 10 days or so. Even then, she insisted on planning a grand wedding banquet, which made Lu Yuang's face darken further. When it was time for lunch, I noticed Lu Yuang heading into the kitchen. He took off his military jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and started cooking. The original me had never lifted a finger in this house, so I felt guilty watching him work alone. I decided to help, but the moment I stepped into the kitchen, he turned to me with a cold glare. "Don't think pretending to back down will make me treat you like a real wife," he said icily. I sighed. "Don't worry, I don't want that either. Once I settle outside, I'll come back to finalize the divorce." He looked at me, surprised, but said nothing. I knew the original Jiang Lanyue had schemed to marry him, but I wasn't going to follow in her footsteps. Lu Yuang clearly still had feelings for his first love, Chewing Shua, a perfect match for him in every way. I wasn't about to play the role of the villain in their story. Divorce and a peaceful life of my own sounded far better to me. When Grandma suggested that, consummating the marriage, I was utterly stunned. My mind went blank, and I could only stammer out an awkward refusal. Thankfully, even Lu Yuang was just as horrified, quickly agreeing that there was no rush. Wanting to avoid more awkwardness, I offered to cook lunch instead. It felt like the least I could do to show gratitude for Grandma's kindness and maybe make up for some of the original Jiang Lanyue's misdeeds. Surprisingly, Lu Yuang didn't object and left me alone in the kitchen, though I could feel his skeptical gaze as he walked away. While cooking, something bizarre happened. As I was slicing meat, I noticed how effortlessly the knife worked, cutting the dried meat into paper-thin slices. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in my head, announcing that a mechanical traversal system had been implanted. Before I could react, it explained that it would enhance my compatibility with all steel-based tools and improve efficiency. At first, I was baffled, but I quickly calmed down. If I could handle being thrown into a completely different life, a strange system wasn't the weirdest thing to happen. Plus, the benefits were undeniable. Cooking became a breeze, the non-stick pan worked perfectly, and the fire seemed to adjust itself, making everything so easy that I had 3 dishes and a soup ready in no time. Grandma was delighted and couldn't stop praising my cooking. Even Lu Yuang, though he stayed silent, looked surprised at how different I seemed. When Grandma asked how I suddenly knew how to cook, I fibbed, saying I'd secretly watched her before. She believed me instantly and insisted we all sit down to eat together, something that hadn't happened in ages. Lunch passed quietly except for Grandma's occasional chatter. Afterward, I started washing the dishes, but I noticed Lu Yuang getting ready to leave. I hurried to catch up with him at the gate. "Lu Yuang, wait," I called out, feeling nervous as his expression darkened. He turned and asked coldly, "What do you want now?" His reaction didn't surprise me. Given how much the original me had done to make his life miserable, it made sense that he'd assume I was up to no good. But this time, I really needed his help, and I had to figure out how to convince him without making things worse. Lu Yuan's face was really ugly, so Jiang Lanyue said with a stiff upper lip, "I want to ask the company to help me get a letter of introduction so that I can find people from Wenchang village to help me arrange a place to live. Otherwise, with my background, they will never help me even if I break my head. In this era, it is difficult to move forward without a letter of introduction. What's more, the original owner is a prisoner who has been released from labor reform, so the requirements in all aspects are more stringent." Lu Yuang obviously didn't expect that the help Jiang Lanyue mentioned would be this. He was surprised for a moment, and his eyes were full of disbelief. "This woman said she was moving out. Isn't she playing a trick?" Seeing his face full of doubt, Jiang Lanyue scratched her head. "I know you don't want to help me, but if you move out as soon as possible, I won't have time to go through the process. After all, if the military wives in the compound make trouble again, it will not be good for you. Doesn't he want to get rid of the trouble of the original owner as soon as possible?" Jiang Lanyue's words made Lu Yuang feel strange. He looked at her and said, "Go to the company to get it yourself in the afternoon." After saying this, Lu Yuang turned around and walked away in big strides. He finally agreed, and Jiang Lanyue breathed a sigh of relief. Then she went back to the Lu family, cleaned up the dishes, and returned to her room. Jiang Lanyue planned to change her dirty shirt and skirt so that she could go to the company to get the letter of introduction. But when she walked to the wardrobe in the room, she saw the original owner's fat and sturdy body in the mirror. And because she was too fat and didn't exercise, Her face was sugary and dark. She really wanted to die on the spot. This figure and appearance are too ugly. If she were Lu Yuang, she would never marry the original owner. If she loses weight, she won't be so ugly that she can't show herself in public. Feeling depressed, Zhang Langyue casually picked a dark-colored braid dress to change into. Then she rebraided the two pigtails and left the Lu family directly. Just after lunch, it was time for the military families in the compound to take a nap. So the compound was quiet, and no one was walking outside. Zhang Langyue just walked to the second row of houses in front, and she smelled a pungent smell coming out of the window next to her. She looked back and saw that this family happened to be the home of Instructor Zhang, from whom the original owner had stolen something this morning. The smell was wrong, so Zhang Langyue stopped. In the original owner's memory, this day was when there was a gas leak in Instructor Zhang's home, and Mrs. Zhang and her two children were poisoned by gas and died at home. Instructor Zhang was also left in the camp to question the original owner about stealing things from his home, and did not come back. So indirectly, no one knew that the three of them, mother and son, were poisoned. Later, when the military wives in the military compound saw the original owner, they would scold her for being the murderer who killed the three members of the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Zhang Langyue turned around and walked towards the Zhang family. After all, she couldn't just watch 3 lives die in front of her. But maybe because it was stolen in the morning, the gate of Zhang's courtyard was locked by Zhang's wife with an iron chain, and it couldn't be pushed open from the outside. Zhang Langyue pushed the door several times, but it didn't open, so she could only climb up through the hole left in the courtyard wall. Because she was too fat, her movements were clumsy. She used all her strength to climb into Zhang's courtyard. But as soon as she landed, she was seen by the wife of Captain Ma, who lived in the front row, and went to the backyard to feed the chickens. She hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Langyue, what are you doing? Do you want to steal things again?" "I'm not. I smelled Zhang's wife's house." Being seen, Zhang Langyue subconsciously wanted to explain. But Ma's wife didn't believe her at all, and immediately shouted, "Everyone come and catch Zhang Langyue. She went to Zhang's house to steal things again." When she shouted like this, all the chickens, ducks and dogs in the courtyard started to quarrel, and it suddenly became noisy. There were noises of doors opening in every household, and they showed their genuine enthusiasm for catching Zhang Langyue. Zhang Langyue knew, of course, that no one would believe her even if she told them everything she could about the things the original owner had done. So she could only grit her teeth and rush directly to the door of Zhang's house. Fortunately, although Mrs. Zhang had locked the gate to the courtyard, the entrance door was still reserved for Instructor Zhang, so it opened with a push. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a strong and pungent smell. Zhang Langyue didn't care about anything else at this time and rushed to the kitchen of Zhang's house. She turned off the gas stove and closed the gas valve. Then she rushed to the living room and bedroom and opened all the windows. Then she picked up the youngest daughter of the Zhang family and rushed out of Zhang's house. When she rushed into the yard with the child in her arms, the military families in the compound all chased to the outside of Zhang's house. Among them, there were several officers who turned over from outside the yard with gloomy faces, obviously thinking of catching Zhang Langyue red-handed. But when they saw her rushing out with the child in her arms, the 2 officers were stunned. 2 of the wives of the military officers shouted at her in surprise and anger, "Zhang Langyue, what do you want to do? Why are you holding Instructor Zhang's daughter? It's not enough for you to steal things. You also want to steal people to sell? That's right. How can you be so cruel, you dead girl? Did Instructor Zhang's family provoke you, and you just keep staring at their family?" Zhang Langyue ignored the curses of these wives of the military officers. But she still said to the 2 officers standing there, "Zhang's gas is leaking, and Mrs. Zhang and her dafu are still inside. Save them." Zhang Langyue said this, and the 2 officers reacted. Without thinking, they rushed in to save people. After a while, Mrs. Zhang and her dafu were rescued. But because the 3 of them, mother and son, inhaled a lot of gas, the man could no longer be woken up. Everyone was panicked and immediately went to report the matter to the company. The company immediately sent a car to take the mother and son of the Zhang family to the military hospital for emergency treatment. Zhang Lanue was relieved after the people were taken away. After all, according to the time in the previous life, the mother and son were found half an hour earlier in this life, and the chance of being rescued should be very high. She sighed in her heart, lamenting the fragility of life. The military wives who watched the military vehicle take the people away subconsciously looked back at Zhang Lanue, especially the wife of Captain Ma, because she misunderstood Zhang Lanue. She looked a little embarrassed. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect you to save people just now. So I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. The original owner's character, doing all kinds of evil, it's not surprising to be misunderstood. So Zhang Lanue smiled at her generously. It was my own fault before, so my sister-in-law misunderstood. You don't have to apologize to me. That's right. What are you apologizing to her for? Zhang Lanue's voice just fell. Wang Chunhua, who had suffered a loss in the morning, replied with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for what she did this morning, there might not have been a gas leak in Xiao Zhang's house. It must be because she affected Xiao Zhang's lover's mood that she forgot to turn off the gas. So, she indirectly harmed people. What a jinx. Originally, Zhang Lanue saved people, and these military wives were not so hostile to her. But after Wang Chunhua said this, everyone looked at Zhang Lanue with disgust again. Zhang Lanue didn't want to argue with Wang Chunhua, but seeing that she incited everyone, she didn't intend to endure it. So she stared at Wang Chunhua and said, Sister-in-law, if you say so, then this person was also indirectly harmed by you. Originally, sister-in-law Zhang didn't intend to bother with me about what happened this morning. It was you who made a fuss and insisted on going to the camp to complain, so Instructor Zhang was found in the camp. Otherwise, if Instructor Zhang came back, how could he not find that the gas at home was forgotten to be turned off? In that case, sister-in-law Zhang and the children would not have been poisoned by gas.
You.
Zhang Lanue's words immediately blocked Wang Chunhua and left. She could only stomp her feet and refute. How do you know that Instructor Zhang was called to the camp because of this matter? Of course Lu Yuang said so. Looking at Wang Chunhua, Zhang Lanue looked innocent. But fortunately, the person has been sent to the hospital and should be fine. Sister-in-law, I helped you save 3 lives. Otherwise you would have committed a great sin. After saying this, Zhang Lanue left directly. Looking at her back, other military wives couldn't help but mutter, this Zhang Lanue doesn't seem to be so bad. Yeah, at least she saved Instructor Zhang's wife and children. As long as she doesn't steal things or bully people, we don't have to drive her out of the military compound. The words of these military wives were like stepping on Wang Chunhua's tail. She could only turn around and glare at the military wives fiercely, and then walked away angrily. After getting nothing, the military wives also rubbed their noses and went back to their own homes. Since the people were rescued, Zhang Lanue didn't worry about it anymore, and she went directly to the company headquarters. After successfully getting the letter of introduction from the instructor of the first company, Zhang Lanue was ready to go directly to the Wenchang village brigade. But just as she walked out of the army gate, Ge Xiaozhuang, the communicator beside Lu Yuang, ran over breathlessly. Comrade Zhang, wait a minute. Hearing this shout, Zhang Lanue looked back. Comrade Ge, what can I do for you? Because Zhang Lanue had a bad temper. He had bullied him before. The honest Ge Xiaozhuang scratched his head through his hat. The company commander said Comrade Zhang was going to the Wenchang village brigade to do some work and asked me to follow him. After all, the 3 company commanders and the instructor all agreed that Zhang Lanue wanted to move out of the military compound. Everyone was eager to send this big Buddha away immediately. Zhang Lanue knew that Lu Yuang was afraid that she would encounter difficulties and change his mind and refuse to move out. So she smiled and said to Ge Xiaozhuang, "Then I'll trouble you. Comrade Zhang, you're welcome. This is what I should do." Ge Xiaozhuang was a little uncomfortable with being treated so politely by Zhang Lanue. He smiled honestly and followed Zhang Lanue directly to the brigade village office in Wenchang village. The so-called Brigade Village office was just a dilapidated Guanyin temple converted to store farm tools used by the team and as an office. But outside the 6 earthen houses, there was a large dam, which looked quite spacious. When they arrived, a group of men were tinkering with a hand tractor in the brigade dam. Gu Xiaozhuang walked over and asked, "Excuse me, who is the brigade leader of Wenchang village?" When they heard someone talking, they turned around and saw a soldier in military uniform standing in front of them. These people obviously took it very seriously and quickly put down their work. One of the middle-aged men even came out and said, "I am Huang Dalu, the captain of Wenchang village. Comrade, you are." Seeing this, Gu Xiaozhuang also hurriedly introduced himself. "I am Gu Xiaozhuang, the communicator of the 1st Battalion and the 1st Company of the Cheetah Independent Regiment of the Rongxi Military Region. I came to our village today because I have something to trouble Captain Huang." "Comrade Gu, you are too polite." After hearing what Gu Xiaozhuang said, Huang Dalu became more enthusiastic towards him and quickly stretched out his hand to shake hands with him. "Comrade Gu, if you have any requests, just say it directly. We are a family of soldiers and civilians, and our Wenchang village will definitely cooperate." Huang Dalu said so, and Gu Xiaozhuang quickly turned back to look at Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue smiled and looked at Huang Dalu. "Captain Huang, my name is Jiang Lanyue. I am a prisoner who was released from labor reform half a year ago. This is my letter of introduction." Speaking of the original owner's identity, Jiang Lanyue felt embarrassed for her. But she still bit the bullet and handed over the letter of introduction. When Captain Huang heard her words, the smile on his face faded. He looked Jiang Lanyue up and down, then took the letter of introduction and read it carefully. "So it's Comrade Jiang. I heard from the superiors that your household registration was moved to our Wenchang village. But don't you live in the military compound? Why do you suddenly want to live in our Wenchang village?" When the household registration was moved, he also asked about Jiang Lanyue. It is said that she was raised by an old hero's granddaughter, but she couldn't bear the hardship of joining the army. She made a fuss and refused to serve in the army, which affected the military style and discipline, so she was imprisoned for 3 years. After committing such a serious crime, she was able to get out of prison after only 3 years without being shot. This background is really strong enough. Now this person is thrown to their Wenchang village, and it is probably a hot potato. So it's enough to come here to work and pretend. Why do you want to live here? It can be seen that Captain Huang obviously doesn't welcome her to live here. Jiang Lanyue smiled and said, "Since my household registration is here, of course I have to live here. This way it will be convenient for me to work and to unite with everyone. Don't worry, Captain Huang, I don't have too many requirements for where I live. As long as it can shelter me from the wind and rain, that's enough." Even though Jiang Lanyue was very sincere, Captain Huang was still worried that there would be trouble in the future. "That's what you said, but there are really no empty houses in our village. Even the educated youth sites are full, and there is really no room to spare." This Wenchang village was unwilling to take over, and Gu Xiaozhuang was in a dilemma. At this moment, a man wearing glasses walked up to Captain Huang. "Captain, this tractor can't be repaired. I'm afraid we have to go to the commune to find professional technicians."
How can that be?
Upon hearing this, Captain Huang became anxious. "We just got news from the town that they will bring back fertilizer for rice planting this afternoon. I had a hard time getting this from the higher authorities. It's a good thing for our brigade to increase production. If the tractor can't go, what about our fertilizer?" Captain Huang's words made the man with glasses very embarrassed. He hesitated for a long time and couldn't explain it clearly. Jiang Lanyue, on the other hand, just glanced back at the tractor, and suddenly a virtual frame popped up in front of her eyes. This sudden flash of the picture startled her. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in her brain, analysis diagram of the Gongnon 12-type handheld tractor. The host can repair the tractor according to the diagram analysis. And along with this prompt sound, the picture in the virtual frame also changed. The picture quickly and automatically decomposed the tractor in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the problem was found. Even the repair method was thoughtfully marked on the picture. Now Jiang Lanyue knew how powerful this mechanical shuttle system was. Feeling confident, Jiang Lanyue looked at the anxious Captain Huang. I can try to repair this tractor. But I have a condition. If I repair the tractor, you have to find me a place to live. You can repair tractors? Jiang Lanyue's words surprised Captain Huang. Comrade Jiang, now is the time to talk about business. We are not in the mood to joke.
Yes.
After hearing this, the man with glasses also glanced at Jiang Lanyue with disdain. I am a technician who has learned repair technology from the technicians of the commune for a whole month. You can't repair a tractor that I can't repair. This woman is so ugly and she is a relative household. It's really hard to like her. Even Ge Xiaozhuang, who was standing next to Jiang Lanyue, whispered to her, Comrade Jiang, don't talk nonsense. It will be out of control soon. He knew Jiang Lanyue best. Apart from making trouble and irritating people, she was not good at any serious work. It is better to make him believe that humans are going to be extinct than to make him believe that Jiang Lanyue can repair the tractor. I really can repair it. Regardless of whether they believe it or not, Jiang Lanyue is serious. If I see it and fix it, then I won't say anything about today. What do you think, Captain Huang? Captain Huang was distressed, afraid that refusing Jiang Lanyue would have a bad impact, and he would be criticized by his superiors. Now that she said so, Captain Huang said, Okay, then you can try it. Okay. Seeing that Captain Huang agreed, Jiang Lanyue walked to the tractor. Picking up the tools, he began to dismantle the tractor shell. Captain Huang waved to the man with glasses and called him to his side. What's wrong, Captain? The man with glasses asked him in a low voice when he was called over. Captain Huang whispered a few words in his ear, and the man with glasses nodded and ran away in a hurry. After the people left, Captain Huang walked to the tractor and watched Jiang Lanyue take the tools to dismantle the tractor. Because there is a system blessing for metal objects and there are graphic instructions to guide. Jiang Lanyue was very good at dismantling the tractor. But she was very happy while dismantling it, while Ge Xiaozhuang was sweating anxiously. Comrade Xiaojiang, can you really repair the tractor? If you can't, don't dismantle it. This tractor is public property. There may not be one in a brigade. If it is broken, it will be a big deal. Moreover, the company commander only told him to bring Jiang Lanyue to find a place to stay, but he didn't say that the tractor needs to be repaired. But Ge Xiaozhuang was very anxious. Seeing that he had no confidence in Jiang Lanyue, Captain Huang had some plans in his mind. If Jiang Lanyue really dismantled the tractor, it might not be a bad thing. He just used this excuse to prevent Jiang Lanyue from living in Wenchang village. He could even use this as an excuse to kick Jiang Lanyue's household registration out of Wenchang village. It's just a pity that the tractor will suffer. In addition to Captain Huang, the brigade members who had gathered around to watch the man with glasses repairing the tractor also stood aside to watch the show. Knowing that no one present was optimistic about her, Jiang Lanyue was not in a hurry. She quickly found the problem according to the diagram. Then she looked up and looked at Captain Huang. The cylinder head nut is loose and the cylinder gasket is also partially damaged, so the tractor cannot start. Jiang Lanyue's words surprised everyone present. Captain Huang also widened his eyes. Comrade Jiang Yu, have you really found the problem?
Yes.
Jiang Lanyue pointed to the tractor. The problem is obvious, and it is not difficult to repair. At this moment, Captain Huang's attitude towards Jiang Lanyue took a 180-degree turn. Then, Comrade Jiang, please help us fix the tractor. As long as this problem is solved, I will definitely help Comrade Jiang solve the accommodation problem. If she really knows how to repair tractors, she can be considered a powerful technical personnel. Even if she is a labor reform, it is not a big deal.
Okay.
Knowing that Captain Huang would have this attitude, Jiang Lanyue nodded. Then ask someone to help me find some asbestos wire. I can fix the tractor quickly. Okay. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang nodded repeatedly. Then he quickly sent someone to the village warehouse to find a roll of asbestos wire and delivered it directly to Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue did not hesitate. She used the asbestos wire to repair the damaged cylinder gasket and tighten the cylinder head nut. After confirming that everything was correct, she installed all the parts of the tractor back. After everything was installed, Jiang Lanhua turned and walked aside. Okay, try starting it. Hearing this, Captain Huang looked at the member next to him. Then he walked to the tractor. Let me do it. He picked up the starter and installed it on the start port of the tractor. Then he put all his strength into it and started to shake it.
Da.
Captain Huang shook it for only 10 times, and the tractor started smoothly. Along with the roar of the machine starting, a burst of water vapor came out of the chimney of the front of the tractor. It really started? Unexpectedly, Jiang Lanhua was really good at it. In addition to being happy, these male members turned around and looked at her with admiration. Even Captain Huang was surprised and happy, and turned to look at Jiang Lanhua. I really didn't expect that Comrade Jiang actually had the ability to repair tractors. I didn't recognize a great man. In that case, I will go and arrange a place for Comrade Jiang to live. Captain Huang turned around and said to a male member, "Drive the tractor to the town first and bring back the fertilizer." Okay, Captain. The male member was very proactive in responding to Captain Huang's instructions. He climbed onto the tractor and left with another male member. As soon as they left, Captain Huang led Jiang Lanhua and Gu Xiaozhuang directly to the east end of Wenchang village, in front of 2 low earthen-walled houses. The reason why the house is low is mainly because Jiang Lanhua's head hits the door frame when he walks in. Moreover, the roof of the earthen wall is also covered with thatch. When we walked into the house, we saw that there was only a small square wooden table and a few empty baskets in the main room, and there was not much space left. In the side room on the left, there was a wooden bed and a wide bench by the window. In addition to these, there was a half-built shed under the eaves on the right, which could barely be called a kitchen. At the end of the small shed is a dry toilet, which is surrounded by tattered drying mats, barely able to block privacy. The house is too narrow, and Jiang Lanhua, with his big body, has difficulty turning around when he stands inside. Gu Xiaozhuang looked back at Captain Huang with some dissatisfaction. Are there no other houses in the village? Even if we go to other villagers' houses to stay, it will be fine. If this ancestor is allowed to live in this place, she will make a big fuss, right? Comrade Gu, there really is no other house. Seeing that Gu Xiaozhuang had an opinion, Captain Huang was worried. The houses in the village are in short supply, and all of them are occupied. Only this family, who was originally a widower, and after he died, the house became empty and no one lived in it. As for the other villagers, they all have many children and are so crowded that there is no room for Comrade Jiang to move in. There will be no place for him to step if he goes there. Besides, she's been through labor reform. Who would dare to let her live there?
But
although he knew that Captain Huang was in a difficult situation, Gu Xiaozhuang still wanted to find a new place for Jiang Lanhua to live. But just as he opened his mouth, Jiang Lanhua, who came out of the door, said, "It's okay, let's stay here. As long as it can shelter from the wind and rain." Compared to staying in the military compound, where it's comfortable to live but being hated by everyone, living here by yourself is much freer. Not to mention the mess left by the original owner, Comrade Jiang Yu. Gu Xiaozhuang never expected that Jiang Lanhua would agree so readily. He was so surprised that he felt like he didn't know her anymore. But Captain Huang saw that Jiang Lanhua was easy to deal with, so he laughed. Okay, then it's settled. I'll find 2 members later and ask them to clean up the place. Comrade Jiang, you can move in any time. Okay. Nodding to Captain Huang, Jiang Lanhua didn't say much. She just glanced at Gu Xiaozhuang, who was standing there, then left the mud-walled house and walked towards the army. When they entered the army's gate, Jiang Lanhua walked towards the military family compound. But before she took a few steps, Captain Sun's communicator Zhang Qi ran over and said to her, "Comrade Jiang, the battalion commander asked you to come over." "The battalion commander is looking for me?" Hearing this, Jiang Lanhua frowned. In the original owner's memory, she did see the battalion commander twice that day. The first time was when she was arrested by the wives of soldiers who complained, and the second time was when she was taken to Lu's house by 2 soldiers. The reason why the battalion commander wanted to see her was because Wang Chunhua went to complain. It was said that Instructor Zhang's wife and children were poisoned by gas, and it was all her fault. It seems that she changed the development of things, but failed to change the outcome. So Jiang Lanyue didn't say much, just nodded to Zhang Qi. Okay, I'll go now. Jiang Lanyue rarely cooperated like this. She was suddenly so straightforward. Zhang Qi looked at her strangely. Jiang Lanyue did not pay attention to his reaction and went directly to the company headquarters. At this time in the company headquarters, Captain Tai listened to what Wang Chunhua said and looked at Lu Yuang, who was standing upright in the room with a gloomy face. What did you promise me the last few times? You said that as long as the organization agreed to let you get a marriage certificate with Jiang Lanyue, you would keep her in check and would not let her get into trouble again. As a result, she not only steals things now but also wants to kill people.
How can you be responsible now?
Originally, it was a done deal for Lu Yuang to be the deputy battalion commander. It was because he was going to marry Jiang Lanyue that the organization would consider giving this position to Captain Sunday. If he continues to protect this troublemaker woman, he will be destroying his own future. Facing Captain Tai's scolding, Lu Yuang could only stand where he was, lowering his head and keeping silent. But Captain Sun, who was standing aside, frowned and tugged at his wife's sleeve. You said that Jiang Lanyue was responsible for the gas poisoning of Instructor Zhang's wife. What evidence do you have? Who allowed you to come to the battalion commander and talk nonsense? Why did I talk nonsense? Pushing her man's hand away, Wang Chunhua looked at Captain Tai with full confidence. Battalion commander, I'm telling the truth. Jiang Lanyue went to Zhang's house to steal something this morning, and there was a gas leak in Zhang's house at noon. How could it be such a coincidence? Besides, you don't know what kind of person Jiang Lanyue is, but we, the military wives, know it very well. She used to bully the East family's children and beat the West family's chicken to death, but we didn't bother with her. But now someone is going to die. You can't just sit there and do nothing. Otherwise, do we, the military wives, have any chance to survive? After hearing what Wang Chunhua said, Battalion Commander Tai nodded. Don't worry, sister-in-law. If Jiang Lanyue really did it, I will definitely give everyone an explanation. As he said that, Battalion Commander Tai's sharp eyes fell on Lu Yuang's face again. Not only Jiang Lanyue, but you, Lu Yuang, as her husband, also have to bear the main responsibility for this matter. Yes. Battalion Commander Tai scolded, but Lu Yuang didn't refute a word and responded respectfully. Chuing Xue, who had heard the news a long time ago and rushed over, couldn't help but stand up for Lu Yuang when she saw that he was wronged. Battalion Commander Tai, even if Jiang Lanyue did it, Company Commander Lu didn't know about it. So why should he bear the main responsibility? Looking at the beautiful female arts soldier with her eyes wide open, she felt wronged for Lu Yuang and her eyes were filled with tears. Battalion Commander Tai frowned and said, "It was this stinky boy who went against all odds and allowed Jiang Lanyue to live in the military compound after she was released from prison. Now he has married her. If he is not responsible, who will be responsible? The two of them have already got married. What's the use of her being infatuated with Lu Yuang?" But the reason why Lu Yuang married Jiang Lanyue was because Grandma Lu threatened to die, not because he and Jiang Lanyue were the same kind of people. Chuing Xue wanted to defend Lu Yuang, but she didn't dare to involve Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu was an old female soldier who had been to the battlefield and was very respected in the army. Anyone who talks about her behind her back has a problem with his thinking. No need to say more. Seeing Chuing Xue's embarrassment, Lu Yuang stood at attention, took 2 steps forward, and saluted. "Battalion Commander, I am willing to bear all the consequences."
You.
The boy refused to explain at all, and Captain Tai was very angry. On the contrary, Wang Chunhua, who achieved her goal, laughed triumphantly. Jiang Lanyue, who had just arrived, stood at the door of the company office and heard all these words clearly. Gu Xiaozhuang stood aside and shouted anxiously, "Report." Then a voice came from the room. "Come in." Then the 3 of them pushed the door and walked in. The atmosphere in the room was really tense and depressing. As soon as Jiang Lanyue entered the room, all the eyes of the people in the room looked at her in unison. Maybe it was because she was too fat, and when she came in, the whole office seemed a lot narrower. Others subconsciously stepped back, 2 steps to the side to make some spacious space.
You.
Captain Tai had a headache when he saw Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue withstood these complicated gazes and said very seriously, "Battalion Commander, the gas leak in Instructor Zhang's house was not caused by me. I just happened to pass by and smelled the gas, so I rushed in to save people. Jiang Lanyue, am willful and have done many wrong things in the past. But I am not that bad and would never joke with human lives." Even the original owner had never thought of harming Instructor Zhang's wife and children. So she would not take the blame. "You said you didn't do it?" Who would believe it? Determined to wrongly accuse Jiang Lanyue, Wang Chunhua was the first to refute her. "You said the gas leak had nothing to do with you, so what were you doing at Zhang's house in the middle of the day? Did you want to steal things again?" Hearing Wang Chunhua say this, Jiang Lanyue looked back at her. "I promised my sisters-in-law that I would move out of the military compound. So I asked Lu Yuang to help me get a letter of introduction from the company so that I could go out and find a house to live in. So I was in a hurry to come to the company headquarters, and that's why I passed by Instructor Zhang's house. And the gate of Instructor Zhang's house was locked. How could I have caused damage inside and locked myself outside? I can't climb walls and jump over rooftops. Sister Wang, you think too highly of me, don't you?" Jiang Lanyue looked at Captain Tai again, very seriously. "I rushed in to save people, and Captain Ma's wife saw it with her own eyes. She can prove that I was locked outside and climbed over the wall to get in." Seeing that Jiang Lanyue wanted to clear herself of the charges, Wang Chunhua said again, "Since you can climb in, then can't you climb out?" This Wang Chunhua really wanted to put her to death. Jiang Lanyue got angry and replied coldly, "Then, Sister Wang, you're so sure that I did it. What evidence do you have? You are wrongly accusing me like this. If it is found out that I didn't do it, you will be responsible." When Wang Chunhua heard that she had to take responsibility, she was scared and didn't dare to say a word. Captain Tai rarely saw Jiang Lanyue so confident, but he still doubted her. After all, there was a gas leak in Instructor Zhang's house, and Comrade Jiang, you were the first to discover it, so you can't escape suspicion. So do you have any other witnesses besides Captain Ma's wife? Knowing that Captain Tai didn't believe her, Jiang Lanyue thought about it. Another piece of evidence is that I didn't have time to commit the crime. Lu Yuang left the Lu family at about 12:50. After he left, I spent 10 minutes changing clothes and combing my hair. It should take 3 minutes to walk to Instructor Zhang's house. In other words, when Captain Ma's wife saw me, it should have been a little after 1. This amount of time was not enough for me to climb into the Zhang family yard and commit the crime, causing Instructor Zhang's wife to fall into a coma. Then I climbed out of the Zhang family and pretended to be passing by. According to Jiang Lanyue, the time chain of evidence is indeed very tight, which can be regarded as proving her innocence. Captain Tai turned to look at Lu Yuang. "Captain Lu, then tell me, was the time you left the Lu family the time Jiang Lanyue said?" As long as Lu Yuang admits this time point, it would be considered to prove Jiang Lanyue's innocence. So everyone's eyes were all on Lu Yuang. Xue, who was standing next to Lu Yuang, took 2 steps forward anxiously and grabbed Lu Yuang's arm. "Captain Lu, you have to tell the truth and can't make any mistakes." She knew that Jiang Lanyue liked to stir up trouble, and this incident might not be unrelated to her. If Lu Yuang helped her to make false evidence, and it was found out, it would be a big deal. But Xue was in front of so many people, holding Lu Yuang's arm intimately, and didn't take Jiang Lanyue, who had just finished talking to Lu Yuang, seriously. When others saw the scene, they subconsciously turned their eyes to Jiang Lanyue, thinking that she would definitely go crazy soon. But unexpectedly, Jiang Lanyue turned a blind eye to this, and just stood there obediently listening to them talk. Lu Yuang frowned slightly, took a step back, pushed Xue's hand away, and kept a distance from her. Seeing this, Battalion Commander Tai said with a serious face, "If Comrade Jiang really did this, then the organization must deal with it seriously. But if it wasn't Comrade Jiang who did it, she was wronged. Then she saved people, and the organization will reward her as appropriate. I also know that the military families asked Comrade Jiang to move out. If she really didn't harm anyone this time, then forget about moving out. Captain Tai certainly knew that Jiang Lanyue was the one who was most reluctant to move out of the military compound. But as soon as he said this, everyone's face changed again. Especially Jiang Lanyue. Her heart was in her throat. Lu Yuang hated her so much, and he wished she would stay away from him the most. Now that Captain Tai said this, wasn't he forcing him not to testify for her? Just when Jiang Lanyue frowned and wanted to confess, Lu Yuang spoke. To reply to the captain, Comrade Jiang is telling the truth. I did leave home at 12:50 and walked to the company headquarters at 1 o'clock and talked about the letter of introduction. Instructor Lin can testify to this. Instructor Lin was the instructor of the first company, and he was standing aside at this time. Yes, there were several other comrades present at the time, and we can all testify. Wang Chunhua didn't expect that Lu Yuang would actually help Jiang Lanyue. She opened her mouth, but couldn't find any reason to speak. At this moment, someone shouted outside, "Report." Captain Tai replied in a deep voice, "Come in." Then 2 soldiers came in from outside and said respectfully, reporting to the battalion commander, "We have already investigated at Instructor Zhang's home." The gas leak in Instructor Zhang's home was caused by soup being boiled on the gas stove. The soup in the pot overflowed and extinguished the fire, which caused the gas leak. Another soldier also stood at attention and said, "News came from the hospital that Instructor Zhang's wife has woken up. She admitted in person that she boiled the soup and locked the door, and it had nothing to do with Comrade Jiang." With these evidences and the confession of the victim, Jiang Lanyue's innocence was finally proved thoroughly. After hearing this, Captain Sun turned around and angrily scolded Wang Chunhua. "Look at you. You have wronged a good person, right? Who told you to come to the battalion commander and talk nonsense? You almost hurt Comrade Jiang." "How would I know?" After being scolded by her own man, Wang Chunhua acted as if she was aggrieved. Seeing this, Jiang Lanyue sneered and said, "Sister-in-law Wang has always been against me. I'm used to it. Captain Sun doesn't have to blame her." Jiang Lanyue seemed to be helping someone out, but in fact she was saying that this was not the first time Wang Chunhua bullied her. Captain Sun blushed and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Comrade Jiang.
I will talk to her when I get back."
Battalion Commander Tai also said, "It is inevitable that conflicts will arise when military families live together. Comrade Jiang, please be more generous, and the company will compensate you. In this way, let's forget about you moving out. If you get along well with the military families in the future, you will still be good comrades. After all, compared with saving 3 lives, her stealing is nothing." Hearing Captain Tai say that she was not allowed to move out, Lu Yuang's face became visibly gloomy. Although he did not speak, Jiang Lanyue noticed his reaction. So Jiang Lanyue said, "No need, Captain Tai, I have already found a house in Wenchong village and can move out in the next 2 days. As for my saving Instructor Zhang's wife and children, it is not to curry favor with the company, so no compensation is needed." After saying this, Jiang Lanyue turned around and walked out. Leaving behind a room full of people, they looked at each other, unable to believe their ears. How could Jiang Lanyue, the troublemaker, suddenly change his nature? When they came out of the company headquarters, it was already dark. Jiang Lanyue walked in front, and Lu Yirong walked behind her, deliberately keeping a distance of several meters. Gu Xiaozhuang followed Lu Yirong and reported in a low voice, "Company Commander, Comrade Jiang has become so strange today. When we went to Wenchong village today, she not only knew how to repair tractors, but also didn't mind that the house the team arranged for her was small and shabby. And just now, the battalion commander said he wanted to compensate her. Given Comrade Zhang's previous temper, he would have asked for a huge sum of money long ago. How could he refuse?" Without Gu Xiaozhuang saying anything, Lu Yirong also noticed that Jiang Lanyue's temperament had changed drastically. He turned around and frowned at Gu Xiaozhuang. Did she really agree to live in Wenchong village?
"Yes."
Gu Xiaozhuang nodded, looking serious. "She said this to me and Captain Huang, but whether she will really move there is not certain." After all, Jiang Lanyue had done many things of going back on her word before, and no one knew whether she would change her mind halfway. Well, I see, you can go back. After looking at Ge Xiaozhuang, Lu Yuang didn't say much, and subconsciously quickened his pace, and walked forward. Jiang Lanyue, who was walking in front, heard the steady and powerful footsteps behind her, so she looked back. Seeing that it was Lu Yuang, she smiled at him. Thank you for testifying for me about what happened just now. If it weren't for him, maybe I would have been wrongly accused today. In the previous life, when she was in the company office, the original owner exploded when she saw Chu Yingxue pulling Lu Yuang. She was so unreasonable in front of the battalion commander that everyone thought that she was the one who killed the person. Later, the battalion commander got very angry and arrested the original owner and locked her up for a few days. After that, I don't know how, but she was released and thrown directly into Wenchang village to live. The original owner in the previous life didn't have much brains and couldn't see the problem clearly, but Jiang Lanyue understood it very well. If the matter was not investigated, it was possible to drag the original owner out and execute her, and it was impossible to just lock her up for a few days. So someone must have found out the truth before the original owner could be released. And in the army, there's no one else who can do this and is willing to do this except Lu Yuang. So Lu Yuang is really a gentleman. Even though he hates the original owner so much, he didn't let her be wronged. You're welcome. Lu Yuang shook his head, with no expression on his face. I'm just wondering, the battalion commander said he wanted to compensate you. Why didn't you agree? Hearing this, Jiang Lanyue smiled. I used to be willful and caused a lot of trouble to the company. Now I have finally done a good thing, so I will take it as a reward to the company. How can I have the nerve to make requests? Besides, sometimes it is better not to make requests and leave some face. When there is a real need in the future, you will be able to get more benefits. Lu Yuang didn't know what Jiang Lanyue was thinking. Hearing her say that, he looked at her in surprise. Just as they walked forward and were about to reach the military compound, under the street light beside the greenway, a slender and beautiful female soldier in military uniform was standing there looking at them. Although far away, Jiang Lanyue recognized at a glance that the female soldier was Chu Yingxue. Lu Yuang obviously didn't expect that Chu Yingxue would run to the front to wait for him. He frowned and subconsciously looked at Jiang Lanyue. No need to look at me, I'm going back. Jiang Lanyue turned around and looked at Lu Yuang indifferently, then turned to leave. But she stopped halfway and looked back at Lu Yuang. When I stand firm outside, I will divorce you and make you too happy. But I hope you can be more restrained in this process. I don't want to be laughed at by others. Just like just now in the company office, Chu Yingxue was tugging at him without caring about others. If this gets to the ears of those military wives, she will be the one who is ridiculed for not being able to control her man. Jiang Lanyue's words made Lu Yuang silent. He originally thought that this woman would quarrel with him and make trouble with him. But he never expected that she could be so calm. And Jiang Lanyue didn't wait for him to reply. She just turned around and went back to the military compound. Seeing Jiang Lanyue leave, Chu Yingxue hurried to Lu Yuang and looked at him affectionately.
Yuang, she
didn't embarrass you, right? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have considered this. Hearing Chu Yingxue say this, Lu Yuang took 2 steps back and distanced himself from her. Comrade Chu, we're just comrades in arms and should keep our distance. And I am already married. Please understand this. Are you really willing to spend your whole life with Jiang Lanyue? Seeing Lu Yuang saying seriously that he was already married, Chu Yingxue was about to cry. You are a military genius with a promising future. How can you spend your whole life with a prisoner? This is my business. Looking at Chu Yingxue indifferently, Lu Yuang's face became colder and colder. I have also heard about the rumors in the army. Although I don't know who spread it, Comrade Chu and I have never had any feelings between men and women, and we both understand this. Because Jiang Lanyue had quarreled with him and mentioned this matter before, he sent Ge Xiaozhuang to check it out. Only then did he find out that the news came from the art troupe, so he understood what was going on. Lu Yuang's inhumanity more or less hurt Chu Yingxue. Her eyes were red and tears were at the edge of her eyes. Don't you understand my feelings for you? And what exactly am I inferior to Jiang Lanyue? Would you? Would you rather spend your whole life with her than accept me? Jiang Lanyue is bad and ugly, unlike her, who comes from a military family and is also a backbone of the art troupe. Only she is worthy of Lu Yuang, and the two of them are a perfect match. Lu Yuang was not only indifferent to Chu Yingshua's pitiful appearance, but also felt a little annoyed. He frowned and said almost word by word, "It is my freedom to marry whoever I want and spend my whole life with whoever I want. Comrade Chu, I hope you will know the limits in the future and don't cross the line." After leaving these words, Lu Yuang didn't say anything more and walked away directly. Chu Yingxua was left standing under the streetlight, tears falling in big drops. "I don't believe I will lose to Jiang Lanyue. I will never lose to her." Lu Yuang, after dealing with Chu Yingxua, returned to the military compound. Jiang Lanyue, who had returned to the Lu family earlier than him, was in a dilemma when she saw the locked door. She could only walk to Grandma Lu's door and knock on it. "Grandma, are you asleep?" But no matter how she knocked, there was no movement on the other side of Grandma Lu's tightly closed door. Just when she was at a loss, Lu Yuang entered the Lu family's gate. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Lanyue looked back at him and said awkwardly, "That Grandma locked my door. I can't get in." It was just after the beginning of April. Although it was not so cold during the day, it was still very cold at night. "If I can't go back to my room to sleep, I will definitely catch a cold. Let me see." Seeing that Jiang Lanyue didn't look like she was pretending, Lu Yuang put on a stern face. He walked to Jiang Lanyue's door and pushed it hard. He found that the door was indeed locked and could not be opened without a key. He walked to Jiang Lanyue and knocked on Grandma Lu's door. "Grandma, open the door." When the person inside the door heard Lu Yuang's voice, he shouted at the top of his voice, "I'm asleep and don't want to get up. You two are husband and wife. Just sleep in the same room. Don't bother me, an old woman." Grandma Lu was simply forcing a hero to go to Liangshan. Jiang Lanyue felt speechless and wanted to persuade Grandma Lu again. But before she could speak, the man with a cold face said, "No need to persuade. She has made up her mind and will not change it easily."
Then,
"What should I do?" Being too close to him, Jiang Lanyue felt that the air around her became thinner and her breathing was not smooth. She took 2 steps back and secretly looked at Lu Yuang's reaction. But he said, "You sleep in my room."
"Ah?"
Jiang Lanyue dropped her jaw in shock and waved her hands quickly. No, I'd better sleep in the living room. There should be extra quilts in your room. Just give me 1 quilt." Lu Yuang didn't like the original owner at all, and the two of them were destined to break up. In this case, there was no need to be a real couple or have children. Even if the original owner had plotted against him in the previous life and had a child, wouldn't it end in tragedy in the end? "You misunderstood." Seeing her face blush, Lu Yuang knew what she was thinking. "You sleep in my room. I'll go to the company lounge to squeeze in." After saying this, Lu Yuang turned and left. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Jiang Lanyue. Seeing that he really left, Jiang Lanyue breathed a sigh of relief. Then he went to wash up and went to Lu Yuang's room. The room was very tidy, except for a bed with a quilt folded into a tofu block. There was also a desk with books neatly placed and a wardrobe with clothes neatly stacked. As soon as Jiang Lanyue walked in, she smelled the kind of pleasant soapberry fragrance that belonged only to men. When she lay on the bed and covered herself with the man's quilt, the smell became stronger. She automatically retrieved from the original owner's memory the night when she and Lu Yuang consummated their marriage in her previous life. The man has broad arms, strong waist, powerful legs and arms. Thinking of this, Jiang Lanyue's face turned red. She quickly pulled the quilt to cover her face. She kept telling herself, "Jiang Lanyue can't be obsessed with men. This man doesn't belong to you. He doesn't belong to you." Maybe the hint worked, and her restless heart soon calmed down. Then Jiang Lanyue fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, before she woke up, Grandma Lu's voice came from outside the door. Yeah, get up quickly. Captain Sun and his lover are here." Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Lanyue woke up instantly. She hurriedly got up from the bed, tidied her hair, opened the door, and walked out. Wang Chunhua, who was sitting in the living room, saw Jiang Lanyue actually walked out of Lu Yuang's room, and her face instantly became ugly. When Captain Sun saw Jiang Lanyue coming out, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Comrade Jiang, we came here to apologize for wrongly accusing you yesterday. I'm so sorry that you almost took such a big blame." Although Captain Sun and Lu Yuang were competitors, he was honest and not as thoughtful as Wang Chunhua. So Jiang Lanyue didn't intend to embarrass him. "It's okay, Captain Sun, I don't care about this matter. After all, you and Lu Yuang have been comrades in arms for so many years, and I still have to give you this face." Jiang Lanyue used to be an unreasonable person. Captain Sun certainly didn't expect that she would be so easy to talk to this time. So for a moment, Captain Sun was a little shocked.
"Well,
"Then thank you, Comrade Jiang, this time. I will definitely talk to my wife and let her get along well with you." After saying that, Captain Sun turned around and glared at Wang Chunhua. Although Wang Chunhua was reluctant, she still gritted her teeth and said, "I'm sorry, Comrade Jiang. I will never embarrass you again." Wang Chunhua was afraid of her man. Seeing her unconvinced look, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but smile. "Sister-in-law, I still say the same thing. I am me, and Lu Yuang is Lu Yuang, and I don't hope you can understand this in the future. How she used the original owner in the past was her, and the original owner's business. But if she dares to play tricks in front of her in the future, don't blame her for not reminding her in advance."
you."
Hearing Jiang Lanyue say this, Wang Chunhua thought she was still trying to stir up trouble, so she glared at her again. The embarrassed Captain Sun hurriedly pulled Wang Chunhua. "The battalion commander has said that Comrade Jiang doesn't have to move out. If it's because you're afraid of not getting along with my wife, I'll definitely say more about her in the future." If Jiang Lanyue was forced to move out of the military compound because of his wife, he would not only not know how to get along with Lu Yuang in the future, but also offend the Lu family, and his future would definitely be affected. Captain Sun was a smart man, and seeing that he was very anxious, Jiang Lanyue smiled again. "I want to move out for my own considerations, and it has nothing to do with Sister Wang, Captain Sun. Don't worry." "Okay then." Seeing that Jiang Lanyue didn't seem to hate them, Captain Sun didn't say much. He was polite, and then left with Wang Chunhua. As soon as the couple left, Grandma Lu came out of the kitchen with noodles, and she grabbed Jiang Lanyue. Last night you and Yuang." The old lady actually asked about this. Jiang Lanyue blushed and immediately explained, "Last night Lu Yuang didn't sleep at home and gave me the room." "Grandma, you can't force this kind of thing. I'm embarrassed if you do this. You've got the marriage certificate, so you're husband and wife. Isn't it natural for you to sleep together?" The old lady said righteously, not feeling that there was anything wrong with what she did. "I'm still waiting to hold my great-grandson. You two can't be disobedient." This logic didn't make sense, so Jiang Lanyue simply waved her hand. "Forget it. I still have to go to Wenchang village. I won't talk to you anymore." After saying this, Jiang Lanyue ran to wash up. She went back to the room and changed into a white shirt, a blue dacron jacket, and long pants and cloth shoes. Then she combed the 2 braids on her head again. After finishing all this, she quickly ate a bowl of noodles cooked by Grandma Lu and then hurriedly left the military compound. When Jiang Lanyue came out of the army and arrived at the village office of Wenchang village, there were already quite a few people standing in the village yard. Men and women, young and old, all looked at Captain Huang, who was standing on a big stone pier and talking. "Last night, I went to the commune to attend a meeting. The leaders of the commune said that we should accept reformers with tolerance and give them a chance to reform. So for the reformers who came to our Wenchang village this time, we must welcome them back to society with the most tolerant and enthusiastic attitude." The captain held a big meeting at the top, and the male and female educated youth below held a small meeting. "Have you heard? Jiang Lanyue, who was released from labor reform, is said to be living in our brigade. I heard that she helped the team repair the tractor yesterday. She is amazing. How can such a social cancer repair a tractor? Isn't it that the brigade leader deliberately said this to coax us in order to take special care of her? You don't know this, right?" Jiang Lanyue has some background. It is said that she is the adopted granddaughter of some old hero in the army. After the labor reform, her household registration was settled in our village. So the people above pay a lot of attention to her. Then if she comes to our brigade to participate in labor, won't she be a drag on us? This kind of relationship household is disgusting at the first sound. Don't let me run into her, or I'll see how I tear her ugly face apart. Jiang Lanyu heard these people's discussions clearly from beginning to end. So she patted the shoulder of the female educated youth who spoke the most vigorously and said with a smile, "Coincidentally, I am Jiang Lanyu." These young educated youth obviously did not expect that the person they scolded so vigorously was standing behind them. They were stunned at first, and then their faces turned blue and red. But Jiang Lanyu didn't care about others, just stared at the female educated youth who scolded her the most vigorously and said, "Don't you want to tear apart the ugly face of me, a relative?" In the original owner's memory, on the first day she moved to Wenchang village, this female educated youth also took the lead in bullying her. It is true that it is difficult to change one's nature. She has been so low-key in this life, but this female educated youth still refuses to let her go. Looking at Jiang Lanyue's fat body, if she really starts fighting, she may not be able to get any benefits. The female educated youth was obviously scared, and she said tremblingly, I was kidding."
Oh.
Jiang Lanyu nodded, as if she understood everything. "So even if you hate me for being a relative, you dare not really do anything to me. So if I am a relative, you are just a clown who dares to incite others behind their backs? Compared with our faces, it's hard to say whose face is uglier."
You.
The female educated youth looked very noble, and now she was so angry that her face turned red on the spot after being confronted by Jiang Lanyu. Just when she gritted her teeth and wanted to confront Jiang Lanyu back, Captain Huang on the stage said loudly, "After unanimous discussion and decision, the team decided to give the job of raising piglets in the village to Comrade Jiang Lanyu. I hope everyone will help Comrade Jiang as much as possible, so that she can adapt to the labor in the village as soon as possible and get back on the right track." After saying this, the captain took the lead in applauding. However, few members who usually gave face to the team leader applauded this time. There were even voices of opposition in the crowd. "Team leader, why should such an easy job as a be assigned to Jiang Lanyu? Since she is a labor reform inmate, she has made mistakes. We should strengthen her labor force and let everyone see her determination to reform herself." That's right. As soon as these words came out, other members also echoed. "She wants to come to our Wenchang village to enjoy a good life. That's not allowed. Although we don't discriminate against labor reform returnees, we can't encourage their unhealthy trend of wanting to be treated specially. That's right, a job like it should be assigned to members with more difficulties. At worst, everyone can take turns to do it. It's not appropriate to assign it to her."
You.
Team leader Huang knew from the beginning that if the team took care of Jiang Lanyu, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among everyone. So he softened his voice and tried to persuade everyone. "You misunderstood, actually." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a nice voice. "Captain, I don't need the team to take care of me." The voice was crisp and loud, attracting everyone to look back. Jiang Lanyu was standing in the crowd, looking calm and relaxed. "Since I'm here to participate in the labor, of course I have to work with everyone. So the easy position of should be handed over to others." Since she was going to start over in Wenchang village, of course, she couldn't rely on the Liu family to get any preferential treatment. Otherwise, she would never be able to hold her head up for the rest of her life. When Captain Huang heard her words, he couldn't help frowning. "Comrade Jiang, it's the commune's intention to take care of you. After all, you haven't suffered, so you have to start with easy work first, and the difficulty will increase slowly." He didn't want to tire people out, and the leaders of the commune would blame him for not doing a good job in ideological work. Really? Knowing what Captain Huang meant, Jiang Lanyu looked at him sincerely. At this time, the female educated youth who was previously criticized by Jiang Lanyu sneered and said, "You say no, but you may not mean it in your heart, right? Since you want to express your position, you should take some practical actions. Everyone can say nice words. Look at this female educated youth. She is weak and beautiful, but she will not let go once she finds a reason. Jiang Lanyu looked back at her and said, I just came to the brigade to participate in labor, and I don't know much about the situation in the team. Since this female comrade wants to see actual actions, why don't you tell me what kind of work I should participate in to be considered as not saying nice words? The female educated youth was just about to teach Jiang Lanyu a lesson, and now Jiang Lanyu took the initiative to ask her. Of course, she would not be polite. Since we have to participate in the labor, we can't take it easy. I know that the most tiring job in the village is to clean the weeds in the drainage ditches during farming. If you can do this job, I, Zhang Qingqing, will obey you in the future. Zhang Qingqing actually asked Jiang Lanyu to clean the weeds in the drainage ditch. This is a job that even young men would complain about. Captain Huang subconsciously wanted to stop him. Zhang Jiqing. But before Captain Huang finished speaking, Jiang Lanyu readily agreed. Okay, I can go to clean the weeds. No one present expected that Jiang Lanyu would take on the hard work so readily. They were all stunned and turned to look at Jiang Lanyu. Even Captain Huang looked at her in disbelief. Comrade Jiang, have you really thought it through? Of course I have. Jiang Lanyu smiled, glanced around at everyone, and finally fell back on the face of the female educated youth. But I have a condition. As long as this female comrade agrees, I will go and clear the weeds in the ditch immediately. Zhang Qingqing obviously didn't expect that this prisoner would have conditions. Her face changed, and she didn't want to agree. But with so many people watching her, she couldn't regret it. She could only grit her teeth and say, I want to see what conditions you can propose. Jiang Lanyu smiled faintly, and then said, Just now you said that I am a relative, which is an insult to my personality. So, I am so angry that I want to compete with you. Let us compete in clearing weeds in the ditch to see who has the strongest labor force. If you beat me, from now on I, Jiang Lanyu, will be in the team and do the hardest and most tiring work. If you lose, you will do the hardest and most tiring work. Your job will be given to me. What do you think? Looking at her fair face and frail body, it is probably that her work in the team is also very easy. So after this bet, the one who will suffer will not be her, Jiang Lanyu.
I.
Zhang Qingqing's job in the team, but the team leader took special care of her because of her poor health and arranged a warehouse keeper for her. Now this job is to be used to bet with Jiang Lanyu. Of course, she is very reluctant. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Jiang Lanyu continued to laugh. What? Are you afraid of losing to me? Didn't you say that I came to the Wenchong village brigade to work and was a drag on you? Why don't you dare to bet with me now? Are you afraid that people will find out that I am not the one dragging you down? On the contrary, some people themselves, are they just filling in the numbers?
You
are talking nonsense. Jiang Lanyu's words really made Zhang Qingqing so angry that her eyes almost popped out. This year is my 3rd year of working in the countryside. I have always worked diligently. You are slandering me. Zhang Qingqing was furious when her heart was touched. But Jiang Lanyu was very calm. Whether it is slander or not, won't we know it after a comparison? What's the use of talking beautifully? The educated youth present originally looked down on Jiang Lanyu. Now, seeing that she was not giving in, she had to make a bet with Zhang Qingqing. Ma Chang, who was with Zhang Qingqing, was a little unhappy. Qingqing, don't be afraid of her. Let us bet with her. I want to see how capable she is. That's right. The other educated youths also followed suit. The work of cleaning ditches is not that easy. Don't think that you can do a good job just by talking well. With someone's support, Zhang Qingqing was obviously emboldened. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, then I'll make a bet with you. Let's all help to be witnesses today, so that when you lose, don't rely on your connections and refuse to admit defeat. What a coincidence. That's what I wanted to say to you. After glancing at the angry Zhang Qingqing, Jiang Lanyu turned around to look at Captain Huang. Captain, please send someone to arrange this matter.
Okay.
They insisted on competing, and Captain Huang couldn't stop them. He could only sigh, and then ask someone to take Jiang Lanyu and Zhang Qingqing to get the tools, and went directly to the drainage ditch. The drainage ditch is located in the center of a large tract of farmland. Because of the perennial accumulation of water, the weeds on both sides of the ditch grow very lush. Every year during the spring planting and summer sowing seasons, the ditch must be cleared for irrigation. When they arrived at the edge of the ditch, Zhang Qingqing's face turned green at the particularly thick grass in the ditch this year. The person responsible for being the referee for their competition was Wang Aigua, the work point recorder of the Wenzhong Brigade. He was seen inserting a small flag in the middle of the ditch. He said again, using this place as the boundary, Comrade Jiang and Comrade Zhang will go to the side to cut grass. When we finish work this afternoon, whoever cuts the most grass will win. The way of competition was simple, and Jiang Laniyue was very satisfied. She directly took out a sickle and a rake from the basket. Then she said to Wang Aigua, "I'm ready. Let's start." Just pretending. Feeling angry, Zhang Qingqing also picked up another set of tools, turned around and went directly to cut the grass. Seeing that she started first, Jiang Laniyue didn't bother with her. She just used the sickle to cut the grass on the dividing line first, and then started to work. Probably because of the support of the mechanical system, Jiang Laniyue used the sickle to cut the thick grass, which was not difficult at all. The people standing on the ridge of the field watched her working vigorously with the sickle. In less than half an hour, she had cut a distance of more than 20 meters on one side of the canal. After mowing one side, she went around to the other side and cut the weeds meticulously. After mowing both sides, she took the spike rake and scooped the weeds out of the water neatly and then piled the weeds to the side of the canal. After dealing with the weeds in this section, Jiang Laniyue continued to mow forward without stopping. Her crisp and neat movements really stunned everyone present. This Jiang Laniyue, how can she be so good at work? Stronger than Zhang Taizhu. Yeah, it seems that Zhang Qingqing is bound to lose this time. Just as they were discussing, Zhang Qingqing, who was exhausted and panting after mowing less than 2 meters, turned back to look at Jiang Laniyue. Seeing that Jiang Laniyue had mowed 10 times more than her, she was dumbfounded on the spot. Then she didn't dare to rest and quickly buried her head with a sickle, mowing the grass desperately. From the time they started mowing the grass until more than 3 hours at noon, the canal cleared by Jiang Laniyue was about 130 to 40 meters long. Looking at the distance cut by Zhang Qingqing, it was not even a fraction of Jiang Laniyue's. Seeing that it was time for a break at noon, the educated youth and members of the commune who knew about their bet came to watch the fun. Jiang Laniyue stopped and walked to Wang Aigua, who was standing at the dividing line. "Recorder Wang, do we need to continue the competition in this situation?" What Jiang Laniyue said was true. After half a day's work, Jiang Laniyue's results were 5 or 6 times that of Zhang Qingqing. Even if Zhang Qingqing worked harder for another afternoon, she would not be able to beat Jiang Laniyue. So when Recorder Wang saw Zhang Qingqing still concentrating on mowing the grass, her little face was so pale from exhaustion that she looked like she could faint at any time. He said, "Okay, Comrade Zhang, you can't win. Let's end it." As early as when Jiang Laniyue quickly distanced herself from her, Zhang Qingqing knew that she had hit a wall today. The reason why she worked so hard was that she couldn't afford to lose and wanted to try her best. But now it seems that the gap between her and Jiang Laniyue is too big, and she is bound to lose face today. So Zhang Qingqing felt aggrieved. She threw the sickle aside, squatted on the ground, and started crying. Seeing her crying, the female educated youth who were usually good friends with her rushed over to comfort her. "Qingqing, don't cry. We lost, so it's no big deal. Yes, we are weak to begin with. How can we compare with those big and strong women? Don't cry. It's not worth it to get angry and hurt yourself." "How can I not cry?" Qingqing made a bet with her. If she loses, she will have to give up her job as a warehouse keeper. Not only that, but she has to do the hardest and most tiring work every day. I think she has planned it long ago and set a trap for us, Qingqing. What these female educated youth said was really unreasonable. Jiang Laniyue listened and didn't tolerate it at all. This female educated youth, are you educated youth so unreasonable? It was obviously Zhang Qingqing who slandered me first, and then made a bet with me. Now that I have lost and can't afford to lose, How can it be my fault? That's right. The members of Wenchang village were also a little fed up with these hypocritical female educated youth. Although Comrade Jiang made mistakes in the past, he didn't provoke you today. You are the ones who started it. Yes, the facts have proved that Comrade Jiang will not be a drag in our Wenchang village. If he works hard, he may be rated as a model worker. He is much better than you female educated youth.
You.
Seeing that Jiang Laniyue had frightened the members, the female educated youth became even angrier. Wang Aigua was afraid that they would quarrel, so he quickly said, "Okay, accept the defeat. You don't have to quarrel. I will go back and report to the team leader. The job of warehouse keeper will be Comrade Zhang's. As for Comrade Zhang's job, the team will rearrange it." After saying this, Wang Aigua turned around and left. As soon as Wang Aigua left, Zhang Qingqing, who had lost her good job, burst into tears out of grievance. This made the female educated youths flustered, and they all went to comfort her. Jiang Laniyue pretended not to see it, but just took the set of tools she used, turned around and walked towards the village office of Wenchang village. Jiang Laniyue was in a good mood after becoming famous in one battle. When she arrived at the village office, Captain Huang, who had received the news, happened to be standing at the door of the warehouse next to the workpoint's recording room. Seeing her back, Captain Huang smiled. "It seems that I underestimated Comrade Jiang. I didn't expect Comrade Jiang to be a good hand. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Captain." Looking at Captain Huang, Jiang Laniyue also laughed. "Then I will take over the job of warehouse keeper tomorrow. I'm afraid I have to take a leave in the afternoon. I plan to go back to the military compound and move all my luggage to the house arranged for me by the captain. In this way, it will be more convenient for me to go to work every day."
This.
Okay then. Compared to the job of a warehouse keeper is easier. Captain Huang wanted to persuade Jiang Laniyue not to bother with Zhang Qingqing. But this job was won by someone else's ability, and he couldn't favor Zhang Qingqing. So Captain Huang smiled, but didn't say what was in his heart. But Jiang Laniyue saw that Captain Huang was hesitant to speak, so she said, "Captain, I know Zhang Qingqing is in poor health and can't bear too much work. So I will only do this warehouse keeper job for half a month. Let her suffer a little and remember it, and I will return the job to her. This will kill the spirit of the educated youth, and they won't dare to complain about it in the future." In the original owner's memory, the reason why Captain Huang took special care of Zhang Qingqing was because Captain Huang's eldest son had always liked Zhang Qingqing and wanted to pursue her. Zhang Qingqing has always relied on this to pretend to be noble. So Jiang Laniyue didn't want to occupy the warehouse keeper job for a long time from the beginning. Half a month is enough for her to find a job that suits her better. Jiang Laniyue is so considerate, which really surprised Captain Huang. He laughed from the bottom of his heart. "Oh, Comrade Xiao Jiang. There are really not many comrades with such high awareness as you now. Don't worry, I will definitely find you a job better than a warehouse keeper in the future. I will give you half a day's work points today, and you go back and pack up well. Don't worry." Okay. Jiang Laniyue smiled at Captain Huang and didn't say anything else. She just stood in the hot sun at noon and turned around to walk towards the army. After working all morning, she was tired and hungry and just walked to the gate of the army. A military truck suddenly stopped in front of her. Before Jiang Laniyue could react to what was going on, the door on the co-pilot side of the military truck opened. Instructor Zhang came down from it with a smile on his face and spoke to Jiang Laniyue so enthusiastically for the first time. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, I finally found you. Is there anything I can do for you, Instructor Zhang?" Seeing that he was very anxious, Jiang Laniyue was confused. But Instructor Zhang said, "Isn't this just a thank you in person? If you hadn't found it in time this time, my wife and my 2 children would have died. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you are a great benefactor to our family. Thank you so much." While saying this, Instructor Zhang wanted to shake Jiang Laniyue's hand to express his gratitude. But before he touched Jiang Laniyue's hand, a deep voice came over. "Old Zhang, you're back." Lu Yuang, who came out from nowhere, strode over. He was tall and straight, and wore his military uniform meticulously. Just like him, He was as cold as an iceberg, and strangers were not allowed to approach him. Wang, this time I really owe you two a big favor. If you have something to say in the future, just open your mouth, and I will definitely say nothing. Seeing Lu Yuang approaching him, Instructor Zhang patted his arm and seemed to be very good to him. But Lu Yuang glanced at Jiang Lanyue and said coldly, "She was the one who saved the man. It has nothing to do with me." This woman finally did a good thing. He didn't need to compete with her for the credit. But when Jiang Lanyue heard Lu Yuang's words, she thought that Lu Yuang was anxious to cut off his relationship with her. She smiled and said, "Yes, we are just nominal husband and wife, and we will be separated soon. I will move out soon, and I will not trouble you like before in the future."
Ah?
They had just got married, and Jiang Lanyue said that she wanted to separate from Lu Yuang and move out. Instructor Zhang was dumbfounded on the spot. Although everyone knew that Lu Yuang and Jiang Lanyue were forced to get married. But they have been comrades in arms for so many years, and Instructor Zhang knew that Lu Yuang was an extremely responsible person. Since he chose to get married with Jiang Lanyue, how could he easily separate? Seeing Instructor Zhang's face full of surprise, Lu Yuang's face sank. He asked old Zhang, "What's the matter with you? Otherwise, why would he look for Jiang Lanyue everywhere?" "Oh, I want to invite you and your wife to my house for dinner tonight, as a token of my gratitude." Seeing that Lu Yuang was unhappy, Instructor Zhang pretended to smile as if nothing had happened. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue asked first, "Are sister-in-law Zhang and the two children okay?"
Yes.
Instructor Zhang nodded, not very sad. The doctor said that fortunately the people were rescued in time, and they did not inhale much gas, so they were able to be discharged after one night of observation. In short, thank you, Comrade Jiang. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be disastrous. Jiang Lanyue was of course happy that the people were rescued. Instructor Zhang, don't be so polite. As long as sister-in-law and the two children are okay, I will be relieved. After all, Instructor Zhang lost his wife and children in his previous life and was depressed for a long time. Later, in a battle, he died on the battlefield, and the ending was really tragic. It was also the first time that Instructor Zhang discovered that Jiang Lanyue, who was so annoying before, suddenly became reasonable and even a little likable. He smiled and said, "Anyway, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. We'll talk about it slowly in the future. Then I'll go back first. You must come to dinner tonight."
Okay.
Lu Yuang readily agreed to Instructor Zhang's invitation. Instructor Zhang didn't say much and turned around and left happily. After watching him go, Jiang Lanyue looked back at Lu Yuang and said, "Then I'll go back first." After saying this, she turned around and left. Seeing that she left without any reluctance, not like before, trying every means to pester him, Lu Yuang's heart was not as relaxed as he imagined. He watched Jiang Lanyue's back walk towards the military compound until her back disappeared. After working all morning, Jiang Lanyue really felt that her whole body was about to fall apart. Although she had the help of the mechanical system, she didn't have to work too hard. But the original owner's body was pampered, and it would be exhausted after a little work. She just rubbed her sore arm while walking towards the Lu family. Just when she was halfway there, she saw a group of military wives gathered together, saying bad things about her. "Hey, how could you imagine that Captain Lu and Jiang Lanyue slept together before they even had a wedding? When I went to the Lu family this morning, I happened to see Jiang Lanyue coming out of Captain Lu's room, and her clothes were still in disarray. Is this true?" Wang Chuanhua's words surprised the military wives. "Yes, Sister Wang, you can't say that. Otherwise, if Jiang Lanyue knew about it, I don't know what would happen. I said all the facts. Why am I afraid of her making a fuss?" Wang Chunhua was very confident. "I think she is afraid that Captain Lu will not want her, so she quickly made the matter a done deal. She is really shameless. It's not the first time she is shameless. I'm used to it. But how can Captain Lu say such a shameless thing to her when she is so fat and ugly?" The military wife who spoke harshly was Fong Ruifeng, Chewing Shua's cousin. She and Wang Chunhua made great contributions to the original owner's bad reputation in the previous life. So the original owner had several fights with them in the previous life. In the entire military family compound, she and Wang Chunhua took the lead in isolating the original owner. Just as they were talking and laughing, one of the military wives felt a pair of eyes staring at them and turned her head subconsciously. Seeing that she was standing behind them, the military wife stopped laughing in a hurry and pulled Fong Ruifeng. "Stop talking, someone may hear you." Upon hearing this, everyone turned around to look. Seeing that Jiang Lanyue was really standing behind them, Wang Chunhua felt guilty and her face changed. Fong Ruifeng, on the other hand, looked calm and composed. "What are you afraid of? Aren't we saying the truth?" Some people just don't have any self-awareness. They know that Captain Liu doesn't like her, but they still rush to him. How shameless. Fong Ruifeng knew the original owner's temper. She said this to clearly anger the original owner and make him fight with them. It seems that they are worried that she will not move out of the military compound, so they continue to make trouble. When the situation gets out of hand, the battalion commander will have no choice but to ask her to leave so that the military wives can get along harmoniously. After figuring this out, Jiang Lanyue immediately had a solution in her mind. She just risked it and secretly pinched her thigh. At this moment, her eyes were red and filled with tears. "Sister Fong, Sister Wang, what are you doing? I promised you that I would move out. Why are you still bullying me like this? I slept in Liu Yuang's room last night, but he lives in the company's lounge. Nothing happened between him and me. I know, Sister Fong, you want to bring Comrade Chu and Liu Yuang together, but you can't gossip about us like this behind our backs. And no matter what, he and I are married after we got the marriage certificate. Even if something really happened, it's reasonable. Although the means by which I married him were not very fair, sister-in-law is also an experienced person. How can you say such ugly words?" Jiang Lanyue's words as an experienced person hit Fong Ruifeng's sore spot. Everyone knows that Fong Ruifeng and her husband were engaged since childhood. Later, her husband joined the army and became wild, so he made a fuss about breaking up the engagement with her. Later, his family invited her husband to her house under the pretext of having a farewell dinner, got him drunk, and made it a done deal, and even got pregnant. Her husband married her for his future. Because of this, her husband always looked down on her and was extremely cold to her. So Fong Ruifeng hated others mentioning this matter the most. Jiang Lanyue's words really touched her lungs. Fong Ruifeng was so angry that she rushed over and raised her hand to hit Jiang Lanyue. "Jiang Lanyue, you shameless witch! You dare to scold me!" Fong Ruifeng was about to hit someone, and the other military wives saw that the situation was not right, so they rushed over to separate them. But Fong Ruifeng's hand hadn't even touched Jiang Lanyue, and she fell to the ground with a plop during the struggle. She cried and shouted, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Not only did you say bad things about me, but you also hit me in front of so many people. Do you bully people like this?" Jiang Lanyue's voice was not small, and it was lunchtime now. When she shouted like this, the officers and soldiers passing by the gate of the military compound heard it. You witch, what are you shouting about?" Seeing that Jiang Lanyue's voice attracted the attention of many people, Fong Ruifeng realized that something was wrong, and her face changed. But Jiang Lanyue ignored her guilty conscience and continued to cry, "Sister Fong, you and Sister Wang are bullying me, so why don't you allow me to speak? You are using the affairs between husband and wife to humiliate me. Don't you want to force me to move out of the military compound? I will move out today as you wish. Are you satisfied?" After yelling, Jiang Lanyue immediately got up from the ground, pretended to cry, and ran into the gate of the military compound. Jiang Lanyue is usually very fierce and strong. Even if she is hit by a few clubs, she will not shed a tear. Today, she is howling like a pig being slaughtered, which is really abnormal. The military wives looked at each other, and everyone had an ominous premonition in their hearts. After shaking off those military wives, Jiang Lanyue went directly to the Liu family. She was very aggrieved just now, but after turning around, her expression returned to normal, and she patted the mud on her body. "Fight with me. I won't be as reckless as the original owner and let you eat me to death." When she returned to the Liu family, Grandma Liu had prepared lunch and was waiting at the gate. As soon as she saw Jiang Lanyue coming back, the old lady grabbed her hand. "Hey, how was your visit to Wenjiang village? Did they bully you?" "No, don't worry, Grandma." Seeing the old lady's face full of worry, Jiang Lanyue didn't intend to tell her what happened in Wenjiang village. She just took the old lady's arm affectionately and turned to walk into the yard. After entering the door, 2 dishes and a soup were already set up in the living room of the Liu family. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, roasted chicken with potatoes, and tomato and egg soup were all the original owner's favorite dishes. When Jiang Lanyue saw it, she immediately sat over. While adding rice, she said, "Grandma, sit down quickly. I'm so hungry. Let's eat."
Yes.
Seeing Jiang Lanyue so sensible, Grandma Liu felt very relieved and sat down next to her. When she got the chance, Jiang Lanyue said, "By the way, Grandma, I plan to pack my things this afternoon and move to Wenjiang village. I will have to work there in the future, so it's not convenient to stay here."
What?
"You are moving away this afternoon?" This matter was a big to Grandma Liu. She was smiling just now, but her eyes turned red and she burst into tears. Yeah, you should move with Grandma. You are so young and you have to live with Grandma. Grandma can't live without you. She lived in the 2 small mud houses in Wenjiang village, and it didn't matter if she suffered a little. But if she moved with Grandma Liu, her body couldn't bear it. Jiang Lanyue quickly comforted her. "Grandma, you think too much. I'm moving there, but I'm not coming back. At most, I promise you that I will come to see you when I have time. I will come back once every 3 days, okay?" Woo-woo. Hearing this, the old lady cried even more sadly. Jiang Lanyue quickly changed her words. 2 days. Can I come back every 2 days? I'd better move out with you. No matter what, Grandma Liu couldn't accept being separated from Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue couldn't do anything about her, so she could only say, Okay, then I'll come back every day. Is that okay?" In the past, the original owner always went out to cause trouble, and she wasn't always at home with Grandma Liu. So when she saw that she promised to come back every day, Grandma Liu was not so sad. "Not only do you have to come back to see me every day, but you also have to come back every 3 days to stay overnight. Otherwise, you'll be alone in Wenjiang village and Grandma will be worried. And if she didn't come back, when would she be able to consummate the marriage with that brat? When would she be able to hold her great-grandson?" Okay. As long as the old man agreed to let her move out, Jiang Lanyue didn't dare to make so many requests. So, she quickly put the prepared meal in front of the old man. She also picked up a chicken leg for her and coaxed her to eat. But halfway through the meal, Grandma Liu said again, "Aya, you are so insistent on moving out of the military compound. Are those military wives bullying you again?" They all dislike Jiang Lanyue, and Grandma Liu knows it better than anyone else. "No." Not wanting to worry the old man, Jiang Lanyue hurriedly shook her head. "After the incident at Instructor Zhang's house, everyone has been very polite to me, so don't worry about it, Grandma." Jiang Lanyue's words made the old man look at her half-believingly. But in the end, Grandma Liu still said, "If you really want to move out, Grandma will respect you. But next month, when Yuing's parents come back, I will ask them to arrange an easy job for you. Do you want to be a recorder at the grain station or a salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative? These 2 jobs these days are so popular that others can't even dream of getting them." In the previous life, the original owner acted so badly in Wenjiang village just to force the Liu family and his wife to use their connections to find her such an easy and prestigious job. Later, the Liu family couple felt sorry for the old man, and they had no choice but to arrange a sales job for the original owner. As a result, the original owner was still restless after getting the job, and his attitude towards the common people was terrible. He also sold inferior products as good ones, shortchanged the weight, and violated discipline again and again. In the end, he messed up the job and also caused the Liu family couple to be criticized and punished. It is said that someone was dissatisfied with the Liu family's support for the original owner, so he reported it in real name. Thinking of these previous lessons, Jiang Lanyue didn't dare to agree.
Grandma, no need.
I'm also a warehouse keeper in Wenchong Village, and it's not hard. Really? Not only did the child want to move out, but he also refused to work. Grandma Lu felt very sad and couldn't help sighing. Instead, Lu Yuang stood in the yard and listened for a while. Hearing that Jiang Lanyue didn't pester Grandma and let her parents violate discipline to arrange a job for her, his frown relaxed a little. Then he strode in. His sharp eagle-like eyes accurately fell on Jiang Lanyue's face. Jiang Lanyue turned around when she heard the noise and met Lu Yuang's eyes. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Seeing him coming back, Grandma Lu hurriedly asked, "Yuang, have you eaten? Grandma will serve you some rice." "I have eaten, Grandma." While speaking, Lu Yuang took off the red star hat on his head. Then he turned around and looked at Jiang Lanyue expressionlessly. "Come in with me." Seeing him finish this, he turned around and went back to his room. Jiang Lanyue's heart was in her throat, and her heart was beating. What did Lu Yuang want to do by suddenly coming back to find her? Could it be that he saw through her tricks? This man is really terrible. Even though Jiang Lanyue was scared to death, she still followed Lu Yuang to his room. When she walked in, she saw him standing in front of the desk and put his hat on the desk. Jiang Lanyue stopped at the door and didn't dare to move forward. At this time, Lu Yuang turned to look at her. "I heard that you had a conflict with your sisters-in-law again?" He thought that when he rushed back, he would see Jiang Lanyue crying and making a scene. But he didn't expect that this time she was calm, eating with her grandmother obediently, and refused her grandmother's job arrangement for her. This woman is really different from before.
Well,
We had a few arguments. Lu Yuan's information was really well informed. Jiang Lanyue was so nervous that her scalp was numb and her head was buried low. "But don't worry, I will move out in the afternoon. I won't live here in the future, so I won't conflict with them, and I won't cause trouble for you." Jiang Lanyue's words made Lu Yuang silent instantly. After a long time, he said, "I will send 2 soldiers in the afternoon to help you move over."
no.
Jiang Lanyue waved her hand, as if she was afraid of troubling him. "I don't have much stuff. I can move it myself.
Well,
If you're okay, I'll go out for dinner." After saying this, Jiang Lanyue turned around and left. Seeing her hurried back, she seemed to be trying to avoid him. Lu Yuang was in a complicated mood. Then he didn't say much, put on his red star hat again, and followed him out of the room. Then he said to Grandma Lu, who was sitting at the dining table, "Grandma, I have a mission in the afternoon, and I won't be back at night." After saying this, he strode out of the Lu family's door. "Okay, then you be careful." Looking at Lu Yuang's back, Grandma Lu sighed. "Smelly boy, you don't want to stay at home for a whole day. It's better if he's not here, so that she won't be nervous when she sees him." Jiang Lanyue secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly picked up a piece of food for Grandma Lu. "Grandma, eat this, it's delicious."
Okay.
Seeing Jiang Lanyue's well-behaved face, Grandma Lu felt better. Then the grandmother and granddaughter ate together, and from time to time the old lady was amused by Jiang Lanyue and laughed continuously. After lunch, Jiang Lanyue washed the dishes. Then she went back to the room and took out a set of extra autumn quilts. The quilt cover, pillow, pillowcase, clothes, and so on were all stuffed into a small camphor box. Then she put the iron porcelain basin, toothpaste, toothbrush, and cup in a net bag, and picked up 2 small iron buckets, and the things were considered packed. After packing the things, she went to the small warehouse next to the yard and pushed out the unused wheelbarrow. She also moved the luggage onto the wheelbarrow and tied it tightly with a rope. When she packed up her things and turned around, she saw Grandma Lu standing at the door, looking at her eagerly. After all, this was the person who raised the original owner, and Jiang Lanyue didn't want her to be sad. She walked over and took Grandma Lu's hand. "I will come back to stay at night."
Don't worry, Grandma.
"It's the same whether I move out or not."
Okay.
Grandma Lu was very happy that Jiang Lanyue could take her feelings into consideration. The old lady didn't say anything more. She waved her hand with red eyes and turned to walk into the house. "Okay, go and get busy. Then I'll be back after I finish packing." Looking at her back, He went straight into the room. Jiang Lanyu turned around and pushed the wheelbarrow towards the gate of the military compound. However, other military wives in the compound saw Jiang Lanyu pushing the luggage in their own yards, and it was obvious that she was really going to move out. They ran to the wall in surprise and talked to the military wives next door. Oh, the sun is rising from the west. Jiang Lanyu is really going to move out. Yeah, they say that a dog can't change its eating habits. I didn't expect that Jiang Lanyu suddenly became a different person. It's simply unbelievable. Jiang Lanyu turned a deaf ear to these people's discussions from beginning to end. She just concentrated on pushing the wheelbarrow, and after leaving the military compound, she walked towards the gate of the army. At this time, on the military playground, the soldiers who were preparing to go on a mission were gathering. As the company commander, Lu Yuang stood in the corridor on the second floor of the building in front of the playground, watching the soldiers gather. Next to the playground, there was a clumsy figure pushing a wheelbarrow and walking out laboriously. Instructor Lin, who was standing next to Lu Yuang, also saw this scene. Yuang, did you really let her move out? Although this Jiang Lanyu is hard to describe, she seems to have learned a lot since she got married to Lu Yuang. At least the things she has done recently are not outrageous. Yeah. Hearing what Instructor Lin said, Lu Yuang retracted his gaze. Only when she moves out can the military compound be quiet. Lu Yuang has always been impartial and just. It is indeed not good for him to let Jiang Lanyu stay in the military compound. Instructor Lin nodded. Okay, since you two have discussed it, I won't say much. After that, Instructor Lin turned and went downstairs. After the people left, Lu Yuang looked up at the figure who was almost at the gate of the army. Then he waved to Gu Xiaozhuang, who was standing not far away. Gu Xiaozhuang quickly ran over and saluted. Company commander, what's the matter? Lu Yuang did not speak, but just glanced at the gate of the army. Gu Xiaozhuang followed his sight and saw Jiang Lanyu pushing a wheelbarrow and was about to leave the gate of the army. He understood instantly and saluted again. I'll go right away. Then he ran away. Pushing a wheelbarrow looks simple, but it is not an easy task to push something. Just when Jiang Lanyu was pushing the cart, twisting and turning on the muddy road, and the cart was about to fall over. A hand suddenly held the handlebars and smiled at her innocently. Comrade Jiang, let me help you. Why are you here? Jiang Lanyu was surprised that Gu Xiaozhuang would come. But Gu Xiaozhuang said cheerfully, of course it was ordered by our company commander. Our company commander is a man with a cold face, but a warm heart. Comrade Jiang, don't you know? To be honest, although the original owner lived with Lu Yuang for a while when he was a child, he really didn't know him. After all, in the original owner's memory, apart from throwing tantrums and doing bad things, there was really nothing valuable. Gu Xiaozhuang saw Jiang Lanyu frowning, as if she didn't believe him, so he said seriously, it was really our company commander who asked me to come. Okay, of course I believe you. Even if it was really Lu Yuang who asked him to come, he was just kind-hearted, and it didn't mean anything else. Jiang Lanyu shrugged and said to Gu Xiaozhuang, then I have to trouble Comrade Gu again today. When I have time, I will definitely thank you. Jiang Lanyu smiled while speaking, and his big face actually showed some cuteness. Gu Xiaozhuang smiled and scratched his head. I'd better take you there quickly, Comrade Jiang. Because Lu Yuang still had to go on a mission, Gu Xiaozhuang hurried back to the army after sending him there. Jiang Lanyu cleaned the house by herself, inside and out. Then she moved all the things in, and the house was ready for living. By the time she finished cleaning the house, it was getting late. Jiang Lanyu pushed the empty wheelbarrow and went straight back to the army. But just as she entered the military compound, she passed by Instructor Zhang's house. Instructor Zhang was in his yard, smiling and calling her, Comrade Jiang, you must come earlier. We are all waiting for you. Seeing Instructor Zhang, Jiang Lanyu remembered that his family invited her to dinner. She did help his family escape a disaster, and if she didn't go to the dinner he invited them to, they would definitely not feel at ease. Jiang Lanyu smiled and said, then wait for me to push the car back, and I will come over in a while.
Okay.
Seeing her so straightforward, Instructor Zhang smiled and went back to the yard. Jiang Lanyue pushed the wheelbarrow back to the Liu family, took a shower, and changed into a blue blouse. After she was ready, she found 2 cans and a bag of candy from the original owner's cabinet. Then she carried them in a net bag and went directly to Instructor Zhang's house. But just as she arrived outside Instructor Zhang's yard, she heard a clear and sweet voice from her kitchen. "Second sister, my brother-in-law said that Captain Liu will also come to dinner tonight. Do you think I look good in this floral dress? Should I let my hair down and wear a headband, or should I tie it into 2 pigtails?" In the kitchen of the Zhang family, Instructor Zhang's wife, Xiao Pundi, immediately became serious after hearing this. "Lian Di, what do you mean by this? Are you still thinking about Captain Liu? He is now married to Jiang Lanyue. You can't do anything stupid. Besides, if Comrade Jiang hadn't helped this time, Defu, Xiaoya and I would have died. She was my savior, and I won't let you do anything to let her down." Zhao Pundi's words made Zhao Liandi curl her lips in dissatisfaction. "She just saved you, my second sister, by coincidence. You should thank her more in the future. Why do you have to take her so seriously and treat her as a benefactor? Besides, the whole army knows that Captain Liu doesn't like her, and she is not worthy of Captain Liu at all. And I heard from other military wives that Jiang Lanyue wanted to divorce Captain Liu. If they really get divorced, won't I have another chance? Second sister, my brother-in-law has such a good relationship with Captain Liu. Can't you help me?" Zhao Liandi took Zhao Pundi's hand and shook it coquettishly. But Zhao Pundi glared at her and said seriously, "No matter what happens between Captain Liu and Jiang Lanyue, you are not allowed to interfere before they get divorced. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my sister." Zhao Liandi knew her sister's temper, so she smiled. "Don't worry, second sister. I know what I'm doing." In this military compound, all unmarried girls are staring at Liu Yuang. Jiang Lanyue was not surprised and walked in with her things. "Instructor Zhang, sister-in-law Zhao, I'm here." "Oh, Lanyue is here." Hearing Jiang Lanyue's voice, Zhao Pundi hurried out from the kitchen. Seeing that she was still holding something in her hand, she hurriedly said, "You are here. Why are you still holding things?" Jiang Lanyue smiled. "These are for the children. I have a lot more." Then, Jiang Lanyue stuffed the things to Zhao Pundi. "Sister-in-law, take it, don't be polite with me." "Okay, then you sit down quickly." Jiang Lanyue suddenly became so easy to talk to that Zhao Pundi was a little flattered. She hurriedly picked up the things and put them on the table beside her. Then she sat next to Jiang Lanyue. "If it weren't for your help this time, Lanyue, the 3 of us, mother and son, might really have died. I am grateful for your kindness. I will remember your kindness in my heart. You will be my real sister in the future, and I will definitely treat you well." "Okay, then I won't be polite to my sister-in-law." Seeing Zhao Pundi's face full of gratitude, Jiang Lanyue didn't say much. Instead, Zhao Liandi, who was standing aside, couldn't help rolling her eyes when she looked at Jiang Lanyue. At this moment, Instructor Zhang walked out of the house. His 2 children, Dafu and Xiaoya, also followed him out, hiding behind him and looking at Jiang Lanyue. Only then did Zhao Pundi say, "By the way, Lanyue, I heard that you're going to move out to live? I've also heard about those military wives making up stories about you. They are indeed too much. But why are you so impatient? Don't you even wait for the company to give you an explanation? What did the company say to me?" Zhao Pundi's words made Jiang Lanyue a little strange. "They often make up stories about me. I'm used to it, and the company won't interfere, right? Could it be that the play I played today was too vivid, and the matter has already spread to the company? All she wanted was to frame Wang Chunhua and Fang Ruifeng and let them be scolded by their men and suffer a little. She never thought that the company would stand up for her." Seeing that she hadn't figured it out yet, Zhao Pundi laughed. "Don't worry, you will definitely get justice in this matter." Jiang Lanyue didn't really care how the company handled the matter. "It doesn't matter, I won't bother with them. It's just that my sister-in-law has just been discharged from the hospital, and she is still weak. She needs to take good care of herself. Let me help with the cooking, don't get tired, sister-in-law." Jiang Lanyue was about to get up to help. But Zhao Pundi stopped her quickly. "No, the dishes are ready. Just sit and wait for them." After saying that, Zhao Pundi pulled her sister into the kitchen to busy herself. Jiang Lanyu stayed in the living room to play with Dafu and Xiaoya. When the food was served, Jiang Lanyu was about to get up. Instructor Zhang, who had been out for a while, came back. As soon as he entered the door, a man with a strong aura followed him in, making Jiang Lanyue's hair stand on end. Lu Yuang, who was said to be on a mission, came back for some reason. Instructor Zhang greeted him with a smile and sat down next to Jiang Lanyue. Yuang, come and sit down. I asked your sister-in-law to cook your favorite dishes. Let's have a good drink tonight. Okay. Lu Yuang has never been talkative. He nodded and sat down next to Jiang Lanyue very naturally. He was very generous, which made Jiang Lanyue uncomfortable. The body sitting on the stool subconsciously leaned to the other side. Compared with Jiang Lanyue's deliberate distance, Zhao Liandi, who brought the dishes out from the kitchen, lit up her eyes when she saw Lu Yuang coming. Captain Lu, you are here. This is my specialty, braised carp, which I made especially for you. You must eat more. Zhao Liandi was so enthusiastic, but Lu Yuang did not react much. He just nodded slightly. Okay. Seeing his cold attitude, Zhao Liandi said again, Captain Lu, don't you remember me? Instructor Zhang is my brother-in-law. My name is Zhao Liandi. We have met before. Although she is not as pretty as the art soldiers, she is also pretty and charming, much prettier than Jiang Lanyue. It is impossible for Lu Yuang not to remember her. Seeing Zhao Liandi's expectant face, hoping that Lu Yuang could remember her, Jiang Lanyue lowered her head in embarrassment and couldn't help clearing her throat. Hearing the noise, Lu Yuang turned around and looked at her. Then he said, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Oh.
His words, I can't remember, broke Zhao Liandi's heart, and the smile on her face froze. Instructor Zhang was a little embarrassed to see his sister-in-law trying to get close to Lu Yuang in front of Jiang Lanyue. He quickly said, Liandi, go help your sister quickly. There are still some dishes to be prepared. Originally, Zhao Liandi was sad because Lu Yuang didn't remember her. Now she was chased away by her brother-in-law. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She quickly turned around and went to the kitchen. Jiang Lanyue, on the other hand, found this funny. But before she finished laughing, Lu Yuang said to her, Tomorrow morning, you go to the company headquarters. Why do you want me to go to the company headquarters? Jiang Lanyue was very surprised and subconsciously turned back to look at him. Unprepared, she met Lu Yuang's eyes as deep as a well. Jiang Lanyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She quickly turned her head away and said angrily, I know. Just when Jiang Lanyue was nervous, Zhao Pundi came out with the dishes and greeted them warmly. I prepared some home-cooked dishes. I don't know if they suit the taste of Captain Lu and you, Lanyue. Don't dislike them. You're too polite, sister-in-law. Lu Yuang nodded to Zhao Pundi and was very polite. But Zhao Liandi, who followed Zhao Pundi out, was obviously scolded and her eyes were red. Instructor Zhang also knew what happened and pretended that nothing happened. He quickly brought a bottle of good wine and poured a glass for Lu Yuang. Comrades, we have seldom drank together for so many years. Tonight, we must drink to our heart's content. Instructor Zhang was about to pour wine for Jiang Lanyue. And Comrade Jiang, we didn't understand you in the past and had many misunderstandings about you. Comrade Jiang, please forgive us for anything we did not do well. Instructor Zhang was so polite that Jiang Lanyue felt a little embarrassed. She waved her hands repeatedly. What happened in the past is in the past. I can't remember it, Instructor Zhang. Don't take it to heart. That being said, we should still apologize to Comrade Jiang. So Comrade Jiang must drink this glass of wine. While chatting and laughing, Instructor Zhang poured a glass of wine for Jiang Lanyue. Then he raised the glass and said very seriously, This glass is for you and your wife. By the way, I wish you a happy wedding and a long and lasting marriage. In the past, Instructor Zhang definitely did not expect Jiang Lanyue and Lu Yuang to live together for a long time. But now that Jiang Lanyue has saved his wife and children, he sincerely hopes that the two of them can be fine. But no matter what, he means well. Jiang Lanyue picked up the glass and said with a smile, No matter whether it can last a long time or not, We have to live a good life now. Then today I wish Instructor Zhang and your family peace and safety and good luck every year." After saying this, Zhang Lanyue drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Good. Instructor Zhang, seeing this, also drank a glass of wine readily. However, Lu Yuang heard the hidden meaning in Zhang Lanyue's words and couldn't help but look back at her before drinking the wine in the glass. After drinking a glass of strong liquor, Zhang Lanyue's face turned a little red, and Zhao Liandi, who was sitting opposite her, couldn't help but say, "I heard that Comrade Jiang moved out of the military compound today and lived in Wenchang village? And you said that you want to divorce Captain Liu. Are these all true? Is this scheming prisoner really willing to give up the position of the captain's wife?" "Liandi, what nonsense are you talking about?" She talked about something that was out of the question, but Zhao Pundi was shocked all of a sudden. She quickly slammed down her chopsticks and scolded Zhao Liandi. Instructor Zhang was also a little dumbfounded and hurried to smooth things over. But before he could say anything, Zhang Lanyue suddenly laughed. "These are all true. Comrade Zhao is very curious about my affairs? I didn't expect her to admit it." Zhao Liandi, who thought she would deny it just now, was speechless for a moment. Instructor Zhang felt embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Comrade Jiang, my sister-in-law speaks her mind. Please don't mind it." "It's okay, Instructor Zhang, I understand." Zhang Lanyue smiled at Instructor Zhang and turned to look at Zhao Liandi. "I know what Comrade Zhao is thinking, so I will make it clear to you today. I was ignorant at the time and I used tricks to marry Lu Yuang. I regret it now, and I am willing to give him freedom. If Comrade Zhao really likes him, he should seize the opportunity and stop staring at me. After all, her competitor is someone else, and she doesn't want to become Chewing Xue's shield inexplicably, like the original owner in her previous life." Instructor Zhang and his wife never thought that Zhang Lanyue would be so frank. What's more, they didn't expect that she actually admitted that she wanted to divorce Lu Yuang. Surprised, the couple turned to look at Lu Yuang. But Lu Yuang's eyes were fixed on Zhang Lanyue, who had a chic face. "You can get married if you want, and divorce if you want. Military marriage is not up to you." With the final word, Instructor Zhang and his wife finally felt relieved. Zhao Liandi, who originally thought that if Zhang Lanyue let go, she would have a chance, was so angry that she cried and ran back to her room after hearing this. Zhang Lanyue was dumbfounded and turned back to stare at Lu Yuang in disbelief. "You said it, I forced you to get married, but you wouldn't treat me as your lover. In this case, why don't we part ways in peace? It's impossible that I did something wrong this time, and you are going to drag me down for the rest of my life and make my life miserable, right?" She didn't want to repeat the same mistake and follow in the footsteps of the original owner. Comrade Jiang, don't get excited." Seeing that Zhang Lanyue seemed a little angry, Instructor Zhang hurried to persuade her. "Marriage is not a trivial matter. In the beginning, Yuan went against all odds to get married with you and was criticized by the organization for a long time. We finally got married. How can we get divorced?"
Yes.
Zhao Pundi also quickly agreed with a smile. "After all, Lanyue, you are still young and you don't understand many things yet. When there is a chance later, sister-in-law will talk to you about how husband and wife should get along. You have to know that the man she married is a rare one in the entire army. Even many female soldiers are eyeing him and want to marry him. Why doesn't she cherish him? Anyway, she is going to divorce Lu Yuang, and people outside will always say that she is ungrateful." Zhang Lanyue didn't want to defend herself. She could only say, "Let's talk about this later. I don't want to spoil everyone's fun today." After saying that, Zhang Lanyue poured herself a glass of wine. Looking at Zhao Liandi with a smile, "Sister-in-law and the 2 children can survive this time. There will definitely be blessings in the future. I toast to sister-in-law. I should toast you." Zhao Pundi was also happy while holding the wine glass. "Thank you, Lanyue, for saving our family of 3 despite the danger. We are family from now on. If you have any problems, just come to sister-in-law." Knowing that she was sincere, Zhang Lanyue laughed. "Okay, I will never be polite to sister-in-law and Instructor Zhang in the future." As they talked and laughed, They ate and drank, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. But perhaps because Jiang Lanhua said in public that she wanted a divorce, Lu Yuang was not very happy, and he would look at her from time to time. After 3 rounds of drinks, the meal was almost finished. Jiang Lanhua was about to get up and say goodbye, ready to go back to rest. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly walked in front of the Zhang family's door.
This.
Looking at the beautiful female soldier standing at the door in military uniform, Instructor Zhang and his wife were stunned for a moment. Jiang Lanhua, who also turned around, also looked at Chu Yingxue blankly. Lu Yuang, on the other hand, had a relaxed look just now, but suddenly became serious. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Chu Yingxue lowered her head and said, "Captain Lu, I have something to say to you. Please come out." This Lu Yuang is really a womanizer. Jiang Lanhua smiled at the worried look from Instructor Zhang and his wife. Then she stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'll go back first. Thank you, Instructor Zhang and his wife, for your hospitality today. We'll get together again, if there's a chance." Okay. Seeing that Jiang Lanhua was leaving, Instructor Zhang and his wife stood up quickly to see her out. But she had just taken 2 steps when a big hand suddenly appeared on her wrist and grabbed her.
You.
Jiang Lanhua was surprised by Lu Yuang's behavior. Before she could say anything, the man with a bad face stood up and pulled her out. Chu Yingxue didn't expect that Lu Yuang would hold Jiang Lanhua's hand in front of her. Her eyes were red, but she still gritted her teeth, turned around and followed him out, looking at the backs of the 3 of them disappearing at the door. Zhao Pundi was a little worried. Nothing will happen, right? It shouldn't. Instructor Zhang shook his head. Yuang is sensible in doing things, don't worry. Jiang Lanhua was pulled outside by Lu Yuang and stood under the dim streetlights in the military family compound. She couldn't help frowning. "Lu Yuang, what are you doing?" "Chu Yingxue came to see you. Why did you pull me to do it?" But Lu Yuang didn't say anything. He was tall and straight, and he just looked down at Jiang Lanhua coldly. At this moment, Chu Yingxue also followed out. When she saw her, Jiang Lanhua turned around and was about to leave. But Lu Yuang grabbed her again. "Wait.
You.
Is he drunk and acting crazy?" Jiang Lanhua was very angry. When she was about to curse, a pitiful voice came over. "Captain Lu, you won't even give me a chance to talk alone?" Ever since she came to him that night and made things clear, he always found ways to avoid her. Chu Yingxue felt indescribable grievances in her heart. "Comrade Chu, if you have anything to say, just say it." Standing beside Jiang Lanhua, Lu Yuang only looked back at Chu Yingxue.
But.
These words made Chu Yingxue hesitate to speak, and her eyes fell on Jiang Lanhua. But seeing that Jiang Lanhua had no intention of leaving, Chu Yingxue could only bite the bullet and say, "Regarding the conflict between the military wives at noon today, can you talk to Captain Sun and Captain Ma and tell them not to pursue this matter?" Originally, Jiang Lanhua didn't want to hear a word about the matter between Chu Yingxue and Lu Yuang. But since it was related to herself, she didn't want to leave. She looked back at Chu Yingxue. "Chu Yingxue, what do you mean? Your cousin-in-law and Wang Chunhua humiliated me in public and beat people. Do you want me to swallow this loss like this?" If the company didn't pursue the matter, she would let it go. But the company felt that she was not wrong, so why should she, Chu Yingxue, intervene? But my cousin-in-law didn't mean it, and you often have conflicts. Why do you have to pursue it to the end this time? Looking at Jiang Lanhua, Chu Yingxue looked very aggrieved. Is it because the person who had a conflict with Comrade Jiang this time was my cousin's wife? So you are relentless and insist on making a fuss? Her words really made Jiang Lanhua laugh to death. You mean I deliberately targeted you, so I made things difficult for your cousin's wife? Did Chu Yingxue go and find out what exactly happened? And what grudge do I have against you? Why do I have to go against you? Even if she and Lu Yuang are in love with each other, what does it have to do with her, Jiang Lanhua? Jiang Lanhua's words made Chu Yingxue speechless. Seeing her tears in her eyes, she looked at Lu Yuang. Jiang Lanhua smiled again. I understand, putting myself in her shoes. The reason why your cousin's wife came to embarrass me is because you regarded me as an imaginary enemy. So the root cause is you. You can't tolerate me, right? I don't. The more Jiang Lanyue said this, the more aggrieved Chu Yingxue looked. She was panicking and wanted to explain, but Lu Yuang turned around and looked at Jiang Lanyue at this time, his eyes dark and unclear. Just deal with the matter at hand. Don't exaggerate the problem. How did I exaggerate the problem? Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Yuang sternly. If you want to help her, just say it. Even if you don't give me an explanation for this matter, it doesn't matter to me. Anyway, I have moved out. I'll make it clear to you today. I have decided to fulfill your wish. So don't play such a love drama in front of me. I'm not interested in watching it. After saying this, Jiang Lanyue turned around and left without hesitation. But Chu Yingxue cried and called her, Comrade Jiang, you misunderstood. It was Lu Yuang who looked back at Chu Yingxue and frowned. I reiterate again, I am married. Don't come to me in the future. After saying this, Lu Yuang quickly went after Jiang Lanyue. Under the dim streetlights, Jiang Lanyue felt aggrieved and took big steps forward. While walking, she muttered, Lu Yuang, who cares about you? You two are fighting to the extreme, and you have to bring me along. Why? If I pay attention to you in the future, I will be a big idiot. But just as she finished muttering, there was a sound of footsteps behind her. Lu Yuang walked up to her and stopped her directly. You misunderstood. I didn't help Chu Yingxue. He actually left Chu Yingxue to chase her? Lu Yuang really took the wrong medicine today. Jiang Lanyue looked at him strangely, frowning. But Lu Yuang said, Don't worry, the company will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. You will know when you go to the company tomorrow morning. He didn't look like he was joking. Jiang Lanyue's anger subsided a little. I know, I will go there tomorrow. After looking at Lu Yuang again, Jiang Lanyue went straight back to the Lu family. Lu Yuang watched her enter the gate of the Lu family, then turned and went to the company headquarters. It might be because she was too tired that day and drank at Instructor Zhang's house. So Jiang Lanyue slept very well that night. When she woke up the next morning, Grandma Lu had already prepared breakfast and served it on the table. Jiang Lanyue washed up, had breakfast, and went directly to the company headquarters. Because she had to rush to work in Wenchang Village, Jiang Lanyue knocked on the door after arriving at the company headquarters. The people in the room heard the voice and said, Come in. After getting permission, Jiang Lanyue pushed the door in. She saw that Captain Sun and Captain Ma were both sitting in the office of the company headquarters, obviously discussing something. When he saw Jiang Lanyue coming, Captain Sun hurriedly stood up. It turns out to be Comrade Jiang. Why are you here so early? Captain Ma also stood up and moved a stool for her. Comrade Jiang, please sit down first. No need to sit down. I'm in a hurry to go to Wenchang Village to work. Jiang Lanyue was particularly polite as she waved to Captain Ma. Jiang Lanyue, who had always been lazy and evil, actually went to Wenchang Village to work obediently. Captains Ma and Sun both found it unbelievable, and they looked at each other. At this moment, Lu Yuang, who had slept in the company headquarters last night, happened to come in from outside. He was wearing a white shirt and military pants. He looked unusually relaxed, so handsome that it made people tremble. He was holding an iron porcelain basin, a toothbrush and a toothcup in his hand, and it looked like he had just come back from washing up. Seeing Jiang Lanyue coming, he was slightly stunned. So early? Jiang Lanyue shrugged. His anger from last night had long disappeared, and he looked relaxed. I still have to go to Wenchang Village to work, so I can't be too late. Yeah. Lu Yuang nodded, put down the things in his hands, and began to put on his military jacket. He also shouted to the outside, Ge Xiaozhuang. Captain. Upon hearing his voice, Ge Xiaozhuang immediately ran in from outside. Lu Yuang said, Go and invite Sister Fang and Sister Wang over. Yes. After receiving the order, Ge Xiaozhuang ran out quickly. After the others left, Captain Sun looked at Jiang Lanyue and said, Comrade Jiang, I'm sorry to you again this time. My wife is ignorant and has wronged you again. He had repeatedly told the woman at home not to provoke Jiang Lanyue, but she refused to listen. It seems that this time he has to think of a way. Otherwise, if the trouble continues, it will definitely affect his comradeship with Lu Yuang. Seeing his guilty face, Jiang Lanhua smiled. It's okay, Captain Sun, I know my sister-in-law's temper, and I didn't intend to bother with her. Although Wang Chunhua is difficult to get along with, she would not have bothered to deal with Jiang Lanhua if her man had not competed with Lu Yuang for the position of deputy battalion commander. She was most likely dragged into this incident by someone. But Captain Sun didn't need to say it. He would understand it himself. Jiang Lanhua's thoughtfulness really surprised the three big men in the room, and they didn't know what to say. In the end, Captain Ma laughed first. Comrade Jiang has matured a lot after getting married with Captain Lu. Our Captain Lu is really good at controlling his wife. Yes, that's right. Captain Ma's teasing made Captain Sun laugh as well. Lu Yuang glanced at them and said nothing. He just poured a glass of water for Jiang Lanhua from his own cup and handed it to her. Sit down and wait. Lu Yuang, this guy, he doesn't even bother to clarify when others make fun of him. No wonder all his fans are looking for trouble with her. People who don't know would really think he likes her. Jiang Lanhua was a little angry, so she glared at him and didn't take the cup of water he handed over. At this moment, Ge Xiaozhuang shouted outside. Report, the two sisters-in-law are here.
Come in.
Seeing that Jiang Lanhua didn't take his water, Lu Yuang pretended nothing happened, turned around and put the cup back on the table. Then, Ge Xiaozhuang brought Feng Ruifeng and Wang Chunhua in. When Feng Ruifeng saw Jiang Lanhua was there, her face fell. Wang Chunhua was a little dusty, so she walked towards her man. Seeing her intention, Captain Sun scolded her. Just stand there. Maybe because Captain Sun was too serious, his roar scared Feng Ruifeng and Wang Chunhua. Wang Chunhua even covered her chest and complained, What are you doing, the boss? My heart is jumping out of my chest. You deserve it, Captain Sun said with a stern face. What did you say yesterday? Now Comrade Jiang is here, apologize. Her man did not support her, but went to support Jiang Lanhua, the prisoner. Wang Chunhua was very depressed, but she could only turn around and say to Jiang Lanhua, I'm sorry, Comrade Jiang. I didn't mean to scold you yesterday. I promise I will never trouble you again. It doesn't matter. I did something wrong in the past, and Sister Wang has been tolerant of me, so we are even now. Looking at Wang Chunhua, Jiang Lanhua smiled generously and didn't embarrass her at all. She was so easy to talk to that Wang Chunhua felt a little embarrassed. Instead, Feng Ruifeng on the side glared at Jiang Lanhua. That's true, Jiang Lanhua. You scolded us a lot in the past, and we didn't make it a fuss about you. This time, even if we are even now, I don't have to apologize to you. I said I was even with Sister Wang, but I didn't say I was even with you, Feng Ruifeng. Turning to look at Feng Ruifeng, Jiang Lanhua sneered. I've never had a grudge against anyone before, let alone hit you. Don't think I don't know that this time, Sister Wang will come with you to cause trouble for me, and it was you who instigated it behind my back. You are determined to bully me, and I won't let it go so easily.
You.
What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Lanhua's words made Feng Ruifeng feel guilty. I didn't instigate anyone. It's because everyone can't stand you that they have a conflict with you. Besides, what's wrong with me hitting you? What can you do to me? Her man is the deputy instructor of the 3rd Company after all, not a small soldier. Is he afraid of her? Feng Ruifeng was fearless, and Jiang Lanhua was not panicked either. She just turned her head to glance at the company commander of the 3rd Company, Company Commander Ma, and then said, Now the 3 company commanders should know why she dared to beat people in the military compound, right? After hearing this, Captain Sun's face also turned black. Old Ma, her man is yours. You make the decision. Captain Ma was also very unhappy and waved his hand. As a family member of the deputy instructor, you don't even have this ideological awareness. It seems that your man's work is not done well, so you dare to be arrogant and domineering. Go back. The company will naturally handle this matter. Captain, what do you mean? Feng Ruifeng never thought that this matter would involve her man, and her face changed. But Captain Ma waved his hand to her. I don't want to explain to you, get out. No, I must make it clear today. Realizing that she had caused trouble, Fong Ruifeng's voice trembled a little. In the past, Zhang Lanyue made such a fuss in the military family compound, and the company never dealt with Lu Yuang. Now I just made a mistake, and you want to use my man as a scapegoat. You are bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Nonsense. This wild woman, it's fine that she hasn't admitted her fault yet, but she also accused them of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Captain Ma was so angry that he slapped the table and stood up. Do you know how much merit Captain Liu has made in the past 2 years to keep this position? You don't know anything, yet you dare to act like a spoiled child here. I tell you, if your man can't be the deputy instructor, let someone else do it. Captain Ma's words frightened Fong Ruifeng so much that her legs went limp. She quickly begged for mercy. I'm sorry, Captain. It's my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Don't use my man as a scapegoat. Otherwise, we won't be able to live like this. Everyone in the army knew that her man didn't want to live with her at all. Otherwise, why would she have to make things difficult for Zhang Lanyue and try to please her cousin, Chu Yingxue, to stabilize her position? But no matter how she begged, Captain Ma, who was irritated by her, was not going to compromise. Captain Sun understood what Captain Ma meant, so he winked at his wife. Wang Chunhua understood, and coaxed and persuaded the man out. After the man left, the office quieted down. Seeing that the matter was almost handled, Zhang Lanyue said, "Then the 3 company commanders go ahead. I'll leave first." After saying this, she turned and walked out of the company. But as soon as she reached the door, Lu Yuang chased her out. Wait.
Huh.
Zhang Lanyue didn't expect Lu Yuang to chase her out, so she looked back at him strangely.
What?
What did I do wrong? Nothing. After glancing at Zhang Lanyue, the tall and handsome soldier said in a low voice, "I'll take you there."
Take
me there? The original owner had never heard such words in her previous life. So Zhang Lanyue was really shocked by Lu Yuang's change of attitude. Just as she was stunned, a military jeep drove over. As soon as the car stopped, Lu Yuang opened the door directly. He turned around and looked at her. Get in.
Oh.
This person must have taken the wrong medicine. Zhang Lanyue got in the car obediently. Then Lu Yuang followed and sat next to her. The car was driving on an uneven road, and the bumps made it impossible for Zhang Lanyue to sit steadily. So when she sat side by side with Lu Yuang, she would bump into his arm uncontrollably. The physical contact made Zhang Lanyue even more uncomfortable. She held on to the car door tightly, trying to keep a distance from Lu Yuang. When their car drove to the village office of Wenchang Village and stopped, Zhang Lanyue's hands were a little sore and weak because of holding the car door tightly. "Company commander, we're here." After the car stopped, the driver in the front seat turned around to report. After hearing this, Zhang Lanyue hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car. Lu Yuang also opened the door on the other side and got out directly. At this point, the members of the Wenchang Village Brigade and the educated youth came to the village office to get tools and prepare to work in the fields. Suddenly, they saw a military vehicle coming, and everyone was very curious. They all stood in the field, stretching their necks to see the novelty. Seeing Zhang Lanyue getting out of the car again, the educated youth couldn't help but talk about it. Wow, this prisoner is quite impressive. She was actually sent here by the army's car. That's right. No wonder Wang Aigua and Captain Huang helped her and gave her the position of warehouse keeper. It turns out that she has a backer. Just as they finished speaking, Lu Yirong got out of the car. They saw an officer in military uniform with a strong aura and extraordinary handsomeness getting out of the car. The educated youth were dumbfounded and dared not say a word. The members on the side took over. No matter whether Zhang Lanyue has a backer or not, she was right about what happened yesterday. Zhang Qingqing lost the competition with her, so why can't she accept the defeat? That's right, when she relied on the fact that Captain Huang's son liked her and was treated preferentially everywhere, what did the rest of us say? Why is she allowed to take advantage and not others?
You.
Seeing these members helping Zhang Lanyue, the educated youths were a little angry. But in front of the people from the army, They didn't dare to make a fuss, so they could only suppress their anger. When Jiang Lanhua got off the car, she saw so many people there, and they also saw Lu Yuang. She didn't want to be regarded as a relative, so she was extremely embarrassed. At this time, Lu Yuang walked up to her. He looked at her very seriously. "There is something I want to explain to you." "Well, tell me quickly and go back quickly after you're done." Jiang Lanhua waved her hands, as if she had regarded him as a trouble. Seeing that she kept glancing at the people around her, Lu Yuang whispered, "It is necessary to clarify my relationship with Chewing Shua with you. I don't like her. The rumors in the army are all rumors. Don't misunderstand." He made such a fuss just to say this? Jiang Lanhua was a little confused, so she looked up at him. "Why are you telling me this?" She didn't make a scene with him like the original owner did because of the ambiguous relationship between him and Chewing Shua. "Of course I have to explain it clearly." Seeing that she was confused, Lu Yuang gave her a meaningful look, turned around and got in the car. With the sound of the car's engine, Lu Yuang quickly got in the car and left the Wenchang village office. As the car left, the members and educated youth who were watching the excitement. Only then did they look at Jiang Lanhua with different eyes and walked towards the village office. But Captain Huang, who also saw this scene, hurried over. He smiled at Jiang Lanhua. "Comrade Jiang, who is that just now?" He only thought that Jiang Lanhua had a backer, but seeing that the officer just now was so powerful, "I'm afraid this backer is not small." That's the leader of the army, and he gave me a ride on the way." Jiang Lanhua raised her voice immediately, without wanting others to misunderstand. "Because I grew up in the military family compound of the army, everyone takes care of me. It's just a coincidence, I'm not familiar with him." Jiang Lanhua's words made it seem even more obvious to everyone. Captain Huang smiled meaningfully. I understand. Since Comrade Jiang is here, you should go and hand over the work to Comrade Jiang. From now on, the job of warehouse keeper will be yours." Jiang Lanhua said yesterday that she would only work as a warehouse keeper for half a month and would return it to Zhang Qingqing after half a month. But today her backer showed up. It seems that he still has to think carefully about this job.
Okay.
Seeing that Captain Huang obviously didn't believe it, Jiang Lanhua had no choice. She sighed and followed Captain Huang directly to the warehouse. Next to the warehouse was the work point registration office. At this moment, Wang Aiguo was sitting at the table at the door, carefully recording the names of the people who came to work. Jiang Lanhua followed Captain Huang to the door of the warehouse, and Zhang Qingqing, who looked aggrieved, had been standing there for a long time. She was holding 2 notebooks and a pen, staring at Jiang Lanhua angrily, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Captain Huang saw this and said, "Comrade Jiang, you should hand over the account book to Comrade Jiang. Just hand it over. What's the big deal?" Acting like a spoiled brat, Zhang Qingqing angrily slammed the 2 notebooks and pen on the table. "Even if you take the position of warehouse keeper, you may not be able to do it well. An uneducated person wants to be a keeper. I don't think you have the ability." Zhang Qingqing looked down on her, thinking that she was a labor camp prisoner who must be illiterate. But they didn't expect that Jiang Lanhua had already changed her mind. How could she, a good young person from the modern era, not understand such an account? So Jiang Lanhua smiled. "Comrade Jiang, don't worry, I dare to take this job, and I will definitely do it well." After saying this, Jiang Lanhua sat down in front of a table. Then she picked up the notebook and pen, opened it, and looked at it casually. Seeing that the several pages of records of receiving tools in the notebook were disorganized and the handwriting was not very good, Jiang Lanhua couldn't help frowning. She flipped through it again and saw that these tools were not summarized. It was impossible to tell how many tools there were in the warehouse. Seeing her frown, she was obviously in trouble. Zhang Qingqing sneered after seeing it. "What? Don't understand? I am a high school student from the city after all. The accounts I keep are not something that every fool can understand. Comrade Jiang, please pay attention to your attitude when speaking." Captain Huang saw Zhang Qingqing was so arrogant, he couldn't help but start to criticize her. But Zhang Qingqing pretended to be wronged and stamped her feet. "Captain, I'm telling the truth. A job like a warehouse keeper can only be done by educated people. Jiang Lanyue disrupted our work progress just to be angry with me. Shouldn't she be criticized? Criticize me? Jiang Lanyue raised her eyebrows, almost laughing to death. Your accounts are a mess. You should be criticized, right? Zhang Qingqing could still accept that she was delicate and not good at labor. But saying that her warehouse accounts were not well done was simply asking Zhang Qingqing to die. Jiang Lanyue, what did you say? My accounts are not well done. What do you know as a prisoner? Of course I understand. Seeing her screaming, she was like a hen that was about to peck at people at any time. Jiang Lanyue stood up and looked at her calmly. To do accounts, there should be both inflows and outflows and summaries. The account keeping is disorganized, and if you can't even tell if a tool is missing, shouldn't you be criticized? If you say that what I said is wrong, then let's talk about the facts. Saying this, Jiang Lanyue turned around and pointed to the tools piled together in the warehouse. Then let me ask you, how many hoes and sickles are there in the entire village? What about baskets, backpacks, rakes, and machetes? Can you tell me the exact number? Jiang Lanyue's questioning left Zhang Qingqing speechless. Her eyes were red. With so many things, how could I remember the exact number? Jiang Lanyue, you're finding fault with me. Really? You just can't remember? Jiang Lanyue sneered and pushed the 2 books of accounts she had kept in front of her. If you can read out the total number from this account book, then I will regard it as I have wronged you today. I will return your job as a warehouse keeper to you immediately. The accounts were a mess, and even if Zhang Qingqing wanted to, she couldn't read them out. So many members and educated youth around were watching, and they saw that Zhang Qingqing had been a warehouse keeper for so long, but she didn't even know the exact number of tools. Everyone started talking. In the past, Zhang Qingqing always said that she was an intellectual, so she was not good at labor. I thought it was true, but it turned out that she can't even keep accounts. She is really good for nothing. Yeah, if she wasn't good-looking and the captain's eldest son wanted to pursue her, so he took special care of her, she would have starved to death in our team. But Jiang Lanyue, the labor camp prisoner, is really capable. She only took 2 glances and saw the problem with the accounts. Maybe she is really suitable to be a warehouse keeper. The people around were talking, and Zhang Qingqing, who was very proud, almost cried to death. While sobbing, she turned back and stomped her feet at Captain Huang. Captain, Jiang Lanyue is a bully. The fight between these 2 ancestors was simply a fight to the death. Captain Huang couldn't afford to offend either of them, so his face fell. Jiang Lanyue said, "If you don't do your job well, and I pointed out directly that I am bullying you, then just treat it as me bullying you. Comrade Zhang, we are all adults now. We have to rely on our own abilities to contribute to the country. I hope you don't have a childish temper and affect everyone's work and positive attitude." After saying this, Jiang Lanyue sat down again. He said to the members who were waiting on the side to get the tools, "In order not to delay the work, comrades, come and register to get the tools first." Okay. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lanyue became serious and really looked like a warehouse keeper. The members looked at each other and hurried up to register their names. Lu Dazhuang, I want to get A to pull weeds in the field. Yeah. Turning over a new page, Jiang Lanyue carefully memorized the names. The members queuing up behind her saw Jiang Lanyue's words on the paper. The handwriting was delicate and small, much more beautiful than Zhang Qingqing's. Everyone looked at each other. I didn't expect Comrade Zhang's handwriting is so good. Hearing everyone praising her, Jiang Lanyue laughed. My handwriting is average, not good. After everyone reports their names, go and get the tools. Come back after work, and I will do a unified registration. Thank you for your cooperation with my work. Everyone said that Jiang Lanyue was a relative and a released prisoner of labor reform, so everyone thought she was not easy to mess with. Now, seeing that she is so polite, she doesn't even have Zhang Qingqing's usual arrogance. Everyone laughed. Comrade Jiang, don't worry. We will definitely cooperate with your work. Then thank you all. Hearing what the members said, Jiang Lanyue smiled at them. The members supported Jiang Lanyue's work, but the educated youth didn't have a good face for her because of Zhang Qingqing. Jiang Lanyu didn't care about their attitude, just handled the matter impartially and registered everything that needed to be registered. Zhang Qingqing saw that she was working in an orderly manner and was not stumped at all. She stomped her feet angrily and ran away crying. When everyone went to work, most of the messy tools in the warehouse were cleared out. Jiang Lanyu drew a new form and registered the tools that everyone took out in different categories. Then he rolled up his sleeves and began to clean up other farm tools in the warehouse. Wang Aigua, who worked next door, heard the clanking sound and came over to see. Seeing the form that Jiang Lanyu put on the table, the records were clear and easy to see at a glance. He admired Jiang Lanyu. "Comrade Jiang, do you really want to count everything in this warehouse?"
Yes.
While packing up the sickle, Jiang Lanyu looked back at Wang Aigua. "Record the things well so that it will be convenient to manage them in the future. If the farm tools are lost or damaged, they can be replenished and updated as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will find that the tools are not enough when you need them, which will affect the production progress." Wang Aigua obviously did not expect that a man who came out of the cell could have such awareness and mind. He smiled. Zhang Qingqing used to record things randomly and there were no major problems. "Why do you work so hard?" After listening to Wang Aigua's words, Jiang Lanyu looked back at him. "In any world, there are people who eat and wait to die, and there are also people who do things seriously. Since I have taken the job of warehouse keeper, of course I have to do my best. What other people do is not my business." "Yes, Comrade Jiang makes sense." Looking at her busy back, Wang Aigua laughed. Then he didn't say much. He came over to help Jiang Lanyu sort the farm tools. Seeing him coming to help, Jiang Lanyu smiled at him. Just when they were sorting the farm tools and chatting, there was a loud noise at the door of the warehouse. Click! Jiang Lanyu and Wang Aigua were both startled. Subconsciously turning her head, Jiang Lanyu saw only a young man about 20 years old standing at the door of the warehouse. He stared at her with a gloomy face, as if he wanted to swallow her. And the farm tools he sent back were all smashed to the ground by him, intertwined in a mess. The original owner also knew this man. He was Huang Weimin, the eldest son of Captain Huang, who was fascinated by Zhang Qingqing. But before Jiang Lanyu could speak, Wang Aigua spoke. "Weimin, what are you doing? Why are you so angry?" But Huang Weimin did not answer Wang Aigua's words. He stared at Jiang Lanyu from beginning to end. "You are the prisoner Jiang Lanyu, right?" "It's me. What do you want?" Jiang Lanyu looked at him calmly. Jiang Lanyu's calmness made Huang Weimin feel like punching cotton. It had no effect, and he became even angrier. "I heard that you took Zhang Jiqing's job. Aren't you going too far?" This was so funny that Jiang Lanyu couldn't help laughing out loud.
"Robbed?"
"Did Zhang Qingqing tell you so?" But the more she laughed, the uglier Huang Weimin's face became. "It doesn't matter who told me. What matters is that you really went too far. You knew that Zhang Jiqing was in poor health, but you still drove her to do the hardest and most tiring work. If anything happens to this person, you will be responsible." Seeing Huang Weimin questioning Jiang Lanyu so seriously, Wang Aigua hurried to smooth things over. "Weimin, you misunderstood. It was Zhang Jiqing who..." But before Wang Aigua could finish his words, Huang Weimin turned around and looked at him coldly. "I heard that Zhang Jiqing and others competed yesterday, and Recorder Wang was the referee. It seems that you are really fair, letting a prisoner beat Zhang Jiqing." Wang Aigua was originally a bystander, and he didn't want them to have a conflict, so he started to persuade them. But he didn't expect Huang Weimin to drag him in. Wang Aigua was dumbfounded on the spot. Jiang Lanyu looked at Huang Weimin's righteous look, and she was almost laughing to death in her heart. "So what you mean is, no matter what the result of the game is, Recorder Wang should let Zhang Qingqing win unconditionally? Otherwise it's his fault?" This Huang Weimin is really an unprecedented idiot in love. Huang Weimin's face changed when he realized that he had said the wrong thing. But he was still stubborn. "Anyway, if anything happens to this person, I will definitely not let it go." After saying this, Huang Weimin left angrily. As soon as Huang Weimin left, Wang Aigua turned around and looked at Jiang Lanyu helplessly. "Captain Huang, first love died of dystocia when giving birth to Huang Weimin. So Captain Huang is more tolerant of Weimin, which leads to his bad temper. Comrade Jiang, please understand. Hearing what Wang Aigua said, Jiang Lanhua smiled and went back to the warehouse without saying anything. Compared with Wang Aigua, the original master knew Huang Weimin better. Because in his previous life, Huang Weimin had offended almost everyone in the team for Zhang Qingqing. If it weren't for his father being the captain of the team, no one would be willing to pay attention to him. Later, the country resumed the college entrance examination, and the educated youth began to return to the city. He was instigated by Zhang Qingqing and threatened to die, so that Captain Huang violated discipline and gave priority to Zhang Qingqing in the quota of returning to the city. After Zhang Qingqing went back, he still looked forward to her coming back to marry him every day. Unable to wait for her, he went to Zhang Qingqing's unit in the city to make trouble. As a result, Zhang Qingqing was irritated, and she simply crossed the river and burned the bridge, and found someone to falsely accuse Captain Huang of abusing his power for personal gain. He forced her to marry his son on the condition of returning to the city. The matter became a big deal, and later Captain Huang was arrested and imprisoned, and Huang Weimin was also furious. Zhang Qingqing, who had caused a lot of harm, married a clerk after returning to the city, and lived a good life. Such an ending made Jiang Lanhua sigh. While thinking about it, Jiang Lanhua counted the number of tools in the warehouse and made a clear table. Then she found some lime and divided the warehouse into several areas and posted farm tools on the wall of each area. This messy warehouse suddenly became neat and orderly. Just as she finished these, Wang Aigua came again. Comrade Jiang, according to convention, we still have to supervise the workers in the labor field. Okay, I know. After listening to Wang Aigua's words, Jiang Lanhua closed the warehouse door and followed him to the fields where everyone was working. The sun was very strong today. Everyone was sweating profusely under the scorching sun. Jiang Lanhua walked on the ridge of the field, with Wang Aigua holding a small notebook. Zhang Qingqing could be seen from a distance by the ditch not far away. She was mowing the grass by the ditch with a sickle and gritting her teeth. She mowed and stopped, and there was no progress after most of the day. Seeing that the sun was getting hotter and hotter, she simply ran to a big tree by the ditch to hide in the shade. Seeing that she was lazy, Wang Aigua wanted to go over and remind her. But before he even got there, the 2 members and 3 educated youths who were assigned to clean the ditch with Zhang Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone ran to the big tree and looked at her coldly. Zhang Qingqing, what do you mean? It's okay if you can't do this job, but you actually came here to enjoy the cool air. Do you want us to do your part as well? That's right. The educated youths who had always been polite to Zhang Qingqing because she was a warehouse keeper were now complaining. If you hadn't been so picky about Jiang Lanhua and had to compete with her, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been assigned to clean the ditch. We are all implicated by you. How can you still be lazy? Zhang Qingqing, who was accused by everyone and always liked to pretend to be weak, glanced at Wang Aigua not far away and then started crying. I'm not trying to be lazy, but I just can't do it anymore. As she said that, she stretched out her white hands and spread her palms for everyone to see. There were indeed a few blisters inside, and the palms were also red. My hands have become like this after competing with Jiang Lanhua yesterday. Today, it hurts so much when I touch them. Please be considerate of me. She pretended to be weak and pitiful. Except for Huang Weimin, who felt sorry for her. Everyone else ignored her. The older member said with a cold face, "If you want us to help you with your work, then we have to record more work points. If you want us to work for free, that's impossible." She would never forget how Zhang Qingqing made things difficult for her when she had to replace the farm tools she had received. Once, she even forced her to use her own money to repair a. Her mother-in-law almost scolded her to death because of this. And the 3 educated youths were not going to give in. That's right. Everyone relies on work points to make a living. If you want to rest, then don't ask for work points.
You.
Seeing them being so unkind, Zhang Qingqing was furious. She wanted to take the pole and leave, but she thought that if she didn't work, she would have no work points. If she overspent at the end of the month, She would have to ask her family for money to fill the hole. Otherwise, she would have to starve if her food rations were deducted for the next month. After thinking it over, Zhang Qingqing could only stand up aggrievedly and continue to cut grass. She cried while cutting, as if everyone was bullying her. The older member couldn't stand her like this, so he simply divided the distance for her and went to do his own work. Zhang Qingqing had only been cutting with the sickle for a few minutes when the pain in her palms made her unable to hold on. While she was crying, Huang Weimin, who had just stood up for her in the morning, rushed up and grabbed her sickle. Then he squatted by the ditch and helped her cut grass skillfully. Seeing this scene, Wang Aigua didn't walk over. Zhang Lanhua pretended not to see it and turned around and walked in another direction. However, the members working in the field saw this scene and became sarcastic. The team leader really gave birth to a good son. He helps Zhang Jiqing with work every day. He collects farm tools for her when he is in charge of the warehouse, and helps her cut grass when she works in the fields. Such a lovesick man. I am afraid he will marry Zhang Jiqing sooner or later. Even if he wants to marry her, she may not agree. When talking about this, the other members shook their heads. Zhang Jiqing is so arrogant. She has always insisted that she and Huang Weimin are just revolutionary friends. So we can't talk nonsense. Be careful that Zhang Jiqing will cause trouble for us. Everyone can see that she doesn't like Huang Weimin at all. The reason why she has an unclear relationship with Huang Weimin is that she is attracted by his identity as the team leader's son and wants to get benefits from him. These words stopped, and the members didn't say anything. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the morning work was over. Everyone carried farm tools and went home to cook and eat. Zhang Lanhua also went to the village office to confirm that the warehouse door was locked, and then returned to the two mud-walled thatched houses at the head of the village. However, just as she walked into the ground of the thatched house, she saw Ge Xiaozhuang, who came from the direction of the army, running over breathlessly. "Comrade Zhang, are you back from work?"
Yeah.
Seeing him sweating, Zhang Lanhua smiled. "Why are you here?" Ge Xiaozhuang has always been around her these days. If others didn't know, they would really think he was her, Zhang Lanhua's, correspondent. "The company commander asked me to come." Ge Xiaozhuang scratched his head and put down all the things he had brought. "Here are 10 kilograms of rice and 10 kilograms of flour. There is also a cabbage, 2 radishes, 3 kilograms of potatoes, as well as peppers, salt, and rapeseed oil." As he said that, he took out a few meat tickets and 3 10-yuan bills from his pocket and handed them over. The company commander said to give all these things to Comrade Jiang, otherwise you will not be able to live in Wenjiang village without food. Lu Yirong thought very carefully and sent food, meat coupons, and money. It seems that he is very worried that she can't live in Wenjiang village and run back to the military compound to make trouble. Zhang Lanhua smiled and took the meat coupons and money. "I know. You go back and tell your company commander that I will definitely live well in Wenjiang village."
Okay.
Seeing that Zhang Lanhua was so easy to talk to, Ge Xiaozhuang smiled honestly. The company commander also said that if you have any difficulties, Comrade Jiang, you can just tell him. He will find a way to do it. Although their company commander got married to Zhang Lanhua because he was forced to do it. But now they are really husband and wife. The company commander still loves Comrade Jiang very much. Otherwise, he would not have arranged everything in detail. But these words to Zhang Lanhua's ears, but they are not what Ge Xiaozhuang thought. So she looked at Ge Xiaozhuang and said, "Go back and tell your company commander that if there is nothing to do in the future, don't let you come over. Since I have moved out of the military compound, I will try to have as little contact with him as possible except going back to see Grandma. Otherwise, it will have a bad influence on everyone." He didn't want someone to live in the military compound and hold him back. She also didn't want people in the future to think of her, Zhang Lanhua, as a relative. Zhang Lanhua's words confused Ge Xiaozhuang. Zhang Lanhua looked at the things in her hand and said, "These things are considered as borrowed from him, and I will return them to him later." After saying this, Zhang Lanhua turned around, opened the door of the hut, and took the things indirectly. Ge Xiaozhuang was left standing in the yard, scratching his head for a long time before he left. With food in hand, Zhang Lanyue went into the house and mixed a bowl of noodles. Then in the semi-kitchen next to the hut, she started a pot and heated oil. She fried the shredded radish in a pan, added water and brought it to a boil, rolled out the noodles, cut them into noodles, and put them in the pan to cook. When the noodles were cooked, she added cabbage leaves. Then she added salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and chili powder, and a simple bowl of hand-rolled noodles was ready. Fortunately, someone had lived here before, so there were kitchen utensils, firewood, and water sources, so she didn't have to worry about it. After the noodles were ready, Zhang Lanyue ate them in no time. Then she cleaned up the dishes, closed the door, and took a nap on the small bed. When it was almost time to go to work in the afternoon, she went to the village office. However, when she arrived at the village office, she saw a group of educated youth standing at the door of the warehouse from a distance, chattering. And Zhang Qingqing was among them. "Qingqing, we heard that Huang Weimin came to Zhang Lanyue for you this morning."
Nothing happened, right?
"I don't know." Hearing the female educated youth ask this, Zhang Qingqing pretended to be innocent. "Maybe he saw that I was too tired from working, so he wanted to stand up for me. After all, isn't it a joke to let a prisoner be a warehouse keeper in a brigade?" Zhang Qingqing's proud look was completely different from her crying look this morning when she didn't want to work. When the other educated youth heard her say this, they also agreed. "That's right, a shameful prisoner dares to jobs from us educated youth. He is simply overestimating his own abilities." "Qingqing, you are Huang Weimin's sweetheart. How could he watch you being bullied?" "What sweetheart? We have a pure revolutionary friendship. Don't talk nonsense." Seeing that the female educated youth tied her and Huang Weimin together, Zhang Qingqing immediately distanced herself from them. Upon hearing her words, the female educated youth looked at each other, knowing what was going on. But Zhang Qingqing said, "But this Zhang Lanyue is so arrogant. We should think of a way to kick her out of Wenchang village. Otherwise, it would be too cheap to work with such a person." When Zhang Qingqing said this, Zhang Lanyue had already walked behind her. When the other educated youth saw Zhang Lanyue, they hurriedly walked away and kept their distance from Zhang Qingqing. Only Zhang Qingqing was still talking nonsense there. "Tell me, what good idea can we come up with? If you can't think of it, why don't I help you think about it?" Looking at Zhang Qingqing coldly, Zhang Lanyue sneered. Zhang Qingqing was startled when she heard Zhang Lanyue's voice. She quickly turned around and glared at Zhang Lanyue. "When did you come?" Zhang Lanyue raised her eyebrows, with an expression of watching a good show, and did not answer her. Feeling uneasy at being looked at by Zhang Lanyue, Zhang Qingqing's face turned red. "Zhang Lanyue, don't think I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you that Zhang Qingqing, will not fall for it." "What a coincidence. I won't fall for it either." Zhang Lanyue sneered, and his eyes lightly swept across the faces of the female educated youth present. Zhang Lanyue, made a mistake, but I have paid the price I should pay, and now I just want to live a good life. I have no grudges against you, and I don't want to fight with you. But if you can't tolerate me, then I won't be polite to you." After saying this, Zhang Lanyue picked up the key, opened the door of the warehouse, and then sat down at the table. Upon seeing this, the female educated youth hurried in with the tools from the morning to return them. Then they registered and received the tools for the afternoon work, and left in a hurry. When almost everyone had left, Zhang Qingqing came over angrily and slammed the sickle in her hand on Zhang Lanyue's desk. "I tell you, Huang Weimin listens to me in everything. If you know what's good for you, give my job back to me quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a good life." "Really?" Zhang Lanyue looked up and looked at her coldly. "I'm a person who came out of the cell. Do you think your little tricks can really do anything to me?"
You.
The more nonchalant Zhang Lanyue was, the more helpless Zhang Qingqing was about to be with her. The more helpless she was, the more angry she was. She was so tired this morning that she couldn't even lift her arms. She just wanted to solve this matter quickly, so that she could come back to continue working as a warehouse keeper. But Zhang Lanyue ignored her and just said in a businesslike manner, "Do you want to change the tools? If you don't, it's time to work. If you don't go, I will report you for being sneaky." This time, Zhang Qingqing was so angry that she almost cried. She grabbed the sickle on the table and ran out angrily. After Zhang Qingqing left, Zhang Lanyue put the tools returned by the educated youth into the record one by one. She had just finished doing all this and got up to prepare for some activities. But when she turned around, there was another virtual picture in front of her. Then the prompt sound rang in her mind again. The host's new identity has been detected, and new auxiliary functions have been enabled for the host. Start counting the categories of warehouse tools and encode and track the warehouse tools. This mechanical system can also identify the identity of the host and encode and track these tools.
So smart.
Just when Zhang Lanyue was surprised, the system had already scanned all the tools and marked them with marks that only Zhang Lanyue could see. In the virtual box, there are also some records of the characteristic weight and specifications of each tool, which are extremely detailed. Only then did Zhang Lanyue realize how good this mechanical shuttle system is. Just when she was secretly happy, a voice suddenly shouted outside, "Captain, it's bad. Something happened." Then the man ran to the front. Upon hearing the shout, Zhang Lanyue walked out of the warehouse strangely to see. Wang Aigua, who had just arrived at the door of the Workpoint recording room, was also confused by the noise. Just seeing a few members coming over, Wang Aigua asked, "What happened? Why is Technician Zhang so anxious?" One of the members said, "Aren't we going to plant in the spring these days? Today, the gates of the Wawa Reservoir are open to release water, and several brigades have moved pumps to prepare to grab water. As a result, our water pump stopped working before it had even been pumping for half an hour. We called in Technician Zhang to fix it, but he couldn't do it, so we hurried back to find the team leader. Spring planting is a big deal, and no one can take the responsibility if it's delayed." So, Wang Aigua got anxious when he heard this. "Then let's go find the team leader as soon as possible." As soon as Wang Aigua finished speaking, Technician Zhang, who had just run over, came over with team leader Huang. Technician Zhang said as he walked, "The team leader is in trouble this time. Technicians from other teams couldn't fix our water pumps, and they told us to go to the commune to ask Technician Liang to come. Isn't this going to delay the important matter of water storage? The water source in their area is not good. Every spring planting, they rely on several large reservoirs built by humans to release water so that they can barely plant the seeds. Therefore, every time the water is released, several brigades almost rush to store water, for fear that their brigades will fall behind. As a result, this year is different. They have prepared everything, but the machine stopped working at the critical moment. Isn't this a matter of life and death?" Captain Huang was so anxious about this matter. "Do you know that you will delay important things now? Then why didn't you repair the machine earlier?" Technician Zhang, you really hurt me this time." "Captain, I reflect on myself. It is indeed my responsibility. I am willing to accept the punishment." Seeing that Captain Huang's face changed with anger, Technician Zhang said as he walked away. Captain Huang was even more angry. "What's the point of punishing you? The most important thing now is to solve the problem. I don't care what you say. Quickly find a way to find someone to repair it. Otherwise, when the other brigades have grabbed all the water, how can we plant seeds in the fields? But where can we find someone in such a short time?" Technician Zhang was also in trouble, and was so anxious that he was turning around in circles. Zhang Lanyue, who was standing at the door of the warehouse, couldn't stand it anymore, so she walked over and said, "Captain, let me go and take a look." "You?" After hearing what Zhang Lanyue said, Technician Zhang, who was wearing glasses, looked at her with suspicion. "Comrade Zhang, this kind of thing is no joke. If you can't fix it and still come to make trouble, it will only make our Wenjiang Brigade more embarrassed. How do you know I definitely can't fix it?" From the last time he repaired the tractor, Zhang Lanyue could see that Technician Zhang was an arrogant person who was not willing to give in easily. So she looked at him and said word by word, "What if I fix it? What will Technician Zhang say? You can't fix a water pump." Technician Zhang was very sure about this. This water pump is a new model from last year. The team leader went to the commune for several meetings and argued for it. Even if you know a little bit, you can't fix this machine. That's not necessarily true. Not wanting to waste any more time talking to him, Zhang Lanyue turned around and looked at team leader Huang. "Team leader, let me try. If I fix it, it won't delay our team's water storage." After a few days of contact with Jiang Lanyue, team leader Huang also saw that she was a very reliable person. At least, much more reliable than this technician Zhang. So team leader Huang said, "Okay, then comrade Jiang, go and have a try. If you really fix the water pump and help the team solve this big problem, the team will definitely reward you. After all, the last time the tractor broke down, it was also Jiang Lanyue who fixed it. I hope it will be the same this time." "Okay, then I'll go now." With the permission of Captain Huang, Jiang Lanyue did not hesitate. She turned around and ran towards the Wawa Reservoir. Seeing this, several members followed Captain Huang and Technician Zhang to the reservoir.
Da.
The roar of the pumps rang out one after another at the sluice gate below the reservoir. The pumps of several brigades were in operation, continuously transporting water for spring planting to the canals leading to their brigades. Only the machine of the Wenchang Village Brigade was stopped, without any movement. The technicians of several other brigades squatted in front of the pumps of the Wenchang Village Brigade. They fiddled with the tools back and forth, looking extremely embarrassed. Zhang Taizhu from Wenchang Village couldn't help but say, "Technicians, when can this be fixed?" "I don't know." A technician put down the wrench in his hand and shook his head helplessly. "We have never repaired this type of pump, and we don't know where the problem is." "Yes." One of the technicians holding a screwdriver also nodded. "I think we can only try to dismantle it. Maybe it will work." The other technician said nothing. He picked up the socket and poked it into the water pump with the panel removed, ready to remove the main engine. Even though Zhang Taizhu didn't know how to repair it, he felt that something was wrong and stopped him in a hurry. "Technician Lee, I'm afraid this part can't be removed, right? What do you know?" After hearing what Zhang Taizhu said, Technician Lee glared at him coldly. Just when he was about to continue, a white fleshy hand grabbed the sleeve in his hand. "Technician Lee, right? If you put this sleeve down, even if our brigade's water pump is not broken, it will take half a day to repair it. I wonder if you can take the responsibility when the time comes?"
Who are you?
When he looked up and saw a chubby woman asking him to take responsibility, Technician Lee's face suddenly became ugly. But Jiang Lanyue took his sleeve away and said in a light tone, "Of course I am a member of the Wenchang Village Brigade." Upon hearing this, the technicians looked at each other. "What are you, a female member, no?" "I said I wanted to dismantle the water pump just to help your Wenchang team solve the problem. Your technicians are not skilled enough, so we are wrong to help them?" "That's right. I didn't expect that the people in your Wenchang team are so ungrateful, so why should we care about you? If you can't get water, don't blame us for not helping." Just when these technicians were quite angry and accused Jiang Lanyue, Technician Zhang, who came with Captain Huang, heard these words and glared at Jiang Lanyue angrily. "Jiang Lanyue, what are you doing? At this critical moment, we should unite to solve the problem. Instead of making random suspicions and making things unsolvable." He said that this woman was more of a hindrance than a help, but the captain didn't believe it. "You want to unite with others, but others don't plan to unite with us." After glaring at Technician Zhang coldly, Jiang Lanyue looked at the other technicians from other teams. "If I'm not mistaken, what Technician Lee wanted to dismantle just now was the engine part of this pump. If this part is dismantled well, it can be reassembled without any problem. If it is not dismantled well, the whole machine will be scrapped. If I let you continue to dismantle it, there will be a big problem." You are slandering me." Technician Lee also heard that Jiang Lanyue knew some repair techniques. His face changed and he felt a little weak. Although I don't know how to repair this pump, I also know basic common sense. You, female comrade, how can you wrongly accuse me?" No matter what he said, Jiang Lanyue looked at him coldly. "Yes, you know basic common sense, but you want to dismantle the engine. That only shows that you have other intentions. But it doesn't matter. Our Wenchang team will settle accounts with you later on this matter." This fat woman who suddenly appeared was really not easy to deal with. As soon as she said this, Technician Lee's face turned black. The other technicians on the side were also instantly angered. "It seems that we really shouldn't have come to help today. It's not worth it to treat our kindness as a donkey's liver and lungs. Yes, I won't care about anything that happens to their Wenchang brigade in the future. Otherwise, I don't know how others will wrongly accuse us. After saying this, the technicians turned around and were about to leave. But before they took 2 steps, Jiang Lanyue called them. Is there someone who deliberately wants our Wenjiang village to not be able to pump water? The answer will be revealed soon. So you don't have to leave in a hurry, just wait and see. Jiang Lanyue glanced at the others lightly and didn't say much. She squatted down directly, picked up the tools and started to dismantle the water pump. As early as she arrived here, the mechanical system detected the reason why the tractor did not work. It also listed the analysis diagram and repair method. The problem was not difficult. So she quickly dismantled the tail of the water pump. I saw that the tailpipe was actually filled with a lot of waste cloth and cotton. Some of them even got stuck in the gaps of the machine, which was obviously caused by forced startup. How could there be so many things blocking it? When the machine was disassembled and saw this scene, Technician Zhang was dumbfounded. The other technicians present looked at each other. Only Technician Li looked visibly unhappy. Jiang Lanyue, who found the problem, looked up at the dumbfounded Technician Zhang. Under normal circumstances, the water absorption funnel will have several layers of filtration, and it is impossible for so many debris to be blocked in this place. So this machine is blocked, mostly due to human factors. It seems that someone doesn't want our Wenchang village brigade to store water, so they resorted to this desperate measure. Who is so wicked? Jiang Lanyue's judgment made Zhang Taizhu, who was standing aside, angry. Now is the critical time for spring planting. If there is no water, our Wenchang village brigade will not be able to complete the task given by the superiors this year. If the task is not completed, many things will be affected. This trick is too vicious. When Captain Huang heard these words, his face was also very ugly. But now the most urgent task is not to find out who is the mastermind behind this matter. He squatted down and said to Jiang Lanyue, Comrade Xiao Jiang, do you have the confidence to repair this pump in a short time and make it work? Give me 10 minutes. Looking back at Captain Huang, Jiang Lanyue was very serious. Okay, then I'll give you 10 minutes. If Captain Huang was embarrassed just now, his head was about to explode. But now that Jiang Lanyue opened his mouth, he immediately had hope. On the contrary, the other technicians on the side laughed on the spot when they heard Jiang Lanyue's boast. I really didn't expect that something in Wenjiang village broke down, but this technician was useless and had to ask a female member to fix the machine. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this in my life. It seems that Captain Huang really has no other choice but to try his best. But I think this machine is quite complicated. You have to dismantle the entire back part, clean up the clogged stuff, and then put it back together to resume operation. It will take at least 2 hours. So, female comrade, you should have a limit when bragging. This is too much. But no matter what they said, Jiang Lanyue pretended not to hear. She only took the tools and disassembled the tail of the pump neatly. Then she followed the prompts given by the mechanical system in front of her and operated step by step. Under the gaze of everyone, she quickly cleaned out the rags and cotton. As for the cotton that was entangled in the machine, she took the key to start the pump and shook it twice gently. Then she pulled those things and used force to gently pull them out. Through the analysis of the system, it was confirmed that there were no foreign objects inside. Jiang Lanyue quickly installed all the disassembled parts and stood up. It's okay, let's try it. That's it. Jiang Lanyue's movements were too fast, and Captain Huang was full of disbelief. Technician Zhang on the side also looked at her with complicated eyes. You just cleaned up the debris so carelessly and didn't check it carefully. If there are things left inside, it will cause great damage to the machine. Why don't you come? This Technician Zhang is more likely to cause trouble than to help. Jiang Lanyue frowned and glared at him. Being intimidated by Jiang Lanyue, he didn't dare to say anything more. The technicians of the other teams looked at each other with a smile, obviously waiting to see the show. Captain Huang also sighed and then said, Okay, let's try it. Anyway, even if the machine is not repaired, the disaster has been caused, and it won't be worse. Okay. Captain Huang has spoken, and Zhang Taizhu on the side picked up the key to the water pump. Then he put on the starter and shook it with all his strength.
Da da da.
As the pump started, It made a roar, and the machine really started to turn. A large stream of water gushed out from the outlet and flowed to the canal leading to the water tank of Wenjiang Brigade.
It's
fixed already? Seeing the water being pumped, Captain Huang was immediately very happy. Zhang Taizhu, who met Jiang Laniyue for the first time, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Comrade Jiang, you are really amazing. No big deal. Jiang Laniyue smiled politely at Zhang Taizhu, very confident. On the contrary, the technicians of the other brigades looked a little ugly when they saw Jiang Laniyue repair the pump so easily. Seeing them like this, Jiang Laniyue spoke. It seems that the skills of several technicians are not very good. They have determined that I can't fix this small problem and said it will take 2 hours to repair it. I suggest that you read more books and learn more skills from the repairmen in the commune when you are free. Don't spend your time ridiculing female comrades. It's annoying.
You.
Jiang Lanyue's sharp words made the technicians blush. Captain Huang couldn't help laughing. Comrade Jiang, the repair skills of these technicians are first class in the surrounding villages. You underestimate them a bit by saying that. Really? Hearing this, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help raising his eyebrows. With such advanced repair skills, how come they can't repair our water pump? After saying that, Jiang Lanyue seemed to have suddenly realized something. Could it be that you don't want to help, so you deliberately say it can't be repaired? Didn't the leaders above say that production teams should help each other, unite and cooperate, and improve production capacity and efficiency? It seems that the team these technicians belong to has not done a good job in ideological work. You. This fat girl's words really made people hate her. The more she talked, the darker the faces of these technicians became. Fearing that these people would really make trouble with Jiang Lanyue, Captain Huang said, "Okay, maybe it's all a misunderstanding. Comrade Jiang, you go back first. The warehouse can't be short of people." "Okay, then I'll go first, Captain." The matter was resolved, and Jiang Lanyue didn't say much. She turned around and walked towards the direction of the Wenjiang Brigade. But she hadn't taken a few steps when Zhang Taizhu caught up with her. "Comrade Jiang, I'll go back with you." "Okay." The tall, thin, dark-skinned young man in front of him is quite good-looking. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he looks very heroic. Jiang Lanyue smiled at him and did not reject his kindness. In the previous life, when the original owner was ostracized in the Wenjiang Brigade, most people targeted her. But Zhang Taizhu was the only one among the educated youth who went to the countryside who had never targeted the original owner and even spoke for the original owner. He was kind-hearted, upright, and a recognized model worker. He was excellent in everything. Seeing Jiang Lanyue smiling at him, Zhang Taizhu also smiled. Then he asked, "How does Comrade Jiang know what the people above said? Was Comrade Jiang sent down from the township?" He seemed to have heard the educated youth mention it before, saying that a relative came to the team and took away Zhang Qingqing's position as the warehouse keeper. If he guessed correctly, Jiang Lanyue was the relative that everyone was talking about. How could I be sent down from the township? Hearing this, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but smile. I just said it casually just now, and I deliberately found an excuse to shut them up. Otherwise, if something like this happens again in the future, they will be like today, indifferent and indifferent. As for the words said by the superiors, most of them are official rhetoric. They're all the same, and it is easy to learn. It turns out that she was just making it up. When Zhang Taizhu heard this, he couldn't help laughing. "Comrade Jiang is really an interesting girl. It seems that you are different from others. What the educated youth said about her must not be good." Jiang Lanyue smiled. "Comrade Jiang is also different from others. You are already excellent if you can understand people without hearing others' words." Although Jiang Lanyue is fat, she is very white. When she smiles, there are 2 shallow dimples on her face, and her eyes are bright. She is not as hateful as others say. Zhang Taizhu said, "Other people don't understand Comrade Jiang, so you don't have to take their words to heart. Time will tell. I believe Comrade Jiang will be liked by everyone. After all, her repair skills are so good, obviously better than Technician Jiang. As long as she is capable, she will definitely be a hot commodity in Wenchang village in the future." Seeing his sincere face, Jiang Lanyu nodded. Okay, then I will borrow Comrade Zhang's good words. Talking and chatting all the way, they soon returned to the village office of Wenchang Village. The educated youth and members who came to exchange farm tools saw Jiang Lanyu and Zhang Taizhu coming back talking and laughing, and their faces became strange. Standing in the front, there was a tall and thin female educated youth who directly challenged Jiang Lanyu. Comrade Jiang, where did you go during working hours? The team has regulations that warehouse keepers cannot leave their posts during work. But you went to talk and laugh with other male educated youth, which is a violation of the regulations. That's right. As soon as she opened her mouth, several female educated youths beside her nodded. She just came to our team, and she got along well with Zhang the educated youth. As expected of a former prisoner, you are so shameless. I still have to change tools to work. If I do less work, my work points will be less. If my work is delayed again, I will go to the team leader to report this matter. 3 people make a tiger. When a group of educated youth gathered together, they were even more arrogant. Jiang Lanyu took the key and opened the door of the warehouse. Looking back at them, I don't think I need to report where I am going, right? If you want to react, just react. There is no need to say it in front of me. You. This Jiang Lanyu is so arrogant. He just got the job of warehouse keeper, and he didn't pretend at all. Hearing this, these educated youths all had black faces. They were about to talk back, and the members who were waiting to change tools behind them rushed up. Custodian Jiang, I'll change the... Okay, put the farm tools in the corresponding positions, and then go get new farm tools. While talking to them, Jiang Lanyu wrote down all the names. Seeing that the members had changed the farm tools and left, the female educated youth held their breath, changed the farm tools, and left angrily. In the afternoon, Wang Aigua from next door saw that Jiang Lanyu had made the form very clear. He specially took the work point registration form and asked Jiang Lanyu how to make the form so clear at a glance. Jiang Lanyu was also very patient and taught Wang Aigua how to record the form. Wang Aigua revised the work point registration form and then found that it would save a lot of effort to register the work points in the future. However, just as the 2 of them finished studying the form, 2 female educated youth hurriedly ran over from outside the dam. Then the male educated youth behind him carried someone on his back and ran to the clinic next door in a hurry. What happened? Seeing that everyone was in a hurry, Jiang Lanyu ran to the door of the clinic with Wang Aigua out of curiosity. Inside the clinic, Zhang Qingqing was lying on the bed with a flushed face, looking very weak. The nurse Xiao Ma took a stethoscope and examined her carefully. The female educated youth on the side asked anxiously, "Healthy worker Ma, is Zhang Jiqing okay?" "It's nothing, just a little hypoglycemia. Drink some sugar water, and she'll be fine." Glancing at the female educated youth next to her, healthy worker Ma turned around and poured a glass of glucose water, then helped Zhang Qingqing up to drink it. Jiang Lanyu couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. This Zhang Qingqing, is she too delicate? Just her smile. Everyone in the clinic heard the movement. Su Lingling, who was good friends with Zhang Qingqing, rushed over and questioned Jiang Lanyu. "Why are you laughing? If it weren't for you, how could Zhang Jiqing faint? Now that people are like this, you are still laughing at them. You are adding insult to injury." "Comrade Su, please calm down." Seeing Su Lingling questioning Jiang Lanyu like this, Wang Aigua subconsciously started to persuade her. After all, even if Jiang Lanyu laughed, he didn't think Jiang Lanyu was mocking Zhang Qingqing. Instead, these female educated youth were too sensitive and a little too targeted at Jiang Lanyu. "Recorder Wang, why do you want me to calm down?" Looking back at Wang Aigua, Su Lingling became even more angry. Everyone in the brigade knows that Qingqing is in poor health, so everyone takes care of her. But Jiang Lanyu has caused so many troubles as soon as she came. I can't calm down. Really? Seeing her standing up for Zhang Qingqing, Jiang Lanyu smiled again. Since Su Jiqing loves Zhang Jiqing so much, why don't you exchange jobs with her? I remember that Su Jiqing's job these days seems to be feeding newborn piglets. That job is easy. Zhang Jiqing should be able to bear it. With Su Jiqing's physique, There shouldn't be any problem clearing the weeds in the ditch. Although it's a bit tiring, you shouldn't refuse Su Jiqing's help to your good sister, right?
Jiang
Lanyue's words made Su Lingling's face change. After a long time, she stammered, "Why should I take the responsibility for the trouble you caused? If you really have a conscience, you should return the position of warehouse keeper to Zhang Jiqing instead of talking about other things here." "I'm sorry, I don't have the conscience you want." Looking at Su Lingling coldly, Jiang Lanyue became serious. "This position was obtained by me, Jiang Lanyue, with my own ability. I will return it if I am willing to, and no one can do anything to me if I don't want to." "Su Jiqing, you keep saying that you feel sorry for Zhang Jiqing, but you yourself are unwilling to give up your position, so why do you ask me to do it? Being generous to others is not something a moral person can do." Jiang Lanyue's words were irrefutable. This made Su Lingling so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she had no way to deal with it. Wang Igua saw that she could not stand it any longer, so he persuaded Jiang Lanyue, "Comrade Jiang, let's go back and continue studying the form. If they continue to quarrel like this, they will fight." "Okay." After watching the good show, Jiang Lanyue didn't plan to stay here and argue with them. So she turned around and went back to the warehouse. When the sun set in the afternoon, Captain Huang came back from the reservoir. As soon as he came back, he went straight to the warehouse. Looking at Jiang Lanyue, he smiled. "Comrade Jiang, you have really made a great contribution to the team this time. There will be a meeting tonight, and I, as the captain, must praise you." After saying this, he placed the cloth bags in his hand on the table in front of Jiang Lanyue. "This is the food reward from the team. There are 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of noodles, 3 kilograms of salt tickets, and 2 kilograms of meat tickets. I hope you will keep up the good work and make more contributions to the team in the future. These things are the most powerful rewards in this era." Jiang Lanyue looked at these things and smiled. "Thank you very much, Captain. In the future, if you have any technical problems in repairing, you can come to me. I am very happy to contribute to the team."
Good.
Hearing what Jiang Lanyue said, Captain Huang also laughed. "Then remember to come to the meeting tonight. I will go back first."
Okay.
After deciding on this, Jiang Lanyue nodded. Then she put all the food, salt tickets, meat tickets, etc. into the drawer under the table. Soon, the members and educated youth who had finished work came to return the farm tools. Jiang Lanyue wrote down all the names one by one. When everyone finished work and it was dark, Jiang Lanyue put away all the tools that were not neatly arranged and recorded them again using the mechanical system. Then she locked the door of the warehouse and turned back to the mud hut at the entrance of the village. She was not very hungry at night, so she cooked some cabbage porridge with some salt. After eating a simple bowl, she washed the dishes and went to the village office for a meeting. The village office meeting at night was particularly lively because of the large number of people. The members sat in rows in the yard, and a dim light bulb hung under the eaves, which was a little unclear. Jiang Lanyue had just walked to the yard of the village office and had not found a seat yet. Several female educated youth ran to Captain Huang and said loudly in front of so many members, "Captain, we want to report Jiang Lanyue for dereliction of duty and leaving his post without permission. We request the captain to cancel Jiang Lanyue's job as a warehouse keeper and let Comrade Zhang Qingqing continue to serve as the warehouse keeper." The main purpose of Captain Huang's meeting tonight is to praise Jiang Lanyue. He also wants the members and educated youth of the brigade to change their inherent views on Jiang Lanyue. But he never expected that these educated youth would start to make trouble before the meeting even started. Captain Huang had a headache, so he looked at Su Lingling, who was taking the lead. Comrade Jiang Lanyue took over the job of warehouse keeper for the first day today. It is understandable if there are any shortcomings. Besides, everyone has seen that Comrade Jiang Lanyue has just taken over the job and tidied the warehouse very neatly. And the registration form is also very clear, which is worthy of praise. Su Jiqing, you should be more tolerant and don't exclude Comrade Jiang Lanyue. The whole brigade knew that because Captain Huang's son liked Zhang Qingqing, Captain Huang had always taken good care of Zhang Qingqing. Now he suddenly favored Jiang Lanyue, and Su Lingling and the others couldn't react for a while. Captain, it's not that we are not tolerant enough of her. It's that her style of doing things is too domineering and her ideological awareness is problematic. This afternoon we came to change tools, but she was not at her post. She was also laughing and joking with Comrade Zhang Taizhu, and no one knew where she came from. We really can't control what she wants. But if it affects the work and the unity of the members and the educated youth, we can't tolerate it. That's right, we can't tolerate it. Hearing Su Lingling say this, the other educated youths shouted indignantly. Zhang Qingqing, who was sitting in the first row, couldn't help but wipe her tears. Captain Huang, we all know that Jiang Lanyue has a backer behind her. But if we just bow to the power behind her, our entire Wenjiang village will be ridiculed. Huang Weimin, who was sitting next to her, also lost his mind because of Zhang Qingqing's tears. He stood up and said, "Dad, I suggest that Jiang Lanyue's position as warehouse keeper be cancelled, and Comrade Zhang Qingqing can return to her original job. As for this Jiang Lanyue, let her go back to where she came from. Our Wenjiang Brigade has always been an advanced brigade and has been unanimously praised by the township commune. Do we have to become notorious just because of a prisoner like her? You little rascal, shut up." His son took the lead in opposing him to calm everyone's emotions. Captain Huang was really angry. He simply scolded Huang Weimin. "You saw Zhang Jiqing crying, and then you shouted to cancel Comrade Jiang Lanyue's job. Then do you know how much trouble Comrade Jiang Lanyue solved for our brigade today? The water pump of our brigade went on strike at the critical moment of grabbing water. It seemed that there was no way to pump water and store water, and this year's spring and summer planting would be delayed. It was Comrade Jiang who took action at the critical moment and repaired the water pump. She left her job just because she went to repair the water pump. Is there a problem with that? And Comrade Zhang's current job was also won by her in a fair and square competition with Comrade Zhang Qingqing." Having said that, Captain Huang looked at Zhang Qingqing, who was crying with a face full of grievance. "In front of so many people, I also want to say something to Zhang Jiqing. Since you started the trouble and had to compete with Comrade Jiang, now that you have lost, you should accept the defeat."
Zhang
Qingqing was already aggrieved and thought that with Huang Weimin's support, Captain Huang would definitely stand on her side. But now things are going the other way. Not only did Captain Huang not help her, he also humiliated her in front of so many people. Zhang Qingqing instantly felt humiliated and ran away crying. Seeing her run away, Huang Weimin was particularly worried and chased after her directly. On the contrary, Su Lingling, who was stunned on the stage, did not believe what Captain Huang said at all. "Captain Huang, are you kidding? Jiang Lanyue is a prisoner in a labor camp. How could she possibly repair a water pump?" That's right. The other educated youths also refused to believe it, and all looked at Captain Huang with suspicion. At this time, Zhang Taizhu, who was sitting in the crowd, spoke up. "Technician Zhang and I saw Comrade Jiang Lanyue repair the water pump with our own eyes today. Technicians from other teams were also present, and we can all testify." Zhang Taizhu was a model worker and was very persuasive throughout the team. After hearing what he said, the members immediately believed it without a doubt. "I didn't expect that Jiang Lanyue was so amazing. She could actually repair water pumps. I have never seen a female technician before. Yes, the team has spread the rumor that she is difficult to get along with and has been in jail for 3 years. I thought she was some kind of troublemaker, but we were wrong. It's just that after all the fuss about her affairs, why haven't we seen anyone come out to agree? I want to see what this female comrade, who has repair skills, looks like." Captain Huang, who was standing on the stage, naturally heard what the members said. He stood high, so he looked around. Then he saw Jiang Lanyue standing by the dam, and Captain Huang laughed. "Comrade Jiang Lanyue, today I want to praise you in front of the whole team. By the way, I also want to ask you, are you willing to continue to be the warehouse keeper or be a technician in the team? As long as you open your mouth, you can choose either of these 2 jobs. Captain Huang is a good captain, and he has good vision." Jiang Lanyue laughed when she heard what he said. The members and educated youth present followed the direction Captain Huang was looking, and their eyes fell on Jiang Lanyue. Under the dim light, A female comrade in a beige shirt and a long floral skirt stood there. Although she was a little fat, her temperament was not annoying. Everyone's attention was on Jiang Lanyue. Su Lingling and others who were still on the stage said angrily, "Let her be a female technician, so that the job of warehouse keeper can be returned to Zhang the educated youth."
Why?
Seeing that the educated youth wanted to take back the job of warehouse keeper, Technician Zhang, who was sitting in the crowd, stood up in anger. "Captain, I admit that I didn't see the problem with the pump today, but this doesn't mean that my repair skills are not as good as Jiang Lanyue's. Captain, you can't give my job to Jiang Lanyue just because of what happened today? There is no job that she can't do. Why does she want to take other people's jobs as soon as she comes? The job of a technician is not only easy, but also very respected. They will also go to the township and town communes regularly for further study and training and meet many prominent figures." So Technician Zhang certainly couldn't accept someone replacing his position. Seeing that Technician Zhang was so angry, Captain Huang said, "Technician Zhang, please be patient. The brigade has decided that you and Comrade Jiang Lanyue will jointly serve as the brigade technicians. This way, when one person goes out to study, there is another person who can stay in the team to deal with emergencies and will not affect our production progress. This is the best of both worlds." Hearing that even if Jiang Lanyue became a technician, it would not affect his position, Technician Zhang was not so angry anymore, but he still said, "What kind of technician can a female comrade be? It will not be convenient for her to go to study at that time. If someone shares a piece of the pie with him, it will definitely affect the benefits he gets. What's wrong with female comrades? Female comrades can also hold up half the sky." Hearing what Technician Zhang said, Zhang Taizhu glanced at him. Other female members also followed suit and said, "That's right. Women can also hold up half the sky. I think it's good for Comrade Jiang Lanyue to be a female technician." So many people were discussing the issue of the ownership of her job. Only Jiang Lanyue stood there, very calm throughout the whole process, until Captain Huang turned around and looked at her with a smile, ready to ask for her decision. Jiang Lanyue said, "Captain, I need to go back and think about this matter carefully." "Okay, then make a decision after you have considered it carefully. This work is related to the future, and Captain Huang certainly understands that Jiang Lanyue needs to think about it carefully, so he is not in a hurry." Then Captain Huang said something else, encouraging everyone to work hard in the coming spring and summer planting, and the meeting was adjourned. After the meeting, Jiang Lanyue walked back. Just when she was halfway there, Su Lingling and others caught up with her.
"Jiang Lanyue, stop."
Hearing this voice, Jiang Lanyue turned around to look at them. Seeing that there were 5 female educated youth, Jiang Lanyue sneered. "What do you want to do?" Su Lingling glared at Jiang Lanyue and said, "Of course we are here to remind you that it is best to choose the job of a technician. This job is not only easier than that of a warehouse keeper, but also has better prospects than that of a warehouse keeper. You are also a smart person, you know how to choose, right? Look at the educated youths she brought with her, all standing behind her to support her." Jiang Lanyue continued to sneer. "How I choose is my business. Why do you still want to threaten me?"
"You."
So many of them came, but they couldn't suppress Jiang Lanyue. Su Lingling was anxious and angry. Her teeth were almost broken. "I know you came out of the cell, you have seen the world, and you're brave. But don't forget, there are more than 100 educated youths in the entire Wenjiang Brigade. If we unite, wouldn't it be a simple matter to deal with you? You're really interesting." Looking at Su Lingling, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help laughing. "With just a few of you, why do you represent more than 100 educated youths? If I report what you have done, guess what the consequences will be? You dare." Jiang Lanyue's words made Su Lingling scared instantly. But for her purpose, she had to pretend to be calm and confront Jiang Lanyue. "What am I afraid of?" Jiang Lanyue raised her eyebrows, looking fearless. "I am a person who came out of the prison cell. I have even been in prison. Why would I be afraid of you, educated youth?" The more Jiang Lanyue tried to persuade Su Lingling, the more angry she became. Relying on the fact that they were in greater numbers, she gritted her teeth and rushed over. "Well, then I will let you know how powerful our educated youth are. Jiang Lanyue didn't expect that Su Lingling would dare to hit someone. Seeing her rushing over and raising her hand, the slap was about to fall on her face. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed Su Lingling's arm. You! The man who suddenly appeared in front of her was wearing a military uniform, with sharp eyes and a terrifying aura. Just a glance at her scared Su Lingling's face suddenly changed. When she turned around and saw Lu Yuang, Jiang Lanyue was also very surprised. Why are you here?
Come to pick you up.
Lu Yuang was concise and shook off Su Lingling's hand. He looked at the educated youth with cold eyes. What are your names? Asking their names clearly meant that he was going to report their behavior to the team. Su Lingling staggered back in fear and didn't dare to say a word.
She just argued.
We were forced by Jiang Lanyue. As soon as she came, she snatched our Qingqing's job and caused our Qingqing to faint. We just can't swallow this bitter pill, so we want an explanation. After saying that, she timidly glanced at Lu Yuang again. We all know that Jiang Lanyue has an extraordinary background and has someone to back her up. But now is an era in which the people are the masters of the country. Even if you're a soldier, you can't be unreasonable, right? Did she really steal your jobs? Although Jiang Lanyue was indeed lawless in the military compound before. But when Lu Yuang heard that she stole people's jobs, he still didn't quite believe it. He turned around to look at Jiang Lanyue and questioned her with his eyes. I didn't. Jiang Lanyue shrugged, looking helpless. On the day I first arrived at the Wenjiang Brigade, that Zhang Qingqing insisted on competing with me. She suspected that my labor force was not good enough and said that if I couldn't beat her, she would let me get out of the Wenjiang Brigade. And the prize for her competition with me was her job as a warehouse keeper. Later, she lost, and of course the job was mine. Is there any problem with that? It makes sense, and there is evidence. Jiang Lanyue did nothing wrong. Lu Yuang turned around and looked at the educated youths. Is that the case? In front of Lu Yuang, they did not dare to lie. But Su Lingling was still not convinced. So, what if it's true? Jiang Lanyue has such a good physique. She shouldn't be doing such an easy job. Then Zhang Qingqing, who competed with her, has always been in poor health, and the team has always taken care of her. Just because Jiang Lanyue took her job, Comrade Zhang Qingqing fainted today. Shouldn't we come to ask for an explanation? So you beat people? Lu Yuang had a cold face, and his eyes were murderous when he looked at Su Lingling. It seems that she didn't bully you, but you bullied her. If you don't want to lose your job, you shouldn't look down on others and compete with others. Since you have competed, you should bear the consequences yourself. I will report today's matter to your team leader. You can go back. After saying this, Lu Yuang turned and left. Jiang Lanyue stood there without moving, just watching Su Lingling and the others being frightened and with pale faces. Lu Yuang took a few steps and saw that Jiang Lanyue did not follow him. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Jiang Lanyue's wrist directly, and took her away. Looking at their backs, they soon disappeared at the intersection. Su Lingling, whose legs were weak with fear, sat down on the ground. It's over. We're in trouble now. Jiang Lanyue, who was pulled away by Lu Yuang, felt his big hand holding her wrist, and the warm body temperature came with it. She quickly pulled back her hand and smiled a little awkwardly. What are you doing here? Is there something wrong? She felt that Lu Yuang was a little strange these days, always appearing in front of her inexplicably. In the past, he always avoided the original owner, and he would not see her once in 10 days or half a month. Jiang Lanyue's question made Lu Yuang stunned. He turned around and looked at her. I have to see if you're used to living outside. He also didn't know why he, who always found Jiang Lanyue annoying before, was inexplicably attracted to her these days. He always felt that the Jiang Lanyue in front of him was different from before. If I'm not used to it, will you let me move back to the military compound? Jiang Lanyue looked back at Lu Yuang and laughed. Under the moonlight, her smile was bright and open, not at all like the person that made him hate her so much in the beginning. Seeing that Lu Yuang didn't answer, Jiang Lanyue smiled even more brightly. I know what you think. Don't worry, I won't move back. You don't have to feel responsible for me just because you got married to me. You don't really want to marry me, and I won't have such high expectations of you. She can't be like the original owner and continue to morally blackmail Lu Yuang for the rest of his life, right? Her words made Lu Yuang feel a little lost inexplicably. He was silent for a moment, then whispered, "If you don't go back, Grandma will be sad." This is the fact. Jiang Lanhua has understood it for a long time. She smiled helplessly. Wait until I have established myself outside, and the conditions are a little better. Maybe I can bring Grandma out to live with me, and you just don't stop me then. Although she is not the real original owner, she traveled to this era alone and had an old man who treated her wholeheartedly, and she cherished it very much. It depends on the situation. Not wanting to continue this topic, Lu Yuang looked back at Jiang Lanhua. It's just that you will be wronged if you stay in Wenchang village. Why don't I find you a formal job, which will be easier than living in the village? He used to oppose finding a job for Jiang Lanhua because he thought she was unstable and would cause trouble. But now she is different, and she should be able to do it. You want to find a job for me? Lu Yuang's attitude change really shocked Jiang Lanhua. Did I hear correctly? In her previous life, the original owner cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to commit suicide in order to force Lu's parents to find a job for her. It took her half a year to get what she wanted. But in this life, she didn't even plan to speak, but Lu Yuang expressed his opinion directly. It was like the sun rising from the west.
You heard it right.
Lu Yuang nodded, very seriously. The army's canteen is still short of a salesperson. If you are willing, I can help you with this. This time, he not only wanted to help her find a job, but also to arrange it for her in a commune supply and marketing cooperative far away from the army, or in a canteen in the army. Jiang Lanhua thought Lu Yuang was too weird and waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's fine for me to stay in the Wenchang brigade. You don't have to worry about me, just take care of your business. The closer I am to you, the more likely it is that I will cause you trouble, and I don't want to hinder your future. Jiang Lanhua's avoidance made Lu Yuang feel even more disappointed. As they were talking, they returned to the two mud-walled houses where Jiang Lanhua lived. Under the moonlight, the two houses looked even shorter and smaller. Lu Yuang stood in front of the house and couldn't help frowning. Jiang Lanhua didn't notice his abnormality, so she took the key and opened the door directly. Then she went in the dark and lit the oil lamp she had prepared in the main room. The dark little house suddenly lit up. After lighting the light, Jiang Lanhua walked out and looked at Lu Yuang. Do you need to come in and sit down? Such a short door frame, such dim light. Lu Yuang frowned more and more. Why is there no electric light?
Oh.
Jiang Lanhua smiled, looking completely unconcerned. This house used to be occupied by an old man. The old man passed away, so this family didn't install electric lights. But it doesn't matter. I will apply to the team leader myself when the time comes. This house is so short and shabby, and there is no light installed yet, but she actually moved in so readily. Lu Yuang suddenly felt that Jiang Lanhua was a little too wronged. His mood suddenly became heavy. How does this Gu Xiaozhuang do things? He asked him to accompany Jiang Lanhua to find a place to live, but he really didn't expect to find such a place. This is none of Ji's business. Seeing Lu Yuang's face darken, Jiang Lanhua immediately explained. Gu has communicated with the team leader and wanted to find a better place for me to live. It's because the conditions in the village are limited that I agreed to live here. Actually, there's nothing wrong with this place. Although it's a little small, it can shelter me from the wind and rain. I'm a person who has made mistakes, and I don't need to live so well. Seeing Jiang Lanhua with her back to the light, she smiled a little awkwardly. Lu Yuang didn't know what to say, so he lowered his voice. Otherwise you. As if realizing what Lu Yuang was going to say, Jiang Lanhua interrupted him directly. It's getting late. You go back first. I also need to rest. After saying this, Jiang Lanhua hurried back to the house. Then he closed the door with a quick movement. Being locked outside the door, the darkness instantly swallowed up Lu Yuang. He suddenly realized why he was so obsessed and wanted Jiang Lanhua to go back. Realizing this, Lu Yuang's face suddenly became serious. He didn't say anything else, turned around, and left quickly. Hearing the footsteps outside getting farther and farther away, Zhang Lanyue, who was leaning against the door, breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not the original owner, Lui Wang. Don't influence me, and I don't want to follow the original owner's old path. Wait until the noise outside completely disappeared. Zhang Lanyue went to boil some water, washed her body simply, and then lay down on the small bed to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Lanyue was awakened by the crowing of roosters in the village. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, it was already 7:30. She quickly got up, washed up, and ate the bowl of cabbage porridge left over from last night. Then she went out directly and walked towards the brigade village office. However, as soon as she walked to the fork in the road leading to the village office, she saw Technician Zhang, who was wearing a gray and white Zhongshan suit and glasses, standing there. When he saw her coming, Technician Zhang hurried over. Comrade Zhang Lanyue, good morning. Good morning to you too. Seeing that he was waiting for her here specially, Zhang Lanyue smiled faintly. Without stopping, she continued to move forward. Seeing this, Technician Zhang hurried forward with her. He asked with a smile, after thinking about it all night, Comrade Zhang Lanyue should have made up his mind, right? You don't plan to work with me as a technician in the brigade, do you? Zhang Lanyue did not directly answer his question. She just turned to look at him. Technician Zhang doesn't want me to do the repair work with you, so the next time you encounter any problems, can you guarantee that you can solve them thoroughly? Zhang Lanyue's question made Technician Zhang speechless. His reaction made Zhang Lanyue couldn't help laughing. So you are afraid that I will work as a technician and share your interests, but you don't have the ability to fully do this job. So you plan to let me work as a warehouse keeper while solving repair problems from time to time. In this way, don't I need to complete 2 jobs? So what you mean is that you plan to be a technician? Hearing what Zhang Lanyue meant, Zhang Wenchang's face turned a little bad. You are just luckier. If you really compare with me, your skills may not be better than mine. Zhang Lanyue smiled without wanting to talk to him. In this case, why should you worry, Technician Zhang? As for whether I choose the job of warehouse keeper or technician, I have my own plan. So you don't have to worry about me. After saying this, Zhang Lanyue quickened her pace and went to the village office. Zhang Wenchang was left standing there, gritting his teeth in anger. You stupid girl, sooner or later I will catch you. When Zhang Lanyue walked to the village office happily, she saw Su Lingling and those educated youths from last night, standing at the entrance of the village office and being reprimanded by Captain Huang. Look at you are educated youths, but look at what you are doing? Forming gangs and isolating a person who has returned to society. Do you know how bad this is? In the end, we were caught by officers in the army and reported to the commune. You have disgraced me, Huang Dalu. Su Lingling, who was stunned by Captain Huang's scolding, turned pale instantly when she heard that the soldier last night had reported the matter to the commune. Captain, even the commune knows about this matter. Then won't we be punished? Yes, Captain. The commune has always attached great importance to such matters. In addition, Zhang Lanyue has a backer. Are we finished this time? The female educated youths all cried out of fear. Captain, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been so obsessed that we went to fight for Zhang Qingqing. Captain, please help us. We don't want to be punished. It is said that those who made this mistake last time were all transferred to the poorest and most difficult brigades to participate in labor. And they did the hardest work. They have finally survived in Wenchang village until now, and they don't want to lose their current lives and jobs. Now you are afraid. What did you do before? Captain Huang was speechless when he saw them crying so hard. Although Comrade Jiang is a released prisoner, he has a much bigger heart than you. Since he came to the Wenchang Brigade, you have always been the ones who have made things difficult for him. Has he ever used his status to make things difficult for you? You guys are really crying until you see the coffin. Then, Captain, what should we do now? Terrified to death, Su Lingling looked at Captain Huang pitifully. But Captain Huang snorted coldly. What else can we do? Comrade Zhang Lanyue will be here soon. You go and apologize to her. If she is willing to forgive you, this matter may be resolved. Otherwise, the higher-ups will definitely deal with this matter seriously. When Su Lingling heard that she had to apologize to Jiang Lanyue, she was in a dilemma and obviously couldn't save face. At this moment, the female educated youth behind Su Lingling had already seen Jiang Lanyue, who came to work. She didn't care about anything else and ran to Jiang Lanyue and said, "I'm sorry, Comrade Jiang. I shouldn't have gone to embarrass you last night. Please forgive me. I don't want to leave the Wenchang Brigade." One person took the lead, and the rest of the female educated youth all ran to Jiang Lanyue. She said tearfully, "We shouldn't have listened to Zhang Qingqing's complaints to us and embarrassed you, Comrade Jiang, just for the so-called sisterhood. Comrade Jiang, please forgive us." They all cried like that. It seems they were really scared. Lui Wang is indeed a man of his word and will not let this matter go easily. Jiang Lanyue found it funny in her heart, but on the surface, she glanced at them indifferently, without saying a word. Her eyes were fixed on Su Lingling, who was standing in front of Captain Huang and refusing to apologize. "You only come to apologize to me because you are afraid of being punished. You don't come to apologize to me because you think it is wrong to bully me. Am I right?" "That's right." Su Lingling had a better family background among the educated youth, so she was very arrogant. She looked back at Jiang Lanyue, still with disdain in her eyes. "If it weren't for you having a backer, we wouldn't apologize to you. Although our behavior is wrong, we are not wrong because we are facing you."
Haha.
Jiang Lanyue was almost dying of laughter at this. She walked directly to Su Lingling and said almost word by word, "I really want to ask Su Jiqing, why do you hate me so much? Is it because I have made mistakes and been in jail before, so you discriminate against me? Or is it because you think that I should be buried in the mud for the rest of my life after making a mistake and should not dream of starting over? Zhang Qingqing provoked me, so I should be willing to accept the humiliation and should not resist at all? In your eyes, where exactly did I go wrong?" Jiang Lanyue's words made Su Lingling unable to answer. But she continued, "If you can't say it, it proves that you also think I have a chance to reform and you don't think what I did is wrong. The reason why you hate me is because you think Zhang Qingqing is pitiful. I should be like you and let her have whatever she wants. But Zhang Qingqing's poor health is not her reason for not abiding by the rules. As for your so-called sisterhood, you can threaten me by violating discipline for her. But what will she do for you when she pretends to be pitiful in front of you to gain sympathy? These fools are so naive that they are being used as guns without realizing it. If Qingqing knew about this, she would definitely stand with us." Hearing what Jiang Lanyue said, Su Lingling said this with certainty. "We have been in the countryside together for so many years. I can be sure of this." "Really?" Jiang Lanyue smiled at Su Lingling. "Well, if you can convince Zhang Qingqing to share the consequences with you, then I can consider whether to report it to the commune and give her a small punishment or a big warning for this matter." "Are you serious?" Su Lingling didn't expect Jiang Lanyue to be so easy to talk to. She doubted whether she was cheating. The other female educated youth also looked at her suspiciously. "Comrade Jiang, you're not kidding us, are you? Why should I joke with you?" Jiang Lanyue smiled, looking open-minded. Just at this time, Zhang Qingqing, who came to work, came to the village office with other educated youth. Because of what happened last night, it had spread among the educated youth early this morning, so now all the educated youth are avoiding Su Lingling and the others. Captain Huang saw that Zhang Qingqing was also pulling with a few educated youths, preparing to hide and walk to the side. He shouted, "Zhang Qingqing, come here."
"Oh."
Captain Huang called her, and even if Zhang Qingqing was reluctant, she had to come over obediently. The other educated youths stood far away, fearing that they would get into trouble. When Zhang Qingqing came closer, Captain Huang said, "Zhang Jiqing, I believe you should have heard about Su Jiqing and others going to fight for you last night. Although you did not participate in this incident, it was caused by you. It was because you always complained in front of Su Jiqing and the others that they made this mistake. So this time, you have no objection to sharing the responsibility with them, right?" "Why should I share the responsibility with them?" Captain Huang's words made Zhang Qingqing scream all of a sudden. "Captain, aren't you bullying me? The biggest reason why Su Lingling and the others went to find trouble with Jiang Lanyue was not to stand up for me. It's because they couldn't stand Jiang Lanyue, so they used this as an excuse. Although I also hate Jiang Lanyue, I am a rule-abiding person. From the beginning to the end, I never stepped forward to embarrass her. Why should I accept the punishment together? Zhang Qingqing's reaction was within Jiang Lanyue's expectations. But when Captain Huang heard this, his face darkened. On the contrary, Su Lingling and those female educated youth couldn't believe their ears. They all turned around and looked at Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing, you are too much of a traitor, aren't you? If you didn't always come to us crying, how could we threaten Jiang Lanyue? That's right. It was you who said that if we helped you, you would definitely ask Huang Weimin to ask for favors for us in the future. Now that things have gotten out of hand, you have turned your back on your promise. I didn't expect you to be such a person. We have always treated you as a good sister. But you took advantage of us. You have gone too far. I didn't say those words. Don't slander me. Zhang Qingqing turned around and glared at Su Lingling and the others. She was anxious and angry. I'm just an ordinary educated youth like you. I don't have any special abilities. How could you possibly believe these so-called promises? So, if you make a mistake, just admit it. Why do you want to drag me into this?
Why do you want to hurt me?
She knew best what the consequences would be if she formed gangs to bully others. It was already difficult for her to stay in Wenchang village. If she had to bear the responsibility with Su Lingling and the others and was transferred to another more difficult team, she would not be able to survive.
You.
Su Lingling was really going crazy now, unable to defend herself. The hot-tempered female educated youth could not help but rush up and grab Zhang Qingqing to start fighting. You scheming woman, you dare to play tricks on us like this. I will beat you to death today.
Oh.
Fragile Zhang Qingqing screamed immediately when her hair was grabbed tightly and fists fell on her body again and again. Seeing this, the other female educated youth were so angry that they all swarmed around. Some grabbed her hair, tore her clothes, and pinched her face. But in just a few minutes, Zhang Qingqing, who was dressed quite elegantly just now, became unrecognizable. She screamed and cried, "Help!" Captain Huang finally reacted after seeing this. He immediately yelled, "Stop! If you don't stop, I will report to the commune and transfer you to the 16th Brigade." The 16th Brigade is backed by a mountain and has no access to roads. It is the hardest brigade. The educated youth who went there to work in the countryside had to break stones every day, and they didn't have enough food. It was said that 2 or 3 people starved to death. So when they heard this, the female educated youth were so scared that they let go. Each of them was pale and looked like they could hardly stand. Some of the timid ones even started crying. Seeing them like this, Captain Huang didn't want to pay any attention to them. He could only look back at Jiang Lanyue in embarrassment. "Comrade Jiang, you can see the current situation. Just tell me what you want to do with them. After all, she is a victim, and the commune has to look at her attitude when dealing with people. If Jiang Lanyue really pursues the matter, he will not be able to save any of these female educated youth." Seeing that Captain Huang gave her the decision-making power, Jiang Lanyue looked at Su Lingling and the others. And Su Lingling said with red eyes, "Jiang Lanyue, we were wrong about what happened last night. I really shouldn't have believed in Zhang Qingqing's instigation and went to embarrass you. I am willing to accept punishment and go to the 16th Brigade to participate in labor. It's just that I took the lead in this matter, and it has nothing to do with them. I hope you can show mercy and let them go." Lingling. Unexpectedly, Su Lingling planned to take the responsibility alone and save them all. The female educated youth were so moved that they all burst into tears. Zhang Qingqing, who was beaten beyond recognition, also sorted out her clothes while crying and said, "You wronged me and hit me. Even if Jiang Lanyue lets you go, I won't let you go. Captain Huang, I demand that Su Lingling and the others be severely punished. Beating people in the team is an extremely bad thing, and the team should not tolerate it. She has already torn her face with Su Lingling and the others, so these female educated youth can no longer stay in the Wenchang team. Otherwise, she will have a few more mortal enemies in the future. Zhang Qingqing still has the nerve to make a fuss and ask for an explanation, which is simply forcing Su Lingling and the others into a dead end. Jiang Langyuan noticed her purpose and sneered and said, "Zhang Jiqing, as the saying goes, leave a line for others so that you can meet again in the future. You are so unscrupulous in killing them all. Aren't you afraid of burying some hidden dangers for yourself?" I am open and above board. What is there to be afraid of? Being stared at by Jiang Langyue, Zhang Qingqing said this with a stiff upper lip. This time Jiang Langyue laughed. In fact, it is a very simple thing to check whether you have incited Su Jiqing and the others. Just find more female-educated youth and ask them what you usually say at the educated youth point. No matter how well you hide, someone will definitely hear it. After all, Su Jiqing and the others attacked me, which was a bad behavior. But if it was really you who instigated them, your behavior would be even worse. Jiang Lanyue's words frightened Zhang Qingqing speechless. In the end, she could only say, "You. What do you mean? Do you still want to protect Su Lingling and the others? How could this prisoner have such a good heart?" Seeing her face change with fear, Jiang Lanyue laughed. "I don't want to protect them. I just sympathize with them for being used by others." After saying that, Jiang Lanyue turned around to look at Captain Huang. "Captain, since this matter has its reasons, I don't intend to hold Su Jiqing and the others responsible. We are all working in the same brigade, and friction is inevitable. If we transfer people away because of such a small problem, it will probably affect everyone's unity." Captain Huang never thought that Jiang Lanyue would be so generous. His ideological awareness is so high. He laughed on the spot. "Comrade Jiang, you are such a good comrade. If you really don't pursue this matter, it will be a good thing for our entire Wenjiang Brigade. Don't worry, the team will definitely compensate you when there is a chance in the future." Jiang Lanyue certainly knew that if she didn't pursue this matter, it would be of great benefit to the team's selection of advanced brigades. She smiled. "Just because I don't pursue this matter doesn't mean it's over. Isn't Zhang Jiqing still unwilling to give up and wants to pursue the matter of Su Jiqing and the others? She now wants to see how Zhang Qingqing will deal with the aftermath." Jiang Lanyue's words made all the female-educated youth present turn their heads to look at Zhang Qingqing. She panicked instantly and realized that Jiang Lanyue was deliberately calculating her. She cried and looked at Captain Huang. "Captain, what else do you want?" Captain Huang had lost his patience and stared at her coldly. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it was really you who instigated Su Jiqing and the others, the team will definitely not tolerate it. But if Su Jiqing and the others hit you wrongly, I will punish them." Captain Huang did not help her at all. Zhang Qingqing felt very wronged and turned around and ran away crying. As soon as she left, Captain Huang looked at Su Jiqing and the others. "From today on, you will be responsible for cleaning the ditches and salvaging the compost. When to change your position depends on your performance." "Yes." As long as they are not transferred to the 16th Brigade, it will be a great thing for them. Su Lingling and the others did not dare to object anymore and all nodded. "Yeah." Captain Huang's face looked better, and then he smiled at Jiang Lanyue, turned around and left. Captain Huang left, and Jiang Lanyue was also ready to go to the warehouse to work. But before she took 2 steps, Su Lingling caught up and stopped her. "Jiang Lanyue, wait a minute. Su Jiqing, do you have anything else to say?" Jiang Lanyue looked calm as she looked at Su Lingling. "I think you should know what kind of person Zhang Qingqing is now. You should also understand why I was bothered with her before, right?" Thinking of what she had said to Jiang Lanyue before, Su Lingling was very embarrassed. She lowered her head. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. Thank you for letting us go this time and not bothering with us. I hope we can get along well in the future." Compared with Zhang Qingqing, that hypocritical woman, Jiang Lanyue, although she had been in jail, was much more upright. "Okay, I hope we can get along well in the future." After smiling at Su Lingling, Jiang Lanyue said nothing and turned around to go to the warehouse. Because she was generous enough to let Su Lingling and the others go, the educated youths all changed their views on Jiang Lanyue and began to admire her. So when the educated youths came to the warehouse to collect farm tools, their attitude towards Jiang Lanyue was much better. Even the members who took the farm tools out couldn't help but talk about it. I didn't expect Comrade Jiang to be so generous. She forgave Su Jiqing and the others even though they made such serious mistakes. No wonder Captain Huang took a fancy to her. Her awareness is really different from ours. Yes, although she has been in prison. But she grew up in a military compound after all. She has been in contact with different people since she was a child. She must be generous. Seeing that the groups of people who went out were all praising Lanyue, Wang Aigua, who came to call her to supervise, couldn't help laughing. Comrade Jiang, your reputation has turned around too quickly. Now everyone is praising you. It seems that I have to learn from Comrade Jiang in the future and strive to get more praise from everyone. Hearing Wang Aigua say this, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help laughing. I can only say that it is a blessing in disguise. Why is Scorer Wang still making fun of me?
You don't know that I almost got beaten last night.
I was so scared. She laughed very heartily, innocently, without any ulterior motives. Wang Aigua reached out and patted her shoulder. Everyone just misunderstood you at the beginning. It will get better and better. Knowing that Wang Aigua meant well, Jiang Lanyue didn't say much. After locking the warehouse, she went to the field with him to supervise. It would be time to plant rice soon, and then corn seeds would be planted, so the task of cleaning the drainage ditch was heavy. In addition to Su Lingling and the other female educated youth, Wang Taizhu and many male educated youth were also cleaning the ditch. Jiang Lanyue saw that they were working hard and didn't say much. When she was about to turn around, she saw in the ditch next to her. There were many fish floating up and down, revealing their green backs. Seeing so many fish floating up, but these educated youth and members were indifferent, Jiang Lanyue quickly pointed to the ditch. Zhang Taizhu, who was busy, saw Jiang Lanyue's behavior and asked curiously, Comrade Jiang, what's wrong with you? Jiang Lanyue still pointed to the canal excitedly. Comrade Zhang Taizhu, look at the canal. There are so many fish. Fish? Where are the fish? Zhang Taizhu was confused. The water is muddy. I don't see any fish. The male educated youth next to him also looked into the water and looked at Jiang Lanyue curiously. Comrade Jiang, are you kidding? Where are the fish in this water? Yes, we have been cleaning this canal for more than a year. We have never seen any fish in it. Comrade Jiang, are you dazzled? I am not dazzled. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Jiang Lanyue quickly ran to the canal. Then, when a fish swam to the side, he grabbed the fish.
Pa.
The fresh fish struggled hard because it left the water. Jiang Lanyue held the fish in both hands and held it up for everyone to see. Did you see it? There's really a fish in here. And the fish is not small, a big carp as big as a palm. It must have been growing in this canal for at least a year. Is there really a fish? Unexpectedly, Jiang Lanyue could catch the fish with her bare hands, and the male educated youth present looked at her differently. Comrade Jiang is really amazing. She can actually identify whether there are fish in the muddy water. No one in the whole brigade has this ability. Since there are fish in this canal, there must be more than one. Then let us catch the fish, just in time to have some meat. In this era, corn and sweet potatoes are not enough to eat, let alone meat. Everyone only has half a caddy of meat coupons every month, and usually there is not even a drop of oil. So the fact that there is a fish in this canal is enough to make all the male educated youth excited. Jiang Lanyue caught the fish in her hand and threw it into the small ditch next to her, and then she nodded. I see there are a lot of fish in the canal. If we catch them, at least we can let everyone drink fish soup. But the water in this water group is quite deep. It may not be easy to catch all the fish. That is not easy? When talking about having fish soup, the male educated youths headed by Zhang Taizhu were the most excited. We male comrades all had the experience of fishing in the river when we were young. If everyone goes down to fish, we should be able to catch some fish. Yes, as long as we can have meat to eat, let alone go into the water, I have no objection to going into the ice hole. As soon as these words came out, the male educated youths all laughed. On the contrary, Wang Aigua, who was passing by on the inspection, became serious when he heard that they were going to go into the water to catch fish.
No.
The male comrades have to hurry up and clean the ditches. We can't waste time slacking off. In 2 days, we will officially plant rice. If the ditches are not cleaned, it will affect drainage. Our team's rice planting work will lag behind other teams. If Captain Huang finds out, he will definitely criticize us. Wang Aigua is a scorekeeper who is serious about his work and considerate of everyone. So the male educated youths all respect him. When he said this, everyone's smiles disappeared. Especially Zhang Taizhu, who looked at everyone with some regret. It is indeed more important to hurry up and work. It seems that we can't slack off for the next 2 days. When the other male educated youth heard this, they looked at each other disappointedly. In 2 days, we will release water for rice planting. Once the water is released, I don't know where these fish will go. If they swim along the ditches to the next group, we won't be able to drink fish soup, and we won't even see a single fish scale. There are 5 groups in the Wenzhong Brigade. They are in the first group, which is closest to the reservoir. When the water is released for rice planting, the water in the reservoir will flow to each group, and these fish will certainly not be retained. They did not find any fish in the past few years. Perhaps after the water was released for rice planting, the fish swam to the next group with the water flow. Yes, our lives are hard, and we haven't eaten meat for a long time. It's not easy to come across fish in this water, but we don't have time to catch them. No matter how you think about it, it's a loss. Seeing that everyone was extremely disappointed because they couldn't catch fish, Wang Aigua was also a little embarrassed for a while. Jiang Lanyue glanced at everyone and suddenly said, "Since everyone wants to eat fish so much, I have a way to ensure that everyone can eat fish." "Jiang, are you serious?" Upon hearing this, all the male educated youth looked at her in unison. Jiang Lanyue smiled and said, "Of course it's true. I never joke about serious matters." After speaking, Jiang Lanyue looked back at Wang Aigua. "But I need to ask Wang the scorekeeper to find me some helpers. They don't need to be particularly good at labor. Just pick a few female members and educated youth for me." "Okay, I'll go find them now." Somehow, Wang Aigua had an inexplicable trust in Jiang Lanyue. When she said he had a way to catch fish, Wang Aigua believed her. However, Zhang Taizhu looked at Jiang Lanyue with some curiosity as soon as Wang Aigua left. "If Comrade Jiang can really let everyone eat fish, we will definitely thank you in the future." "Zhang Jiqing, you don't have to be so polite." Jiang Lanyue smiled at him and didn't say much. After Wang Aigua found the people, she took the thin female comrades and went directly back to the brigade warehouse. Then she took out the bamboo fences that had been idle in the warehouse to prevent wild rabbits and pheasants. She rolled the fences into a funnel shape and tied them tightly at the bottom with nylon ropes to make a big fish basket. Then they picked up a few baskets, took hose and fish baskets, and went directly to the canal. According to Jiang Lanyue's arrangement, the female comrades first separated the ditches that had been cleaned and the ditches that had not been cleaned of weeds with mud. Then they placed the fish baskets at the water outlets of each rice field on the left and pressed the bottom with big stones. Then they took the hose and started to stir the canal from both ends of the canal, which was about 1 kilometer long, making a huge noise and driving away the fish in the deep water. The female educated youth who were cleaning the ditch at the other end had heard that Jiang Lanyue was going to catch fish in the canal, and they all looked very curious. After what happened in the morning, everyone talked about her again, with a little admiration. This Jiang Lanyue is really different from us. While we are busy working, she was able to convince Scorer Wang to arrange people to go fishing with her. If we can really catch some fish, we can also try some. Yeah, I guess Scorer Wang also admires her. After all, everyone looks down on her, but she is unexpectedly very generous. Some people can't compare with her. The some people in this sentence, of course, refers to Zhang Qingqing, who is unscrupulous for herself. At this time, Zhang Qingqing was sitting on the shore to take a breath. Her licking dog, Huang Weimin, was holding her tools and helping her work. So when she heard this, Zhang Qingqing became anxious. "Ma Xiaofeng, what do you mean? Are you making indirect accusations?" "What's wrong with me making indirect accusations?" Seeing that she dared to agree, Ma Xiaofeng immediately turned around and glared at her. If it weren't for Comrade Zhang's magnanimity, Su Lingling and the other female educated youth would have been sent down to the 16th Brigade. You knew that Jiang Laniyue was not to be messed with, so you instigated others to do things for you. You didn't admit it afterwards and wanted others to take the blame for you. How can you be so despicable? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to stay in the Wenchang Brigade.
You.
Zhang Qingqing was speechless after being scolded by Ma Xiaofeng, and she began to wipe her tears. In the morning, Captain Huang randomly found a few educated youths and found out what she usually said at the educated youth point. So he scolded her and then arranged for her to clean up the weeds. Whenever Zhang Qingqing thought of these things, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. But no matter how angry she was, these female educated youths would not give up. He also said sarcastically, if they stay in the Wenchang Brigade, they will have suitors to help them no matter how hard the work is, so why would they leave? That's right. Without the job of warehouse keeper, if they don't rely on the help of male comrades, some people will starve to death. You are too much. The female educated youth who usually tried to please her now turned around to deal with her, which really made Zhang Qingqing very angry. She immediately stood up from the ridge of the field, rushed to the ditch, and snatched the from Huang Weiman's hand. I don't need your help. I can support myself. From now on, I don't need you to help me with work. Qingqing. Seeing her so strong, Huang Weiman felt very distressed. But the female educated youth next to her didn't buy it. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Comrade Huang has almost finished your share of the work, and you just rushed to do it. Who can't see it? That's right, if you are really that brave. Don't think about the job of warehouse keeper in the future. Comrade Jiang won it with his own ability. Don't look like you can't afford to lose all the time. Seeing them all standing up for Jiang Laniyue, Zhang Qingqing was so angry that she turned around and glared at them. What are you so proud of? Do you think that if you bully me to please Jiang Laniyue, she will give you any benefits? That woman is very self-righteous and may not think highly of you. You are still catching fish? When have there been fish in the canal? I think she is leading the way in being lazy. How shameless.
Haha.
As soon as she said this, the female educated youth sneered. If there really were no fish, do you think Score Wang would find someone to cooperate with her? Zhang Qingqing, just because you can't see that there are fish in the canal doesn't mean there are no fish. That's right, if you have the ability, don't go and divide the fish when you catch them. Anyway, you are so stubborn that you won't accept the benefits given by Comrade Jiang.
You.
Zhang Qingqing gritted her teeth and yelled as she became more and more angry at these female educated youth. If you don't want to divide them, then don't divide them. What's the big deal? The educated youths were arguing loudly, while at the same time, Jiang Laniyue and the others were catching fish. As the water in the canal flowed into the gap in the dug field ridge, the fish in the water followed the water flow, and all of them went into the fish basket placed in the gap. When the water was almost drained, the fish in the fish basket also appeared. The big and small carp, grass carp, black carp, silver carp, and palm-sized cushion carp almost filled the big fish basket. Fresh fish kept jumping into the canal. The female educated youth and female members who came to help were so happy. Everyone shouted, "Hurry up and lift up the fish baskets, otherwise all the fish will jump back." Then everyone started to work and catch fish. In a short time, the 3 baskets they brought were full of fish. And there was still a small half basket of fish left in each fish basket, which was beyond everyone's imagination. Even in the canal that had been drained of water, there were still fish that had escaped the net swimming in the mud at the bottom. At this depth of water, you can catch them all by taking off your shoes. Everyone was so happy because they caught a lot of fish. Jiang Laniyue then went to find a few male educated youth nearby and asked them to help bring the fish back to the team. Then Jiang Laniyue led the remaining female comrades to go down the ditch to catch fish. Fresh fish were thrown onto the shore. A thin and pale female member couldn't help but smile at Jiang Laniyue. "Comrade Jiang, you are amazing. You caught so many fish, enough for the members of our group and the educated youth. This is the first time that our Group 1 has had meat since the new year." "Yes." Speaking of this, The other female members also nodded. Our Group 1 is not like Group 3 and Group 5, which are close to the mountain and can usually go up the mountain to catch pheasants and rabbits. It's really not easy for us to have meat. Comrade Jiang has made great contributions to catching so many fish this time. I must talk to the team leader later and ask him to give Comrade Jiang more fish. No one had any objection to this. They were all happy and continued to catch all the fish in the ditch. After a whole morning, when they brought all the fish back to the village office of the Wenchang Brigade, they found that the baskets full of fish were actually as full as 10 baskets. Wang Aigua, who had returned a long time ago, saw that Jiang Lanyue had really caught so many fish, so he gave Jiang Lanyue a thumbs up. Comrade Jiang, you are amazing. It seems that you have strong competition for the advanced individual of our group this month. In order to motivate members and educated youth, the township commune selects an advanced individual and a labor model from each group of each brigade every month to receive commendations and awards at the township commune. In the past, the advanced individuals of the Wenchang Brigade were selected from Zhang Taizhu, Zhang Qingqing, and Wang Aigua. And because Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua were both male comrades, they did not compete with Zhang Qingqing much. Therefore, most of the advanced individuals in the past 2 years were awarded to Zhang Qingqing. Because of this, when Wang Aigua said this, the expressions of the other female comrades present were a little subtle. They all turned back to look at Jiang Lanyue. On the contrary, Jiang Lanyue didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter whether you get the advanced individual title or not. As long as you can do your job well and let everyone get practical benefits, this is the most important thing." When she said this, the other female comrades laughed. That's right, Comrade Jiang's ideological awareness is right, and such people deserve the title of advanced individual. That's right, you can think about doing practical things for our members and educated youth, and you are not selfish, and you are united with every one of our members. This should be an advanced individual. If Comrade Jiang really gets this honor, I will definitely accept it. Unlike Zhang Qingqing, who is weak all day and likes to put on airs. If Huang Weimin hadn't taken a fancy to her and pestered Captain Huang to give her benefits every day, would she deserve to be an advanced individual? Just when everyone was talking about it, Captain Huang got the news and rushed over. Looking at the row of baskets of fish placed under the eaves outside the warehouse, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so many fish were really caught? When the members came to tell me, I thought they were joking, but I didn't expect there were really fish in the canal. After saying that, he looked back at Jiang Lanyue. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you are really capable. Over the years, our group has never found fish in the canal. Even the leaders and members of the 3 and 5 groups downstream have never reported anything to me. Although Captain Huang is the captain of Wenchang Village, he lives in Group 1 of Wenchang Village, so he also serves as the leader of Group 1 of Wenchang Village. So when he heard that the people below did not react to such a big thing, he was a little depressed. Jiang Lanyue saw that he was unhappy, so she smiled and said, "Life is hard in this world, and it's not easy for everyone." The reason why the 2 groups below didn't say anything was probably to keep the fish, so that everyone could have a taste of meat. So, Captain Huang, don't pursue this matter. Can't we all eat fish this time? That's true. Upon hearing what Jiang Lanyue said, Captain Huang laughed again. Then when everyone finishes work, call everyone over and we'll divide the fish. Okay. Upon hearing that everyone would get a share of the fish, the members and educated youth present were extremely happy. When it was time to finish work, everyone gathered in the big dam in the village office, waiting to divide the fish. Seeing that everyone was present, Captain Huang said, "It is all thanks to Comrade Xiao Jiang that we were able to catch so many fish today. She discovered the fish and thought of a good way to catch them all. So we all have to thank Comrade Xiao Jiang." Good. Hearing what Captain Huang said, Zhang Taizhu, who was standing in front of the crowd, took the lead in applauding. The male educated youths behind him also kept clapping. When the applause died down, Captain Huang said, "So I have decided that Comrade Xiao Jiang will get 1 basket of the 10 baskets of fish. The remaining 9 baskets of fish will be divided equally among the 20 households in our group and the 4 educated youth points." Good. Everyone agreed with Captain Huang's division. However, Zhang Qingqing, who was in the crowd, was so angry that her face turned black when she saw that Jiang Lanyue had really caught so many fish. Her eyes were full of jealousy, and Huang Weimin, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but hate Jiang Lanyue even more. So he said angrily, "Why should Jiang Lanyue take up a basket of fish by herself? As a prisoner in a reform through labor camp, she should make contributions to the village. I think she is the least deserving of this fish." Huang Weimin's words shocked everyone present. The team's rules stated that if any member brought any benefits to the team, he would get the lion's share. So there was nothing wrong with Captain Huang's division, and everyone turned around to look at Huang Weimin. When Captain Huang heard this, his face fell immediately. Why? Just because if it weren't for Comrade Xiao Jiang, none of us would be able to eat this fish. Comrade Huang Weimin, if you have any opinions about Comrade Jiang Lanyue, just say it directly. There's no need to make trouble here. Huang Weimin felt guilty when he saw that his own father was unhappy. The members of the commune and the educated youths around could not help but talk about it. Comrade Jiang has nothing against Comrade Huang. Why are they targeting her? Isn't it obvious? Comrade Jiang's current job as a warehouse keeper was originally Zhang Qingqing's job. Huang Weimin was willing to sacrifice his life for Zhang Qingqing, so how could he tolerate someone who made Zhang Qingqing suffer? The educated youths sneered when they saw this scene. Hey, didn't someone say this morning that even if Comrade Jiang caught the fish, they wouldn't share it? Why do you think it's not enough to hear that 4 educated youths share 4.5 baskets of fish, and you even encourage Comrade Huang Weimin to make trouble? Yeah, some people are really hypocritical and say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. If I were her, I wouldn't even be embarrassed to come when the village asks me to share the fish. You guys. These educated youths spoke about her in a sarcastic way. How could Zhang Qingqing tolerate it? Her eyes turned red, and she immediately yelled, "I said I won't share the fish. I won't share the fish. Don't look down on me." After saying this, Zhang Qingqing ran away crying.
Qingqing.
Seeing Zhang Qingqing running away, Huang Weimin hurriedly chased after her. However, the two of them left, but it did not affect everyone's good mood of having meat soon. Captain Huang took Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua to share the fish with everyone one by one. In the end, every member and educated youth received a fish, and then prepared to go back happily. Jiang Lanhua looked at the big basket of fish that Captain Huang had distributed to her and was thinking about finding a wheelbarrow to push the fish back. Suddenly, the skinny female member who had caught fish with Jiang Lanhua before came to her. She was holding 2 big fish in her hands and looked at Jiang Lanhua a little embarrassed. "I heard that Comrade Xiao Jiang lives alone in a mud house at the entrance of the village. I'm afraid he is to cook when he goes back at noon, right?" "Yes, that's right." This was the first time that a member took the initiative to talk to her in the past few days since she came to the Wenchang Brigade, and Jiang Lanhua smiled at her. The female member also smiled and said, "It's troublesome for you to go back and cook by yourself. Why don't you go to my house to eat? My house is just behind the village office, and it's convenient for you to come over after dinner." No, it's quick for me to go back and cook." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanhua waved her hand to refuse. But the female member refused to give up and still insisted, "Comrade Jiang, do and be polite with me. Look at me, these 2 big fish. Our family can't finish them if we take them back. And I have something else, and I want to ask Comrade Jiang for help." Seeing that she was a little embarrassed to speak, Jiang Lanhua smiled at her friendly. "Comrade, you can just tell me what's the matter. If I can help you, I will definitely help you. Let's go to my house." She lowered her head, her attitude very insistent. "Besides, Comrade Jiang, this basket of fish still needs water to be raised. Otherwise, when you push it to the village entrance, these fish will surely be dead, and they will not be fresh when you bring them back." She spared no effort to invite her to her house. It seemed that there was really something very urgent, and she wanted her help. Jiang Lanhua smiled and said, "Well, then I'd rather obey than be respectful."
Okay.
"Then I'll help Comrade Jiang carry the fish." Jiang Lanhua agreed to go to her house, and the female member looked very happy. She hurriedly took the shoulder pole and carried the fish to her house with Jiang Lanyue. But as soon as they walked to the ground dam of the 3 small tiled houses, 2 babies with pigtails rushed over directly. They were still crying in their mouths. "Mom, you are back." They saw that the basket they brought back was full of fish. The 2 little kids were even happier. "Fish, there are so many fish." Looking at the 2 little kids, Guozhenlan smiled. She said to them gently, "Big Shuang and Little Shuang, this is Sister Lanyue. Call her quickly." Upon hearing this, the 2 soft little girls hurriedly looked at Jiang Lanyue obediently. They shouted sweetly, "Hello, Sister Lanyue."
Hello.
The 2 kids were so obedient that Jiang Lanyue laughed when she saw them. But Guozhenlan said to them, "Mom will stew fish for you later. Go play over there." "Okay." The 2 sisters nodded obediently and went to play hopscotch over there. After sending the 2 kids away, Guozhenlan and Jiang Lanyue poured all the fish in the basket into the idle large water tank outside her house. As soon as the fish entered the water, they shook a few times and all came back to life. Guozhenlan smiled at Jiang Lanyue, then put down the basket in her hand and went to the small semi-open kitchen next to her to cook. She was very skillful and quickly scraped off the fish scales with a knife. Then they gutted the big fish and took out its internal organs. Jiang Lanyue stood aside and chatted with her. "Comrade Guo, I saw that you were young, so I thought you were not married. I didn't expect that you already have 2 children." Upon hearing this, Guozhenlan smiled bitterly. "My father was seriously ill at that time, and my mother sold me to my in-laws to save my father, so I got married early. Later, I married my man. My man is a soldier and treats me very well. It's a pity that he went back to the army to participate in a mission just after I gave birth to Da Huang and Xiao Shuang. As a result, there was no news from him." Guozhenlan's words made Jiang Lanyue's face change. That means that Shuang Xiao Shuang's father. Jiang Lanyue couldn't say the word sacrificed. Guozhenlan understood what she meant and smiled bitterly. If he really died, it would be nice to have a letter sent to him. But so many years have passed, and there has been no news. I wait like this every day, worrying about him, hoping that he will come back one day. Sometimes when I think about it, my heart is uncomfortable, and I am always worried. Seeing her voice choking as she spoke, Jiang Lanyue hurriedly said, "So Sister Guo asked me to help you find out about your man?"
Yes.
Jiang Lanyue was too smart and guessed her intention at once. Guozhenlan said with red eyes, "I know that Comrade Jiang. You know people in the army, and only you can help me find a solution. Whether he is alive or dead, I want to know what happened to him. He loves us 3 mothers and daughters the most. What is the reason why he has not come back for so many years?" She didn't know anyone in other troops. Even if she knew them, they were just small soldiers in the army and could not help much. But Jiang Lanyue was different. The person who sent her to the brigade was an officer who could ride in a car. As long as she was willing to help, he would definitely be able to find out about her man. Seeing her eyes full of expectation, Jiang Lanyue couldn't bear to refuse, so she nodded and said, "Then I will find a way to help find it. If there is any news about your lover, I will tell you as soon as possible." "Thank you, Comrade Jiang. Thank you." Jiang Lanyue's straightforwardness moved Guozhenlan to tears. She wanted to reach out and pull her, but she was embarrassed to touch Jiang Lanyue with her hands full of fish. She could only wipe the tears from her face with her shoulder and said with a smile, "No matter whether you can find out about my man, Comrade Jiang, I will remember this favor. From now on, you will be my sister. If anyone dares to bully you in the brigade, I will be the first to disagree." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue laughed. "Don't worry, no one will bully me." After that, Jiang Lanyue ran to the stove door to light a fire. Guozhenlan smiled, chopped onions, garlic and dried chilies, added oil, and put them into the pot to sauté. Then she added water, waited until the water boiled, and put the cut fish pieces into the pot to stew. She worked very quickly, and soon the stewed fish was on the table. Together with 4 bowls of white rice, this was lunch. At the table, they ate and talked, and their relationship became closer. After lunch, Jiang Lanyue was ready to go back to the village office and planned to take a rest on the table in the warehouse. But she just came out of Guolanjin's house and saw a sneaky figure on the road across the street. Looking closely, she saw that it was Zhang Qingqing wearing a shirt and a floral skirt. She was hiding behind a big tree, secretly looking at the door of Captain Huang's house. But her dress made Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but look down at the shirt and floral skirt she was wearing. Instantly, her brows frowned. At this moment, Huang Weimin walked out of the Huang family's gate with a large bowl. Then he squatted down on the edge of the dam, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to eat. Zhang Qingqing seized the opportunity and quickly reached out to wipe some saliva on her face. Then she sobbed and pretended to pass by the Huang family's door. When Huang Weimin saw her, of course he didn't care about eating. He hurriedly chased after her with the bowl in his hand, asking as he walked, "Qingqing, what's wrong with you?
Who bullied you?"
Zhang Qingqing glanced calmly at the several large pieces of fish belly meat, thinly sliced bacon, and green garlic sprouts in Huang Weimin's big bowl. Swallowing the saliva in her mouth secretly, Zhang Qingqing cried even harder. "I went back to the educated youth camp today, and everyone was stewing fish, but I wasn't. They all sided with Jiang Lanyue and bullied me everywhere. I had no choice but to run away. Weimin, I've always been very nice to them, and I never even blushed. Why do they treat me like this when Jiang Lanyue comes? Is it because I don't have anyone to back me up?" Zhang Qingqing became more and more aggrieved, and she reached out to grab Huang Weimin's arm. "In the entire Wenjiang Brigade, you're the only one who treats me the best. If it weren't for you, I really couldn't live." Huang Weimin liked Zhang Qingqing so much. Of course, he had no resistance to these words. He smiled immediately, but his eyes were still full of heartache. "It's good that you know I'm good to you. I'm just afraid that you don't know my feelings. But you don't have to worry about Jiang Lanyue. If she dares to bully you, I will definitely not let her go." As he said that, Huang Weimin stuffed the bowl in his hand back to Zhang Qingqing. "You must not have eaten yet? Come, eat my meal."
"How can I do that?"
Zhang Qingqing pretended to refuse when the heavy bowl was stuffed over. "You have already helped me with the work this morning. How can you be hungry? Besides, I have already said that I will not eat the fish caught by Jiang Lanyue. If I eat this bowl, wouldn't it be a violation of my promise?" But as soon as she finished speaking, she staggered back 2 steps weakly. Huang Weimin saw it and hurriedly supported her nervously. "Why are you still trying to be brave? You are weak, and you will have low blood sugar if you don't eat. You don't have to feel sorry for me. Eat this bowl first. I will go home later, and I still have something to eat." As he said, Huang Weimin hurriedly and carefully supported her and sat on a stone on the side. He also stuffed the chopsticks into her hand. "Eat quickly, your health is important." "Thank you, Weimin." Looking at such a big bowl of delicious food in the bowl, Zhang Qingqing really couldn't help it. She stopped pretending to be reserved, lowered her head, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Huang Weimin sat aside, looking at her with deep affection. Jiang Lanyue, who had seen the whole scene, did not intend to pay attention to the two of them and turned around and went back to the village office. When she returned to the warehouse, Jiang Lanyue lay on the table and took a nap. Less than half an hour later, the outside became lively. Because meat was served at noon, everyone was in good spirits and spoke with full energy. Jiang Lanyue quickly cleaned up and opened the door of the warehouse. In the large ground dam of the village office, the female members were carrying hoes and backpacks, chatting animatedly. "Annie Hu, what did you do with the fish you brought back today?" "My family made pickled fish. Oh, it was so delicious. My family has a bunch of little kids, so of course I can only make braised fish." Auntie Hu smacked her lips, as if she was still savoring the taste. "It smells so good. My family got 3 fishes, which is just enough to eat." Upon hearing this, another Jiang family wife laughed. 3 is already a lot, unlike some people who didn't get any. What's the point of just pretending to be weak and getting pity from male comrades? Bullying female comrades still won't benefit you. Jiang family wife said this, and everyone knew who she was talking about. Everyone turned around and looked at Zhang Qingqing, who was walking over proudly. Zhang Qingqing snorted and laughed after hearing this. "It's just a meal of fish. What's so strange about it? I'm not like you, who only know how to be greedy." You trample on your own personality and dignity. Zhang Qingqing has always been an intellectual, noble, and literary route. So what she said was in line with her style. But the female members of the team thought she was speechless, so they bumped the wife of Captain Huang Weiman's mother, with their elbows. If your Weiman likes this, how are you going to live in the future?
Bah.
Deng Shufan, the wife of the team leader, spat, with a look of disgust on her face. If I let this goblin into my house, I will not be named Deng. But at this moment, Zhang Qingqing looked at Jiang Lanhua proudly again. Don't think that you can make me, Zhang Qingqing, obey you just because you caught some fish. Zhang Qingqing, will not fall for your tricks.
Really?
Seeing that she insisted on provoking him, Jiang Lanhua couldn't help but sneer. It seems that Comrade Huang Weiman's bowl of bacon and fish stew at noon today made Comrade Zhang Qingqing very satisfied. Otherwise, how could you be so stubborn?
You.
Jiang Lanhua's words made Zhang Qingqing, who was so arrogant just now, dumbfounded. All the members and educated youth present also looked at Zhang Qingqing. When Zhang Qingqing realized what was happening, she hurriedly denied it. You.
What are you talking about?
How could I? I saw it with my own eyes. Seeing that she was about to deny it, Jiang Lanhua interrupted her directly. Zhang Jiqing ate it, so she ate it. What is there to deny? As the old saying goes, man is iron and rice is steel, and if you don't eat for a meal, you'll be hungry. Jiang Lanhua, will not say anything to you just because you ate the fish we caught. At this moment, the faces of the educated youth present all became subtle. Especially Su Lingling and the others, they could not help but raise their voices and said, I thought she was so strong-willed that she would not try the fish. But it turned out that she said one thing in public and another in private, and went to eat Huang Weiman's fish. She ate it, but she acted so extraordinary and above board, so hypocritical. It's a pity for Huang Weiman, who helped her work for a whole morning and even gave up his lunch. He is so infatuated. The educated youth talked excitedly, and everyone was very disgusted with Zhang Qingqing's behavior. But as soon as they finished speaking, Deng Shufan rushed out of the crowd angrily. She grabbed Zhang Qingqing rudely. You little devil, did you really eat that bowl of fish meat? That was the fish belly meat that our family saved to nourish the eldest brother. It was the best. In the end, you little devil, ate it all? How could you open your mouth? Huang Weiman's biological mother died early, so as a stepmother, she was given all the good food and clothes. If there was anything wrong, the mother-in-law would scold her. So she felt really distressed when she thought that her little son didn't even get a piece of the fish belly meat, and it all went into Zhang Qingqing's stomach. Deng Shufan's hand was heavy, and she pulled Zhang Qingqing so hard that she almost made her fall. Zhang Qingqing was so scared that she cried. Why are you blaming me? I didn't want to eat it, but Huang Weiman forced me to eat it. You can't control your son. Why are you blaming me? You dead girl, you think you are right? She grabbed Zhang Qingqing's braids, scratched her face, and scolded. I asked you to give our Weiman a love potion. When Deng Shufan became aggressive, few people could resist her, let alone the delicate Zhang Qingqing. Seeing her being scratched a few times, she looked miserable. None of the members and female educated youth around her were willing to help. It was all because Zhang Qingqing always bullied others and had a bad attitude towards the members. In addition, because she had cheated Su Lingling and others, the female educated youth were chilled. So they even stood aside and cheered secretly. Only some male educated youth who were usually attracted to Zhang Qingqing saw Zhang Qingqing's pitiful appearance and couldn't help but stepped forward to persuade her. But at this moment, Huang Weiman, who came to the village office and saw this scene, rushed over and grabbed Deng Shufan. Mom, what are you doing? Why did you hit Qingqing? Why do you say I hit her? Looking at Huang Weiman, Deng Shufan was so angry that her eyes were red. In this world now, many people are almost starving to death. We finally got some fish to eat, and the whole family relied on you and your father, two strong laborers. But you were bewitched by this little devil and gave her everything. Do you know that you only get 2 or 3 work points for helping her with work every day? If our family is overspent at the end of the year, we won't be able to make ends meet? Even for this, you can't hit anyone, right? Huang Weimin was so distressed that he protected Zhang Qingqing behind him. Besides, I volunteered to help her with work and give her delicious food. If you want to hit someone, just hit me.
You.
This brat, so disappointing. Deng Shufan yelled with red eyes. You treat her like a treasure. Do you think she will really marry you? You have helped her for 2 or 3 years, and she agreed to date you, right? She just likes your status and uses you as a weapon. The more Deng Shufan talked, the angrier Huang Weimin seemed. No matter what she thinks, I am willing to give everything for her. You are not my biological mother. Why do you care so much about me? Huang Weimin's words really broke Deng Shufan's heart. After cursing, Deng Shufan left angrily. Seeing the scene, everyone present couldn't help but look at Huang Weimin and Zhang Qingqing with contempt, and shook their heads and left. When everyone dispersed, Zhang Qingqing, who had suffered a great loss, rushed to Jiang Lanyue angrily. Hysterically questioned, Jiang Lanyue, you have hurt me like this, are you satisfied now? How did I hurt you? Jiang Lanyue raised her eyebrows. Her expression was very indifferent. If you didn't run to Huang Weimin to pretend to be pitiful and didn't take advantage of the captain's family, today's incident wouldn't have happened, right? I saw you with my own eyes today, deliberately hiding outside the captain's house. When you saw Huang Weimin coming out, you ran over.
You.
Zhang Qingqing's true purpose was exposed, and she was struck by lightning on the spot. Her face turned pale. But Huang Weimin, who was not in a clear mind, was still protecting Zhang Qingqing wholeheartedly. He rushed up and said, Jiang Lanyue, don't go too far. It's not your turn to talk about what happened between Qingqing and me. I tell you, if you dare to bully Qingqing again, I will never let you go. Really? Seeing Huang Weimin was so angry, he looked at her as if he wanted to swallow her up. Jiang Lanyue smiled. I have never been interested in the matter between you two. But my bottom line is that you'd better not provoke me. If she, Zhang Qingqing, damages the interests of me, Jiang Lanyue, for her own benefit, then I'm sorry, I'm not the kind of person who will swallow my anger. I don't care who you are, I'm going to make you lose a layer of skin.
You.
This prisoner was too arrogant. Zhang Qingqing was so angry that she burst into tears. She stamped her feet and said, You've gone too far. After saying this, Zhang Qingqing turned around and ran away crying. Only Huang Weimin was left standing there, glaring at her with gritted teeth. Don't think that you are safe just because you became a warehouse keeper. I will make you lose the same way as you became a keeper. It's not your turn to be arrogant in the Wenchang Brigade. After glaring at Jiang Lanyue fiercely, Huang Weimin turned and left. Looking at his back, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help shaking her head. Captain Huang and his wife are not stupid. How could they give birth to such a love-brained person? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Aigua, who had been standing aside, couldn't help but remind her. Comrade Jiang, this kid Weimin is sometimes unreasonable when he gets involved. Since he said so, you have to be careful. Most of the people that Zhang Qingqing disliked before had been beaten by Huang Weimin. Because he was Captain Huang's son, everyone rarely bothered with him. Okay, I get it. Thank you, scorekeeper Wang, for the reminder. Hearing Wang Aigua say this, Jiang Lanyue smiled at him, not seeming to care too much. In the next half-day, few people came to the warehouse to exchange farm tools. In the afternoon, everyone came back to return the farm tools after work. After Jiang Lanyue finished recording, she sorted out the farm tools in the warehouse. Then she locked the door of the warehouse. Then she pushed a wheelbarrow to Guojinlan's house to put the fish distributed by the brigade into the basket, and left 2 for the 3 of them, mother and daughter. Then she pushed the fish directly back to the army. When she returned to the military compound, she saw from a distance that Grandma Lu was already standing at the door, stretching her neck to look in her direction. As soon as she saw her back, the old lady hurried to meet her. Oh, Grandma Zia, you're finally back. Grandma. Seeing the old lady smile so hard when she saw her, Jiang Lanyue also smiled. But when she saw the things on the wheelbarrow clearly, Grandma Lu was surprised. Child, where did you get so many fish? I caught them in the production team. Seeing her surprise, Zhang Lanyue pushed the fish into the Liu family's yard. First, he put the 4 fish that were to be kept into an iron bucket on the side and filled it with water. Then he said, "I can't finish so many fish." So I pushed them back, intending to give one to each of my sisters-in-law in the compound. After all, I have caused a lot of trouble to everyone in the past, and I should apologize. Zhang Lanyue was so sensible that Grandma Liu was stunned. The old lady was stunned for a long time before saying, Then you can send it to them. Okay. After smiling at Grandma Liu, Zhang Lanyue pushed the wheelbarrow out again. Because it was time to cook dinner, the wives of soldiers from every household were there. Zhang Lanyue delivered the fish to each of them along the way, which surprised all the wives. They looked at Zhang Lanyue with eyes full of disbelief. It was not until Zhang Lanyue delivered the fish to Instructor Zhang's home that Instructor Zhang's wife, Xiao Pundi, took the fish and grabbed her. "Sister Lanyue, don't go yet. There is something you don't know, right?" "Sister-in-law, what's the matter?" Xiao Pundi's words made Zhang Lanyue very strange. Seeing that she really didn't know, Xiao Pundi lowered her voice. "Your Captain Liu has been promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander. It is said that Captain Sun specially went to find Battalion Commander Tai and took the initiative to give up this competition opportunity. Wang Chunhua and Captain Sun have been arguing about this matter for 2 or 3 days. She even had a fight with Captain Sun and scratched his face. Everyone in the military compound knows about it. In the previous life, Wang Chunhua helped Captain Sun become the Deputy Battalion Commander after a series of tricks. In this life, she tried every trick, but didn't get the results she wanted. With her temper, she would definitely make a fuss. Zhang Lanyue was a little surprised to hear this. Captain Sun has been working hard for several years to become the battalion commander. Why would he suddenly give up the opportunity at this critical moment? Probably because of guilt. Seeing Zhang Lanyue's confusion, Xiao Pundi grabbed her hand. "Every military wife in our military compound knows that you were forced to move out because she used tricks to push Captain Sun to this position. If he still competes with Captain Liu for this position, who will respect him in the future? Besides, in terms of military quality and ability, Captain Liu is the only one who can be the deputy battalion commander. The army is not a place that only values seniority, it also values ability. Captain Sun's ability to lead troops in battle is indeed different from Liu Yuang's. It seems that as long as the original owner does not hold him back, he will indeed be able to rise to the top." So Zhang Lanyue was very happy to hear the news. She smiled at Xiao Pundi. "I know, sister-in-law. Thank you for telling me these things. When I get something good in the production team, I will send it to you. I don't want you to give me things. I'm just afraid that you are working too hard in the production team." Xiao Pundi pulled Zhang Lanyue and looked very worried about her. "So why don't you talk to the battalion commander and move back to the military compound first, so that life will be a little better? Besides, you and Captain Liu have already got a marriage certificate. Aren't you afraid of any problems if the two of you suddenly separate like this? Who is Liu Yuang? He is like a star in the sky, and so many female soldiers are staring at him. Only Zhang Lanyue dares to rest assured and put him in the army." Zhang Lanyue couldn't tell Xiao Pundi such things. She could only smile. "I believe in his character. He won't do anything wrong. Besides, since I'm going out to work, I want to make some achievements. I can't be looked down upon like before, right?" Xiao Pundi had persuaded everyone she needed to, and could only sigh. "Well, then you be smart and don't let others take advantage of you." "Okay, then I'll go back first." After saying goodbye to Xiao Pundi, Zhang Lanyue pushed the wheelbarrow and went door to door to deliver fish to other military wives. After receiving the fish, the other military wives thanked Zhang Lanyue repeatedly on the surface. But when she turned and left, the military wives couldn't help but gather together to discuss. "I didn't expect that Zhang Lanyue would change her ways after getting married with Deputy Battalion Commander Liu. She even sends us fish, which is really unexpected." Yeah, if she had realized this earlier, why would she have moved out of the military compound? "It's too late for her to ease relations with us now." "What do you mean late?" "With the background of the Liu family, if she sends something to show her goodwill to us, do we dare not accept it?" So take the benefits if you can. You never know when they will move back home. This is the truth. When the military wives talked about this, they all couldn't help shaking their heads. Then they took the big fish in their hands, turned around, and went back. Jiang Lanhua was pushing the cart and was about to go to the front row. When passing the corner, she saw two familiar figures. Wang Chunhua, with a gloomy face, was standing next to the electric pole with a basket on her shoulder. Fang Ruifeng, who was talking to her, had tears in her eyes and looked particularly pitiful. Sister Wang, please help me talk to your company commander Sunday. My man has been working hard for many years to become the deputy instructor, and now he has been kicked down to be a platoon leader. The soldiers below are all laughing at him. He has also made up his mind to divorce me. If I can't solve this problem, my family will fall apart. This is your own trouble. What does it have to do with me? Wang Chunhua sneered and shook off Fang Ruifeng's hand. I haven't forgotten how you cleared yourself that day at the company headquarters. Now you want me to beg my man to help your man plead with Captain Ma. Don't even think about it. Her husband lost his position as deputy battalion commander, and she was still very angry, and she didn't care about others. After saying this, Wang Chunhua came over angrily. She had just taken a few steps when she bumped into Jiang Lanhua, who was pushing a cart. For a moment, Wang Chunhua's face became even uglier. Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out that the troublemaker in our military compound is back. Fortunately, Zhao Pundi told Jiang Lanhua that Deputy Battalion Commander's son took the initiative to give up the competition for the position of Deputy Battalion Commander. Otherwise, she couldn't figure out where Wang Chunhua's anger came from. So seeing Wang Chunhua so angry, Jiang Lanhua smiled indifferently. Sister-in-law Wang, I didn't provoke you today. Do and vent your anger on me. As she said this, she took out a fat silver carp from the basket in front of her. I got some fish from the production team, so I specially sent them back for all the sisters-in-law to taste. I kept the biggest one for sister-in-law Wang. Do you want another one? You. Seeing Jiang Lanhua holding a big fish, looking at her calmly. Wang Chunhua was so angry that she couldn't vent her anger, and her face turned red. Instead, Fang Ruifeng rushed over and scolded. Jiang Lanhua, you dead girl who stirs up trouble. You caused my man to lose his position as deputy instructor, and you still have the nerve to come back? That's right. Wang Chunhua didn't care about the internal fight with Fang Ruifeng, and the two of them glared at Jiang Lanhua. Since you have moved out, you are no longer a member of the military compound. Why are you still running around giving things away? Do you think that if you use these tricks, the company will let you move back? You are dreaming. Since they were ignorant, Jiang Lanhua put the fish directly back into the basket. Then he looked at them coldly. If I really wanted to move it back, do you think you could stop me? Besides, Sister Fang, we all know how your husband lost his position as deputy instructor. You still don't know where you are wrong. No wonder your husband wants to divorce you. She raised her hand and pointed at Jiang Lanhua, stuttering for a long time without thinking of a rebuttal. But Jiang Lanhua looked back at Wang Chunhua, and Sister Wang, if you hadn't been trying to make things difficult for me, Captain Sun wouldn't have given up this promotion opportunity. This result is all caused by you, and you want to put the blame on me. Don't you think the result is not serious enough and you want to continue making trouble? You. Jiang Lanhua's words instantly blocked Wang Chunhua's mouth. She didn't want to argue with them anymore and wanted to continue delivering fish to the next house by pushing the wheelbarrow. But when she just walked past Fang Ruifeng, this crazy woman suddenly stretched out her hand and pushed her down hard. Jiang Lanhua was pushing the wheelbarrow, and she needed to maintain balance. Now she was suddenly pushed like this, and she fell down uncontrollably with the wheelbarrow. Ah! Seeing that half of the basket of fish was about to splash on her, Jiang Lanhua subconsciously shouted in panic. And the next second, a strong hand grabbed her arm. Then her whole body was lifted up and then crashed into a strong embrace. After surviving the disaster, Jiang Lanhua's heart was pounding with fear. Just when she reacted and wanted to turn around to thank the person who saved her. When she looked up, she saw Lu Yuang with a gloomy face, frowning at her. Are you okay?
No.
It's okay. Unexpectedly, the person who pulled her out in time was Lu Yuang. Jiang Lanhua's face flushed instantly. She quickly pushed away Lu Yuang's hand that was half holding her and took 2 steps back to distance herself from him. Captain Sun, who came back with Lu Yuang, glared at Wang Chunhua and Fong Ruifeng coldly and angrily scolded. What do you two want to do now?
Being
the boss is none of my business. Being caught by her own man, Wang Chunhua was more panicked than anyone else. Fong Ruifeng pushed her. I didn't do anything. Fong Ruifeng was also scared to death, her face pale. I didn't push her on purpose. I was just careless. Deputy Battalion Commander Liu. Captain Sun, don't misunderstand me. You are still quibbling. Captain Sun didn't believe this at all. He just turned around and looked at Jiang Lanyue and asked with guilt, Comrade Jiang, tell me, were they bullying you? If they really bullied you, I will not let them off easily today.
boss.
Wang Chunhua became anxious when she heard that her man had handed over the power of life and death to Jiang Lanyue. She was about to argue, but Captain Sun turned around and glared at her fiercely. She didn't dare to speak any more in an instant. Lu Yuang also looked at Jiang Lanyue with a serious look in his eyes. What's the matter? Tell the truth. Since he said so, Jiang Lanyue didn't intend to be polite. She glanced at the guilty Wang Chunhua and the frightened Fong Ruifeng and then told them everything that had just happened. Because of what happened before, Sister Wang and Sister Fong are dissatisfied with me and don't want me to return to the military compound. I just came back to deliver some fish to everyone, but I didn't expect them to be so angry. The person who pushed me just now was Sister Fong. She blamed me for causing her husband to lose his position as deputy instructor. But I didn't pursue the matter last time, so I was somewhat wronged.
You
are slandering me. Hearing Jiang Lanyue say this, Fong Ruifeng was so scared that her legs went limp. As soon as she refuted, Jiang Lanyue immediately replied to her. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, Sister Wang saw it with her own eyes. Do you still want to say that it was Sister Wang who pushed me? Wang Chunhua is not stupid. When she heard this, she immediately stood up to testify. It was indeed Fong Ruifeng who pushed me. I didn't expect her to suddenly do it. Boss, Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, this is really none of my business. I just felt unhappy and had a few words with Sister Lanyue. Even if I had a few more guts, I wouldn't dare to do anything to her. The position of Deputy Battalion Commander that she had already obtained was lost. How could she dare to provoke this jinx? I'll deal with you when I get back. Although Wang Chunhua didn't do it, but he made trouble for Jiang Lanyue, and Captain Sun still didn't know how to explain to Lu Yuang. After scolding Wang Chunhua, he turned back and looked at Jiang Lanyue with guilt. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I want to apologize to you on behalf of this ignorant woman. Don't take it personally. It's okay. Jiang Lanyue smiled at him and quickly picked up a large fish from the ground and handed it to him. This fish is covered in mud. Don't despise it, Captain Sunday. This is the fish I caught in the production team myself, and I specially sent it back for everyone to taste. It would have been fine if she didn't bother with them, but she was generous enough to give them the fish. Captain Sun felt even more embarrassed. He quickly took the fish and said, Don't despise it, don't despise it. Since this is Comrade Xiao Zhang's kind gift, I will accept it.
Yes.
Jiang Lanyue smiled and nodded, and didn't say anything more. She quickly squatted down and picked up all the fish that fell on the ground and put them into the basket. Seeing this, Lu Yuang quickly squatted down to help. Captain Sun was embarrassed to just stand there, so he quickly stuffed the fish in his hand to Wang Chunhua. Then he ran over to hold the cart, picked up all the fish into the basket, and then moved them to the wheelbarrow. After everything was packed, Jiang Lanyue said, I still have a few more houses to deliver, so I'll go first. After that, Jiang Lanyue was about to push the cart. But Lu Yuang got there first and held the handle of the wheelbarrow. I'll go with you. This. Lu Yuang's reaction made Jiang Lanyue feel uncomfortable all over. But in front of outsiders, she still nodded obediently. Okay then. After that, Lu Yuang pushed the cart, and they went to the houses in the front row together. But Captain Sun glared at Fong Ruifeng coldly, turned around, and pulled Wang Chunhua back. Fong Ruifeng, who was left alone, realized that she had made a big mistake today. Her legs softened, and she sat on the ground and started crying. Oh my God, what should I do? Zhang Langyue and his team delivered the next few fishes very smoothly. After delivering the last carp, there were still 4 or 5 small carps left in the basket. Walking back, the moonlight and the dim light fell, gently interweaving and draping over the two of them. Lu Yuang pushed the cart in front, and Zhang Langyue deliberately fell behind him 2 steps to distance herself from him. Feeling her deliberate alienation, Lu Yuang suddenly spoke. Have the team solved the problem of those educated youths making things difficult for you? Of course, it's solved. Zhang Langyue didn't expect Lu Yuang to talk to her suddenly, and answered almost reflexively. Her nervousness made Lu Yuang look back at her. Zhang Langyue immediately said, I don't think the matter is that serious, so I don't plan to pursue it so much. I can handle my own affairs in the team, so I won't bother you. If he helps again, he will not be able to get rid of the label of being a relative. It would be better for him to focus on his own career. Why is he always staring at her?
Huh?
Zhang Lanyue's abnormal attitude shocked Lu Yuang again. He looked back at her, his eyes full of suspicion and scrutiny. As soon as he looked at her, Zhang Lanyue felt her scalp tingling. She didn't know how the original owner got the courage to cheat such a demon-like character in his previous life again and again.
So she hurriedly said, Well,
I'll go back first. I can't let Grandma cook dinner. After saying this, she ran towards the Lu family. Seeing Zhang Lanyue's panic and clumsy figure, she soon disappeared. Lu Yuang, who had been frowning all day, suddenly couldn't help laughing. When Zhang Lanyue returned to the Lu family, Grandma Lu was killing the fish by the pool in the yard. When she saw it, she hurried over and said, Grandma, let me kill it. Okay. Grandma Lu was very happy when she saw Zhang Lanyue. She hurriedly stood up and gave her seat to Zhang Lanyue. After Zhang Lanyue sat down, he took a knife and quickly scraped off the scales of a grass carp. Then he cut open the belly neatly, removed the gills, and cut the knife. She was so skilled in using the kitchen knife that she seemed to be able to do anything with it. Grandma Lu was standing aside and was stunned when she saw this scene. Zhang Lanyue didn't notice her grandmother's surprise. After she cleaned up the fish, she went back to the kitchen to cook. The rice simmering on the gas stove had already given off a fragrant smell. Zhang Lanyue cut up the onions, garlic, and chili peppers and grabbed a handful of Sichuan peppercorns. After the rice was cooked, she changed the wok and added some oil. After the oil was hot, she sprinkled some salt in the wok and then put the whole grass carp in and fried it until both sides were golden brown. After frying the fish, she put in the onions, garlic, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns to stir-fry, and then brought a warm screen and put some boiling water in. For a while, the water in the pot was bubbling, and the aroma of the stewed fish gradually spread out. Grandma Lu stood at the door of the kitchen, watching Zhang Lanyue busy at work, and she was very satisfied. Seeing Lu Yuang coming in again, she lowered her voice and said, In the past, I always hoped that Yeye would be sensible one day. She could be busy in the kitchen like this and be a good wife. Now it's finally here. Grandma is really happy. Hearing Grandma say this, Lu Yuang also glanced at Zhang Lanyue. But he didn't say much, just turned and walked into the yard. Pour out all the fish that were covered in mud and put them in the water. Zhang Lanyue quickly prepared dinner. A braised grass carp, a plate of bacon and stir-fried green beans, and a plate of stir-fried choy sum. Add a cucumber slice and egg soup. It makes people's appetite increase just by looking at it. Grandma Lu smiled as she sat at the table, muttering, It's better to have Yeye here. Not only is the house lively, but the food is delicious too. Yeye, why don't you move back? Grandma's life is boring without you by her side. When the old lady said this, Lu Yuang, who had just sat at the table, paused with his chopsticks. Zhang Lanyue had just served the meal when she immediately shook her head and said, If Grandma misses me, I will come back often. There's no need to move back. I live well in the village.
But
the child refused to come back, and Grandma Lu wanted to persuade her. Zhang Lanyue interrupted her directly. I will apply to the team later to see if we can move to a bigger place. If the conditions are met, I will take Grandma over. Do you think this is okay? Look at this girl. She would rather take her out than move back, and Grandma Lu has no way out. She turned around and glared at Lu Yuang. You little brat, don't you have anything to say? Look at Yaya, she's only moved out for 2 days, and she's lost weight. The original owner was lazy and gluttonous, and was so fat that her face was a little black. Jiang Lanhua has been busy these days, and is not as greedy as the original owner. So her complexion is indeed much better, and her jaw, which was originally fat with a double, is indeed thinner. So Lu Yuang turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. But Jiang Lanhua didn't dare to give him a chance to say anything, and immediately took the lead and said, It's better to be thinner. If I get fatter, it will be bad for my health. Then she quickly picked up a piece of fish belly meat with chopsticks and put it into Grandma Lu's bowl. Grandma, try it and see how I cooked this fish today? Knowing that Jiang Lanhua wanted to shut her up, Grandma Lu sighed. Why are you so polite to your family now, kid? If you want anything or want to do something, just tell this brat. If he dares not agree, Grandma will deal with him. Grandma Lu has always been the one who says what she means in the Lu family. Not to mention Lu Yuang. Even Lu Yuang's parents have to be obedient. Look at him lowering his head and picking up dishes without saying a word. Jiang Lanhua suddenly couldn't help laughing. If that's the case, I really do have something I want to ask Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu for help. Jiang Lanhua's call of Deputy Battalion Commander Lu made Lu Yuang's heart tighten. His cold gaze fell on her face. This woman, she had a fuss and got a marriage certificate from him. She used to call him by his name, but now she calls him Deputy Battalion Commander Lu? Noticing his displeased gaze, Jiang Lanhua turned around to look at him. When their eyes met and she could see that his face was not good, Jiang Lanhua's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! He wouldn't think that he would make excessive demands like the original owner, would he? Seeing that one of them had a sullen face, and the other was a little scared, Grandma Lu put down her chopsticks, as if she was going to support Jiang Lanhua. Yeah, just talk, Grandma will support you. I want to see who dares to say anything. Ahem. Jiang Lanhua was embarrassed, so she smiled and said, It's not a big deal. I just met a military wife in Wenchong village. Her husband went back to the army to perform a mission, and there has been no news for several years. She doesn't know anyone in the army, so she can't find her husband. So she came to me to see if I can help her find out where her man is now. After saying that, Jiang Lanhua glanced at Lu Yuang cautiously again. If this matter will make Deputy Battalion Commander Lu very embarrassed, then I will find a chance to ask Battalion Commander Tai for help. After all, the battalion owed him a favor for saving Sister Zhao's family of 3. Isn't it a trivial matter to find someone? After understanding what Jiang Lanhua said, Grandma Lu laughed on the spot. Our Yaya is kind-hearted and willing to help the wives of soldiers in need. This is a good thing. Why are you being polite? After saying that, Grandma Lu glared at Lu Yuang. Go and do this. Don't refuse. Got it. Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuang was in a bad mood because of the 2 times Jiang Lanhua called him Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. However, after the meal, Jiang Lanhua and Grandma Lu had a very happy chat. After dinner, Jiang Lanhua washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. She took a knife and a large iron basin to the yard, killed and cleaned up the remaining fish after sending people away, and the 3 extra fish that were left before. She added coarse salt to marinate the fish, and then she was done. But as soon as she returned to the living room, she saw Grandma Lu sneaking around, busying herself at the door of the original owner's room. Jiang Lanhua called her, Grandma, what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing. Startled, Grandma Lu quickly turned around and walked toward her room. As she walked, she said, It's already very late, yeah, you guys should go to bed early. I'm going to sleep first. After that, she hurried back to her room. After taking a look at the tightly closed door, Jiang Lanhua realized something. After she put down her things, she poured a glass of water and personally delivered it to Grandma Lu's room. After talking to her for a while, she came out of the room. But just as she walked out of the room, the door was locked from the inside. Hearing the noise, Jiang Lanhua couldn't help laughing. When she went to open the door of the original owner's room, as expected, the door was locked again. just when Jiang Lanyue was locked at the door of the room and was about to touch her pocket. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "The door is locked again?"
Yeah.
Jiang Lanyue was startled by Lu Yuang's appearance. She turned around to look at him with an embarrassed expression.
Grandma.
She was joking with me again. Lu Yuang lowered his eyes and looked at the panic on Jiang Lanyue's face. The mood that had been depressed all night suddenly became better. He said, "Then, you go to my room." But before he finished speaking, Jiang Lanyue took out the key from her pocket like offering a treasure. "Look, what is this?" Looking at the key, Lu Yuang choked on the words that were about to come to his lips. Jiang Lanyue, who was unaware, smiled and said, "I knew that Grandma has a childish temper and will definitely use this trick on me again. So I secretly took the key she used to lock the door just now. Am I smart?" Seeing that Jiang Lanyue was very happy, Lu Yuang's mood, which had just improved a little, suddenly became gloomy again. He watched Jiang Lanyue open the door and turn back to say to him, "Good night then."
Good night.
Although Lu Yuang felt very uncomfortable, he still nodded at her. Then he quickly turned back to the room. Jiang Lanyue didn't notice anything wrong, so she closed the door and went to bed directly. The small bed in the mud house was certainly not as comfortable as the original owner's bed. Jiang Lanyue slept soundly that night, and when she woke up the next morning, it was already dawn. Thinking that she still had to go to the Wenchang Brigade to work, Jiang Lanyue casually ate 2 bites of the breakfast prepared by Grandma Lu and then hurried to the brigade. However, as soon as she arrived at the brigade's ground dam, the alarm of the mechanical system suddenly sounded in her mind. "Alarm, alarm. The registered items have left their original location. Please quickly verify the exact location of the items." The registered items have left their original location? Who moved the things in the warehouse? Realizing this, Jiang Lanyue hurriedly pushed the wheelbarrow and rushed to the warehouse. But when she arrived at the brigade's field, she saw a group of people gathered at the warehouse door. The members and educated youth were standing at the door and whispering, "Who is so bold as to steal public property? If they are caught, the consequences will be serious. Yes, there has never been a theft of public property in our brigade before. What's going on?" Amid the discussion, an unhappy male voice said, "What else could it be? I think it's probably someone who stole the property and enriched himself. After all, this kind of problem didn't happen when Comrade Zhang Qingqing was in charge of the warehouse. Someone has only been in charge for 2 days, and such a serious thing happened. Isn't it enough to prove that she has a problem?" Things were indeed lost, even though the members and educated youth didn't quite believe that it was Jiang Lanyue who did it. But for a moment, no one dared to speak for her. Zhang Taizhu, who was standing at the back of the crowd, spoke without hesitation. Things in the warehouse were lost, but Comrade Huang Weimin said that Comrade Jiang embezzled the goods. How did he get that from? We all know that Comrade Huang has a problem with Comrade Jiang. It's hard not to suspect that you are taking revenge when you say this about Comrade Jiang at this time. Zhang Taizhu was a model worker. With him taking the lead in speaking, the educated youth and members of the commune naturally became bolder. That's right. Although Comrade Jiang made mistakes before, she has made 2 meritorious services since she came to our Wenchang village brigade. I just feel that this matter is not her. In my opinion, we should find the brigade leader first and make a decision. The busy farming season is about to begin. If so many tools are lost, won't this delay production? Looking at all the people present, no one followed him to target Jiang Lanyue. Huang Weimin's face fell. She is just a prisoner. Why are you protecting her? Do you think you are so soft-hearted just because of those few fish yesterday?
You.
Huang Weimin's words immediately left the members speechless. But Zhang Taizhu was not polite to him. You talk as if Comrade Huang Weimin didn't eat the fish. Didn't you use the fish to please Comrade Zhang Qingqing? We are not like you, who are not soft-hearted even if they eat people.
You.
Zhang Taizhu's words immediately made Huang Weimin speechless. Wang Aigua, who had a steady personality and had always been silent, also spoke up. I think that this incident was done by someone who wanted to deliberately frame Comrade Jiang. After all, the first person to bear the responsibility for the theft in the warehouse was Comrade Jiang. So the statement that Comrade Jiang embezzled can almost be ignored. You guys. Huang Weimin was furious when he saw Wang Aigua and Zhang Taizhu both helping Jiang Laniyue. But Zhang Qingqing, who was standing next to Huang Weimin, suddenly sneered. I didn't expect Comrade Zhang Taizhu and Comrade Wang Aigua to actually help Jiang Laniyue. If Jiang Laniyue wasn't fat and ugly, I would have mistakenly thought that you guys were attracted to her. Zhang Qingqing's words made everyone look at Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua with a bit of weirdness. Jiang Laniyue, who heard everything clearly, then spoke. According to Comrade Zhang Qingqing, so many male members and male educated youth helped you with your work before, so they all fell in love with you? I didn't expect Comrade Zhang Qingqing to be so philanthropic. It's not enough to have Comrade Huang Weimin as a suitor, and she's also eyeing other male comrades. You're talking nonsense. As soon as Jiang Laniyue opened her mouth, Zhang Qingqing's defense was broken. Seeing that she was about to curse again, Jiang Laniyue interrupted her directly. You said I was telling the truth, and I said you were talking nonsense. Comrade Zhang really has double standards. I think you slander people like this just to make all male comrades afraid to speak up for me. You and Comrade Huang Weimin are singing the same tune. Are you planning to frame me to death? Zhang Qingqing blushed and was about to refute when Jiang Laniyue revealed her purpose. But before she could say anything, she was interrupted by a cold voice. Stop arguing. Is now the time for internal strife? As soon as this voice came out, everyone looked back. Captain Huang, who had received the news and rushed over, had a long face. Under the gaze of everyone, he ran to the warehouse and took a look. He saw that most of the hoes, sickles, rakes, and shovels were gone. He couldn't help but roared. What is going on? Where is the warehouse keeper? I'm here. Hearing Captain Huang calling her, Jiang Laniyue walked straight over. As soon as he saw Jiang Laniyue, Captain Huang pointed at the messy warehouse, glared at her, and asked, What is going on? As a warehouse keeper, now everything in the warehouse is lost. You have to be responsible. Hearing what Captain Huang said, Huang Weimin and Zhang Qingqing became proud. But Jiang Laniyue, who was questioned by Captain Huang, was not panicked at all. She just looked at everyone present with a calm expression. It is indeed a serious matter that things are lost. So, Captain Huang, let's report to the police. Catch the thief as soon as possible so that the lost things can be recovered and will not affect the production of the team. What? Report to the police? Jiang Laniyue's words made Captain Huang's face even uglier. Go to the police to investigate, and then our Wenchang village brigade will be famous. By then, let alone striving for this year's advanced brigade, the township commune will definitely criticize us by name. How can we do this? Knowing that Captain Huang would not agree to ask the police to investigate, Zhang Qingqing and Huang Weimin were even more proud. Jiang Laniyue saw their reactions and smiled calmly. If you don't report it to the police, how will the captain deal with this matter? Is he going to take the blame for an innocent person like me? And the number of lost tools is large, and it will cost a lot of money and industrial tickets to make up for it. So this matter simply cannot be covered up. If the concealment of this matter affects the planting and transplanting of rice seedlings, then when the commune blames us, it will not be as simple as not being rated as an advanced team. Captain Huang has been the captain for so many years. Of course he knows the seriousness of the matter. His face is so gloomy that water can be squeezed out of it. Seeing that Captain Huang didn't speak, Jiang Laniyue said again, and with so many farm tools, no one can transport them away without anyone noticing. I think someone in our group must have noticed something wrong last night. After saying that, Jiang Laniyue glanced at the people around her again. So if you have any clues, please speak out directly. Otherwise, if you report it to the police, the entire team will be implicated. And those who steal farm tools will not have a good end.
This.
Jiang Laniyue's words made the onlookers and educated youth look at each other in bewilderment. Several educated youth and members turned their eyes to Huang Weimin. Their reactions also confirmed Jiang Laniyue's guess. She immediately called out the name of one of the members. Comrade Mao Jian, you should have seen something last night, right?
I
didn't see it, Comrade Jiang Laniyue. Don't talk nonsense. Mao Jian panicked instantly after being named and hurriedly lowered his head. Zhang Lanyue said, "But your reaction just now doesn't seem like you didn't see anything. If you don't say it now and then you report it to the police and find out, you'll be knowingly not reporting it. According to the law, failing to report something when knowing the truth is also a crime, and you must take responsibility." That's right. Seeing Mao Jian's guilty look, Captain Huang also became serious. "Just tell us what you saw. The team promises that you will not be influenced. Anyone who found anything suspicious last night can also speak out. As long as we find the farm tools ourselves, there is no need to report to the police. This is the most beneficial for our Wenjiang team." Seeing Zhang Lanyue pressing forward step by step, Captain Huang was also anxious to resolve the matter. Mao Jian hesitated for a long time before saying, "Last night. I got up last night. I saw a man pushing a wheelbarrow, and there seemed to be a lot of things on it. And the back of that man seemed to be..."
Was.
Mao Jian did not say the name, but his eyes looked at Huang Weimin. "What do you mean? What are you looking at me for?" Mao Jian's reaction made Huang Weimin immediately angry. "I tell you, Mao Jian, you want to frame me together with Zhang Lanyue? I will never let you go. No one knows a son better than his father." Captain Huang seemed to realize something. He frowned and looked at Huang Weimin. "You little rascal, you really have nothing to do with this matter?" "How could I have anything to do with this matter?" Being stared at by his own father, Huang Weimin felt extremely guilty. "Why did I steal those farm tools? Who knows what you're going to do?" An educated youth in the crowd couldn't help but mutter. "Last night, a few of us went to the canal, wanting to catch a few fish and make a bowl of fish soup. I saw you sneaking around the warehouse door with my own eyes. Now that something is lost, who else could it be but you? If the brigade is awarded the title of Advanced Brigade, it will not only be an honor, but the rations of these educated youth will also be increased by 2 kilograms every month. Now, because of Huang Weimin's tricks, everyone will suffer. Of course, they feel uncomfortable." Seeing that the educated youth also spoke up to testify against him, Huang Weimin was so angry that he clenched his fists and was about to beat them. "You rascals have been bribed by Zhang Lanyue and are deliberately targeting me, right? You say I stole those farm tools. What evidence do you have? As the old saying goes, to catch the thief and seize the stolen goods. If you can't produce evidence, I will never let you go." Looking at Huang Weimin's posture, he was going to deny it to death. While he was yelling, Zhang Lanyue used her mind to sense the specific location of those farm tools through the mechanical system. Then she said, "I want to ask Comrade Mao Jian, in which direction did the figure you saw go last night?" Mao Jian thought for a while and looked towards the west end of the village. "It seemed to go in that direction."
Yeah.
Zhang Lanyue nodded, then turned to look at Captain Huang. "Captain, is there any place on the west end of the village where a large amount of things can be hidden? If Comrade Huang Weimin really did this, he must have hidden the things within the range of our group. If it is transported too far, it will attract the attention of other groups or the brigade, and the consequences will be more serious." Hearing what Zhang Lanyue said, Captain Huang glared at Huang Weimin fiercely again. He then said, "There is an abandoned brick kiln on the west end of the village, and it is empty. There should be no other place to hide things except there." The location that Captain Huang said was similar to the location detected by the mechanical system. Zhang Lanyue then turned to look at Zhang Taizhu. "Comrade Zhang Taizhu, could you please take a few people to see if there are any farm tools in the brick kiln?" "Okay, I'll go right away." Zhang Taizhu had already noticed that there was something wrong with Huang Weimin, and now that he had finally found out the clues, he was of course happy to take people to look for him. So, he quickly found a few people and turned to leave. Huang Weimin was now anxious, and he rushed out to stop Zhang Taizhu and the others. "You don't have brains, do you? Why do you have to listen to the orders of Zhang Lanyue, a prisoner? My dad is the team leader, and he hasn't spoken yet." After saying that, Huang Weimin looked anxiously at team leader Huang. In front of so many people, Huang Weimin's flustered look made it clear that he had something to hide. Captain Huang was so angry that he was shaking. He gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Taizhu, take your men to the brick kiln to look for it. If you really find something, come back and report it immediately. Yes, Captain. Captain Huang had already spoken, so Zhang Taizhu and his men were even more impolite. They pushed Huang Weimin aside and rushed towards the brick kiln. They went to search for evidence. Huang Weimin was so scared that his legs were weak that he could hardly stand. Jiang Lanyue glanced at him for a few times, then turned to look at Zhang Qingqing, who was also pale and trying to sneak away. Comrade Zhang Qingqing, where were you last night? If Comrade Huang Weimin really did this, you were probably involved, right?
No.
It's none of my business. Jiang Lanyue's words scared Zhang Qingqing so much that she hurriedly shook her head to deny it. I was at the Educated Youth Point the whole night last night. I didn't leave at all.
Maybe not.
As soon as Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, Su Lingling directly refuted. I woke up in the middle of the night last night and saw that your bed was empty. I thought you were going on a date with someone and didn't want to get involved in your private affairs. But now something has been lost in the warehouse and public property is involved. You have to explain this clearly.
You.
With Jiang Lanyue's questioning in front and Su Lingling's revelations in the back, Zhang Qingqing was now speechless. Looking at their reactions, Captain Huang also figured out what was going on. He rushed to Huang Weimin angrily and slapped him twice. Little rascal, why don't you tell the truth? If you don't say it again, I'll have someone report it to the police. When the time comes, we'll investigate the matter thoroughly and send both of you to jail. Huang Weimin was stunned by the 2 slaps from his own father and staggered and fell to the ground. Zhang Qingqing was afraid that he would give her away, so she ran over and cried in front of Captain Huang. Captain, I was really wronged. This matter has nothing to do with me. As she said this, she turned around and cried to look at Huang Weimin. Tell me quickly, what is going on with this matter? How could I, a female comrade, steal things? On one side was the furious father, and on the other side was the beloved girl. Huang Weimin paused for a moment, then immediately got up and knelt down in front of Captain Huang. Dad, I know I was wrong. I opened the warehouse without permission last night and hid those farm tools in the brick kiln. I just want to prove that Jiang Lanyue can't manage the warehouse well, and I want you to return the position of warehouse keeper to Qingqing. As he said this, he immediately raised his head again. This matter has nothing to do with Qingqing. She didn't know about it at all. Captain Huang knew better than anyone whether Zhang Qingqing was involved in this matter. Everyone present also knew it in their hearts. Looking at this disappointing son, he was so angry that he slapped him again, wishing he could beat him to death. After beating him, Captain Huang paused for a long time. Then he turned around and looked at Jiang Lanyue. Comrade Jiang, now that the matter has been clarified, it is indeed the little rascal who did something wrong this time. How do you think this matter should be handled? Captain Huang asked, and everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Lanyue. At the same time, they couldn't help but whispered. The captain asked Comrade Jiang this question. How should she answer? If we investigate it to the end, we will definitely offend the captain to death, and our future life will be difficult. Let's not investigate it. Huang Weimin has gone too far, and no one can bear it. If I were Comrade Jiang, I would be embarrassed to death. Jiang Lanyue also heard everyone's discussion clearly. She was silent for a moment, and then smiled and said, Captain Huang, if Comrade Huang Weimin succeeds in framing me today, what will happen to me?
This.
Jiang Lanyue's question made Captain Huang speechless for a moment. Losing public property is a serious dereliction of duty. He also falsely accused her of embezzlement, which is an aggravated crime. If the situation gets serious, coupled with her previous labor reform, she will probably be sent to prison for several years. Seeing that Captain Huang didn't say anything, Jiang Lanyue smiled coldly. Captain, do you understand the seriousness of this problem now? I understand that parents have a loving heart for their children, but they should also be sensible. Spoiling a child is like killing a child. Comrade Huang Weimin went from beating up members of the team to wanting to harm others and go to jail now. I'm afraid that you, the captain, have indulged him in this. If we don't investigate today, he will punish anyone he doesn't like in the future. Beating, framing, or even murder are all possible. In this era, when the people are the masters, do we have to worship a local tyrant in the Wenchang village team? Is this really good for you, Captain Huang? Jiang Lanue's words made Captain Huang unable to raise his head. Wang Aigua, who was standing aside, also said, Captain, Comrade Jiang Lanue is right. Your soft-heartedness will only harm Comrade Huang Weimin. And today's incident has made such a big fuss that the truth cannot be hidden. If it gets to the ears of someone with ulterior motives and he goes to the commune to report you, the consequences will be disastrous. You must know that there are many people watching the position of the captain. If he is not careful, he will be pulled down. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Captain Huang's eyes turned red and tears were about to fall. When Huang Weimin heard what Jiang Lanue and Wang Aigua said, he immediately cursed at them. Jiang Lanue, you are a labor reform prisoner with bad intentions. I just want you to give up the position of warehouse keeper, but you want to send me to jail. You have a vicious heart. And Wang Aigua, I have no grudges against you. Why did you help this labor reform prisoner to harm me? What is your intention? After cursing, he rushed over again and hugged Captain Huang's legs. Dad, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again, and I will never dare to cause trouble for you again. Seeing that Captain Huang was still hesitating, Deng Shufan, who was standing in the crowd, rushed out. Boss, you are the pillar of our family. You can't be confused. The eldest brother made a mistake. He should take the responsibility. If you still cover up for him, the future of our family will be over. They not only have Huang Weimin as their son, but also 2 sons and a daughter, who all rely on this father who is the captain. As soon as Deng Shufan opened his mouth, Huang Weimin got anxious. He turned around and cursed at the stepmother. Deng Shufan, you vicious woman, I am not your biological son. Of course you don't love me. If you let your biological son go to jail, can you bear it? Huang Weimin's conscienceless words really made Deng Shufan mad. Don't I love you? When I married into the Huang family, you were still breastfeeding in my arms. You have been well-fed and well-dressed for so many years, and you have been taking care of everything. But you have caused trouble for your father time and time again. Now, for a dead girl like Zhang Qingqing, you have stolen public property and framed your comrades. Do you know how serious this crime is? Your father can't cover up for you this time. Do you want to take the lives of the whole family and let you do whatever you want? I will fight you. Unable to tolerate this stepmother, Huang Weimin yelled and rushed up to fight with Deng Shufan. Seeing that he was still arrogant, Captain Huang threw 2 punches and knocked him to the ground. You are such an ungrateful person. Although she is not your biological mother, she has raised you for so many years. Is what she said wrong? Since you are so stubborn that you refuse to repent, don't blame me as your father for being cruel. Come on, send him to the Public Security Bureau. Whether he is to be shot or imprisoned, it is all up to the law. Captain Huang had already spoken, as he had been bullied by Huang Weimin for a long time. The members and educated youth who were complaining were all excited. Immediately, several members rushed out, grabbed Huang Weimin, who was beaten to the ground, and turned around to walk towards the town. Huang Weimin, who realized the seriousness of the matter, was carried away while shouting, Dad, I know I was wrong. I am your biological son. You can't ignore me. But no matter how he shouted, Captain Huang pretended not to hear. After a while, Huang Weimin was carried away for a long time, and his voice could not be heard. Zhang Taizhu, who led people to find farm tools, also came back at this time. They were seen carrying 5 or 6 hoes on their shoulders, and some were holding sickles in their arms, and they walked back with heavy faces. Zhang Taizhu even said, Captain, the lost farm tools are indeed all in the brick kiln. I'm afraid we need to go with some comrades to get them all back. You arrange this. Captain Huang was sad that his son was taken away, so he waved his hand. Then he turned around and left the village office without saying anything more. Such a big thing was settled just like that. Some of the educated youth and members of the commune followed Zhang Taizhu to move the farm tools back. Some of them went straight to Jiang Lanue, took the remaining farm tools, and went to work in the fields. Zhang Qingqing was left alone, standing there crying, and no one paid any attention to her. After a long time of commotion in the morning, it was already noon when everyone started working. After Jiang Lanhua locked the door of the warehouse, she went straight back to her residence to prepare something to eat. But as soon as she got home, she saw a tall figure standing in the ground of the small house with low walls.
Lu.
Lu Yuang, why are you here? Jiang Lanhua was surprised to see the person. He left early this morning, and she didn't see him when she got up, so she thought he was on a mission. Of course there is something. After looking at Jiang Lanhua, Lu Yuang looked at the door again. Open the door.
Oh.
There were 4 lunch boxes in the net bag in his hand. Jiang Lanhua didn't say much and quickly took out the key and opened the door. Coming in from the outside, the small house was narrow and low, and the light was not very good. Lu Yuang was very tall and had to bend down when he entered the room. After he came in, he put the lunchbox in his hand on the table in the main room. He opened it and said, I got some food from the canteen. Let's eat together.
Yes.
Jiang Lanhua understood what he meant when she saw the lunchbox, so she didn't refuse his kindness. She sat down in front of Lu Yuang and took the lunchbox he handed over. 2 boxes of white rice, plus a braised pork, a scrambled egg with green peppers, and a braised eggplant. This lunch was not bad. While eating, Jiang Lanhua asked, You said there was something, what was it? Lu Yuang picked up a piece of braised pork for her very naturally. Then he said, I asked someone to check the husband of the military wife you are looking for. Is his name Ding Xingyuan? Yes. Jiang Lanhua remembered the name Guo Xinlan told her, and nodded immediately. Found the person? Where is he now? Seeing Jiang Lanhua's excited expression, Lu Yuang became serious. The person was found, but the situation is a bit complicated. After you finish work in the afternoon, bring the person back to the army, and I will tell you in person in detail. Complicated? How can the situation be complicated if the person is found? Jiang Lanhua was confused by Lu Yuang's words. She wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly there was a burst of angry shouting outside the dam. Jiang Lanhua, you evil spirit, get out of here. You harmed my grandson. You will not die well. I, the old woman, will fight you to the death. Although the voice was unfamiliar, Jiang Lanhua could guess who the person was from the words she cursed. She put down the chopsticks in her hand and said to Lu Yuang, who was obviously stunned, You eat first, I'll go and see. After that, Jiang Lanhua got up and walked out of the door directly. Inside the dam, Grandma Huang had a sullen face and a murderous look. Zhang Qingqing, who was supporting her, was still adding fuel to the fire. Grandma Huang, it was because of this Jiang Lanhua that he refused to let go. Captain Huang had no choice but to send Comrade Huang Weimin to the Public Security Bureau. Everyone says that Comrade Huang Weimin's life will be ruined if he goes there. People who have been through labor reform will be beaten up by everyone. I really can't bear it. The more Zhang Qingqing said, the more furious Grandma Huang became. Seeing Jiang Lanhua coming out of the house, Grandma Huang cursed, You vicious girl! What grudge does our Huang family have against you? Why do you have to harm my grandson? You go to the Public Security Bureau right now and explain clearly that this matter is all a misunderstanding. Otherwise, I will die in front of you today, and I will make you unable to turn over a new leaf for the rest of your life. Huang Weimin could be so lawless. In addition to Captain Huang's indulgence, Grandma Huang's doting also played an indispensable role. So when she saw her making trouble, Jiang Lanhua smiled indifferently. Grandma Huang, if you want to rescue Comrade Huang Weimin, I'm not the right person to look for. Jiang Lanhua looked at Zhang Qingqing again. After all, Comrade Huang Weimin has admitted in front of everyone that he hid those tools in order to frame me. It's useless for me to change my words now. The only way is to let Comrade Zhang Qingqing go to the Public Security Bureau and admit that this matter was a conspiracy between the two of them. It's better for 2 people to bear the responsibility than 1 person. If Comrade Zhang Qingqing hadn't refused to admit that she was involved and pushed all the responsibility to Comrade Huang Weimin, the consequences would not be so serious. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Qingqing originally thought that if she asked Grandma Huang to make trouble, Jiang Lanhua, the girl, would be helpless. I really didn't expect that she would be so eloquent. I'm telling the truth. Seeing Zhang Qingqing's eyes widen with fear, Zhang Lanhua looked at Grandma Huang again. Grandma Huang, you should know clearly why Comrade Huang Weimin did this. Now that he has been arrested, Comrade Zhang Qingqing is able to keep himself out of it. Don't you think this is strange? Zhang Qingqing was anxious now, and she interrupted Zhang Lanhua in a hurry. You are slandering me. As long as you don't pursue this matter, Comrade Huang Weimin will be able to get away with it. Did he steal my things? He stole public things. How can I, Zhang Lanhua, have the ability to make the decision? Staring at Zhang Qingqing coldly, Zhang Lanhua sneered. I know what your purpose is. You want me to have a dispute with Grandma Huang. If anything happens to her, I'll be finished. But you are wrong. You think you can manipulate everyone. In my opinion, Grandma Huang is not such a stupid person. After that, Zhang Lanhua looked at Grandma Huang again. Whether what I said is true or false, you can go back and ask Captain Huang. Don't let someone use you to harm your grandson. Zhang Lanhua's words have completely calmed down the furious Grandma Huang. Zhang Qingqing was very flustered and turned around to incite her. Grandma Huang, Zhang Lanhua is just shirking responsibility. You must not. I think what she said makes sense. Before Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, Grandma Huang grabbed her wrist. Come back with me. I want to ask clearly. Zhang Qingqing was afraid of being pulled by Grandma Huang. She wanted to struggle, but she didn't dare to move too much to hurt Grandma Huang. In the end, she could only be helplessly pulled away by Grandma Huang. Dare to play this little trick in front of her, Zhang Lanhua? Zhang Lanhua thought it was funny, so she turned around and prepared to go back to eat. But as soon as she raised her eyes, she saw that Lu Yuan had been standing behind her without knowing when. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at her with interest. I didn't expect that you could be so smart. It seems that he underestimated her before. I'm sorry to embarrass you. Zhang Lanhua felt embarrassed by Lu Yuan's look, so she hurried into the house to eat. Then he followed her back to the house, and they had dinner alone for the first time in their lives. After dinner, Lu Yuan returned to the army, and Zhang Lanhua went to work in the brigade. Nothing happened that afternoon, and Zhang Lanhua had a very quiet time. When she finished work in the afternoon, she told Guo Jinlan that the army had found her man. This made Guo Jinlan very happy. She went back to change her clothes and then took Das Huang and Xiao Shuang with her. She happily went directly to the army with Zhang Lanhua. When Zhang Lanhua took her to the outside of the company headquarters, Lu Yuan happened to come out of the company entrance. As soon as he saw them coming, he nodded slightly. Come on, come in.
Yes.
Nodding obediently, Zhang Lanhua took Xiao Shuang's hand and walked directly into the company headquarters. Guo Jinlan saw that Lu Yuan was so handsome and tall, and he was very imposing. She couldn't help asking, the officer who sent you to the brigade last time was also this officer. Lanhua, who is he to you?
This.
Mrs. Guo asked this, and Zhang Lanhua didn't know how to answer for a while. But Lu Yuan, who was following behind, suddenly said, I am her lover. His words scared Zhang Lanhua so much that she almost choked to death. Guo Jinlan also looked unbelievable. Leader, you are really her lover? This girl is so lucky. She actually has a lover of the battalion commander, and this man is so handsome and tall.
Yes.
Lu Yuan nodded, with a serious face. It seems that Zhang Lanhua is indeed not relying on the Lu family's background to bully people in the Wenjiang Brigade. Others don't even know that he is her lover.
Hurry in.
Zhang Lanhua was so embarrassed by Lu Yuan's action that she almost didn't want to see anyone. She quickly dragged Guo Jinlan into the company's door. In the company's office, Captain Ma, Captain Sun, and Battalion Commander Tai were all there. Even the instructors of the three companies were in there. It was a grand occasion. When they came in, they were a little confused by the scene. Zhang Lanhua reacted and looked at Battalion Commander Tai. Battalion Commander, this is Guo Jinlan's military wife. She asked me to help find her lover, Ding Xingyuan. I heard that the person has been found. Can you tell her where he is now? Yes, leader. I have been looking for my man for several years. If I can't find him, I can't hold on any longer. Speaking of this, the always strong Gua Jinlan couldn't help crying. Das Huang and Xiao Shuang, who had been with her from beginning to end, called her pitifully. Mom, don't cry. We will definitely find Dad. Yes, Mom, you still have us. Seeing how pitiful the three of them were, Battalion Commander Tai couldn't help but sigh. The person was found, but the situation is very special. Everyone go out first. I'd better talk to the sister-in-law alone. Yes. After receiving the order, everyone else in the room turned around and went out. Jiang Lanyu patted Gua Jinlan on the shoulder and turned around and followed her out. As soon as she came out, she saw Lu Yuang standing alone outside the company office. It seemed that he had expected that they would be driven out and was waiting for them. When Jiang Lanyu saw him, she inexplicably wanted to run. But Lu Yuang called her. Come here. This invisible sense of oppression that made people unable to resist made Jiang Lanyu very disgusted. She pouted and walked over reluctantly. When she got closer, she found that Lu Yuang was in a good mood. She was not very happy now. Why did you say that to Mrs. Gua just now? I'm telling the truth. Lu Yuang turned his head to look at her and said seriously, How else are you going to introduce me?
You.
Jiang Lanyu was speechless for a minute. Then she spoke. Anyway, we're going to get divorced in the future. If we don't say it now, we don't have to explain it later. Jiang Lanyue's words made Lu Yuang's good expression just now disappear in an instant. He turned around and glared at Jiang Lanyu. It was you who made a fuss about getting a marriage certificate, and it was you who wanted a divorce just now. Jiang Lanyu, is marriage a joke in your eyes? His words really made Jiang Lanyu confused. Jiang Lanyu also looked back at him. So what? If I don't divorce you, will you be willing to live a good life with me? Can you like me as much as you like chewing Shua, instead of being indifferent to me and hating me when you see me? She is not the original owner who likes to force people to do something. Why is he unhappy now that he is doing what he wants?
You.
Jiang Lanyue's words made Lu Yuang speechless for a moment. He retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and was silent for a long time. Then he said, I'll say it one last time. I don't like chewing Shua.
Oh.
Jiang Lanyu shrugged, looking indifferent. Anyway, no matter whether he likes chewing Shua or not, he doesn't like her, Jiang Lanyu. Seeing that the woman had no reaction, Lu Yuang said again, I didn't like your behavior before, so I hated you. But in the future I will. We'll take on the responsibility of being a husband. Marriage is not a joke, Jiang Lanyu. I don't want you to joke about this. Jiang Lanyu was shocked and looked at him incredulously. You don't want to tell me that you don't agree to divorce me, right? This is different from the plot of the previous life. In the previous life, he was eager to divorce the original owner. This. What went wrong? I didn't agree to it in the first place. Seeing the woman's shocked look, Lu Yuang frowned and was extremely serious.
You are not that.
Jiang Lanyu was shocked beyond words by Lu Yuang's words. Just when she was frantically organizing her words and trying to make her words clear, he suddenly said again, Do you want to know what happened to Ding Xingyuan in the past few years?
Huh.
Being interrupted by him like this, Jiang Lanyu didn't know which side to take care of. But Lu Yuang talked to himself. When Ding Xingyuan returned to the army to perform a mission, he was bombarded. Although he survived, he suffered a serious brain injury and can't remember anything. Now he is the deputy political instructor of the 1st Battalion, 5th Regiment, 16th Army of Rongdong Military Region, and he is about to get married. He has lost his memory? And he is getting married? Jiang Lanyue's eyes widened in shock at this bloody story. Then what about my sister-in-law Gua? Sister-in-law Gua waited for him for so many years and gave birth to twin daughters for him. How can he marry someone else? Lu Yuang sighed, knowing that Jiang Lanyu would definitely stand up for Gua Jinlan. He doesn't know that he has a wife and a pair of twin daughters. The battle suffered heavy losses, and almost the entire army was wiped out. No one knows the situation in his family. As fate would have it, Jiang Lanyu felt heavy-hearted. Then, according to the practice of your army, how will such a thing be handled? The problem should be handed over to the 3 parties involved to see how they discuss and solve it. Looking back at Jiang Lanyue, Lui Wang was very serious. But if it were me, I would choose to return to my wife. After all, as a man, if I don't have this little responsibility, how can I defend my country? This guy's words were obviously meant to be meaningful. Jiang Lanyue's face turned red. But he has given his heart to someone else. What's the point of him coming back? I still think that marriage is not only about responsibility, but also about love. If there is no love, the man will be reluctant, and I don't want to waste my life. This woman is really different from before. Lui Wang looked at Jiang Lanyue as if he was thinking about something seriously. Just at this time, Guo Jinlan, with a pale face, came out of the office. She was still holding Da Huang and Xiao Shuang in her hands, looking like a walking corpse. Jiang Lanyue went to meet her quickly. Sister Guo, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Guo Jinlan finally responded after Jiang Lanyue called out. She looked at Jiang Lanyue with a pale face. I finally found my man. Thank you so much, Sister Lanyue.
But
knowing that Guo Jinlan was upset, Jiang Lanyue wanted to comfort her. But when the words came to her lips, she didn't know what to say. Guo Jinlan said, Captain Tai said that my man will come here to see me tomorrow. I haven't seen him for so many years. I really don't know what to do. Sister, can you accompany me? The child's father has found someone else, and her entire expectation has collapsed. She will definitely not be able to bear it tomorrow. Okay, I'll accompany you. Jiang Lanyue looked at Guo Jinlan with red eyes, and she felt sad for her. Then let's go back. After saying this, Jiang Lanyue was about to send people back to the Wenjiang Brigade. Lui Wang stood aside and said to Ge Xiaozhuang, send them back. Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander. Hearing this, Ge Xiaozhuang immediately went to drive a military vehicle. Then he took Jiang Lanyue and Guo Jinlan and went directly back to the Wenjiang Brigade. Because Guo Jinlan had been devastated by Ding Xingyuan's matter. So when she returned to her home, she didn't want to take care of the two children anymore and just went to bed in a daze. Jiang Lanyue felt sorry for the two children, so she went to the kitchen and made 2 bowls of noodles for them. She watched the children eat carefully and waited until they both went to bed obediently. Then Jiang Lanyue left her house with peace of mind. But Jiang Lanyue had just closed the door and was about to turn around and go back to the east end of the village. Who knew that when she looked up, she saw a slender figure standing in the bright moonlight. Comrade Zhang Taizhu, why are you here? At this time, he should be at the Educated Youth Point. I came out for a walk and happened to pass by here. Looking at Jiang Lanyue, Zhang Taizhu laughed. I just happened to have some good news and wanted to tell you, Comrade Jiang Lanyue, so I'm waiting here for you to come out. Jiang Lanyue guessed what Zhang Taizhu said instantly. The good news you mentioned, is it that Huang Weimin has been locked up and is going to be sentenced? Yes. Zhang Taizhu nodded, admiring her cleverness very much. Stealing public property is a serious crime, and framing comrades is an even greater crime. This matter is a gratifying thing for all of us. After all, Huang Weimin has bullied many people before, and everyone has a lot of grievances. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lanyue got rid of this cancer this time, and they, the male educated youth, all admired her very much. Hearing this, Jiang Lanyue smiled. I hope he can reform himself in the future. There was no words for a while, and Zhang Taizhu suddenly said, By the way, Comrade Jiang. Actually, my real name is not Zhang Taizhu, but Zhang Zhongzhou. Huh? Jiang Lanyue was stunned when she didn't expect Zhang Taizhu to say this suddenly. But he smiled. Zhang Taizhu is my brother's name. He didn't want to go to the countryside, so I came for him. Going to the countryside to work for others is a big violation of discipline. Zhang Taizhu suddenly said this to her, which scared Jiang Lanyue. Why are you telling me this? Because I believe Comrade Jiang will not betray me. Smiling brightly at Jiang Lanyue, Zhang Zhongzhou walked straight ahead. Let's go, I'll take you back. Along the way, Zhang Zhongzhou told her a lot about his previous life in the city. This made Jiang Lanyue feel good about this sunny and cheerful boy. When they arrived at the east end of the village and Zhang Zhongzhou was about to go back, Jiang Lanyue stopped him. Comrade Zhang, don't worry. You have helped me so many times. I will never tell your secret. Okay. Zhang Zhongzhou smiled and nodded at Jiang Langyue, and then he winked at her. Then this will be a secret between the two of us. Why did these words sound so ambiguous? Jiang Langyue looked at Zhang Zhongzhou's back, shook her head, and went in. It had been a busy day, and Jiang Langyue was really exhausted. As soon as she got into bed, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she got up very early. She had just finished washing up and was about to make some breakfast. But someone called her at the door. "Comrade Jiang, are you up?" "I'm up." Hearing the voice, Jiang Langyue answered and walked out. She saw Zhang Zhongzhou, who had dark skin but a sunny and handsome face, standing at the door. He was holding a lunch box in his hand and looking at her with a smile. "Would you like to try the noodles with soybean paste that I made by myself?" This seemed to have crossed the line between comrades, so Jiang Langyue wanted to refuse. But Zhang Zhongzhou said, "Just consider it as my way of thanking you for helping us educated youth to vent our anger. Comrade Jiang, please don't refuse me." "Okay then." Having said that, Jiang Langyue readily agreed. Then she walked out and took the lunchbox from Zhang Zhongzhou, then took the chopsticks and sat on the doorstep to eat. The fried noodles tasted good, fragrant, and not greasy at all. Jiang Langyue ate it happily. Zhang Zhongzhou walked over and sat down next to her, smiling and saying, "Before I decided to go to the countryside, I thought about staying in the city and opening a noodle shop, so I went to learn how to make noodles. Later, when I came to the Wenchang Brigade, my cooking skills were abandoned, and I don't know if I can still use them in this life." According to the timeline, the educated youth now don't know that the country is about to resume the college entrance examination and that they can all return to the city. So most people think that they will be rooted in the countryside for life, just like the propaganda slogans say. So Jiang Langyue smiled at him. "Don't worry, your skills are so good that they will definitely be put to good use. When your noodle shop opens one day, I will definitely take care of your business." Okay. When Jiang Langyue smiled, her eyes were sparkling, which made Zhang Zhongzhou's heart beat faster. But at this moment, a cold voice came over. "Jiang Langyue, what are you doing?"
Huh.
Jiang Langyue still had a mouthful of noodles in her mouth. When she turned around, she saw Lu Yuang in a military uniform, standing in the field looking at her. She was a little stunned for a moment. "I'm having breakfast." "Eating breakfast? With a male educated youth accompanying you?" Lu Yuang's face darkened a little, and he walked over directly. He stretched out his hand to Zhang Taizhu. "Hello, I am Lu Yuang, the Deputy Battalion Commander of the 1st Battalion of the Cheetah Independent Regiment of the 7th Army of the Rongxi Military Region." "Hello, I am Zhang Taizhu, an educated youth who went to the countryside from the Wenchang Brigade." Seeing Lu Yuang stretching out his hand to him, Zhang Taizhu hurriedly stood up and shook hands with him. Lu Yuang also added, "I am Jiang Lanyue's lover, and I am glad that you comrades can get along well with each other." Previous chapter, next chapter. In order to assert his sovereignty, Lu Yuang emphasized the word comrade. Zhang Taizhu was a smart man, so of course he understood what he meant. In fact, he had guessed Lu Yuang's identity when he sent Jiang Lanyue to the brigade that day. But he also heard that Lu Yuang had another sweetheart in the army. He was really not very nice to Jiang Lanyue. So Zhang Taizhu smiled. "It's normal for us comrades to help each other. After all, we educated youth have companions when we go to the countryside, and the members also have their own families. Only comrade Jiang Lanyue came to Wenchang village to work alone, all alone, and I should take care of her more. If he really acted like a husband, how could he let Jiang Lanyue suffer this hardship? If it weren't for her wit and ability, she wouldn't know how she would be bullied by that group of female educated youth. Yes, Comrade Zhang takes good care of me." Sensing that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Jiang Lanyue hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. "Not only did he speak up for me when I was wronged, he also made noodles for me. I'm lucky to meet such a good person." "Oh, really?" Lu Yuang raised his eyebrows, and a sense of inexplicable anger rose in his heart. "When I cooked for you, why didn't you say anything good about me?" "Jiang Lanyue, I'm your husband, you little heartless person."
Puff.
Was it Lu Yuang who said this? The aloof and proud jailing flower that has been envied by everyone since childhood? Jiang Lanyue almost spit out the noodles in her mouth. Zhang Taizhu saw this and saw the relationship between the two of them clearly. He smiled and said, "Comrade Jiang, then you eat slowly, I'll go back first. Leave the lunchbox here, I'll come back to get it another day." After saying this, Zhang Taizhu left. Jiang Lanyue hurriedly said to him, Then thank you, Comrade Zhang, for your noodles with soybean sauce." Zhang Taizhu walked quite far away and turned back to show Jiang Lanyue a bright smile. After sending Zhang Taizhu away, Jiang Lanyue continued to eat the noodles in the lunchbox. Her voice was muffled. What are you doing here so early in the morning?" And she said those weird words. It was really so annoying. "I'm here to pick you up and go to the army with Mrs. Gua." Lu Yuang stood in front of her and spoke concisely. "Are the noodles delicious?" "Delicious." Jiang Lanyue nodded, seeing him staring at her straight. She was a little reluctant and handed the lunchbox to him. "Do you want to try it?" Lu Yuang's face was about to turn black. "Eat quickly, so you can leave after eating."
"Oh."
Nodding, Jiang Lanyue quickly took the lunchbox back and then ate the noodles into her mouth. She was too tired last night, and she fell asleep without eating. The 5 internal organs and 6 internal organs sang the empty city planned all night, so, of course, she had to fill her stomach first. After finishing the meal, Jiang Lanyue washed the lunchbox. Then he called Lu Yuang, who was sitting in the house, and walked to the brigade village office together. On the way, they met many educated youth members. Everyone saw Jiang Lanyue and Lu Yuang walking together, and they couldn't help but look at them frequently. When they arrived at the Wenchang village brigade, there were already many people gathered at the door of the warehouse, waiting to receive farm tools. With so many people gathered together, it was inevitable that they would discuss something.
"Hey, do you know?
There was a huge commotion at the village chief's house yesterday afternoon. Captain Huang's old mother insisted on forcing Zhang Qingqing to admit that she had conspired with Huang Weimin and wanted to share the responsibility so that Huang Weimin would be sentenced lighter. But Zhang Qingqing refused to do it and even made Grandma Huang so angry that she went to the hospital. We all know that she and Huang Weimin were in partnership in stealing farm tools. But she asked Huang Weimin to take the blame for her with a clear conscience. I don't know if she could sleep in the middle of the night. I don't know whether she can sleep or not, but she has caused Captain Huang's family so much trouble, and she will definitely suffer in the future." Just as they were talking, Zhang Qingqing, who had come to work, heard what they said and glared at them angrily. She was about to curse. "What do you mean?" But just as she said this, someone shouted, "Hey, isn't that Custodian Jiang here?" Yes, the officer standing next to her is so handsome. It was this officer who sent her here last time. Could he be her boyfriend? The man was wearing a military uniform with an upright posture, handsome and powerful aura. Zhang Qingqing only looked back, and the jealousy in her eyes could hardly be concealed in an instant. How is it possible? Such an outstanding soldier. How could he fall in love with Jiang Lanyue? She is not only fat and ugly, but also a labor camp prisoner. Their soldiers have to go through organizational review before they can get married. Isn't marrying a woman like this self-destructive future? I think you are jealous? They just said that the officer might be Jiang Lanyue's boyfriend. Zhang Qingqing was stimulated, and Su Lingling couldn't help but ridicule her. That's right. The other female educated youths also nodded like crazy. Whether that officer is the love interest of Custodian Jiang or not, it has nothing to do with you, Zhang Qingqing. You have offended Captain Huang's family this time. You should think carefully about how to live in the future. These female educated youths kept exposing her scars, which really made Zhang Qingqing cry. At this time, Jiang Lanyue and Lu Yurong came to the door of the warehouse. Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Yurong beside Jiang Lanyue with tears in her eyes. But Lu Yurong did not notice her. His eyes were on Jiang Lanyue from beginning to end. Jiang Lanyue arrived at the door of the warehouse and said to everyone, I have something to do this morning, so I can't stay in the warehouse all the time. If you need to change farm tools in the middle of the way, go to Recorder Wang.
Okay.
Hearing Jiang Lanyue say this, everyone nodded. After Jiang Lanyue opened the warehouse door, She sat down and quickly recorded the situation of everyone picking up tools in the morning. Her handwriting was very beautiful, and it looked clear at a glance on the well-arranged form. This made Lu Yuang, who was standing aside watching her work, raise his eyebrows in surprise. After everyone had received their tools and left, he said, "I didn't expect that your handwriting is so beautiful." He used to dislike this woman in every way, but now he finds that she has advantages everywhere. So, was there something wrong with his vision before? Oh, it's not bad. This guy suddenly praised her, but Jiang Lanyue was embarrassed all of a sudden. She was about to close the registration book and leave, but when she looked up, she saw Zhang Qingqing standing aside pretending to be pitiful, and she didn't move from beginning to end. From time to time, her eyes would hook at Lu Yuang, who was standing next to her desk. She looked like a monster seeing Tang Monk, drooling. Jiang Lanyue cleared her throat. "Comrade Zhang Qingqing, aren't you going to work today?" When Jiang Lanyue asked this, Zhang Qingqing suddenly burst into tears. "I do want to work, but because of what you, Comrade Jiang, wronged me yesterday, now Captain Huang's family has misunderstood me. I don't know how to live in Wenjiang Brigade. Comrade Jiang Lanyue, I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to hurt me? Woo woo woo."
You.
Zhang Qingqing started crying, as miserable as if her parents had died, and Jiang Lanyue wanted to say something to her. But Zhang Qingqing didn't give her a chance to speak. She immediately rushed to Lu Yuang and said with tears in her eyes, "Leader, please make a decision for me. Ever since Comrade Jiang Lanyue came to our Wenchang Village Brigade, she has been making things difficult for me. Because she is a relative and has a backer in the army, everyone is afraid of her and dares not resist her. Not only did she take away my position as a warehouse keeper and make me do the hardest and most tiring work, she also slandered me for conspiring with Comrade Huang Weimin to steal public property. I really have no way to defend myself. I am a glorious female educated youth who came to the countryside to work, a serious female high school student. I really can't stand this grievance." Zhang Qingqing actually ran to complain to Lu Yuang and took the opportunity to show off. Her green tea behavior was almost enough to make Jiang Lanyue laugh. She simply leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and watched her acting. "You said I bullied you by relying on my connections. What evidence do you have?" "Zhang Qingqing, you have to take responsibility for slandering people." She wanted to see what tricks Zhang Qingqing could come up with today. "You stole my job as soon as you came. Didn't you rely on your connections?" After saying that, Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Yuang with tears in her eyes again. "Leader, Jiang Lanyue's bad behavior of bullying others by taking advantage of her power should be severely punished. Otherwise, the atmosphere of our entire Wenchang Village Brigade has been corrupted by her." It's just that Lu Yuang didn't know how many times he had seen Zhang Qingqing's tricks. So he glanced at Jiang Lanyue and then said to Zhang Qingqing in a serious tone, "Comrade, the situation you mentioned should be reported to local cadres or government departments. I am an officer in the army and cannot interfere in the affairs of the Wenchang Village Brigade. But I want to remind you that any reporter should ensure that the report is true. If it is found to be a false accusation, severe punishment will be imposed. As for what you said, Comrade Jiang Lanyue's backer or connection in the army should be me. You are wrongly accusing her in front of me. Are you bullying her because she didn't really use her connection?"
I.
Zhang Qingqing never thought that Jiang Lanyue's backer was actually this handsome officer. Her face changed, and her mouth trembled with fear. Seeing her being humiliated, Jiang Lanyue laughed. "Zhang Qingqing, did you hear clearly?"
You. I.
Zhang Qingqing was really ashamed of pretending to be a green tea and choosing the wrong target. She wiped her tears and ran out crying. As soon as she left, Wang Aigua, who had just finished recording the work records next door, came over with a notebook. Seeing that there was an extra Lu Yuang in the warehouse, he nodded to him. Then he turned to look at Jiang Lanyue. "Leave the warehouse matters to me, Comrade Jiang. You go and get busy." "Okay. Thank you very much." After smiling at Wang Aigua, Jiang Lanyue stood up and glanced at Lu Yuang. Let's go pick up Sister Gua."
Okay.
Lu Yuang nodded, and without saying much, he left with Jiang Lanyue. When they came out of the Wenchang village brigade, Lu Yuang spoke. If you had met someone like that female-educated youth just now, you would probably get angry and hit her. I didn't expect that your way of handling at this time would be so mature and steady. When did she change? Since the day she told him that she would divorce him after she had established a foothold outside? I can't stay young forever. After hearing what Lu Yuang said, Jiang Lanyue turned around and smiled at him. Her smile was cheerful and open-minded. As they were talking, they came to the Gua family dam. Jiang Lanyue shouted into the house, "Sister Gua, we're going to the army. Are you ready?" "Ready, ready." Hurrying out of the house, Mrs. Gua changed into a blue dacron suit. The two sisters, Da Huang and Xiao Shuang, wore the same two white skirts. Their short hair was tied into two pigtails and tied with red ropes, just like Mrs. Gua's. Mrs. Gua felt a little embarrassed when she saw Jiang Lanyue. "Sister Lanyue, do you think I look good dressed like this?" She hadn't seen her husband for many years and had separated from him after their wedding. Now that they were suddenly going to meet, she was afraid that she would not be dressed appropriately. Jiang Lanyue understood her feelings and said to her with a smile, "It looks good like this, so let's do it this way." "Okay." Hearing this, Gua Zhenlan quickly closed the door. Then, together with Jiang Lanyue and Lu Yuang, they went directly to the entrance of the Wenchang Brigade village. There was a military pickup truck parked there, which should have been driven by Lu Yuang when he came in the morning. After they got in the car, they went directly to the troops. Not long after, they arrived outside the company office. When they got out of the car, Gu Xiaozhuang, who was waiting at the door of the office, ran over in a hurry. "Company commander, the people have arrived." Upon hearing that Ding Xingyuan had arrived, Gua Zhenlan, who was extremely nervous, grabbed Jiang Lanyue's hand. Sister, I dare not go in." "Sister-in-law, don't be nervous." Seeing Gua Zhenlan grabbing her hand, she was so strong that her knuckles turned slightly white. Jiang Lanyue patted the back of her hand and comforted her. "I'll go in with you." "Okay." At this moment, only Jiang Lanyue could give her some confidence. Gua Zhenlan swallowed her saliva and then was pulled by Jiang Lanyue and walked directly into the door of the company office. In the office, besides Battalion Commander Tai and Instructor Huang of the battalion, there was another military cadre wearing a military uniform and looked honest. In addition to them, there were two female soldiers sitting next to them. One was Chu Yingxue, and Jiang Lanyue did not recognize the other one. But the female soldier's eyes were staring at her after Mrs. Gua entered the room. Jiang Lanyue more or less guessed the identity of this female soldier. As soon as Mrs. Gua entered the door, she recognized Ding Xingyuan. Her eyes reddened, and she hurried over. "Brother Xingyuan, it's really you. I'm so glad you're okay." Just facing Mrs. Gua's approach, Ding Xingyuan, who looked unfamiliar, subconsciously took 2 steps back. His action obviously hurt Mrs. Gua. This made her pause, and the tears in her eyes fell out all of a sudden. "I'm sorry, I don't remember the past, so I can't accept the identity of my being your husband." When Mrs. Gua cried, Ding Xingyuan looked a little guilty and hurried to explain. Instructor Huang also said, "Yes, sister-in-law." Deputy Instructor Ding was seriously injured in the battle, so he forgot about the past. "He is a hero. I hope you can be more tolerant of him." "I know, I understand." Hearing this, Mrs. Gua nodded. "I asked Sister Lanyue to help find someone, actually just to make sure whether he is alive in this world. As long as he is still alive, I will be satisfied." Mrs. Gua's words made Instructor Huang and Captain Tai look at each other. While they were silent, Mrs. Gua quickly pulled her 2 daughters and walked to Ding Xingyuan and said, "De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, this is your dad. Call him Dad." De Shuang and Xiao Shuang were both obedient children. Although they were unfamiliar with the soldier in front of them, they still shouted obediently, "Dad." Ding Xingyuan didn't know how to answer this word, Dad. He just squatted down, looked at the faces of De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, who had similar eyebrows and eyes to his, and asked gently, "How old are you?" "We are 5 years old." De Shuang looked at Ding Xingyuan obediently. "Mom said that Dad has been gone for 6 years, and said that you will definitely come back to find us." "Dad, you are back this time. You will not leave us, right?
Yes.
Xiao Shuang walked over and pulled Ding Xingyuan's sleeve, sniffing aggrievedly. Others scold us for being wild children without a father. Now that you're back, Dad, others dare not bully us.
The
two children's words made Ding Xingyuan feel guilty, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Just when the atmosphere was about to stagnate, the female soldier who was staring at Guo Jinlan started crying. And Chu Yingxue, as if stimulated by something, immediately stood up and said, Instructor Huang, Captain Tai, I have something to say. Looking at Chu Yingshue's posture, she probably wouldn't say anything good. Captain Tai quickly winked at Instructor Huang. Instructor Huang reacted and just wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Chu Yingxue looked at Guo Jinlan and said righteously, I don't know what the relationship between Comrade Guo and Deputy Instructor Ding was before. But he is now my comrade, Tang Xiaoya's fiancé. That proves that he and Comrade Guo are a thing of the past, even if they were married and had children. But it can't change the fact that Deputy Instructor Ding has forgotten her and has no feelings for her. So please, Comrade Guo, don't use the feudal marriage to bind Deputy Instructor Ding. Don't use your two children to restrain Deputy Instructor Ding.
Guo
Jinlan was originally an honest person and usually didn't talk much. Now, facing the sharp-tongued Chu Yingxue, she had no power to resist. She could only cry and say, I didn't mean that. What do you mean? Chu Yingxue sneered, with a little disdain in her tone. Marriage without love is immoral. Comrade Guo, if you really love Deputy Instructor Ding, you should let him go. With just a few words, she asked people to give up their husbands who had been waiting for 6 years. Guo Jinlan was speechless and could only cry, I. Jiang Lanyue couldn't bear it anymore, so she glared at Chu Yingxue fiercely. I want to know, Comrade Chu, are you representing yourself or Comrade Tang Xiaoya when you say this? This matter should be between Deputy Instructor Ding, my sister-in-law Guo, and this Comrade Tang Xiaoya. As an outsider, what right do you have to criticize my sister-in-law Guo? Don't think she doesn't know. Chu Yingxue wanted to use this incident to insinuate that she forced Lu Yuang to marry her. She said that there was no love between them, so the marriage was immoral. Jiang Lanyue opened her mouth and gave Chu Yingxue a fatal. She was blushing and speechless on the spot. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoya, who was sitting aside crying, quickly stood up and said, Yingxue is just standing up for me. Comrade Jiang Lanyue, please don't attack her. Did I attack her? Jiang Lanyue raised her eyebrows and looked at Tang Xiaoya with interest. She really deserves to be Chu Yingshue's good comrade. Birds of a feather flock together. The two of them have the same interesting ideas. Seeing that Tang Xiaoya was silent after being asked, Jiang Lanyue turned around to look at Instructor Huang and Battalion Commander Tai. Since Comrade Chu Yingxue has spoken, I will dare to say a few words too. Deputy Instructor Ding, I'm not quite sure what your situation is now. But what is certain is that my sister-in-law Guo is indeed your wife. And while you were back in the army fighting, she gave birth to 2 children for you and waited for you for 6 years. During these 6 years, I don't know how many people she asked to find out about you. Only she knows the hardships involved. Today, I don't want to use love or morality to kidnap you like Comrade Chu Yingxue did. I just hope that you can give my sister-in-law Guo and the 2 children a proper explanation. We can't let tens of thousands of military wives feel that their efforts and waiting are in vain, and that they will be branded as greedy and immoral in the end, right? There is not only love in this world, but also responsibility and conscience. If you don't have these, you are unworthy of being a human being. Jiang Lanyue's words were sonorous and powerful, with a strong sense of sarcasm. This made Chu Yingxue and Tang Xiaoya blush. It also made Lu Yuang, who was standing outside the office and heard these words, smile. Instructor Huang saw that Jiang Lanyue was unhappy and quickly said, Comrade Jiang Lanyue and this sister-in-law, please rest assured that the organization will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Yes. Battalion Commander Tai didn't expect Jiang Lanyue to be so eloquent, and he nodded quickly. We will definitely deal with this matter seriously, and we will definitely reassure the majority of military wives. Even Ding Xingyuan, who didn't dare to look at Guozhanlan just now, looked at Guozhanlan with red eyes, full of guilt. All of a sudden, Tang Xiaoya panicked. She immediately stood up and said, I know that Comrade Guar is waiting for Deputy Instructor Ding in his hometown, and he is loyal and righteous. But I have known Deputy Instructor Ding for 3 years, and our revolutionary feelings are indestructible. If Comrade Guar insists on forcing him to turn back because of something he has forgotten before, then you will not be happy. Comrade Guar, I beg you, just give Deputy Instructor Ding to me. I really can't live without him.
I.
After hearing what Tang Xiaoya said, Guozhanlan was either crying or panicking and helpless. She looked back at Jiang Lanyue, totally unaware of how to face this situation. Jiang Lanyue couldn't bear it, so he protected her behind him. He said in a cold tone, Comrade Tang Xiaoya, please consider the situation of my sister-in-law Gua and the 2 children before you say these words. She has not asked Deputy Instructor Ding to cancel the engagement between you two and come back to live with her. Please give her some time to think. After all, the final choice is in the hands of Deputy Instructor Ding. You and my sister-in-law Gua can't interfere. This is the fact, and Captain Tai nodded. Then Deputy Instructor Ding, what do you think? I'm a little confused now, and I need time to think calmly. Facing Captain Tai's inquiry, Ding Xingyuan shook his head. Before coming, he had firmly believed that he would definitely choose Tang Xiaoya without hesitation. But when he saw Guozhanlan and the 2 children, he realized how selfish he was. Okay, then give everyone some time to think about it. Hearing this, Captain Tai stood up. Communicator, take Deputy Instructor Ding to the lounge to rest. Yes, Captain. Hearing Captain Tai's order, the communicator who had been waiting outside hurried in and was about to go out with his men. Seeing this, Tang Xiaoya hurried to follow. Realizing her purpose, Jiang Lanyue reached out to stop her.
You.
What do you want to do? Jiang Lanyue's obstruction made Tang Xiaoya very angry. Chu Yingxue also looked at her with gritted teeth. Comrade Jiang Lanyue, you are an outsider in this matter. I hope you don't interfere.
Hee.
With a sneer, Jiang Lanyue didn't bother to pay attention to Chu Yingxue. She just looked back at Captain Tai. Captain Tai, I hope to give Deputy Instructor Ding space to think alone. If Comrade Tang Xiaoya stays with him, I'm afraid it will affect his decision.
Yeah.
Understanding what Jiang Lanyue meant, Captain Tai nodded. Then Comrade Tang Xiaoya and Comrade Chu Yingxue, you should go back to the art troupe first. When Deputy Instructor Ding has considered it, I will send someone to notify you.
But
Jiang Lanyue's move of cutting off the source of the problem caught Tang Xiaoya and Chu Yingxue off guard. They were panicked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. Jiang Lanyue, on the other hand, pulled up Da Huang and Xiao Shuang, who were standing blankly in the office, and said gently, Let's go to the military compound with Sister Lanyue. Then, Jiang Lanyue took everyone out. Lu Yuang, who was outside the door, smiled at Jiang Lanyue when he saw her coming out. Jiang Lanyue met his gaze and said, I'll take my sister-in-law and the 2 children home to sit and wait for the results here. Okay. Lu Yuang nodded, and his eyes looked more gentle when he looked at Jiang Lanyue. Coincidentally, at this time, Chu Yingxue walked out of the office with Tang Xiaoya, who was in tears. When she saw Lu Yuang standing outside, Chu Yingxue's face turned pale instantly. But Lu Yuang ignored her. He just took out the pocket of his military uniform and handed the key to Jiang Lanyue. Grandma may not be at home. This is the key to the house. Keep it, you don't have to give it back to me.
Oh.
When she moved out, she left the key of the original owner behind. Now Lu Yuang gave her the key again, which clearly showed that he was willing for her to come back at any time. Jiang Lanyue thought that the key would still be useful, so she did not refuse and accepted it readily. Chu Yingxue, who witnessed the whole scene, felt that Lu Yuang's attitude towards Jiang Lanyue was really like that of a couple. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She stomped her feet, pulled Tang Xiaoya, and ran away. When Jiang Lanyue brought Guozhanlan and her daughter back to the Lu family, Grandma Lu was sitting in a rocking chair in the yard, basking in the sun. In a corner of the yard, the pickled fish that she had prepared when she came back last time was drying, swaying in the wind. Seeing this, Jiang Lanhua called her. Grandma, I'm back. Oh, Grandma's dear Yaya, you're finally back. Upon hearing Jiang Lanhua's voice, Grandma Lu quickly got up from the rocking chair. When she saw that she had brought someone back, the old lady knew what was going on and welcomed them into the house. On the table in the living room, there were biscuits and candies, which were obviously prepared for the children. Grandma Lu also brewed tea herself and brought it to Guozhenlan. Child, I heard about your affairs from my father-in-law. You are a man of affection and righteousness, and the organization will definitely give you an explanation, so don't worry. Thank you, old lady. Seeing Grandma Lu's actions, Guozhenlan immediately stood up and took the tea handed over by her. Jiang Lanhua brought the remaining 2 cups of honey water and gave them to Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang. Then he sat down and said, Sister-in-law, what are your plans next? Although they don't know what Deputy Instructor Ding will choose, they always have to have an idea in their hearts so as not to be caught off guard by others. Hearing what Jiang Lanhua said, Guozhenlan was silent for a moment. She lowered her head and said, He is now the deputy instructor. Comrade Tang Xiaoya is beautiful and has a nice voice. She is more suitable for him than me. If his family had not been poor and it was difficult for him to find a wife, his parents would not have forced him to marry me. Now the person he has found should be more to his liking, so I don't want to compete. Guozhenlan has been looking for Ding Xingyuan for so many years, and she must have deep feelings for him. If she doesn't compete now, it's probably because she doesn't want to embarrass him. Just based on this point, Tang Xiaoya can't compare with Guozhenlan. Knowing this, Jiang Lanhua said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. No matter what Deputy Instructor Ding chooses at that time, I will not let you suffer. Even if I can't find her husband back, I will find a stable life for you and Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang. Hearing Jiang Lanhua's words, Guozhenlan smiled at her. Sister Lanhua, you are a good person. Thank you for thinking about the 3 of us, mother and daughter. No matter what the result is, I will remember your kindness. Seeing her slightly red eyes, Jiang Lanhua didn't say anything more, just patted her hands. At noon, Guozhenlan, mother and daughter stayed at Lu's house for lunch. Lu Yuang sent someone to send back 2 pounds of pork belly, and Jiang Lanhua made a braised pork and stewed a grilled pickled fish. She also fried tomato scrambled eggs and stir-fried vegetables. The lunch was so rich that Guozhenlan didn't have much appetite, and she took care of Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang to eat their fill. Not long after the meal, the company sent someone to call them over. When the 4 of them arrived at the company again, the people who were there in the morning were still in the office. As soon as they entered the door, Lu Yuang followed them in. Seeing that everyone was present, Battalion Commander Tai looked at Ding Xingyuan. Deputy Instructor Ding, now that everyone is here, tell me your decision. When Battalion Commander Tai asked this, Ding Xingyuan lowered his head and prepared to say something. But before he could finish his words, Guozhenlan took the lead. Battalion Commander Tai, I give up. I am willing to terminate my marriage with Deputy Instructor Ding. I don't need the organization and Deputy Instructor Ding to give me any compensation. I will live a good life with my 2 children in the future, so everyone doesn't have to be embarrassed. No one present expected that Guozhenlan would say this, and everyone was dumbfounded. Especially Ding Xingyuan. When he looked up at Guozhenlan, his expression was full of disbelief. He thought Guozhenlan would pester him and wanted to be the wife of this deputy instructor. But unexpectedly, she chose to give up. Comrade Guozhenlan, have you really thought about it? Battalion Commander Tai confirmed her words again and again. Instructor Huang also became serious. Sister-in-law, this matter is indeed the fault of Deputy Instructor Ding and the organization. You don't have to put yourself in this way. If you have any requirements and conditions, you can raise them. I don't have. After hearing what the 2 leaders said, Guozhenlan was about to refuse. But before she finished her words, she was grabbed by Jiang Lanhua. Tang Xiaoya and Chuing Xue, who were standing aside, saw Jiang Lanhua's actions and thought she was going to interfere. Chuing Xue immediately stood up. Comrade Jiang Lanhua, what do you mean? Comrade Guozhenlan has already said that she wants to give up. Why are you still trying to stop her? In your eyes, is sincere love nothing? This Chewing Shue is simply asking for trouble. Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. Your feelings are sincere, but my sister-in-law Gua's feelings are not sincere? Why did she choose to withdraw and help Deputy Instructor Ding and Comrade Tang Xiaoya? That's because she didn't want to embarrass Deputy Instructor Ding, and she didn't want Deputy Instructor Ding to be branded as a person who abandoned his wife. Your sincere feelings that only care about your own happiness and don't care whether the other party can bear the pressure can only be described as selfish.
You.
Jiang Lanyue's words once again left Chewing Shue speechless. Seeing that Tang Xiaoya's face was also red from time to time, she was obviously ashamed. Jiang Lanyue then looked at Battalion Commander Tai and Instructor Huang. Captain Tai, Instructor. Although my sister-in-law was said that she didn't want to cause trouble to the organization and was willing to work outside to raise 2 children. But as a member of the Wenchang Village Brigade, I know how difficult it is for her to raise 2 children as a woman. So I hope the organization can take their actual difficulties into consideration and arrange a job for my sister-in-law in the army. How can that be possible? Jiang Lanyue proposed, and before everyone had time to think about it, Tang Xiaoya was the first to object. Since Comrade Guo Jinlan has decided to withdraw, she should have cut off all ties with us. Comrade Jiang Lanyue wants to bring her to the army. What is your intention? That's right. Chewing Shue also looked at Jiang Lanyue angrily. I know what your purpose is. You want Comrade Guo Jinlan to bring her children to Deputy Instructor Ding. In this way, it can affect their future relationship as husband and wife. Look at these 2 high-ranking female art soldiers. They only care about their own trivial matters. Jiang Lanyue stared at them coldly. Comrades, is there nothing else in your minds except the things between men and women? Deputy Instructor Ding is not in this military region, so how can it affect you if he arranges a job for my sister Gua here? Since your feelings are so deep, why are you so afraid of being affected?
You.
This dead girl Jiang Lanyue was too sharp-tongued, and Tang Xiaoya and Chewing Shue were defeated again. Then Jiang Lanyue looked at Captain Tai. Even if the battalion commander doesn't give face to my sister Gua, please give a hand to my sister Gua for my sake. Last time I saved Instructor Zhang's family of 3, and the company still owes me a favor. Battalion Commander Tai didn't expect that Jiang Lanyue would use the favor owed to her in the company to ask for a job for Guo Jinlan. He and Instructor Huang looked at each other and then said, well, there just happens to be a salesperson job in the army canteen, which can be assigned to Comrade Guo Jinlan. In this era, salesperson jobs are very popular. Salespeople in the army are even more popular. When Guo Jinlan heard this, her eyes widened.
This.
Sister Lanyue, this is inappropriate, right? There is nothing inappropriate. Seeing Guo Jinlan as burden, Jiang Lanyue shook her head at her. After comforting Guo Jinlan, Jiang Lanyue looked back at Ding Xingyuan, who had been silent from beginning to end. Deputy Instructor Ding, you don't want to take on the responsibilities of a husband, and I don't want to criticize you. But as a father, you can't evade your responsibilities, right? Ding Xingyuan is a smart man, and of course he understands what Jiang Lanyue means. So he lowered his head and said, in the future, I will take out a part of my expenses and various supply receipts and give it to Comrade Guo Jinlan to raise the child. She has suffered alone for so many years, and I will also give her a certain amount of financial compensation. Very good. Hearing this, Jiang Lanyue nodded with satisfaction. Then she turned back and glared at Tang Xiaoya, who was so angry that her face turned red, but she didn't dare to say anything more. Then she walked up to Guo Jinlan and said, everything has been handled, sister-in-law, let's go back. Okay. Guo Jinlan, an honest person, didn't react until Jiang Lanyue helped her handle everything. So she didn't say anything and followed Jiang Lanyue obediently. When they left, Ding Xingyuan and Tang Xiaoya also followed. There were only their own people left in the office, and Instructor Huang couldn't help but give Lu Yuang a thumbs up. Yuang, your Jiang Lanyue is really amazing. Look at her posture. She suppressed those 2 difficult female soldiers so much that they dared not breathe.
Yes.
Battalion Commander Tai also smiled and took a sip of tea from the enamel cup. Comrade Jiang Lanyue's recent ideological progress is really impressive. She used the favors she earned from saving people to take care of the wronged military wives. She really deserves praise. Seeing that they were all praising Lanua like this, Lu Yuang was in a good mood and laughed. She has indeed changed a lot recently. It can be seen that Lu Yuang's attitude towards Jiang Lanua has changed greatly. Battalion Commander Tai exchanged a meaningful look with Instructor Huang. Then Battalion Commander Tai called the communicator in and asked him to give the job of the army salesperson to Ge Zhenlan. Jiang Lanua and her friends who came out of the army refused Ge Xiaozhuang's offer to send them back to the Wenchang village brigade. They took to Shuang and Xiao Shuang and walked back slowly. After leaving the army gate, Ge Zhenlan couldn't hold back and burst into tears. "Sister-in-law, don't be sad. Some things are not for us to decide." "I know." Holding back her trembling body, Ge Zhenlan cried very aggrievedly. "But I've been looking for him for so many years. I thought that as long as I found him, the family would be reunited. But I didn't expect that he would marry someone else. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang will no longer have a father." Feeling really sorry for Ge Zhenlan, Jiang Lanua sighed and patted her shoulder. "Sister-in-law, just pretend that you didn't find him. Just pretend that he sacrificed. As relatives of martyrs, we have to live well." But Jiang Lanua's words were heard by Lu Yuang, who followed, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Jiang Lanua, I'm not dead yet, and you call yourself a relative of a martyr?" How could they not expect that Lu Yuang would follow? Jiang Lanua looked back at him in surprise. "Why are you here? Is Lu Yuang so idle recently? So idle that he wanders around?" After looking at Jiang Lanua helplessly, Lu Yuang said, "Being a salesperson in the army is a private job, which requires communication with the local cadres to be implemented. If I want to do this, of course I have to go to the Wenchang Brigade. He is a deputy battalion commander, and he needs to do such a small thing?" Although Jiang Lanua was very suspicious, she didn't say much. She just glanced at Sister Gua, who wiped her tears in a hurry, and said to her with a smile, "Sister-in-law, let's go back quickly." "Okay." After hearing what Jiang Lanua said, Ge Zhenlan took the hands of the two children and quickened her pace. When they returned to the Wenchang village brigade, Ge Zhenlan took the children back. Lu Yuang went directly to the brigade village office with Jiang Lanua. Because Lu Yuang said he was here to see Captain Huang for some business, Jiang Lanua called a member who came to exchange tools and took him to see Captain Huang. As soon as Lu Yuang left, Wang Aigua came over from the office next door. When he handed her the registration form, he also attached a list of tools that the brigade wanted to buy. "Comrade Lanua, you need to sign this list. The brigade will hand this list over to the commune, and the commune will purchase the tools in a unified manner." "Why do you need to buy so many tools?" Seeing that there were quite a few tools of all kinds on it, Jiang Lanua looked at Wang Aigua strangely. Wang Aigua said, "Because we are about to plant rice and corn. By then, the damage to the tools will increase, so we have to prepare them in advance." Wang Aigua's words made Jiang Lanua think about something. She thought for a moment and said, "I see. Then leave this list here. I'll sign it and give it to you, Comrade Wang." "Okay." After explaining the business, Wang Aigua smiled at Jiang Lanua and turned back to the office next door. As soon as Wang Aigua left, Jiang Lanua summoned the mechanical shuttle system with her mind. In the system's warehouse, Jiang Lanua flipped through it and found the tools she needed. Then she picked out the tools and conducted a graphical analysis. Then she took out a pen and paper and drew all the parts of the tool based on the graphical analysis, and the principles were clearly written. Then she took the paper and walked out of the warehouse happily. Jiang Lanua asked where Captain Huang was along the way, and came to the field where the members were working. At this moment, Captain Huang was talking to Lu Yuang, and the two seemed to be having a good chat. Seeing Jiang Lanua coming, Captain Huang waved to her. "Lanua, come here quickly."
"Captain."
Jiang Lanua smiled at Captain Huang and wanted to talk about business. But Captain Huang spoke first. "Comrade, you are too low-key. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu is your lover. Why didn't you mention it?" This almost caused a lot of misunderstandings, didn't it? If she had revealed her identity when she first came to the Wenchang Brigade, how could he, as the captain, Dare not take more care of her? He also dared not let the stinky boy and their family make trouble for Jiang Lanhua everywhere. I just want to work hard and gain a foothold in the team with my own ability, and don't want to rely on relationships. Seeing that Captain Huang's attitude towards her had changed, Jiang Lanhua felt a little depressed and looked up at Lu Yuang. This guy, didn't he come to deal with Mrs. Guo's work? Why talk about her for no reason? Look at the awareness of our comrade Jiang. Ordinary people can't compare. Hearing Jiang Lanhua say this, Captain Huang laughed. Comrade Jiang has applied for a job for Comrade Guo Xinlan this time, which is a great thing. Our team will do its best to cooperate and get things done, and we will definitely not let Comrade Jiang down. Guo Xinlan was a woman with 2 children, and her life was already very difficult. The team often took care of her. Now that she can get such a good job, Captain Huang is also happy for her. Jiang Lanhua smiled at Captain Huang and said, "Thank you, Captain Huang. By the way, Captain, I came to you for something serious.
Take a look at this."
After saying this, Jiang Lanhua handed him the drawing she had drawn. "Oh, is this what you drew, Comrade Jiang?" The figure on this piece of paper was drawn neatly and clearly. Even if he was a professional engineer, he probably only had this artistic foundation. "I drew it." Seeing Captain Huang so surprised, Jiang Lanhua nodded. Before she traveled through time and became Jiang Lanhua, she was also a little-known painter. So, it was not difficult to draw some realistic sketches. At this moment, Captain Huang looked at her with full admiration. "You are really amazing." Even Lu Yuang, who was standing aside, came over to look at what Jiang Lanhua had drawn. The initial set of pictures were just a few iron plates, handles, hooks, and axles, which were ordinary original parts. But as she illustrated, she assembled them over and over again. In the end, it became something that looked small but a little weird. He couldn't help asking, "What is this?" "It's a sewing artifact." Jiang Lanhua glanced at Lu Yuang and didn't intend to pay much attention to him. She only said to Captain Huang very seriously, "Captain, look, these 2 sides are the seed bucket and fertilizer bucket respectively. There is a ruler here, which can accurately determine the dosage of seeds and fertilizer each time. The duckbill below is responsible for going deep into the ground to spread seeds and fertilizers. When the duckbill enters the soil, there is a switch on the handle. After pressing it, you can easily plant fertilizer and seeds. In this way, the corn planting of such a large area in our village can be easily completed. Can this really work?" Jiang Lanhua's words obviously shocked Captain Huang. "Comrade Lanhua, this is not a joke. If this thing is really useful, how much labor can we save? You know, every season when planting corn, they bump into each other when transplanting rice seedlings. The members and educated youth have to work for more than 20 days, exhausted, to finish the spring sowing and summer planting." Seeing that Captain Huang didn't believe it, Jiang Lanhua became serious. "If Captain Huang doesn't believe me, find me a place where I can make this thing. Then we can speak with facts." "Are you serious?" This little girl didn't look like she was joking. Captain Huang's eyes lit up. "Okay, I'm going to the commune in a while. You can go with me then, and I'll see if you can make this thing." He finally agreed, and Jiang Lanhua smiled happily immediately. "Okay, I will definitely not let you down, Captain." When Jiang Lanhua smiled, she had 2 shallow dimples on her face, which looked quite cute. Although this matter had nothing to do with Lu Yuanong, he suddenly said, "In this case, I'll take you there." "You." Lu Yuanong said this, and Jiang Lanhua subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Captain Huang spoke before her. "That's great. Thank you, Deputy Battalion Commander Lu." At this moment, Jiang Lanhua didn't know what to say. She could only follow Captain Huang and Lu Yuang obediently and walk to the brigade village. When they returned to the village, Gu Xiaozhuang had already driven the military pickup truck and was waiting for them there. "Deputy, Battalion Commander." When he saw Lu Yuang coming back, Gu Xiaozhuang saluted him respectfully. Lu Yuang said expressionlessly, "Drive to the commune." "Yes." After receiving the order, Gu Xiaozhuang hurriedly got into the car and started the car skillfully. Captain Huang saw this and hurried to sit in the co-pilot seat, leaving the back seat to Lu Yuang and Jiang Lanyue. Although Jiang Lanyue was depressed, she had to bite the bullet and get in the car. After their car wobbled out of the Wenchang village brigade on the dirt road, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but look at Lu Yuang. This guy has been hanging around in front of her recently and refused to divorce. What is he up to? Noticing Jiang Lanyue's gaze, Lu Yuang turned around to look at her and smiled at her. That scene was so handsome. Jiang Lanyue's heart was beating fast, and she immediately retracted her gaze. Then she sat upright and dared not look around anymore. Because they took a car, they soon arrived at Wanfo Township Commune. Captain Huang first went to the commune government to settle Guo Jinlan's work. Then he took them to the machinery factory established by the township commune. The machinery factory was not big, just behind the township commune. It consisted of several huge tiled houses. It looked small, but it had everything. Captain Huang took them to find the person in charge of the machinery factory. When the person in charge saw that there was an officer with a high rank coming with Captain Huang, he became very enthusiastic. After greeting, Captain Huang handed the drawing drawn by Jiang Lanyue to the person in charge. The person in charge's eyes lit up when he saw the drawing. He hurriedly asked, "Which comrade drew this blueprint?" Regardless of whether this thing can be made, with this drawing skill and this design ability, he is also a talent. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang quickly pointed to Jiang Lanyue, who was standing next to him. This blueprint was drawn by Comrade Jiang Lanyue, the warehouse keeper of our team. She said that this magic tool she designed can help our team to broadcast. So I brought her to find Director Chi. I hope you can help us make one according to this blueprint and try it out. Is that so? Director Chi looked at Jiang Lanyue after hearing what Captain Huang said. Seeing that it was a chubby little girl, he said, "Our machinery factory also has a cutting workshop and a welding workshop, and this thing can be made. But I'm afraid it requires the approval of the leaders of the township government before I can let the workers make it for you. And the materials consumed also require capital. Who of you will bear this capital? Now is an era of material shortage and everything must be approved at all levels, so Director Chi can't make a decision alone." When Captain Huang heard this, he was in a dilemma. No one has ever made this thing before, so I don't know if it will work. I'm afraid that even if we apply for it, the leaders of the commune will not agree.
Yes.
Director Chi felt a little regretful when holding the drawing. But this design is very good in theory. It would be a pity if it can't be made. Jiang Lanyue originally thought that as long as she convinced Captain Huang, she would be able to make this artifact. Now that she saw so many difficulties, she was a little discouraged. Unexpectedly, just when the three of them were at a loss, Lu Yuang, who was standing next to them, spoke. "Lanyue, how confident are you that you can make this thing?" "Of course, it's 100%. Jiang Lanyue wanted to say 100%. After all, there would be no problem with the things and analysis given by the mechanical system. But when she met Lu Yuang's eyes, she was not so confident. At least 80 or 90%.
Yeah.
Lu Yuang nodded and didn't say much. Then he turned to look at Ge Xiaozhuang. "You go and communicate." "Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander." After receiving the order, Ge Xiaozhuang hurriedly ran to the front commune. About 10 minutes later, someone came to the communication room of the machinery factory. He said that the township commune called and told them to build this thing with confidence. If the thing is made and can really help with sewing, the township commune will reward them. Captain Huang knew, of course, that this was the face given by the commune leaders to Lu Yuang. They were happy and followed Director Chi to the cutting workshop. In front of everyone, Jiang Lanyue marked the required dimensions of various materials on the drawings. After marking, she asked the workers for a piece of white paper. Then she drew a similar drawing again, marked the dimensions, and handed it to the cutting workers together. When Captain Huang saw this, he was very curious. "Comrade Jiang Lanyue, what's the difference between these two drawings? Why did you draw it twice?" Jiang Lanyue smiled at Captain Huang. "The first drawing I drew was a left and right double cylinder. It can hold seeds and fertilizers at the same time. But at present, our brigade basically uses farmyard manure for farming. Therefore, this double-cylinder sewing artifact is not very suitable. Taking this into consideration, let's make a single-cylinder one, which is only used for sewing. And then arrange people to apply fertilizers, which can also save a lot of manpower.
Yeah.
After understanding what Jiang Lanhua meant, Captain Huang nodded. In that case, why didn't you, Comrade Jiang, design just a single-cylinder one at the beginning? Seeing Captain Huang's serious face, Jiang Lanhua also patiently answered, because the use of farmyard manure is the mainstream now, and in a few years, the use of chemical fertilizers may become common. After all, chemical fertilizer planting can indeed increase production, and each commune is now promoting the use of chemical fertilizers in each brigade. This kind of double-cylinder sewing artifact will be in great demand in the future, so I designed a double-cylinder one at the beginning. So that's the case, Comrade Jiang. You are really a talent. Jiang Lanhua's words really impressed Captain Huang. Lu Yuang stood behind them, watching Jiang Lanhua talking confidently. He couldn't help but smile. According to the drawings given by Jiang Lanhua, the workers in the cutting workshop quickly cut out the materials they needed. Then Director Qi asked the workers to transport all the materials to the welding workshop. In front of Jiang Lanhua and others, the welding workers welded all the pieces of material according to the drawings. Finally, when all the parts were ready, Jiang Lanhua personally assembled each part in order. When the two sewing artifacts were assembled and looked like a real thing, it was dark outside. Captain Huang got excited when he saw these two half-man-high guys. Well, it looks like that. Let's go back to the team and try it out. What if it really works? Okay. Jiang Lanhua was very happy because it was the first time that she copied something through the blueprint. Without saying much, she started to move the things and walked out. But before she even touched the cedar, Gu Xiaozhuang on the side took the lead and picked up the double-cylinder cedar. Comrade Jiang, let me do it. How can I let a female comrade like you carry such a heavy thing?
Yes.
Captain Huang picked up the other one and walked out happily. Comrade Jiang should keep her hands for drawing blueprints. Let's do this kind of rough work.
Oh.
Jiang Lanhua felt helpless seeing them leave like this. But Lu Yuang, who was by her side the whole time and watched her silently, whispered to her, Let's go back and see the effect.
Yeah.
Being alone with Lu Yuang, Jiang Lanhua felt a little uncomfortable, so she lowered her head and responded. Then she quickened her pace and went to catch up with Captain Huang and the others. They soon returned to the Wenchang village brigade by car. At this time, the members and educated youth had already finished work, and there was no one in the field. Gu Xiaozhuang, holding a flashlight, cooperated with Captain Huang, who was holding a sewing artifact, and soon sewed a whole row of corn. Jiang Lanhua and Lu Yuang stood at the edge of the field, watching Captain Huang finish sewing one round. He was so excited that his voice rose. This thing is really good. It's only been a short while, and I have finished sewing 2 rows. I'll try the 2-cylinder one to see if it works just as well. If this thing really works, Comrade Jiang, you'll have made a great contribution. After saying this, Captain Huang picked up the 2-cylinder sewing artifact and went to test it happily. While trying it out, he shouted, Hey, this one is good too. This is so convenient, it's like playing. Seeing them broadcasting farther and farther away, Lu Yuang, who had not spoken since returning from the village, turned around to look at Jiang Lanhua standing beside him. When did you learn to design and draw blueprints? He always felt that Jiang Lanhua in front of him was not the same Jiang Lanhua as before. How could a person suddenly go from being unlearned to being talented? I learned it from my cellmates in prison. Jiang Lanhua didn't dare to raise her head because she felt guilty when being looked at by Lu Yuang. Although this statement was a bit outrageous, Lu Yuang believed it. He nodded seriously. It doesn't matter where you learn it, as long as it's useful.
Yeah.
Now looking at it this way, Lu Yuang seemed to have a lot of trust in her, and Jiang Lanhua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But he suddenly said, Come back with me tonight. Jiang Lanhua was stunned by these words, and she looked up at him in surprise. The man's profile in the moonlight was firm and smooth. His high nose bridge and long eyelashes made him so handsome that it infuriated people. Jiang Lanhua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Seeing that he had obviously scared her, Lu Yuang quickly changed his words. Grandma said she missed you. It turned out that it was Grandma Lu who meant it, and Jiang Lanyue breathed a sigh of relief again. Oh, then I'll go back. Okay. After getting the response, Lu Yuang was in a good mood. At this moment, Captain Huang and his team came back after planting 2 more rows of corn. Holding the sewing artifact in his hand, Captain Huang smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Comrade Jiang Lanyue, your design is really great. Whether it is a single-cylinder or double-cylinder sewing artifact, it is very convenient for sewing and fertilizing. If we have a few more of these things in our team, we will definitely get first place in the rush to plant this year. Hearing what Captain Huang said, Jiang Lanyue also laughed. Since the captain has tried it and there are no problems, then I'm afraid the captain will need to apply to the township to make a few more seeding artifacts. Anyway, 2 have been built, so they have experience and there shouldn't be any problems. Don't worry about this. The township has already expressed its position. As long as our things are useful, they will definitely support them with all their strength. While speaking passionately, Captain Huang looked at Jiang Lanyue happily. When our team wins this counterattack, I will definitely go to the township to apply for honors for you, Comrade Jiang Lanyue. It is a blessing for our Wenjiang team that someone like you can end up in our Wenjiang team. Seeing Captain Huang praise people, he really has a lot of sets. In front of Lu Yuang, Jiang Lanyue felt a little embarrassed. She quickly said, I am a member of the team, and I am happy to be able to contribute to the team. In this case, let's all go back and talk about the rest tomorrow.
Well,
the results of the test show that the product works well, and Captain Huang can sleep peacefully when he returns home. So he did not hesitate, and happily took the 2 seeding artifacts and went home. As for Jiang Lanyue, the 3 of them returned to the brigade village office together. Then he drove the military pickup truck back to the troops. When the car arrived at the gate of the military compound, Jiang Lanyue and Lu Yirong got off the car, and Gu Xiaozhuang drove back. As soon as the car left, Lu Yirong glanced at Jiang Lanyue. His voice was inexplicably gentle. I think the place arranged for you by the Wenchang Village Brigade is too difficult. You should move back. Don't worry about the military wife. I will communicate with her.
What?
You want me to move back? She has only moved out for a few days, and Lu Yuang is thinking about letting her come back? In the previous life, the original owner stayed outside for more than half a year, relying on Grandma Lu to get seriously ill, and then she came back to the military compound. What's wrong with this Lu Yuang?
Why don't you want to?
The tall and straight man walked beside her, looking down at her with a bit of inquiry. Jiang Lanyue smiled awkwardly. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that the army is still a little far from Wenjiang Village. If I come back to live, it will take a lot of time to go back and forth. And if she moves back, she will make the same mistake as the original owner in her previous life and fall in love with the original owner's cheap husband. Wouldn't that mean she will have to follow the old path of the original owner's previous life? When she thought of the original owner being shot when he died in his previous life, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but shudder. Is it really just because you are afraid of delaying time? Jiang Lanyue's words made Lu Yuang stop and look at her very seriously. The male educated youth who showed her kindness was indeed very handsome. And it is said that he was a model worker, a leader among the educated youth, and a very good person. Of course. Seeing that he seemed a little unconvinced, Jiang Lanyue was a little confused. Just as her words came to her lips, a delicate voice came from not far ahead.
Oh.
Hearing the voice, Lu Yuang and Jiang Lanyue both turned around. Under the dim street lights, a beautiful female soldier with a slender figure and white skin was seen. She was holding the small tree beside her, looking at Lu Yuang with tears in her eyes. When she spoke, her voice was soft and tender, which made people feel pity. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, you are finally back. What are you doing here again? Seeing Chewing Shue, Lu Yuang's face suddenly became ugly. Seeing that he was unhappy, Chewing Shue bit her lower lip, looking aggrieved as she tried to hold back her tears.
It's...
Battalion Commander Tai thought you were back, so he asked me to give you a document. This is an urgent task sent by the superiors, so it's in a hurry. As she said that, Chewing Shue handed over the document with red eyes. When he heard that there was a task, Lu Yuang's face eased a little, and he took the document and started reading it. After seeing the content of the document clearly, he frowned and looked at Jiang Lanyue. I have to return to the team immediately. You go back first. After that, he turned and left. Seeing that Lu Yuang didn't care about her at all, Chu Yingxue subconsciously wanted to call him. But before she could open her mouth, Lu Yuang suddenly turned around and told Jiang Lanyue, I won't be here for a few days. You come back and live here. After saying this, Lu Yuang turned around and left again. This time, Chu Yingxue couldn't hold it back any longer. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, wait a minute. Can you take me back?
I
sprained my ankle. She couldn't walk because of her sprained ankle, so she asked Lu Yuang to take her, so he could only carry her on his back. Seeing Chu Yingshue's expectation, Lu Yuang said mercilessly, I'll send someone to pick you up later. After saying this, he left quickly.
Hey.
Lu Yuang didn't care about her? Chu Yingxue was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. On the other hand, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help laughing when she saw her being humiliated. Puchi, what are you laughing at? Even though Chu Yingxue was very angry, she still looked at Jiang Lanyue with contempt and disdain. Don't think that just because Deputy Battalion Commander Lu is concerned about your identity as his lover and keeps a distance from me, you have an opportunity. I tell you, true love will not be affected by any obstacles. You're just like that rural woman Guizhenlan, low class and dirty. You want to use all kinds of methods to keep a man who is not a match for you. It's simply despicable. A mistress who intends to interfere in other people's feelings and is despised by men actually has the nerve to talk about love with her so shamelessly? Jiang Lanyue put away the smile on her face and said word by word, Chu Yingxue, I know your family is well off. But your family is so well off, didn't your parents teach you etiquette and honor? Even people in feudal society know that a woman who is married with a formal matchmaker is called a wife, and a woman who has an affair without a matchmaker is called a concubine. Lu Yuang and I, Mrs. Gua and Deputy Instructor Ding, are all married couples with formal marriage certificates. Where on earth do you get the courage to provoke us? You said we are low class and dirty. In the eyes of female soldiers like you and Tang Xiaoya, hooking up with other people's husbands is elegant? If you say so, I will have to have a good talk with your regiment commander someday and ask her why the soldiers she led are so shameless.
You.
Jiang Lanyue's words directly hit Chu Yingshue's weak spot. She was so scared that her face turned pale. Seeing that she was speechless, Jiang Lanyue warned her with a cold face. You played tricks on me, and I didn't bother with you before. But if my sister-in-law comes to work in the army, and you dare to bully her, I will definitely make you lose face. After saying this, Jiang Lanyue left in a cool and neat manner. Chu Yingxue was left standing there alone, stamping her feet in anger. In the next 2 days, Lu Yuang was busy completing the task and really did not appear in front of Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue went to the Wenchang village brigade on time every day to start work and returned to the army to accompany Grandma Lu after work. Captain Huang's application to the township to make more sewing artifacts also went smoothly. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a batch of newly made sewing artifacts were pulled back from the township. Captain Huang was very happy and asked the educated youth to move the things to the field directly. In front of all the members and educated youth, he demonstrated to them how to use the sewing artifact. When everyone saw how useful this thing was, they all gathered around curiously. Captain, where did you get this good thing? It's so convenient, isn't it? Yes, this thing doesn't need to make nests, and doesn't need to throw seeds and bury them in the soil. You can plant corn in one trip. How much effort can we save? I guess this thing must have been made by the machinery factory in the township. The person who designed this thing must be a genius, and he understands us working people too well. Seeing that everyone was very happy, Captain Huang deliberately kept it a secret. Then if the person who designed this sewing artifact is right in front of you, would you all thank her well? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Captain Huang in disbelief. Captain, are you going to say who in our group one of Wenchang village designed this thing? Yes, who in our group has this ability? Could it be designed by a highly educated youth? Speaking of highly educated youth, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Qingqing standing in the crowd. After all, she usually likes to show off her high school diploma. In everyone's eyes, she has left an image of an intellectual. Seeing that everyone mistakenly thought that this thing was designed by her, Zhang Qingqing smiled triumphantly and was about to admit it directly. But before she could be proud for a few seconds, Captain Huang said, "It's not that you have the ability just because you have a high degree. People say that heroes come from all walks of life. You can guess with confidence. Then we really can't guess it." Seeing Captain Huang happily keeping the secret, the members and educated youth were a little anxious. "Captain, don't tease us. Just tell us who designed this thing." "Yes, no matter who designed it. She saved us so much effort. This person will be my role model in the future. I will definitely learn from her."
Ha ha ha.
Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Captain Huang laughed again. "This sewing artifact was designed by our custodian Jiang, Comrade Jiang Lanhua. Comrade Jiang has made a great contribution this time. After the rush to plant, I will report her contribution to the commune so that she can receive the praise and reward she deserves." Designed by custodian Jiang? Captain Huang's words made everyone a little unbelievable. Yes, Captain Huang, are you kidding? No one has ever heard that custodian Jiang can design things before. Seeing that everyone was very suspicious, Zhang Qingqing, who almost took the title of designer just now, couldn't help but speak in a sarcastic tone. "That's right. Everyone knows that she is a labor camp prisoner who has not read a few days of books. I don't believe that she can design tools even if you kill me. Could it be that someone impersonated someone else's design in order to make a contribution? This kind of thing is a violation of discipline. If it is found out, the team will deal with it seriously." Zhang Qingqing has almost become the target of public criticism in the team recently. Now she suddenly jumped out and questioned whether this thing was designed by Jiang Lanhua. Everyone present looked at her with a bit of contempt and disdain. Especially Captain Huang, his face suddenly fell. "Comrade Zhang Qingqing, do you have any evidence for saying this? If you don't have evidence, then it's just slander, and you still have to take responsibility." "That's right." Captain Huang said this, and Su Lingling and other educated youth also nodded. Some people are just looking down on others and can't stand others being better than them. It's not surprising that Zhang Baoguan is such a smart female comrade that she designed something. Someone just said that it is against discipline to impersonate someone else's design. Then why didn't she say a word when everyone misunderstood that the thing was designed by her? This is really eye-opening.
You.
Being ridiculed by these female educated youth, Zhang Qingqing was immediately furious. But this time, Captain Huang did not indulge her like before. He said with a sullen face, "I witnessed the whole process from the design of this thing to the sending it to the machinery factory in the township. It was definitely designed by Comrade Jiang Lanhua. Comrade Zhang Qingqing, ever since Comrade Jiang Lanhua came to the Wenchang Village Brigade, you have been targeting her. Before, I thought you were a female comrade and thin-skinned, so it was not easy to criticize you. But if you insist on bullying Comrade Jiang Lanhua and doing things that are not conducive to unity, then I will have no choice but to consider transferring you to the 16th Brigade." Captain Huang's words frightened Zhang Qingqing. She stared with her eyes wide open, and her whole body was shaking. "Captain, don't do that. I can't go to the 16th Brigade. The 16th Brigade is so hard, I will definitely not be able to make it." But before she finished speaking, Captain Huang turned to the educated youth and the members and said, "My family still has some bacon saved from last year's New Year. In order to celebrate the township's recognition of this sewing artifact designed by Comrade Jiang, tonight I will take the meat to the village office, and we will set up a pot to cook bacon and eat it, just as an early celebration." "Good." Hearing that Captain Huang was going to use bacon to celebrate, the other members shouted happily. "My family also made 2 dried fish from the fish that were distributed last time. I will also take them out to celebrate. Then my family still has a dozen eggs. Take them out and eat them together. Comrade Jiang has brought honor to our group, one of Wenchang Village. We can't be stingy." Seeing that everyone was so happy, Jiang Lanhua also smiled. "Since everyone wants to celebrate for me, I won't be stingy." It just so happens that I still have a few pounds of meat tickets in my hand, so go buy a few pounds of meat, and let's have a good meal together. This meat ticket was a good thing in that era. When everyone heard this, they were even happier. Then Captain Huang sent a member to the Township Supply and Marketing Cooperative to buy meat with the meat ticket given by Jiang Lanhua. The rest of the people all took the magic weapon and began to learn to sow in the fields. From beginning to end, no one paid attention to Zhang Qingqing, who was ignored. Zhang Qingqing, who was so angry that she had nowhere to vent, glared at Jiang Lanhua, who passed by her, and cursed. Jiang Lanhua, what's so great about you? You are just a despicable person who entangled a good man. Don't think I don't know the ugly things you did? Then tell me, what ugly things did I do? What Zhang Qingqing said was quite interesting. Jiang Lanhua stopped and looked at her, with an expression that said, let's see what you want to do. Zhang Qingqing said confidently, you relied on the fact that your parents are martyrs and that you were protected by the old man of the Liu family on the battlefield, so you became the adopted daughter of the Liu family. Grandma Liu regards your life as Grandpa Liu's life, so she obeys you in everything. As a result, you relied on Grandma Liu's love for you and forced Liu Yuang to marry you. You, a deserter who wanted to be discharged from the army because you were afraid of the hard training, have been in prison for 3 years. If it weren't for the Liu family protecting you, you would have been shot. Although these things about the original owner were not a secret in the army. But the people in Wenjiang village could not know, because they had no intersection with the people in the army at all. But Zhang Qingqing knew this. It was obvious that someone deliberately told her these things. So when Jiang Lanhua heard this, her face fell. So what? Are you targeting me because I'm lucky, or are you jealous of me because I married a good husband? But it's useless to be jealous. Being lucky is also a skill. It's a pity that you don't have this skill. After saying this, Jiang Lanhua was about to leave. But Zhang Qingqing suddenly stopped her. So, what if you have the Liu family as your backing? There are always people better than you. You are so arrogant. Sooner or later you will drag the Liu family down. Zhang Qingqing made it clear that she wanted to fight her to the end. Jiang Lanhua gave her an expression that said, what can you do to me? I think you should worry about yourself first. Then Jiang Lanhua walked away in style. Because the team leader said that they would have a big pot of food tonight. So, after work in the afternoon, the village ground became lively. The comrades who went to the Township Supply and Marketing Cooperative to buy meat bought a full 6 pounds of fat pork. In addition to the bacon given by the village head, eggs, and wind-blown fish given by the members. And brown rice, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and potatoes contributed by each family. Once this big pot of rice is cooked and served in a large iron porcelain basin, it is extremely fragrant. Fatty braised pork and potatoes, more than 10 wind-blown fish and cabbage are stewed in one pot, which makes people drool at the sight of it. There is also fragrant bacon, which is cooked in white water. After being cut out, the slices are crystal clear and look particularly tempting. Brown rice and white rice are stewed with sweet potatoes into sweet potato dry rice. As soon as the lid is lifted, the fragrance is so fragrant that everyone's saliva is about to flow out. So everyone gathered around the long table made of wooden boards, holding large porcelain bowls in their hands. The rice was topped with bacon and various stews, and everyone enjoyed the meal. This fatty pork is so delicious, and it's perfect when stewed with potatoes. Yes, the bacon is delicious too. Although the wind-blown fish was not marinated for a long time, the stewed soup is milky white, with a unique flavor. Seeing that everyone finally started eating meat, everyone was very happy. Jiang Lanhua chose a seat by the side and sat down, got a few pieces of sweet potatoes, and a small bowl of rice. She also picked up some cabbage and fish, and sat alone to eat in silence. Just as she was thinking about things, a hearty voice rang in her ears. Why do you eat so little? Not to your taste?
No.
Looking back at Zhang Taizhu with a bright smile, Jiang Lanhua also smiled. I'm too fat, so I have been deliberately controlling my food intake during this period. Otherwise, it will not be good for my body. Are you fat? Before Zhang Taizhu realized it, he looked Jiang Lanhua up and down. Girls look good when they are chubby, and you are much thinner than when you first came to the Wenchong village brigade. Your face has become smaller, so you don't have to be so hungry. Hearing this, Zhang Lanyue smiled and continued to eat with her head down. Zhang Taizhu suddenly asked again, "Do you and your lover get along well?" "Yeah, it's okay." Thinking of Lu Yuang, Zhang Lanyue said this very implicitly. This time, Zhang Taizhu smiled a little disappointed. "I didn't expect you to get married so early." In this era, although the legal age for girls to get married is 18, but everyone advocates contributing to the construction of the motherland, so all young men and women have joined the labor. There are really not many people who get married so early. After Zhang Taizhu said this, Zhang Lanyue fell silent. Seeing that she seemed a little unhappy, Zhang Taizhu hurriedly said, "It doesn't matter. Getting married early doesn't mean anything. By the way, several of us male-educated youth have discussed it together. After the rush to plant, we will help you." Zhang Taizhu seemed to be about to say something happy, and his dark eyes were shining. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a low and calm voice. Zhang Lanyue. This voice made all the members and educated youth who were busy working turn their heads to look. They saw a soldier in military uniform with an upright posture and handsome appearance standing by the dam. He was pushing a bicycle in his hand, and there were 2 big red flowers tied on the bicycle, which was obviously newly bought. A member in the crowd couldn't help but joked, "Carekeeper Jiang, your partner is here to pick you up." "Yes, Carekeeper Jiang, why don't you introduce your partner to us? You hide such a good partner. Are you afraid that we will it from you?" As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter. Zhang Lanyue was embarrassed and her face turned red. She quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks, ran to Lu Yuang and said, Why are you here?" "I'm here to take you back." Lu Yuang was brief and to the point, and he ignored Zhang Lanyue's red face. He said to the members and educated youth present, "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Lanyue's lover. My name is Lu Yuang. I am currently the Deputy Battalion Commander of the 1st Battalion of the Cheetah Independent Regiment, 7th Army, Rongxi Military Region. My wife works in the Wenjiang Brigade. I am sure he has caused trouble to everyone. Please forgive me." Zhang Lanyue's partner turned out to be a Deputy Battalion Commander. He is so young, everyone thought he was just a platoon leader. So when they heard this, the members and educated youth who were still joking just now immediately put away the smiles on their faces and quickly became serious. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu is polite. Custodian Jiang is very serious and capable in his work. Not only did she not cause us any trouble, she also created a lot of convenience for all of us. Yes, the seeding magic tool designed by Custodian Jiang saved us a lot of effort. We did 3 days' work in just 1 afternoon, so this time the rush to plant will be a lot easier. Everyone was speaking very seriously, and their admiration for Zhang Lanyue was from the heart. Lu Yuang nodded. "No matter what, I still have to thank everyone for their care. It's getting late today. I'll take her home first. See you later." After saying this, Lu Yuang turned around and looked at Zhang Lanyue gently. "Let's go home." His words "go home" seemed to carry endless temptation. This made Zhang Lanyue's heart almost jump out of her chest. She was too embarrassed to turn around and face everyone, so she quickly turned around and walked towards the road. Seeing this, Lu Yuang strode to keep up with her pace. After walking a distance, Zhang Lanyue said, "Why? Are you back? The mission is over." Lu Yuang pushed the bicycle and said it easily. After Zhang Lanyue was shy, she thought about what happened just now and didn't know what to say. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lu Yuang asked, "Are you angry? I remember what you said last time. You didn't want too many people to know that you were married. But if I don't admit it in front of so many people, they will probably criticize you even more." It was indeed like this in the previous life. Because Lu Yuang often came to see Grandma, but was unwilling to admit his relationship with the original owner. So the people in the village often scolded the original owner for being a loser, which provoked the original owner to quarrel with people everywhere. So Zhang Lanyue sighed and said resignedly, "Let's talk about the future later. It's useless to say so much now. Anyway, when she has established a foothold in this era, she will divorce Lu Yuang immediately." By then, she will stay away from him and will not follow in the footsteps of the original owner. Seeing Jiang Lanyue's helplessness, Lu Yuang smiled. He patted the bicycle he was pushing. I bought it for you. Didn't you say that it's inconvenient to live in the army and come to work in the Wenchang Brigade? You can save time by riding this in the future.
You
bought this bicycle for me? Jiang Lanyue was shocked. No. This thing is too expensive. I dare not accept it. Nowadays, a bicycle will cost at least 150 or 60 yuan. It will probably cost Lu Yuang 2 months' salary. Just buy it and use it. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing Jiang Lanyue's avoidance look, Lu Yuang simply stopped. He took a long step and sat on the bicycle. Get on, I'll take you back. Looking at Lu Yuang sitting on the bicycle with his long legs on the ground. Although the military green uniform is loose, it can't hide his sturdy waist and perfectly proportioned figure. Jiang Lanyue was so scared that she waved her hands quickly. I'd better go back by myself. After saying this, she hurriedly turned around and walked forward. But Lu Yuang caught up with her, grabbed her arm, and pulled her to sit on the back seat. He also forced her arms to wrap around his waist. Hold on tight, don't fall. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pedaled his bicycle forward. The sudden jolt caught Jiang Lanyue off guard, and she almost subconsciously hugged Lu Yuang's waist. The man riding the bicycle in front couldn't help laughing. His slight laughter seemed so happy in the quiet night. This made Jiang Lanyue, who was sitting in the back, dumbfounded. It's over, the original owner's cheap husband. He doesn't really plan to reconcile with the original owner and live with her, right? This idea really scared Jiang Lanyue out of a cold sweat. When she reacted, they were already on the road. After riding forward for only a few minutes, they arrived at the gate of the army and then quickly returned to the military compound. But when they arrived outside the Lu family's door, they looked at the closed door of the Lu family and the pitch-black house. They were both dumbfounded, especially Jiang Lanyue, who looked back at Lu Yuang in surprise. Don't you know that Grandma is not at home? Grandma was clearly there when I came back. Lu Yuang shook his head, obviously surprised. Did she lock the door and leave after seeing me pick you up? Before, Grandma Lu locked the door of Jiang Lanyue's room in order to force them to share a room. This time, she locked up the entire Lu family. What should I do then? Jiang Lanyue frowned. Otherwise, I'd better go back to the Wenchang village brigade to rest. After saying this, she was about to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuang grabbed her and held her wrist tightly with his big hand. The warm body temperature passed through the thin shirt she was wearing and reached Jiang Lanyue's skin. The moonlight mixed with the dim light of the street lamps draped over him, making him look as handsome as a god. He raised his hand to look at the watch on his wrist and whispered, "It's very late. Don't go back. Come with me to the company lounge."
Oh.
Jiang Lanyue knew about the company lounge. In the past, Lu Yuang hated the original owner and refused to come back to live there, so he always lived in the company lounge. So she didn't refuse and sat on the back seat of Lu Yuang's bicycle, and the two went directly to the company. As soon as they left, a white-haired old man walked out of the vacant yard next door. Grandma Lu held the key in her hand and said happily, "This bad boy Yuang has come to his senses, and I'm afraid he will be able to see my great-grandson soon." When Lu Yuang brought Jiang Lanyue to the company office, the 2 sentries standing guard at the door saw that Lu Yuang came with 2 people this time, and they couldn't help but look at each other. Then they saluted respectfully. "Hello, Deputy Battalion Commander. Thank you for your hard work." Nodding at them, Lu Yuang didn't say much. After parking his bicycle aside, he pulled Jiang Lanyue into the company office. The lounge was at the back of the office. After they passed through the office, Lu Yuang pushed open the innermost door and walked in. The lights were turned on, and Jiang Lanyue saw the small lounge. In addition to a set of tables and chairs, there was only a single bed. There were military pillows and military quilts on the bed, which was no different from the dormitories of the soldiers in the army. She was completely confused. Why is there only one bed? Seeing her surprised look, Lu Yuang couldn't help laughing. The lounge is for officers to rest temporarily. Of course, there is only one bed. But because I live here often, no one else rests here. I'm asking, there's only one bed. Where do I sleep? Jiang Lanue's face turned red as she didn't dare to look into Lu Yuang's eyes. This made Lu Yuang, who was unbuttoning his military uniform, pause while taking off his coat. Then he took off his military uniform and put it on the back of a chair. Just stay with me for one night.
I
Squeeze with you? Jiang Lanue was completely upset. No, I'd better go back to the Wenchang village brigade. Although she occupied the body of the original owner, she never thought of fulfilling the wife's obligations for the original owner. Isn't this embarrassing for her? Seeing Jiang Lanue was about to leave, Lu Yurong grabbed her. Then he said in a low voice, Lanue, we are already married, and I am your husband. I know, because our relationship was not good before, you wanted to divorce me. But since we are married, I never thought of giving up easily. So this is what Lu Yurong thought. No wonder the original owner acted like that in the previous life, but Lu Yurong didn't forcefully divorce her. Lu Yurong has always been tolerant of her. It seems that the good background and upbringing of the Lu family really made him a very broad-minded and tolerant person. Seeing that Jiang Lanue didn't speak, Lu Yurong pulled her again and asked her to turn around. Then he looked at Jiang Lanue and said, I know what you are afraid of, and I will respect you. Lu Yuang's voice was so sweet, and he coaxed her in such a low voice that Jiang Lanue was really fascinated. She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Lu Yuang. You really haven't thought about divorcing me? Then what about your white moonlight? White moonlight? Lu Yuang raised his eyebrows. You mean chewing Shua? Recalling Lu Yuang's indifferent attitude towards chewing Shua in the previous times, Jiang Lanue nodded, although she was unsure. Yeah, haven't you always liked her? I didn't. Lu Yuang shook his head. I have never liked her, and I have already dealt with the rumors in the army. When he was only in his teens, he heard his parents talking secretly. Grandma ordered him to marry Jiang Lanue when he grows up. But since this was Grandma's wish, he was willing to fulfill it. So he had never liked any girl, because he knew that his future wife would only be Jiang Lanue. You really don't like chewing Shua. Only then did Jiang Lanue believe what he said. In the previous life, the original owner believed that chewing Shua was Lu Yuang's sweetheart because of these rumors. So, he was irreconcilable with chewing Shua and often bullied chewing Shua. The more this happened, the more powerful the rumors in the army became. In the end, it was probably spread that Lu Yuang himself had different feelings for chewing Shua. So, it was not that the original owner did not have Lu Yuang's respect for his wife as a husband. But she pushed Lu Yuang into chewing Shua's arms step by step. Seeing her thoughtful look, Lu Yuang promised again. I really don't like her. I don't know how the rumors in the army spread. I know you misunderstood. I have already reported it to Battalion Commander Tai and the instructor. I understand. Jiang Lanue suddenly realized Lu Yuang's true feelings and felt a little at a loss. Knowing that she was embarrassed, Lu Yuang said, I have spare toothpaste, toothbrush, and towel here. Do you need to wash up? Okay. Lu Yuang would not let her go tonight anyway, so Jiang Lanue simply chose to make the best of it. She watched Lu Yuang get her toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, and wash basin. Then she took these things and went out to brush her teeth and wash her face. But when she went out to the sink, she always felt that the 2 sentries on duty were looking at her. She quickly washed her face and teeth and lowered her head back to the lounge. When she came back, the quilt on the bed had been opened. Lu Yuang took another pillow from somewhere and put the 2 pillows side by side. Jiang Lanue was afraid that the atmosphere would become awkward, so she took off her outer trousers and shirt while Lu Yuang went out to wash up. Then she went to bed, curled up in the quilt, and lay on the bed pretending to be asleep. When Lu Yuang came back, he saw that she had fallen asleep. Her face had become thinner, and her nose was straighter. The light shone on her long eyelashes, casting a shadow on her face. So he didn't say much, turned off the lights, took off his outer trousers, and lay down next to Jiang Lanue. The night gradually deepened. Jiang Lanue didn't dare to move at the beginning and leaned desperately against one end of the bed, fearing that she would have physical contact with Lu Yuang. In the end, sleepiness gradually came over her, and she relaxed completely. When the army's wake-up call sounded the next morning, she woke up with a start. The scene in front of her made her wish she could just fall asleep and never wake up again. The light coming in from the window at the back of the lounge allowed her to clearly see that Lu Yuang had woken up and was looking down at her. At this time, she was nestled in his arms, with her legs on his long legs. One hand was still dishonestly drilled into his shirt and placed on his strong abdominal muscles. After reacting, Jiang Lanyu quickly stood up and stepped back, keeping a distance from him. She kept saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Oh my God, what did she do last night? She should have been afraid that Lu Yuang would take advantage of her, but she took the initiative. It's okay. Seeing that she was so scared that she almost fell under the bed, Lu Yuang grabbed Jiang Lanyue's arm and pulled her back a little. Then he got up and got out of bed and started to put on clothes in front of Jiang Lanyue. While putting on clothes, he said, I'll go out first, and I'll bring you breakfast later. You can sleep for a while. After doing such a shameful thing, Jiang Lanyue was too embarrassed to speak, so she could only nod. Even if she didn't use her eyes, she could sense that Lu Yuang was smiling. So after he put on his military uniform, closed the door and walked out, Jiang Lanyue kept pounding the bed in frustration. Oh my God, he must think I'm very lustful. Things had already happened, and Jiang Lanyue certainly knew that regret was useless. She didn't have the face to wait for Lu Yuang to come back, so she quickly got up and put on her clothes. Then she went out to wash up with a wash basin and toothbrush. The sentry at the door of the office had already changed his post last night. Seeing Jiang Lanyue coming out with messy hair, the two sentries standing guard at the door were obviously frightened. After reacting, they greeted in a serious manner. Good morning, Comrade Jiang.
Hello.
You too. It was so embarrassing that Jiang Lanyue quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face and returned to the lounge as quickly as possible. Then she folded the quilt on the bed again and found that no matter how hard she tried, it was round and bulging, and it couldn't present the tofu blocks folded by Lu Yuang. She gave up directly. Then she found a pen and wrote on a notepad on the desk in the lounge that she was going to the article brigade first. Then Jiang Lanyue turned off the lights and the door, rode Lu Yuang's bicycle parked outside the office, and left the army in a hurry. When Lu Yuang came back with 2 lunch boxes, he found that the people in the lounge had left. Her beautiful handwriting was left on the notepad on the desk. Thinking of how she snuggled into his arms like a kitten last night, Lu Yuan's heart inexplicably beat faster. Not long after, Captain Sun and Captain Ma came. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Lu Yuang eating breakfast with an unopened lunch box next to him. Captain Ma couldn't help laughing. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, when we came here just now, we saw Comrade Jiang Lanyue riding away on a bicycle in a hurry. How is it? Did you two get back together? She and I have never had a breakup. Lu Yuang raised his eyebrows, stuffed the last bite of the steamed bun in his hand into his mouth, and picked up the teacup to drink water. Hey, this guy still refuses to admit it. Seeing his smug face, Captain Ma was happy. But the older Captain Sun nodded with special satisfaction. I'm glad that you two can live a good life. Comrade Jiang Lanyue is different now, and is indeed a good comrade. After all, he didn't care about anything that happened in the past few times. Even his wife is far worse than Comrade Jiang. That's right. Captain Ma also agreed with this point. After you got the marriage certificate, you haven't held the wedding yet. You have to set up a few tables anyway so that everyone can have fun together, right? Speaking of this, Lu Yuang smiled. Then I'll discuss this with Lanyue later. Jiang Lanyue didn't know which big mouths were talking about her behind her back. She rode her bicycle all the way back to the Wenchang Brigade. Her ears kept burning. When she returned to the 2 mud huts, the shame that made her want to crawl into the cracks in the ground when she escaped just now was slightly relieved. After feeling better, she scooped out a bowl of flour. Then she rolled out a bowl of noodles and made a bowl of noodles with the remaining cabbage hearts and the only 2 eggs. By the time she finished eating, it was already dawn, and the members and educated youth had all started to go to work. Jiang Lanyue packed up, pushed the bicycle into the house, locked the door, and went directly to the Wenchang Village Brigade. However, she had just reached the corner not far from the exit of the small house, and had not yet reached the main road. Then a female educated youth was heard saying, "Do you know? We went back to the educated youth point last night and heard a big news." Zhang Qingqing said that the lover of Jiang Baoguan didn't want to marry her at all. She relied on the fact that she was the adopted daughter of the Liu family and that the old hero of the Liu family had deep feelings for her, so she forced the deputy battalion commander Liu to marry her. It is said that the deputy battalion commander Liu had a sweetheart who was a female soldier in the art troupe. She was extremely beautiful, but she broke them up alive. I said, how could such a handsome officer fall in love with Jiang Lanyue? As soon as the female educated youth said this, the female educated youth next to her was obviously a little unhappy. She pushed away the hand of the female educated youth that was holding her arm and distanced herself from her. You just had a good time because of Jiang Baoguan last night. Why are you saying bad things about others today? Yes. Another female educated youth also stood up for Jiang Lanyue. Zhang Qingqing always likes to lie. You even believe her words. Are you crazy? Seeing that she just said a few gossips about Jiang Lanyue, the two female educated youth reacted so strongly. The female educated youth who spoke at the beginning looked at them awkwardly. I am telling the truth. Why are you so excited? Besides, Zhang Qingqing also said that Jiang Lanyue will encounter big trouble today. I think someone must have come to settle accounts with her. Settle accounts? What accounts? Hearing what this female educated youth said, the other female educated youth frowned. Now Custodian Jiang is married to Deputy Battalion Commander Liu. Even if he had a sweetheart who was in love with him before, that is a thing of the past. If that female soldier comes to make trouble again, it is her fault. Yes, Ran, do you know something? You have the best relationship with Zhang Qingqing. Tell us quickly. If this is true, they have to remind Jiang Lanyue in advance, or report to the captain. I don't know anything. Ma Ran still protected Zhang Qingqing to some extent in her heart, so she didn't want to help Jiang Lanyue at all. After saying this, she left in a hurry. The other female educated youth were left stomping their feet angrily. This Ma Ran, she only speaks half of her words, which is really annoying. I think she and Zhang Qingqing said this because they are jealous of Custodian Jiang. Maybe this is not the case at all. That's right, let's go to work quickly. If something really happened, Deputy Battalion Commander Liu will definitely not let Custodian Jiang suffer any grievances. After all, we all saw with our own eyes last night how gentle Deputy Battalion Commander Liu was to Caretaker Jiang. That kind of look, if he didn't have Caretaker Jiang in his heart, he couldn't fake it. Just as they said this, all the female educated youths went to the village office. Jiang Lanyue followed behind them and smiled knowingly. It seems that Zhang Qingqing knew about the original owner's past, which might be related to chewing Shua. Lu Yuang's change in attitude towards me really made her unable to sit still. Thinking of this, Jiang Lanyue also quickened her pace to the village office. Because it was still early today, there were not many people waiting at the door of the warehouse. After Jiang Lanyue opened the door of the warehouse, she registered the people who came to collect farm tools one by one. Until the wall clock ticked to 7:30, more people came. Suddenly, the roar of a pickup truck came from outside. Hearing the noise, the members and educated youths who were waiting in line at the door to collect tools looked at the dam and talked. Why is there another military pickup truck? Is this Deputy Battalion Commander Liu looking for Custodian Jiang again? That shouldn't be the case. I think this car is different from the one that Deputy Battalion Commander Liu took last time. Just when everyone was talking about it, 3 soldiers got out of the car. One was a young soldier responsible for driving, and the other was a female leader who was about 40 years old and looked very imposing. Following behind the female leader was a young female soldier with fair skin and beautiful looks, and her every move was full of temperament. Seeing the 3 of them, everyone present was stunned. After they got off the car, Chewing Shua pointed in the direction of the warehouse. Then the female leader came directly to the warehouse with a sullen face. Seeing this scene, Su Lingling hurried into the warehouse. She said to Jiang Lanyue, who was writing, "Custody Officer Jiang, it seems that someone from the army is looking for you." "Looking for me?" When Jiang Lanyue looked up and met Su Lingling's worried eyes, she knew what was going on. Just at this moment, Jing Yayan walked in from the door of the warehouse. Jiang Lanyue looked at the head of the 16th Army Art Troop, whom she had only met a few times in her previous life, and she stood up. "Leader, who are you looking for? Besides you, is there anyone else who has a relationship with the army in this place?" Jing Yayan raised her eyebrows, obviously having a great opinion of Jiang Lanyue. "Comrade Jiang Lanyue, I have something to talk to you about." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue glanced at Chu Yingxue, who was following behind her. Then she said, "Since you are all here, I can agree to talk to you. But now I'm still working. If you want to talk, you have to wait a while." "You let me wait?" Jing Yayan raised her eyebrows, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Lanyue was a little murderous. "Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you be so rude? Believe it or not, I will go find Bai Qing and let her discipline you well." Bai Qing is Lu Yuang's mother and the director of the General Hospital of the 16th Military Region. She is said to be best friends with Jing Yayan. In her previous life, Bai Qing wanted to accomplish the most, which was to bring Chu Yingxue and Lu Yuang together. So Bai Qing was dissatisfied with the original owner's daughter-in-law in every way. And Chu Yingxue, who was following Jing Yayan, hurriedly said, "Jiang Lanyue, don't be ungrateful. My aunt is the head of the art troupe of the 16th Military Region. She came to see you and gave you a great face. How dare you let her wait?" When Jiang Lanyue heard this, she just smiled faintly. The military rank and position of this leader is indeed very high, and I respect him very much. It's just that I'm at work now and can't leave my post without permission. If you don't want to wait, then please leave. What did you say? Chu Yingxue never thought that Jiang Lanyue would have the courage to drive her aunt away. She was immediately furious. "What's so great about your job? If you delay my aunt's time, do you know how serious the consequences will be? What if our brigade's production is delayed because of you? Can you afford the consequences, Chu Yingxue?" With someone to back her up, Chu Yingxue stopped pretending to be innocent, and Jiang Lanyue sneered. "That's right." Seeing that Jiang Lanyue was not afraid at all, the members and educated youth who were worried about her just now couldn't help but admire her secretly. Now is the critical time for planting, and we are also contributing to national construction. Why should we put our work aside? Yes, this female comrade said that Custodian Zhang's job is a job. Are the cultural and art soldiers in your army superior to others? You guys. Chu Yingxue certainly didn't expect that Jiang Lanyue, such an annoying person, would actually have someone to speak up for her. She got anxious on the spot and couldn't help but want to retort. But Jing Yayan grabbed her and stared at Jiang Lanyue with eyes as sharp as knives. "I want to talk to you out to save your face. Jiang Lanyue, don't force me to make you lose face in front of so many people." In the previous life, when Jing Yayan met the original owner, she was also in this condescending way to bully her. Jiang Lanyue smiled. "Since this leader is so persistent, just say what you want to say and don't delay me from registering and distributing tools to everyone." This dead girl is now pretending to be serious. Jing Yayan sneered and stared at her. "I came here today to warn you not to stir up trouble and break up the relationship between Lu Yuang and Yingxue. Because you forced Lu Yuang to get a marriage certificate with you, Bai Qing was so angry that he fell ill. Do you know that if you stay in the Lu family with your current identity, you'll be a burden to them? The Lu family took you in out of kindness, but you set your sights on Lu Yuang. You are repaying kindness with enmity and are ungrateful." Seeing Jing Yayan arrogantly criticizing her in front of so many people, Jiang Lanyue became serious. "I have done wrong things in the past and have also dragged down the Lu family. So I am trying my best to correct it and make up for it now. As for the charge of breaking up Chu Yingxue and Lu Yuang, it is really unfair to me. I asked Lu Yuang last night if he liked Chu Yingxue. If this is true, I am willing to divorce him and give up my position. But Lu Yuang said that if he married me, He would live a good life, and he has never liked chewing Shua. If you don't believe it, you can go to him to verify the truth of my words. He doesn't like our Shua. Does he like you? After hearing what Jiang Lanyue said, Jing Yayan looked like she was dying of laughter. She also looked Jiang Lanyue up and down. Our Shua is beautiful and talented. She is the most dazzling wherever she goes. You are a fat and ugly woman. What qualifications do you have to be compared with our Shua? I'm afraid that not only in Jing Yayan's eyes, but in the eyes of many people, the original owner is a toad inserted between Lu Yuang and chewing Shua. So Jiang Lanyue was not angry. She just looked at Jing Yayan lightly. Lu Yuang is a very profound person. If he only looks at the appearance, I'm afraid it wouldn't be your turn to clamor here. After that, she turned back to look at chewing Shua. Why does everyone think that Comrade Chu and my husband are in love with each other? Believe me, you should know this best in your heart. Lu Yuang is kind-hearted and didn't make a big fuss about this matter to embarrass you. But this time, if you insist on taking advantage of this loophole and let everyone mistakenly think that he has feelings for you, then I think it is necessary for him to explain this misunderstanding in front of everyone in the army. Jiang Lanyue's words hit chewing Shua's soft spot at once. This made her panic. What do you mean? I don't understand. Really don't understand? Jiang Lanyue raised his eyebrows. His face became more serious. Didn't you spread the news in the army and Wenjiang village? Let everyone think that you and Lu Yuang are a pair of star-crossed lovers separated by me? I'm just an orphan. Even if Grandma Lu really likes me. But if Lu Yuang doesn't agree to the marriage, what can I do to him? So we all know who is breaking up who. The more these things were discussed, the more Jiang Lanyue seemed to understand how confused the original owner was in the previous life. Lu Yuang was not a man without his own opinions. How could he marry whoever his grandmother told him to marry without any bottom line?
You.
Jiang Lanyue's words really made Chewing Shue so angry that she was about to cry. Jing Yayan felt sorry for her niece, so she immediately scolded her. You sharp-tongued girl, you're clinging to the Lu family and refuse to let go. Isn't it just to curry favor? As long as you help our Shue, our Jing family can give you benefits. Whether it's work or any conditions you propose, we can negotiate. So, Captain Jing wants me to sell my husband? Jiang Lanyue looked at Jing Yayan without changing her expression and suddenly sneered. Sorry, I won't sell it. I still say that if you have the ability to make Lu Yuang nod and admit that he and Chewing Shue are in love with each other, I won't ask for any benefits from you, and I will divorce him immediately. But if you want me to give up my family for a woman who has a one-sided love for my husband, that's impossible. If Chewing Shue is really consistent and a good girl, then she will definitely insist on divorcing Lu Yuang and make them happy. But now it seems that this fake White Lotus is so despicable. If Lu Yuang is really given to her, it would be a shame for the Lu family to raise the original owner.
You.
At this moment, even Jing Yayan was speechless. Jiang Lanyue looked at her lightly. In that case, Captain Jing, please leave and don't disturb me at work. After all, not everyone with power can someone's husband. Now is the era when the people are the masters of the country. Even if I am an orphan, I cannot be bullied by anyone who wants to. Jiang Lanyue's words were so beautiful. When the surrounding members and educated youth heard it, they couldn't help but cast admiring eyes at Jiang Lanyue. And Jing Yayan saw that Jiang Lanyue, the dead girl, actually sat back, picked up the pen, and started to write her name. She gritted her teeth and said, Okay, you wait for me. After saying this, she left angrily. Chewing Shue, who was completely unable to argue with Jiang Lanyue, could only run out with red eyes. As soon as they left, the whole warehouse was in an uproar. Officer Jiang Bao, you are really brave. You are so confident in front of the head of the regiment, which is really admirable. Yes, it turns out that it was not Officer Jiang who was robbing her of people. It was this female soldier, who was shameless and had to rob someone else's husband. How could there be such a shameless person? Fortunately, Custodian Jiang is smart and persuaded them both to run away. Otherwise, it would be really hard to deal with this regiment commander and a female soldier. Seeing everyone talking with great interest, all of them were standing up for her. Jiang Lanyue smiled and said, I grew up in the army and have met many leaders. Of course, I am bolder. Don't praise me. Come here quickly to register your names, or you'll be late for work. Okay. Hearing Jiang Lanyue say this, everyone gathered around and started to register their names. When everyone got the tools, they turned around and went to work. Jiang Lanyue then saw Zhang Qingqing, who was so angry that her face turned blue, walking out of the field outside. After getting the tools in the morning, Jiang Lanyue was free. She had just sorted out the registration book and was about to call Wang Aigua to go to the field to supervise. Captain Huang walked in cheerfully. With his hands behind his back, he smiled happily. Comrade Jiang Lanyue, you really deserve this. You didn't embarrass our Wenjiang Brigade. Seeing Captain Huang give her a thumbs up, Jiang Lanyue guessed that he must know what happened just now. She smiled. I'm embarrassed that someone found the team and delayed everyone's work in the fields. Captain, please don't make fun of me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Captain Huang waved his hand and didn't take it seriously. You are from our Wenjiang Brigade, so we are all family. Why are you so polite? If you continue like this, Captain, I will be too embarrassed to ask you for help even if I want to. But since you are the only one who can do it, I have no choice but to bite the bullet and ask. Seeing Captain Huang so serious, it must be a big deal. Jiang Lanyue immediately became serious. As long as it is something I can do, please ask, Captain. But if the Liu family needs to do it, I'm afraid I can't do anything. She can't be like the original owner, going around taking on things outside. She went back and forced Liu Yirang to do it for her. Hearing that Jiang Lanyue had misunderstood, Captain Huang laughed heartily. Comrade Jiang, you are wrong.
You can help with this.
If I really go to find Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, he will definitely not be able to help. Jiang Lanyue was relieved to hear what Captain Huang said. Okay, then Captain, just tell me what it is. Jiang Lanyue was a straightforward person, so Captain Huang didn't say any more polite words. He sat down quickly and said with a smile, Comrade Jiang, the seeding artifact you made is really useful. You see, we are planting corn now. It's really like God's help. Although the speed of planting corn has increased now, we will plant rice soon. Our Wenjiang Brigade is the main area for growing rice. When planting rice, everyone is bending over in the rice fields, which is really hard. So, do you have any good design that can help with planting rice? Don't worry, as long as you can build this rice transplanter. I will agree to any conditions you put forward later. It turned out that Captain Huang tasted the sweetness from the seeding artifact, so he wanted her to design a rice transplanter again. Jiang Lanyue looked at his flattering look and couldn't help laughing. Captain, it's not difficult to design this rice transplanter. It's just that time is too tight now. We only have 7 or 8 days at most to transplant the rice. If you want to make a high-efficiency, mechanical rice transplanter, I'm afraid it won't work. But if you make a simple, hand-cranked rice transplanter, it's not difficult. Really? Jiang Lanyue's words made Captain Huang's eyes light up. Just crank it by hand. As long as you don't have to transplant the rice seedlings one by one, it's a good way to improve efficiency. Comrade Jiang Lanyue, you are really a talent. Then take a look, draw this design drawing first. Later I will go with you to the machinery factory in town and try to make this rice transplanter as soon as possible. If it works after the test, we will speed up the production. In this way, it will also be convenient for us to rush production. Seeing Captain Huang was so happy, his mouth was almost unable to close. Jiang Lanyue nodded. Don't worry, Captain. I will draw the blueprints as soon as I come back from supervision. Even if we have to rush the design, we can't delay the work. What's the big deal about supervision? Comrade Wang Aigua, and I will go there in person. Hearing what Jiang Lanyue said, Captain Huang immediately patted his chest. Just think about the design here. I'll wait for your good news. With that, Captain Huang was about to get up and walk out. But Jiang Lanyue hurriedly called him. Captain, I have something else to say. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang quickly turned around. Comrade Jiang, just say whatever you want to say. As long as you are happy, I will do whatever you want. Jiang Lanyue was so amused by Captain Huang's words that he couldn't help laughing and put down the pen in his hand. Didn't I tell you last time that I would only be the warehouse keeper for half a month? Now that the time is almost up, you should consider letting Comrade Zhang Qingqing come back to continue working. Speaking of Zhang Qingqing, Captain Huang, who was smiling just now, suddenly became serious. Comrade Zhang, I think you are much more qualified to be the warehouse keeper than Comrade Zhang Qingqing. So if you don't have any other job you want to do, you can continue to be the keeper. If there are other jobs in the team that you like, I will transfer them to you immediately. As for the warehouse keeper, I will select a qualified and responsible person to do it. As for Zhang Qingqing, she should be made to work harder so that she won't have time to play those dirty tricks. Since the captain has said so, I won't be polite. Smiling at Captain Huang, Jiang Lanyue stood up. I plan to accept the captain's previous proposal and serve as a technician for our team together with Technician Zhang. This way, it will not only be convenient for me to design more tools for the team. When the tools of our team have achieved results, if I go outside to study and exchange, I can also improve myself. After all, technicians have freedom in their work, unlike warehouse keeper who has to come here every day to sit in the office and wait for everyone to finish work. Captain Huang thought Jiang Lanyue's words made sense, so he nodded. Okay, then you can be a technician in the future. I will arrange someone to take over the work of the keeper, Comrade Jiang. Don't worry. Well, thank you for your hard work, Captain. Jiang Lanyue smiled at Captain Huang and said nothing more. Captain Huang was happy and went out with his hands behind his back. As soon as he left, Wang Igua came out from next door. When he walked to her door, he gave her a thumbs up and mouthed, "Come on." Then they turned and left. Jiang Lanyue felt relieved that the work was settled. For the next half of the morning, she sat in the warehouse and drew the blueprints attentively. When she was halfway through the drawing, a timid figure appeared at the door of the warehouse. Sensing the movement outside, Jiang Lanyue got up and walked out. When she reached the door, she saw a little girl wearing an old-fashioned blue coat and 2 pigtails, standing at the door and not daring to look up. The dripping stone under the eaves was covered with muddy footprints from her cloth shoes. It was chaotic and complicated, and it was obvious that she had been hesitating here for a long time. So Jiang Lanyue asked her, "Your name is Xie Niu, right? You came here with your mother to get tools before. I recognize you." Jiang Lanyue suddenly spoke, obviously startling Xie Niu. She raised her head in panic, and the moment her eyes met Jiang Lanyue's, she quickly lowered her head again. My name is Xie Niu.
Jiang.
Jiang the custodian, it was Captain Huang who asked me to come here. He said he wanted you to teach me how to record the forms. Captain Huang found her just now and said that her family was in financial difficulty and he wanted to take care of them and let her be a warehouse keeper. She still couldn't believe it. So Captain Huang gave you this job. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue smiled. Then come in, I'll teach you. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lanyue was not angry at all when she came to steal her job, and Xie Niu was immediately surprised. After she reacted, she quickly followed into the warehouse. After Jiang Lanyue returned to her seat and sat down, she took out the notebook and asked her, "What is your academic background? Is it okay to record the names of all the people in our group?"
Jiang
Lanyue's question obviously made Xie and V feel guilty. She hesitated for a long time before saying, "I didn't go to school seriously. I went to the Gingdu primary school in the village and went to the 3rd grade. I don't know if I can write my name in full." The team leader said, "Told me to learn slowly. Judging from the clothes Xie and V was wearing, they should belong to her elderly family. There were patches on both elbows, and the family must have had a hard time." Jiang Lanyue nodded. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have written down the names of all the people in the group in this booklet. If there is anyone you don't know how to write, just look through it and write it down. If you still can't, I can teach you later." Many people in the village said that Jiang the custodian had a wife who was the battalion commander, so she was a relative and should not be easy to get along with. So at the beginning, Xie and V was a little afraid of her. But now seeing Jiang Lanyue being so approachable, Xie and V is not so nervous. "Thank you, Jiang the custodian. I will study hard." When I was in school, I always got the first place in the class. I learn very quickly. Okay, then come here, and I will teach you. Seeing Sierra and V's nervousness, Jiang Lanue waved at her. Sierra and V dared to pluck up her courage and moved closer to Jiang Lanue to look at the form. She was indeed very smart. Jiang Lanue only taught her for half an hour, and Sierra and V was almost able to do it. Seeing her fill out a page of the form neatly on the paper, Jiang Lanue smiled. Not bad, let's do it this way in the future. Everyone will come to return the tools in the afternoon, and you will be the one to record it then. I'm afraid I can't do it. Sierra and V panicked when she heard this. She was about to refuse, but Jiang Lanue put his hand on her shoulder. You have to have confidence in yourself. If there is anything you don't know, I will teach you again.
Well,
Jiang Lanue said so, and the little girl dared to nod. But just as they agreed, an angry person rushed in from outside. She pushed the door of the warehouse open with great force, and it slammed against the wall with a bang. Sierra Nyo was timid, and her face turned pale with fright. Jiang Lanue raised her head and looked at Zhang Qingqing, who suddenly went crazy. Comrade Zhang, what are you doing? If the door of the warehouse is damaged, you have to compensate. Jiang Lanue, stop pretending in front of me. Zhang Qingqing was furious when she saw Jiang Lanue. Let me ask you, since you want to give up the job of warehouse keeper, why did you recommend such an illiterate girl to the team leader? This job was originally mine and you snatched it from me. Now you don't want to do this job, so why don't you give it back to me? Jiang Lanue, you vicious woman, how can you be so cruel? Jiang Lanue had guessed long ago that if the job was not returned to Zhang Qingqing, this woman would probably make a fuss. So she smiled coldly. This job didn't belong to you in the first place. Why do you ask for it back? Generally speaking, the easy jobs in the team are used to take care of members and educated youth in need. The Xie family is a widowed mother with 2 daughters, a son, and an old woman. No one is more needy than her family. It is understandable that Captain Huang gave the custodian job to Xie Danu. Comrade Zhang, I advise you not to take advantage of the situation and slander others. I take advantage of the situation? I think you are retaliating. Zhang Qingqing glared at Jiang Lanue as if she wanted to swallow her up. You hate me for spreading your scandals in the team and making you lose face. So you use this to anger me, right? I tell you, I'm going to report you to the township. So what if you are a relative? I'm going to make you and Huang Dala pay for it together. Zhang Qingqing was anxious, so she jumped out to bite people. Jiang Lanue almost died of laughter when she heard this. Okay, then you go and report it. I'll go to the Public Security Bureau, by the way, and talk about Huang Weimin's theft of public property. It's related to you, too. Anyway, the case hasn't been closed yet. As long as Huang Weimin lets go, you have to go in and accompany him.
You.
Zhang Qingqing was a little arrogant just now, but when Jiang Lanue said this, she instantly wilted. Seeing that she couldn't make any sense after talking about it for a long time, Jiang Lanue laughed a little sarcastically. Jiang Lanue, never take the initiative to fight with others, but if anyone can't tolerate me, don't blame me for being rude. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Lanue's aura that really intimidated Zhang Qingqing all of a sudden. She was afraid that she could not do anything to Jiang Lanue, so she could only stare coldly at Sierra and V, who was standing aside, cowering. Sierra and V was timid, and she was so scared by her glare that she quickly took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Jiang Lanue hurried to protect Sierra and V. Comrade Zhang Qingqing, if you still want to stay in the Wenjiang Brigade, I advise you not to do evil again. Otherwise, no one can save you. She must know that Captain Huang hated her to the core, right? If she was always caught with a handle, Captain Huang would definitely not be polite. You just wait. Zhang Qingqing couldn't swallow this breath of anger. Her eyes turned red, and she turned and ran out. After the people left, Sierra and V sighed and said, Custodian Jiang, if you quarrel with Zhang Jiqing like this, she will deal with you. This Zhang Qingqing is not easy to mess with. Their whole family has been scolded by her so badly that they can't raise their heads. I'm not afraid of her. Seeing that Sierra and V was frightened, Tian Nunyo reached out and patted her on the shoulder. Seeing that it was almost noon, Zhang Lanyue asked Sieta and Vi to go home first. She rode her bicycle and prepared to go back to the small mud house to get some food. But when she just rode to the main road next to the village office, she saw Sister Gua carrying a bulging bag from a distance. She was holding De Shuang and Xiao Shuang in her hands and walking towards the army. Seeing this, Zhang Lanyue hurriedly rode over. When she got in front of them, she smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you planning to move to the army to live?"
Yes.
Gua Xinlan smiled at Zhang Lanyue and smiled very happily. The team leader came to me this morning and said that the work had been done and asked me to start work tomorrow. He also said that there is a small yard behind the canteen, which is big enough for us 3 mothers to live in. So I moved there with Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang, so it will be convenient for us to go to work in the future. That's a good thing. The job and the house are settled. Congratulations, sister-in-law. In the past few days, Gua Xinlan is no longer as miserable and unwilling to talk as before when she couldn't find her husband. When she smiled, she looked no different from a girl in her 20s. Gua Xinlan was so moved by Zhang Lanyue's words that her eyes were red. Sister Lanyue, I remember your kindness. If you hadn't helped me, I'm afraid that the 3 of us, mother and daughter, would have ended like this in our lives. I'm grateful for your kindness. Sister-in-law will definitely not forget you in the future. Seeing that she was about to cry, Zhang Lanyue immediately laughed. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? You have suffered so much with the children, and you deserve this. In the future, you should live a good life with the children, and don't always think about other things.
Well.
Gua Xinlan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve and laughed again. But just as they finished speaking, a ferocious old woman suddenly rushed out from the side. She grabbed Gua Xinlan and yelled at her, "You dead woman! You rascal! How dare you disobey me? Are you trying to rebel?" The old woman cursed and pinched Gua Xinlan's arm. She pinched her arms so hard, as if she had some deep hatred with Gua Xinlan.
Ah!
Gua Xinlan was strangled by the old woman and screamed repeatedly. Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang were also scared and started crying. "Grandma, don't hit my mom. You 2 girls, get out of here." Seeing Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang trying to pull her, the old woman's other hand tried to push the 2 children away. Noticing her actions, Zhang Lanyue rushed over quickly and grabbed the old woman's hand. "What do you want to do? Beating people in broad daylight. Do you believe I will arrest you and take you to the police? You girl, let me go." The arrogant old woman started to curse when her wrist was caught by Zhang Lanyue. "Don't think I don't know who you are. Aren't you the relative who came from the team and the current custodian? It was because of your meddling that this woman was able to find my son and make a scene for a divorce. As the old saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. You have broken up our family, and you will be punished. Then I want to see who will be punished in the end." Unable to bear the old woman's displeasure, Zhang Lanyue tightened her grip on her. The pain made the old woman's face change. She was also forced to let go of the other hand that was holding Gua Xinlan. Seeing that she let go of Gua Xinlan, Zhang Lanyue also shook her hand off. Then she protected Gua Xinlan behind her. "Your son has fallen in love with someone else and is about to marry that female soldier. You still dare to bully my sister-in-law Guanao, aren't you going too far? That's because my son is capable." The female soldier insisted on marrying him. "What's it to you?" The old woman was very disdainful of Zhang Lanyue's injustice. "Besides, what's the big deal if a man finds another woman? Isn't that what women in the past all lived through? She should live a good life at home with the children and take care of us old people. My son has a conscience. If he wants her to do well, how can he not come back to see her? But this unfaithful woman is actually making a fuss about moving out of the house. She also wants to be a salesperson. Does she really think that we, the parents-in-law, are dead and can't control her?" The original owner's behavior in her previous life was shameless, but compared with this old woman, the original owner was much better. So Zhang Lanyue suppressed her anger and said word by word, "It's the new China now, and the new China practices monogamy. Does your good son still want to have one wife at home and went outside to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives? Do you believe that I will go to the army to report your son and let him retire and come home to serve you as his mother?
You.
Jiang Lanue's words undoubtedly made the evil old woman speechless. She was so angry that her eyes almost popped out. Guozhen Lanu woman, do you want to watch this troublemaker harm your man? My Ding family is so unlucky to marry a jinx like you. Enough. Guozhen Lan interrupted her before she finished scolding. I have divorced your son, so I have nothing to do with your family. I will take Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang away. When you have new daughters-in-law in the future, don't think of bullying me anymore.
You.
Guozhen Lan, the daughter-in-law, has been honest for so many years and obeyed the old couple. Now that old lady Ding saw Guozhen Lan disobeying her like this, she was really furious. You want to get rid of your relationship with my son, but it's not that easy. You still want to be a salesperson? Dream on. I tell you, you give up this job right now and give it to your sister-in-law. As long as you give up the job and take the children away, our Ding family has no objection. You want to get benefits from my son? I tell you it's impossible.
You.
It turned out that she chased after him because she wanted to take his job. It seems that she didn't speak up before because the job had not been settled yet, so she didn't have the confidence to make a fuss. Seeing that Guozhen Lan's face had changed due to anger, Jiang Lanue said directly, I asked for this job for Sister Guo, and it has nothing to do with your son. If your daughter wants a job, she should ask your new daughter-in-law for help. She is a capable person. Not only is she good at snatching men's hands, she is also the top leader in the art troupe. Don't tell me that you come to bully my sister-in-law because she doesn't want to pay attention to you.
You.
The more Jiang Lanue said, the more angry Mrs. Ding became. She didn't want to talk to this old woman anymore, but just sneered and said, Your son is just a deputy instructor. He has no roots in the army and no backing. If you want your son to have an easy life, just restrain yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me, Jiang Lanue, for being rude. After saying this, Jiang Lanue took the big bag from Guozhen Lan and put it on the back seat of her bicycle. After fixing it, she said to Guozhen Lan, Sister-in-law, let's go. If anyone dares to bully you again, I will make their whole family suffer. Jiang Lanue's threats were really scary. Seeing that the evil mother-in-law was intimidated, Guozhen Lan quickly pulled up Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang and hurriedly followed Jiang Lanue away. It took a long time for the old woman to react. She sat on the ground and cried loudly, Oh, why is my life so miserable? Hearing the crying coming from behind, the soft-hearted Guozhen Lan looked back. Seeing this, Jiang Lanue said to her, Sister-in-law, if you are soft-hearted towards such a person, you will be cruel to yourself. Looking at her attitude, I'm afraid she already knew about her son's situation in the army. But they didn't tell you that their idea was to let his son have a good time at home and colorful flags flying outside. After all, a woman like Tang Xiaoya would never come back to take care of her mother-in-law and fulfill her obligations as a daughter-in-law. Why didn't I think of it? Jiang Lanue mentioned this, and Guozhen Lan's eyes were red. So they all teamed up to bully me. I have always treated them as my own parents and have been filial to them all these years. No matter how hard it was, I never treated them badly. But they treated me like this. The more she said this, the more Guozhen Lan couldn't help sobbing. Seeing this, Jiang Lanue patted her on the shoulder and said, It's okay, your life will be better in the future. But you have to remember that a good ironsmith must be strong himself. You can't be bullied by them like before.
I know.
Jiang Lanue's comfort touched Mrs. Guo. They went all the way and went back to the army. After Jiang Lanue successfully sent Mrs. Guo to the army's canteen, she helped her tidy up the yard behind the canteen. There are 4 small rooms in the yard, 2 main rooms for living. One side room is for cooking, and the other is piled with some small sundries. Fortunately, there are beds and tables inside. Just put some necessities of life, and you can live. Just when they were busy cleaning up, someone shouted outside the canteen. Is anyone there? I want to buy something. Because the previous salesperson violated the discipline and was cancelled, the canteen is now unmanned and closed. When Guozhen Lan heard the shouting, she put down the things in her hands and wanted to go out. Seeing this, Jiang Lanyue stopped her and said, "Sister-in-law, you clean up first. I'll go take a look." She sounded very young. She was not a female soldier from the art troupe, but a military wife. Sister Gua had just arrived, so she should be allowed to adapt before joining the work. Okay. Sister Gua nodded when she heard Jiang Lanyue say that. Jiang Lanyue did not hesitate and turned to go to the canteen in front. When she arrived, the person outside was even more impatient and kept knocking on the window. Jiang Lanyue lay on the table in front of the window and took down the wooden board blocking the canteen sales window. Standing outside the canteen were indeed a few female soldiers wearing military uniforms, with graceful figures and beautiful looks. When they saw that it was Jiang Lanyue who opened the window, their faces changed. "Oh, I was wondering who is so lazy that she refuses to go to work even though she has the job." It turns out to be Jiang Lanyue. Yeah, everyone knows that she is so arrogant because of the power of the Liu family. Not only did she bully our sister Xue, but she also forced Deputy Captain Liu to marry her. But she is fat and ugly. If she marries Deputy Captain Liu, she will probably have to stay alone in an empty house and become a living widow. Look at them one by one. They have a mouth that can sing beautiful songs, but the words they say are so unbearable to the ears. Jiang Lanyue crossed her arms and looked at them and made sarcastic remarks. After the female soldiers finished speaking, she slowly began to speak. "You cry and shout every day, saying that I broke up Xue and my man. People who don't know would really think that Xue would never get married. And what if I rely on the Liu family? It's my ability that I can rely on the Liu family. You pretend to look down on me, but in fact you are jealous to death. I feel ashamed for your hypocrisy. As for what happens between Liu Yuang and I behind closed doors, this is a matter between us two husband and wife. Do you think you unmarried female soldiers are going to care about what happens between couples in bed?" You. These female soldiers never thought that Jiang Lanyue could say such shameless words. They all blushed and were so angry, but they couldn't explain it. They could only stamp their feet. "Jiang Lanyue, you are shameless." "How am I shameless?" Jiang Lanyue raised her eyebrows and looked at them with an expression as if to ask if they were all sick. "Liu Yuang and I are unmarried, and the marriage is agreed by our elders. How come it is so unforgivable in your mouths? It is you female soldiers who helped Xue to pester a married man. You are really corrupt in ideology and morality. It seems that I have to report the situation to the organization so that you will not follow suit and do something ugly that damages the reputation of the people's soldiers in the future." How could they bear it when Jiang Lanyue put the hat on them? They were so scared that their faces changed, and they explained hurriedly. We didn't mean that. That's right. That's right. We just looked down on you as a prisoner." "Who do you look down on?" These female soldiers shuddered at the sound. They turned their heads and saw Liu Yuang standing not far away, looking at them with a cold face. "Liu. Deputy Battalion Commander Liu." Now, even the person involved was here, and these female soldiers were scared to death. The brave one stood up and said, "We look down on Jiang Lanyue, and we are all standing up for Sister Xue. After all, freedom of marriage is advocated now. Two people should be together because they love each other, not forced by any means. Jiang Lanyue, no matter how you threaten me, saying that you're going to report us and Sister Xue, I still say this. You are quite courageous." Jiang Lanyue sneered, and her eyes swept over these female soldiers and fell directly on Liu Yuang. This morning, Xue brought her aunt, the head of the regiment, to the Wenchang Brigade to find me. She said that she wanted me to leave you and let you and her be together. I have also expressed my opinion. If you are willing to divorce me and be with Xue, then I can cooperate. After all, I can't let Jiang Lanyue be jealous all day long for man. You. Jiang Lanyue's words shocked all the female soldiers present. Even Guozhanlan, who came out from the backyard, was shocked when she heard this. She hurried over to pull Jiang Lanyue. "Sister, you are confused. If you don't want such a good man like Deputy Battalion Commander Liu, you will regret it in the future. I regret it now." Jiang Lanyue looked back at Mrs. Gua very seriously. If I knew that I would be bullied everywhere after marrying him, I would definitely not marry him before. When she said this, she really felt wronged, and her tone was a little crying. I will handle this matter, and I will not divorce you. After saying that, Lu Yuang turned back to look at the female soldiers. I reiterate again that I have never liked anyone. The rumors in the army were deliberately spread by someone. I will find an opportunity to investigate and clarify in front of everyone. If anyone dares to use this excuse to bully my lover in the future, Lu Yuang, will definitely hold the other party accountable. How could these female soldiers have never thought that Lu Yuang would actually support Jiang Lanyue in public? They were all stunned and dared not breathe. And the female soldier who thought she was brave and came forward just now was trembling with fear. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, we didn't mean that. What do you mean? Before she could finish, Lu Yuang interrupted her directly. My wife did do a lot of wrong things in the past, but she has corrected them. Not only did she save Instructor Zhang's wife and children recently, she also gave her position as a salesperson to the wronged military wife. Don't you see what she did? It seems that the ideological work of the art troupe is too poor. I will report it to your political commissar as soon as possible and pay close attention to this issue. Lu Yuang actually wanted to report the matter to the troupe, which scared the female soldiers to tears. They were so panicked that they cried and wanted to beg for mercy. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. Yes, we only heard what Sister Ingxue said. We don't know the whole picture. Look, when the fire burns on their heads, a dog-bite-dog situation will emerge. Jiang Lanyue sneered when he heard it. Since you don't know the full picture of the matter, why do you come to slander and defame me? It seems that your brains are not very bright. You don't even know that you are being used as a gun. As soon as she said this, the female soldiers seemed to react. They looked at each other, and then ran away in a hurry. Seeing that these female soldiers were angry and left, Gua Xinlan couldn't help but give Jiang Lanyue a thumbs up. Lu Yuang, on the other hand, was standing outside the canteen, feeling too guilty to even look at Jiang Lanyue. He just lowered his head and said, "Come out and walk with me." "Where to?" Jiang Lanyue pouted and looked unhappy after glancing at Lu Yuang indifferently. "I'd better keep my distance from you. Otherwise, others will say that I'm shameless for pestering you." Her words made Lu Yuang blush with shame. "We are husband and wife. You don't have to care about what others say. Come out quickly. I'll take you to seek justice." Jiang Lanyue didn't react when she heard that Lu Yuang was going to take her to seek justice. Mrs. Guo quickly opened the door of the convenience store and pushed Jiang Lanyue out. "Sister, don't be stubborn. Your man supports you. What are you unhappy about? Go quickly, and when you get justice, remember to report to me." In the past, she only knew that Jiang Lanyue was a relative and someone who could not be messed with. But now that she was bullied by these female soldiers, she realized that she was also a poor person. Jiang Lanyue had no choice but to be pushed out of the door by Mrs. Guo. She just looked at Lu Yuang. "You are a deputy battalion commander after all. If you really care about these female soldiers, will people say that you are not generous enough?" Anyway, she didn't plan to stay in the army for long in the future, and these female soldiers would not have many opportunities to cause trouble for her.
You don't have to worry about me.
Thinking of how she always made trouble with him when she was wronged in the past, he still felt annoyed. Now seeing Jiang Lanyue being slandered and insulted with his own eyes, Lu Yuang's guilt reached its peak. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Lanyue's wrist. "Just come with me." After saying this, Lu Yuang took her and went directly to the headquarters of the military region art troupe. They explained their purpose to the sentry at the entrance of the art troupe, and when they were led to the outside of the office of the regiment, they heard the sound of slapping the table in the office. That Jiang Lanyue is so arrogant. This captain gave her a chance, but she actually put on airs and asked me to find Lu Yuang. She was sure that this brat was responsible, and she would definitely not divorce easily after getting married to her. Bai Qing is so unlucky to have such a daughter-in-law. Jiang Lanyue recognized this voice. It was Jing Yayan who had come to see her in the morning. As soon as Jing Yayan finished speaking, the head of their military region's art troupe, Lu Dehai, also spoke.
Okay, Lao Xing.
Since Lu Yuang and Jiang Lanyue are unwilling to divorce, don't worry so much. Aring Shue is such a good girl. Are you afraid that she can't find a good partner? I'll think of a way to find her someone better than Lu Yuang. So, let's not make a fuss about this. Otherwise, if you annoy that brat Lu Yuang, who knows what will happen. In the army, Lu Yuang is well known for being rule-abiding and impartial. Coupled with the background of their Lu family and his ability, he can't afford to offend this guy. No, I can't swallow this anger. After looking at Lu Dahai, Jing Yayan's teeth were broken. She turned her head to look at Chuing Shue, who was standing aside, sobbing with red eyes. I must let Jiang Lanyue show her true colors and then retreat. After all, the matter has been exposed, and I can't let my niece lose face. Our Jing family can't afford to lose this person. Jing Yayan's words made Lu Dahai feel troubled. He was just about to persuade the aunt and niece in front of him not to provoke the ancestor they couldn't afford to offend. Unexpectedly, a cold voice sounded before him. I would like to know, how does Captain Jing plan to bully my wife and let her retreat? The voice was cold enough. Even though Jing Yayan had seen many big shots, she was a little stunned. Then Lu Yuang pulled Jiang Lanyue and walked in swaggeringly. He was tall and upright, and his pair of deep eyes with coldness swept across everyone, and finally his gaze fell on Jing Yayan's face. Are you Lu Yuang? The soldier in front of her had handsome features and was full of vigor. Compared to the majesty of those old commanders who had led soldiers for decades, his majesty was no less. Jing Yayan was inexplicably satisfied with him, and finally understood why Aring Shue had to have this Lu Yuang. I am. Lu Yuang stared at Jing Yayan coldly, still expressionless. Chuing Shue felt guilty when she saw the scene, and she quickly stood up and said, Don't be angry, Yuang. My aunt said this because she feels sorry for me. She doesn't really want to do anything to Jiang Lanyue. Just don't mind it because she is too concerned about you. Haha. Lu Yuang sneered after hearing this, without even looking at Chuing Shue. Your aunt is too concerned about you, so she can bully others? Then, 18 years ago, my lover's parents died on the battlefield, and she was bullied, and no one stood up for her. Does she deserve it? The protection of Jiang Lanyue in his words really hurt Chuing Shue so much that tears welled up in her eyes. Jing Yayan couldn't bear it anymore, so she slammed the table and stood up. Then she roared, You little rascal, don't be so presumptuous in front of me. You are not important enough. You deceived my niece's feelings, and now you pretend to be a good husband, but I, Jing Yayan, will not fall for it. Since you are here today, you must give an explanation to my Jing family. Otherwise, I will never let you go. What explanation do you want? Jing Yayan was so shameless that Jiang Lanyue couldn't help rolling her eyes. Our Yuang has said that even if he doesn't like your niece, he will never divorce me. Why is your Jing family's daughter so short of men that she has to compete with others? She had heard a long time ago that Chuing Shue was the treasure of the Jing family, and the whole family held her in the palm of their hands. It is said that the Jing family had 3 sons, and in the end they gave birth to a daughter, Chuing Shue. So Chuing Shue took her mother's surname, not Jing. Few people in the army knew that Chuing Shue's background was actually similar to Lu Yuang's. Shut up. Jiang Lanyue's words were so harsh that Jing Yayan couldn't bear it, and subconsciously wanted to attack her. But as soon as she raised her hand, she was grabbed by Lu Yuang. Lu Dahai, who was in the office, and Chuing Shue, who was standing aside, were frightened by Jing Yayan's move, and their faces changed suddenly. Then, Lu Yuang gritted his teeth and said, Captain Jing, please control your emotions. If you try to attack my lover again, don't blame me for being rude.
You.
Lu Yuang, this fool, actually protected this unpresentable prisoner? Jing Yayan was so angry that she glared at him and said, Didn't you hear how she insulted Ing Shue? She is telling the truth. Lu Yuang lowered his voice, and these words were squeezed out from between his teeth. If Captain Jing doesn't believe it, you can go to our battalion commander Tai and ask who spread these rumors in the army. You can also ask Comrade Chuing Shue where exactly did I confirm our relationship with her, and under what circumstances did we fall in love with each other. I'm sure Comrade Chu can't tell it, right?
You.
This brat was so confident that Jing Yayan's heart skipped a beat. Then she turned around and looked at Chewing Shua. Xiao Shua, tell me everything about how this brat deceived you in the first place. Chewing Shua, no matter how brave she was, dared not lie anymore after confronting Lu Yuang face to face. She cried aggrievedly. Aunt, don't ask anymore. I don't have the face to say it. Is it because you don't have the face to say it, or is there nothing to say at all? Until now, Chewing Shua still pretended to be a wronged little white flower, and Jiang Lanyue rolled her eyes to the sky. It has been rumored in the army that you and Lu Yuang are in love with each other. But no one has ever seen that Lu Yuang has had private contact with you. The only 2 times were when you stood at the gate of the family compound to block him, and I was there at the time. So, Comrade Chewing Shua, you're not lying, are you? She didn't believe it before. Lu Yuang said that he had nothing to do with Chewing Shua. Now, seeing Chewing Shua's reaction, she believed it. The original owner was really a big idiot. She was calculated by others all her life, and she pushed such a good husband away alive. I didn't. As soon as Jiang Lanyue accused her of lying, Chewing Shua was immediately panicked. She didn't dare to look at Lu Yuang's expression, but just turned around and looked at Jing Yayan while crying. And I didn't. I really felt that Lu Yuang liked me. I really didn't lie. And I don't know what's going on with those rumors in the army. But this time, without waiting for Jing Yayan to speak, Jiang Lanyue took the lead and said, So you just feel that Lu Yuang likes you. He hasn't expressed his attitude to you. That means those rumors in the army are all based on your illusions? In that case, then things will be easy. Starting from the rumors, we can always trace back to the source. Then we can catch the person who spread the rumors and deal with them seriously. Jiang Lanyue's words were flawless, and Lu Yuang couldn't help but look back at her with admiration in his eyes. No need to check. When this incident just happened, Captain Tai and I had already found out. Comrade Chewing Shua, you deliberately spread rumors to cause misunderstandings. Now you let your aunt go to my wife's workplace to cause trouble. Just tell me how to solve this matter. It turned out that he had known it for a long time. He knew everything. And now he is helping Jiang Lanyue and asking her to give an explanation. Chewing Shua was speechless by him. Her beautiful big eyes looked at him with disappointment, and tears kept falling. How am I inferior to this prisoner? I have liked you for so many years. Can't you see it at all? But you would rather marry a prisoner and ruin your own future than be with me. Why is that? Chewing Shua's questioning made Jiang Lanyue inexplicably feel guilty, so she turned around to look at Lu Yuang. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuang grabbed her hand and said in a deep voice, because although she will do wrong things, she has never thought of deliberately making things difficult for me. She is impulsive and reckless, has a bad temper, and doesn't know how to get along with others. But she only has me in her heart from beginning to end, so even if she is wrong, I am willing to tolerate her. It turned out that in Lu Yuang's heart, he looked at the original owner in this way. He always tolerated the original owner's badness and arrogance, without disgust. The stupid original owner is not only stupid, but also blind.
You.
Lu Yuang's words were undoubtedly a huge to Chewing Shua. When she was crying sadly, Jing Yayan, who just understood the truth of the matter, turned back and glared at her. Are what they both said true? Did you really spread these rumors? Lu Yuang has never been in love with you? Aunt, In front of Lu Yuang, Chewing Shua dared not lie. All of a sudden, Jing Yayan, who was so embarrassed, was furious. She raised her hand and slapped Chewing Shua in the face. You actually robbed and even lied to me? Our Jing family is all upright. How could we raise a daughter like you? Aunt, I was wrong, don't be angry. Jing Yayan is the person who loves her the most in the entire Jing family. Now, even Jing Yayan is angry with her. Chewing Shua is very flustered. She wanted to plead, but Jing Yayan pushed her hand away. Then Jing Yayan looked back at Lu Yuang. We were wrong in this matter. I did something wrong without finding out the truth. I can understand that Deputy Battalion Commander Lu would be so angry. Since I did something wrong, I will also take responsibility. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu can make a condition. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to make it up to your lover. This is the style and responsibility that a military family should have. Lu Wang was very satisfied and looked back at Jiang Lanyue. Tell me, just ask what you want. His eyes were really doting, as if asking a child if he wanted candy. Jiang Lanyue blushed because of his stare, and then said, I don't want anything at the moment, so let's just say that Captain Jing owes me a favor. When I really need you, I will come to you. Jing Yayan originally thought that Jiang Lanyue would definitely take this opportunity to ask for a huge sum of money. After all, everyone in the army said that she was an insatiable person. But she didn't expect that she only asked for a favor and didn't make any requests. Jing Yayan nodded with some surprise. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come to me. After saying everything that needed to be said, Lu Wang didn't plan to stay here any longer. He just nodded to Lu Dahai and said, in addition to Comrade Chuing Xue, there are many female soldiers in the art troupe. Influenced by Comrade Chuing Xue, they all tried their best to find opportunities to embarrass our Lanyue. I hope that Captain Lu can deal with this matter seriously and give justice to my wife. Unexpectedly, the fire finally burned him. Lu Dahai, who was watching the battle on the side, was very embarrassed and nodded quickly. It is indeed that I did not do my job well. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, rest assured, I will deal with this matter seriously. Okay, then goodbye. After saying this, Lu Wang grabbed Jiang Lanyue's wrist and pulled her away. When they left, Chuing Xue, who had already cried bitterly, called pitifully, Aunt. But Jing Yayan glared at her angrily, gnashing her teeth, and said, I will settle accounts with you when we go back. On the way back, Jiang Lanyue felt a little uncomfortable because of Lu Wang's confession in the office of the art troupe just now. So she wanted to stay away from Lu Wang and keep her clear thinking. But this guy seemed to be equipped with radar. When she walked fast, he walked fast. When she walked slowly, he stopped and waited for her. Jiang Lanyue was really at a loss, so she couldn't help but look up at him. Were you sincere in what you said just now? I have done so many wrong things in the past and made you lose face so many times. You really don't care about me at all? How broad-minded can he be to tolerate the original owner like this? I don't care. Lu Wang shook his head with a smile on his face. This time, Jiang Lanyue was a little moved. Why is that? There must be a reason, right? Knowing that she had a knot in her heart, if she didn't make it clear, she might still feel insecure like before. So she did a lot of bad things to attract his attention. Lu Wang said, because I remember when you first came to the Lu family. Grandma fell seriously ill because of Grandpa's sacrifice and almost died. It was because of you that Grandma was able to survive. So I think that since you saved Grandma, I should be nice to you. Lu Wang is 3 years older than the original owner, which means that when the original owner came to the Lu family, he was more than 4 years old, and that was indeed the age when he could remember things. Jiang Lanyue understood his feelings at once, and didn't know how to say it. Unexpectedly, Lu Wang took her hand and said very seriously, next month, my parents will come back after completing their mission. At that time, we will invite everyone we should invite, set up a few tables, and hold the wedding ceremony in a lively manner. What do you think? Jiang Lanyue never thought that Lu Wang would say such a thing. She quickly pulled her hand back, blushing and looking at him in surprise. You. Do you want to think about it again? After all, I did so many wrong things in the past, and you don't have to live with me just to be responsible. Even if you don't like Chuing Xue, there are still many good girls in this world. If you meet a girl you like in the future, you will regret it. I won't regret it. Before Jiang Lanyue finished speaking, Lu Wang interrupted her directly. The girl I like is right in front of me. Before she moved out, he was indeed just getting along with her reluctantly for the sake of responsibility and his grandmother's wish. But after she moved out, she became tough, brave, upright, and kind. Such a Jiang Lanyue is worthy of his love. You. This time, Jiang Lanyue really didn't know what to say. She was speechless for a long time, and then she stomped her feet and said angrily, Why didn't you like me when I liked you before? Now that you like me, I should pretend that nothing happened? You want to have a wedding and I won't agree. After saying this, Jiang Lanyue ran away angrily, leaving Lu Yuang standing there, looking at her back in a dilemma. Is she angry with me? When Jiang Lanyue ran back to Guozhenlan's store, she had almost cleaned up the yard. It was already past noon, and she had set up a pot on a honeycomb stove in the yard and cooked a pot of noodles and was about to eat. When she saw Jiang Lanyue coming in, she hurriedly greeted her. Sister Lanyue, you are back. My noodles are just right, come and eat.
Yeah.
After tossing around for a whole morning, Jiang Lanyue was already hungry. So she didn't say anything and helped to carry the bowls and pickles. Soon the four of them gathered around the small table in the yard and started eating. Seeing that Jiang Lanyue seemed a little unhappy, Guozhenlan smiled. What's wrong? Did you go to ask for justice and didn't get it back? No, I got it back. Jiang Lanyue stirred the noodles in the bowl and put them into her mouth without tasting the food. Xu Yingxue was not only criticized, but also slapped by her aunt. Her aunt even apologized, saying that she owed me a favor. As for those female soldiers who gossiped, they would also be criticized and educated. Isn't that good? Guozhenlan was a little confused. Then why are you unhappy? Guozhenlan is an experienced person. Jiang Lanyue, who has been single since birth, also wants to talk to her. So she said, Lu Yuang told me just now that he will hold a wedding with me when his parents come back from the mission. Sister-in-law, I feel weird. Why do you feel weird? Guozhenlan was very curious and put down the chopsticks in her hand. Jiang Lanyue sighed. You don't know the reason why I went to the Wenchang Brigade. In fact, it was because I was not popular in the family compound, so I was kicked out. When I went out, I thought that when I got a foothold outside, I would come back and divorce Lu Yuang. Then I would live a free and easy life outside. But now everything has changed for the better, but Lu Yuang wants to pull me back to live the same life as before, and I definitely don't want to. Jiang Lanyue's words made Guozhenlan suddenly realize. I understand. You are heartbroken, so you are afraid to look back. But Sister Lanyue, I don't think that Deputy Battalion Commander Lu has you in his heart. And he is so good. If you just give up like this, will you regret it in the future? Speaking of which, Lu Yuang is good-looking, capable, well-educated, and has a good family background. Even in modern times, he is a male god-level existence. With the original owner's external conditions, it is definitely impossible for her to meet a better man than Lu Yuang in the future. So Jiang Lanyue shook her head. I don't know. Since you don't know, then take your time and don't rush to make any decisions. Seeing that she was young and didn't know what marriage was, Guozhenlan smiled and picked up a piece of pickled vegetable for her. In fact, when two people get married and live together, there are bound to be bumps and bruises. When they are dating, it's two people happily getting together. But when you get married, it's two people who tolerate each other and get along with each other. So if you have anything to say, it's best to say it openly. Then maybe you will suddenly understand it, right? Guozhenlan is really a caring elder sister. Her words had just given Jiang Lanyue some clues on what to do. But just as she finished her words, there was a knock on the door behind them. Hearing the sound, they both turned around. They saw Ding Xingyuan in military uniform standing at the door to the courtyard, looking at them. What are you doing here? Jiang Lanyue was not happy when she saw Chen Shimi. Ding Xingyuan looked a little embarrassed. He quickly took out an envelope from his pocket and put it on the windowsill next to him. There are 500 yuan, 100 kilograms of food coupons, 50 kilograms of meat coupons, and some oil coupons and cloth coupons, all of which I saved myself. I know these things are not much, but this is a little gift from me. Comrade Guo must accept it. No need. He really did as Jiang Lanyue said, and send the money for raising the children. The honest Guozhenlan wanted to refuse. But before Guozhenlan could say anything, Jiang Lanyue grabbed her. Sister-in-law, this courtyard is so shabby. If you have money, you can hire someone to repair it so that you and the children can live more comfortably. And Das Huang and Xiao Shuang are so old now, but they haven't grown much because they eat too poorly, so you should accept these things. Even if not for yourself, it should be for the children. Speaking of children, Guozhenlan stopped talking. Ding Xingyuan didn't even dare to look at them, but just said, Then I'll go back first. After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave. But Jiang Lanyue suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute. Comrade Jiang, do you have anything else to do? Ding Xingyuan looked back and saw Jiang Lanyue standing up and walking towards him, so he quickly took 2 steps back. Jiang Lanyue said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. There's just one thing I think I need to remind you of. It is you who has fallen in love with someone else and has let my sister-in-law down, causing her to suffer for so many years. So you better go back and tell your parents clearly that my sister-in-law has nothing to do with your family anymore. If they dare to come again and beat or scold my sister-in-law, I, Jiang Lanyue, will not let them off. Besides, this salesperson job was also something I asked for my sister-in-law. Why does your mother keep saying that this is a job she got thanks to you? And you want to force my sister-in-law to give this job to your sister? Deputy Instructor Ding, you can't be so heartless." Jiang Lanyue's words really made Ding Xingyuan blush and feel ashamed. He looked at Jiang Lanyue in surprise, then turned to look at Guo Xinlan, who didn't say a word. Then he said nothing and turned around and left the store. After he left, Guo Xinlan said leisurely, "Lanyue, actually, I don't blame him. It's my bad luck. I was not born into a good family, so I don't have a good in-law family. I won't blame anyone in the future. I just want to live a good life with Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang. Besides, I have such a good sister like you. I am already very satisfied. Sister-in-law, you are generous, but those people think you are easy to bully, so we can't give in at all." Looking back at Guo Xinlan, Jiang Lanyue said this seriously while sitting down to continue eating noodles. When Jiang Lanyue finished eating noodles in the canteen, it was already late. She hurriedly rode her bicycle to work in the Wenchang Brigade. When she arrived, the members and educated youth had already come to exchange a batch of tools. Xieta Niu sat at the recording table, writing and registering very seriously, and she really looked like a custodian. Jiang Lanyue couldn't help laughing when she saw this. At this moment, Wang Aigua suddenly appeared in front of her. "I heard that Sister Gua has moved to the army?"
Yes.
Wang Aigua has never been a gossipy person, but he cares about the weak and has a good heart. So Jiang Lanyue has long regarded him as a good friend. "You did a great job on this matter." Wang Aigua smiled and gave Jiang Lanyue a thumbs up. When the members came just now, they were talking about the son of the Ding family, who is a soldier. He came back today and had a big quarrel with his parents. They said that they would never allow them to go to the army to cause trouble for Mrs. Gua again. Although it sounds like a human word, he left Mrs. Gua and her mother and daughter at home for so many years. I don't think he has good intentions. In the future, Mrs. Gua will be in the army, so please take care of her. If there is any difficulty, you can tell me, and I will definitely help if I can." Hearing what Wang Aigua said, Jiang Lanyue, who shared the same heroic views as him, smiled and patted his arm. She was about to speak when a sarcastic voice came from behind her. "Oh, not bad. Comrade Jiang is indeed a person with a backer. He can do any job he wants in the Wenchang Brigade. We ordinary members can't compare at all." No one can say such words except the petty technician Jiang. When Jiang Lanyue heard this, she turned around and looked at him. "Why, Technician Jiang, are you not convinced? But no matter how unconvinced you are, what can you do to me?"
You.
Hearing this, Zhang Jiachuan was really angry. His face was so sour. "Jiang Lanyue, don't be complacent. What the people hate most now is people like you who rely on their backers to do whatever they want. You go against the people, and you will end up badly sooner or later."
Haha.
This idiot brought up the people, and Jiang Lanyue raised his eyebrows and sneered. "You are a technician with unskilled skills. What qualifications do you have to represent the people? You said that I, Jiang Lanyue, am a relative, and I can only be a technician because of my relationship. Then if you have the ability, you can compete with me to see who has better repair skills? Whoever loses, then don't be a technician. How about you honestly go to the fields to work with the members and educated youth?"
You.
Jiang Lanyue's move of cutting off the firewood left Zhang Jiachuan speechless in an instant. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and said, "I won't compete with you. With this little free time, I might as well read more technical books and improve my abilities." He felt guilty, but He was not forgiving at all. Jiang Lanhua laughed. If you dare not compete, just say you dare not compete. What excuses are you looking for? Zhang Jiaquan, since you are here today, I will make it clear to you. I, Jiang Lanhua, am not trying to steal your job as a technician. The two of us are not on the same level. If I really wanted to steal your job, I would have lost your job long ago. He was about to speak, but Jiang Lanhua interrupted him without any hesitation. So in the future, you'd better be obedient and abide by the law, and don't mess with me. Otherwise, I, Jiang Lanhua, would not be polite to you. After saying this, Jiang Lanhua turned around and went back to the warehouse. Zhang Jiaquan was so angry watching her actions, but he had no way to deal with it. He could only complain to Wang Aigua. Look at her arrogant look, scorekeeper Wang. Isn't it just because she has a backer? What's the big deal? Wang Aigua didn't say much about Zhang Jiaquan's words. He turned around and went back to the scoring room. In the afternoon, when Captain Huang made an inspection and came to the warehouse happily to inquire about the progress of the design, Jiang Lanhua had just finished the drawings in her hand. When she saw Captain Huang come in, she immediately stood up and said, "Captain, I have designed the rice transplanter you wanted. Do you want to see the drawings?" Yes, of course. Captain Huang didn't expect Jiang Lanhua to act so quickly, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling on the spot. He hurriedly took the blueprint and looked at it carefully. Although he could only understand the general idea, he still said confidently, "This thing looks more complicated than the sewing artifact, and it should be difficult to make. Time is running out. Let's go to the machinery factory and make one to try." Okay. Captain Huang is really impatient. Jiang Lanhua didn't object to what he said. She let him call the tractor driver of the team, and then drove the tractor to take the two of them directly to the machinery factory in the township. Because they had been here once before, Director Chi received them happily this time. Then he took the drawings and took them to the cutting workshop to cut the materials according to the drawings given by Jiang Lanhua. After the materials were cut, they went to the welding workshop. As soon as he entered the door of the welding workshop, Jiang Lanhua saw a pile of messy starting motors piled up at the door of the workshop, which looked like scrap. Jiang Lanhua hurriedly called Director Chi and said, "Director Chi, these motors are all good things. Why are they all thrown here?" Seeing that Jiang Lanhua was referring to those defective motors, he sighed. "These things look good, but they all have various problems. They are eliminated defective products. So when the time comes, we will dismantle them all and then rebuild them. Our machinery factory has only been open for a short time, so the technology is not mature yet. These are normal things." Director Chi just thought that Jiang Lanhua was curious about how there were so many scrapped motors. But in Jiang Lanhua's opinion, after the mechanical system analysis, these things were not seriously faulty. They only needed a little repair and could be completely used. So she smiled and said, "Since these are scraps, can they be given to our Wenjiang Brigade? What do you want these scraps for?" Director Chi was very curious and laughed on the spot. Captain Huang came over quickly, looked at Jiang Lanhua and said, "Comrade Jiang, we are here to make rice transplanters today. Why are you thinking of scrapped motors?" "Of course I have my reasons." After looking at Captain Huang, Jiang Lanhua continued to look at Director Chi. "If Director Chi can give me all these old motors, I can tell Director Chi which aspect of your technology is immature, which will cause so many scrapped products." Director Chi certainly didn't expect that Jiang Lanhua would make this request. He was a little surprised. Comrade Jiang Lanhua is not only good at design, but also knows repair technology? Of course. Speaking of this, Captain Huang looked very proud. "Our Comrade Jiang's repair skills are first-rate. From tractors to water pumps, she can repair them all." Captain Huang's words made Director Chi look at Jiang Lanhua with some admiration. "In that case, Comrade Jiang, please tell us what the problem is with these motors. As long as the root cause is found, all these motors will belong to Comrade Jiang." Without spending a penny, she got so many motors. Jiang Lanhua smiled. "Okay, thank you, Director Chi." After saying this, Jiang Lanhua asked a worker on the side for a set of tools. Then, in front of Director Chi and Captain Huang, she directly removed all the motor casings. After checking, Zhang Lanyue sorted the more than 20 motors into 3 rows according to categories. Then he said, Director Chi, the problem in this row is that the internal accessories of the motor are loose and the contact is poor. So the motor sometimes rotates and sometimes does not. This row of motors has a problem with the internal wiring, and the coils are not evenly stressed, so they cannot work properly. And this row has a problem with the main circuit board of the motor, which needs precision repair. According to this ratio, the motors made by our machinery factory have these 3 main problems. As long as targeted adjustments are made, the probability of failures can be reduced in the future. Seeing Zhang Lanyue talking, she was very eloquent. Director Chi's admiration for her was simply beyond words. Comrade Zhang is indeed a talent. He can see so many problems at a glance, which is really enlightening. I just don't know what you want to do with so many defective motors. If you are useful, why don't I adjust 2 good motors for you, just as a thank you for helping us find the problem? Director Chi took the initiative to give them good motors, which was a big favor. Captain Huang was about to agree when he heard this. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lanyue took the lead and refused. No, Director Chi. I just need these little things for small things. If I really need 2 good motors, it would be like overkill. I can repair these motors, and they can still be used. Anyway, they are all used in the experimental rice transplanter. It's good enough as long as they can be used. After hearing what Zhang Lanyue said, Director Chi did not insist. He smiled and nodded. Okay, then Comrade Zhang, if you need anything next time, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse. Thank you, Director Chi. After being polite to Director Chi, Zhang Lanyue did not waste any more time. She asked the workers for the repair tools and squatted on the ground with Captain Huang. Holding the tin gun in one hand and the tin bar in the other, they began to repair seriously. Seeing that everyone around had left, only the 2 of them were left. Captain Huang asked, Comrade Zhang, Director Chi wanted to give us good motors just now. Why didn't you want them? Hearing this, Zhang Lanyue smiled. We don't need to owe this favor for the problems we can solve ourselves. Otherwise, if he asks us to help with something in the future, we will be embarrassed to refuse. After all, Director Chi looks very smart and is definitely not someone who would suffer a loss. That's right. After Zhang Lanyue said this, Captain Huang suddenly realized. He nodded and said nothing more. After a while, the motor that the technicians of the machinery factory had failed to repair. Once it was plugged in, it started to turn smoothly. Before Captain Huang had time to be happy, the various parts of the rice transplanter designed by Zhang Lanyue had been welded. Seeing this, Zhang Lanyue quickly assembled each part together. Then he modified the hand crank, removed the crank, and added a fixed crossbeam. He installed the motor and put on the driving belt. After everything was assembled, Zhang Lanyue plugged in the power plug. Only to see the motor rumble and turn, it drove the rice transplanter's rice seedling delivery chain. The rice seedling box slowly turned, and a row of 5 duckbills responsible for transplanting rice seedlings rose and fell with extremely high efficiency. Seeing this scene, Captain Huang was eager to try. This thing looks good, Comrade Lanyue, let's go back and try it? Wait a moment. Seeing Captain Huang so excited, Zhang Lanyue smiled calmly. She assembled the remaining rice transplanter, this time without a motor, just an ordinary manual model. After finishing this, they planned to move both machines onto the tractor and then rush back to the brigade for testing. But as soon as they put the things on the tractor, Director Chi caught up with them. His eyes were shining, and he just stared at Zhang Lanyue. Captain Huang, Comrade Zhang, I have something I want to discuss with you too. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang and Zhang Lanyue looked at each other. Then he said, We're old friends, Director Chi, just say what you want to say. Hearing this, Director Chi looked at Zhang Lanyue again. Then he said, I can see that Comrade Zhang is a talent. Staying in the Wenchang Village Brigade as a technician is really a bit of a waste of talent. So I applied to the township, and I want to transfer Comrade Zhang to our machinery factory to be a designer or a technician. These 2 positions are formal worker positions. They will greatly improve Comrade Zhang's future development, including all aspects of treatment conditions.
What?
Captain Huang never thought that this old friend would actually compete with him for people. He panicked instantly. No, no. Our Wenjong Brigade has finally produced a talent. I am counting on her to bring honor to our Wenjong Brigade. Director Chi wants to transfer my people away with just a few words. I won't agree. You know, as long as the two machines designed by Jiang Lanyue are effective, their Wenjong Brigade will definitely become famous. So now this guy named Chi is competing with him for people. How can he agree? Captain Huang, you are too selfish to say that. You don't consider Comrade Zhang's personal future at all. After taking a look at Captain Huang, Director Chi turned around and smiled at Jiang Lanyue. I have just talked to the village head. The village head said that as long as Comrade Jiang Lanyue is willing, she can choose any good position in the machinery factory. Comrade Jiang, very few technicians can enjoy this treatment. You will definitely not let me and the village head down, right?
This.
Facing Director Chi's expectant eyes, Jiang Lanyue didn't know how to answer for a moment. Captain Huang also interrupted her anxiously at this time. Lanyue, you are from the Wenchang Brigade. You have to consider the team. Seeing that the two of them were anxious to know their answer, Jiang Lanyue smiled and said, I'm sorry, Director Chi. I am more inclined to stay in the Wenchang Brigade at present. Of course I know that the positions in the machinery factory are better than those in the village, in terms of prospects and treatment. But I am more willing to take root in the countryside and do more for the people at present. But in order to thank the director for his support and help to us during this period of time, if the machinery factory encounters any difficulties in the future, I am also willing to help. Look at Jiang Lanyue saying this, without offending both sides. When Director Chi heard it, he laughed on the spot. Look at the awareness of our comrade Jiang. It really doesn't seem like a young comrade. Captain Huang also breathed a sigh of relief and patted Jiang Lanyue's shoulder with emotion. You are worthy of being a good comrade of our Wenjong team. I, the team leader, am really proud of you. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Lanyue did not stay in the machinery factory for long. So they lifted the rice transplanter into the field, and everything went smoothly. Jiang Lanyue asked people to put the pulled-out seedlings neatly on the seedling box. Then he connected the power supply and began to back up while dragging the rice transplanter. The duckbill attached to the axle driven by the motor planted the seedlings into the mud in an orderly manner. Along the drawn boundary, 5 neat rows were soon planted to the other end of the long field. Then Jiang Lanyue came back again and planted 5 neat rows again. Team leader Huang stood on the ridge of the field. Looking at this outrageous and surprising efficiency, his eyes almost popped out. He immediately gave Jiang Lanyue a thumbs up. Comrade Lanyue, you are really a genius, a great genius. Seeing this, Jiang Lanyue washed the mud off her feet and climbed up from the field. Pointing to the hand-cranked rice transplanter next to her, she said, this manual rice transplanter requires the cooperation of 2 people, and the efficiency will be a little slower. But our land is too wide, and it will be inconvenient to power the wires. So in the future, we should mainly build more of these manual rice transplanters, and when the basic conditions are met, we can install motors. All of this is up to Comrade Jiang. Seeing Jiang Lanyue say this, Captain Huang stood up and smiled at her happily. Then I will take care of the construction of this rice transplanter. Comrade Lanyue, you have worked hard to design the rice transplanter, so take a good rest for 2 days. In fact, Captain Huang was afraid that Jiang Lanyue was too familiar with Director Chi at the machinery factory, and Director Chi would really dig her up and bring her to the machinery factory. Jiang Lanyue knew it well, so she smiled at him. Okay, then it will be hard work for you, Captain. It's not hard, it's not hard. Captain Huang was even happier to see that she agreed so readily. Jiang Lanyue didn't say much afterwards. She taught Captain Huang and several members who came to help how to use the manual rice transplanter. Then she retired after completing her mission and went to the mud house. But when she pushed her bicycle to the mud yard, she found that the roof of her hut had been demolished, and it was in a mess. Several male educated youth were busy, some weaving walls with old bamboo strips, and some plastering walls with yellow mud. They were very busy. And in the dam in front of the hut, there stood a man with an upright posture and a military green uniform. Wow, She had only been walking for half an afternoon, and all these people had gathered here. Jiang Lanhua walked into the dam puzzled and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Taizhu, the leader, was now standing on a ladder against the wall, pasting mud on the wall with his hands. When he saw Jiang Lanhua coming back, he smiled brightly at her. "Comrade Jiang, didn't we say last time that we would thank you very much for designing the sewing artifact for us, which saved us a lot of effort? So we plan to use the time after work to help you build this hut a little higher so that you can live more comfortably."
Yes.
The other male educated youth nodded when they heard this. "This hut is in such a mess. It really needs to be repaired. Comrade Jiang, don't worry. We can add on the roof in 3 days at most, and it won't affect your living." It was already dismantled beyond recognition, and they still said it wouldn't affect your living. Jiang Lanhua couldn't help but sigh. Lu Wang turned around and looked her up and down with interest. "I didn't expect you to be so popular in the Wenchang Brigade." These male-educated youth all cared about her. Jiang Lanhua raised her eyebrows after hearing this, and looked at Lu Wang without showing any weakness. "That's not as popular as you. So many female soldiers are eager to marry you." This woman, no one knows when she became so sharp-tongued. Lu Wang cleared his throat, turned around and looked at the busy male-educated youth. "Thank you all for helping my wife build a house, but my wife has decided to return to the army to live in the future, so you don't have to work." Zhang Taizhu, who was originally happy, had a faint smile on his face when he heard Lu Yuang's words. But he glanced at Jiang Lanhua and then laughed again. "It doesn't matter. We will build the house first. Maybe someday, Comrade Jiang will want to live there again." This Zhang Taizhu said this deliberately to provoke him. It was obvious that he was sure that Jiang Lanhua would not live in the army forever. Lu Yuang's face instantly became 2 points more serious. "Don't worry, there will be no such possibility." After that, he held Jiang Lanhua with one hand. Then he took the bicycle pushed by Jiang Lanhua with the other hand, pulled her away. "Why are you here again today? Is everything okay in the army recently?" On the way back to the army, Jiang Lanhua felt awkward to remain silent, so she made small talk. Lu Wang looked down at her and said, "I have thought carefully about what you said. It is true that I did something wrong in the past and failed your sincerity. I will correct it in the future. You said you don't want to have a wedding so soon. That's okay. From today on, I will officially pursue you. When you see my sincerity towards you, we can talk about these things again."
You
want to pursue me?" Jiang Lanhua was so shocked that her tongue stuck out when she didn't expect Lu Wang to say such a thing. She was so painful that tears came out of her eyes. "What's wrong?" Seeing her painful look, Lu Wang quickly held her and gently asked her to open her mouth to check. Jiang Lanhua really couldn't stand this ambiguity, so she quickly pushed his hand away. Her face turned red, and she said, You don't joke like that." The one the original owner had tried her best all her life, but still couldn't catch up with. She had only been here for less than a month, and he said he fell in love with her. Jiang Lanhua didn't dare to believe it at all. "I'm not kidding." Lu Wang stared at her seriously and reached out to hold her hand. "I really like you. From the moment you agreed to move out of the military compound, it has been difficult for me to ignore you. Lanhua, I hope you can take our relationship seriously. If you have any opinions, you can tell me and I will correct them." Jiang Lanhua seldom meets a male protagonist in a time travel story who is so good at playing it straight. She was panicked and embarrassed and quickly pulled her hand back. You are good enough. No need to change." I'll go back first." After saying this, Jiang Lanhua hurriedly ran towards the direction of the army. But as soon as she ran to the gate of the army, she ran into a family of uninvited guests. Old Lady Ding, her eldest daughter-in-law Kong Huaying, and her youngest daughter Ding Yaomei were pulling Guozhenlan at the gate of the army. You actually dared to run to my son to complain. You are so brave. I'll skin you alive today." Guozhenlan couldn't resist at all when being grabbed by the hair by Old Lady Ding. And that Ding Yaomei was also helping on the side, pinching Guozhenlan from time to time when she got the chance. "You divorced my second brother, so you are not a member of our family. You still dare to pester my second brother. Do you really think that our Ding family is vegetarians? You cheated my second brother of his job and didn't give it to me. I can't let you have an easy time. Compared to the mother and daughter of the Ding family, this ruthless look. Although his eldest daughter-in-law Kong Huaying did not take action, she still stood aside and said sarcastic words. I say to the second brother's family, you are too bad in the way you do things. Even if the second brother has found someone else, you shouldn't blackmail him to arrange a job for you. You even ran to him to instigate him and let him come back to find our mother to make such a scene. Since the youngest sister wants this job, you just have to give it up. According to the second brother's character, would he let you suffer? Perhaps seeing that the mother and daughter of the Ding family beat Gua Jinlan so hard, the sentries standing guard at the gate of the army couldn't stand it anymore. He hurried out to stop them. Lady comrades, if you have something to say, please talk it over. Please don't do it. Seeing this, Ding Huaying said quickly, comrades, we are just a family talking about something. Please don't interfere. And that old lady Ding was also worried that the soldiers would help, so she pulled Gua Jinlan's hair and tried to drag her aside. Gua Jinlan resisted and shouted, comrade, I have divorced their son. I am not their daughter-in-law. Please help me. These sentries also knew Gua Jinlan and knew that she was a new salesperson in the canteen. So they wanted to speak up again to dissuade them. But Ding Huaying stopped them directly. Comrade, you people in the army have no right to interfere in the affairs of us people. If you dare to take sides, we will go to your leader to complain. This Ding Huaying is a bit smart. She subdued the two sentries at once. But just as she finished speaking, a man suddenly rushed over and knocked her aside. Before she could react, the man pulled away old lady Ding's hand and rescued Gua Jinlan. Seeing this, Ding Yaomei rushed forward with her teeth bared and tried to attack. But Jiang Laniyue did not hesitate. She slapped Ding Yaomei hard in the face with her backhand. You dare to hit me? Ding Yaomei stomped her feet in anger after being hit by Jiang Laniyue. My second brother is a hero. How dare you hit the family members of heroes? Jiang Laniyue, you are so lawless. What's so great about heroes? Jiang Laniyue sneered. My parents are martyrs. Can your second brother compare with my parents? You. Jiang Laniyue's words instantly choked Ding Yaomei. She was so angry that she could only turn around and pull old lady Ding's sleeve. Old lady Ding had suffered a loss at Jiang Laniyue's hands last time, so of course, she felt guilty when she saw Jiang Laniyue. Jiang Laniyue, this is our family's business. It has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle in other people's business. Why has it nothing to do with me? Jiang Laniyue stared at the mother and daughter with her big eyes. Are you here to make trouble on purpose? Or don't you understand what people are saying? I've said I asked for this job for my sister-in-law Gua, and it has nothing to do with your Ding family. You still wanted the job? Do you really think I, Jiang Laniyue, am easy to bully? After speaking, Jiang Laniyue turned around and looked at the sentry on the side. Call the 16th Army and notify Deputy Instructor Ding to handle this matter. Jiang Laniyue was not from the army, so the sentry could not make up his mind for a moment whether to do as she said, until he saw Lu Yuang following him and nodded to him. He hurriedly responded, yes. Then the sentry ran to make a phone call. You. Seeing that Jiang Laniyue was going to call her son back, the old lady Ding felt guilty. Without thinking, she was about to leave. I won't bother with you today. I'll come another day. Seeing that she was about to slip away, Jiang Laniyue immediately rushed up and grabbed her wrist. You want to run away after beating someone? It's not that easy. What do you want to do? Unexpectedly, Jiang Laniyue was so wild that Ding Huaying and Ding Yaomei changed their faces. Old lady Ding was also so angry that she jumped up and down. Why? Do you dare to hit me today? Hearing this, Jiang Laniyue rolled her eyes. I'm not as uneducated as you, who want to beat people at every turn. But if you hit someone, don't think you can just walk away. If I don't make this matter clear today, I won't let you go. You girl. You. Old lady Ding saw that Jiang Laniyue was going to make a big deal out of it, so she couldn't help but attack Jiang Laniyue. But just as she raised her hand, she glanced and saw Lu Yuang, who was frowning and about to rush over to help. She was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand and jumped up and down in anger. You are bullying our family because we have no backing, Jiang Langyue. You'll be punished. But no matter how old Lady Ding scolded, Jiang Langyue turned a deaf ear. Not long after the call was made to the 16th Army, Ding Xingyuan hadn't arrived yet. Tang Xiaoya, who got the news, rushed over. With her, Xue, who also looked bad, came. As soon as she saw the old lady at the gate of the army, with Jiang Langyue holding her wrist and looking anxious, Tang Xiaoya rushed over immediately. "Aunt, are you okay? Xiaoya, you are finally here." As soon as she saw her future daughter-in-law, Mrs. Ding felt like she had found a backer, and her confidence immediately grew. "Look at this Jiang Langyue. She held me and wouldn't let me go. Isn't this bullying?"
You.
Tang Xiaoya was obviously very angry, and she turned around and glared at Jiang Langyue fiercely. "Jiang Langyue, what do you mean? You used to be so arrogant in the military family compound. How come you are so bold that you even dare to bully the masses now?" That's right. When Xue saw Jiang Langyue, she thought of how Lu Yuang humiliated her for her. So she was very resentful. "You didn't even let an old man go. How can you be so vicious?" For the sake of such a vicious woman, Lu Yuang announced in front of the whole group that it was she who deliberately spread the fact that the two of them had feelings for each other.
You.
Being provoked, Tang Xiaoya's face turned red on the spot. But Jiang Langyue didn't give her a chance to react. Today's incident was caused by the people from the Ding family who came to make trouble and beat up my sister-in-law Gua. Since Tang Xiaoya and Xue, you two have come forward to solve it, then you can tell me how to compensate. Compensate? What to compensate? Tang Xiaoya frowned, looking as if it was a matter of course. Although Gua Zhenlan is divorced from my brother Xingyuan, she has called Aunt Ding Mom for so many years. What's wrong with hitting her a few times? This is really shameless. Jiang Langyue was enlightened. You mean you can hit people just because you call her mother-in-law Mom? Then, after you marry into the Ding family, can you accept her hitting you at will? Seeing Tang Xiaoya hesitating and unable to justify herself, Jiang Langyue crossed her arms across her chest, looking like she would never give up. You can choose not to compensate, or I can report to the police to arrest someone. By the way, I will report today's incident to the 16th Army Corps. I want to see if your heroic partner will be affected by this incident. Tang Xiaoya is a member of the army. Of course, she knows that if this matter really reaches the 16th Army Corps, Ding Xingyuan will definitely be punished. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "How do you want compensation?" Jiang Langyue was very proud to know that she would compromise. It's simple, just pay money and food coupons. Pay 100 yuan and 50 kilograms of food coupons, and today's matter will be over. Stupid girl, are you robbing? As soon as Jiang Langyue said this, Tang Xiaoya hadn't reacted yet, and old lady Ding was the first to quit. "I won't give you a penny. Let's see what you can do." Jiang Langyue sneered. "I can't do anything. I just want to make your son have a hard time in the 16th Army." You're going too far. Tang Xiaoya was caught in a dilemma by Jiang Langyue. She had no way to deal with it, and her eyes were red. Xue couldn't stand it, so she ran to Lu Yuang in 2 steps. She said with some grievance, "Deputy Battalion Commander Lu, are you just going to watch Jiang Langyue bully people like this and do nothing?" "Who bullies who?" Lu Yuang raised his eyebrows, as if he was so disgusted that he didn't even want to look at Xue. "Comrade Chu, if you can't tell right from wrong, don't help the evil." It turned out that he indulged Jiang Langyue so much that Xue was so angry that her eyes were filled with tears. Seeing that Lu Yuang didn't care, Tang Xiaoya knew that she had no choice. She said with red eyes, "Okay, I'll give you the 100 yuan and 50 kilograms of food coupons. Are you satisfied now?" "Okay, then give it to you." Jiang Langyue looked at Tang Xiaoya indifferently and stretched out her hand. This made Tang Xiaoya so angry that she was about to explode. "How can I carry so much money and food coupons with me? When I go back and prepare, I will send someone to deliver the money and food coupons to the canteen." "Okay." Tang Xiaoya was a person who cared about face, so Jiang Langyue nodded. "Anyway, everyone saw it today, and I'm not afraid that you'll default on your debt." After that, Jiang Lanyue took Guo Xinlan and was about to leave directly. But she had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly turned around to look at the Ding family. By the way, don't you want to work? Ask your new daughter-in-law to arrange it. She is in the army, and she is doing very well. After saying this, Jiang Lanyue left happily. On the contrary, the stupid old lady Ding's eyes lit up when she heard this. She hurriedly came to Tang Xiaoya. Xiao Tang, can you really arrange a job for our youngest sister? When you marry our Xingyuan, you will be her sister-in-law. You can't just ignore her. How can I take care of her? The old woman came closer and closer, and the smell of her body and the bad smell in her mouth came over, and Tang Xiaoya couldn't stand it at all. She pulled a face and looked very unhappy. I'm just a soldier. I have no power or influence. I can't arrange it. Why can't you arrange it? Seeing that she didn't agree, old lady Ding was unhappy on the spot. Jiang Lanyue is not even in the army. She can arrange a job for that which Guo Xinlan. Why can't you? That's right. Ding Yaomei was also unhappy now. I see it's not that you can't arrange it, you just don't want to help me arrange a job. You are a glorious art soldier, and you look down on us rural people. But don't forget, my brother is also a member of our Ding family. If you want to enter our Ding family, you have to abide by our Ding family rules. Otherwise, you are not as good as Guo Xinlan.
You.
Their Ding family is a group of nagging mothers who really don't make any sense. Tang Xiaoya was so angry that tears came out. Why am I not as good as a rural woman? I am a glorious soldier, and I have taken care of your brother for 3 years. Why am I not as good as her? Just when Tang Xiaoya was stamping her feet in anger and complaining non-stop, a speeding military pickup truck stopped at the gate of the army. Then Ding Xingyuan, who rushed over, got out of the car immediately. Second brother. Seeing Ding Xingyuan coming, Ding Yaomei immediately ran over and cried. What kind of wife did you find? She's yelling at me and Mom before she even gets married. Old Mrs. Ding was dissatisfied with Tang Xiaoya for not arranging a job for her daughter. She also pulled a face. That's right, let alone anything else. Guo Xinlan has been obedient to me for so many years. How dare she yell at me like that?
You.
Tang Xiaoya didn't expect that they would complain first, and she was stunned on the spot. Lu Yirong, who had not left, walked up to Ding Xingyuan and shook hands with him. Then he said, Deputy Instructor Ding, I hope you can handle the affairs at home and don't let them cause trouble for Comrade Guo Xinlan again. It's already very hard for her, a female comrade, to take care of and raise 2 daughters. If there is a next time, I am afraid my wife will not be able to save face for Deputy Instructor Ding. Ding Xingyuan had seen how hot-tempered Jiang Lanyue was last time. He nodded guiltily, I see. Thank you for your help, Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. You re-welcome. After saying everything he needed to say, Lu Yiwang turned around and walked into the army gate. Tang Xiaoya, who was wrongly accused, was also very angry and ran back to the army crying. Seeing her being driven away, the Ding family mother and daughter were not panicked, but looked very proud. Little guy, can I control you? At the same time, at the canteen, Guo Xinlan opened the door of the canteen and asked Jiang Lanyue curiously, Sister Lanyue, is Comrade Tang Xiaoya really that powerful? Can she arrange a job for anyone she wants? How is that possible? Jiang Lanyue smiled. She is just an ordinary female soldier in the art troupe, without any background at all. Otherwise, how could she stick to Ding Xingyuan? Then you. Her words made Sister Guo look back at her in surprise. But Jiang Lanyue smiled more and more proudly. Of course I am setting a trap for her. Isn't she protecting the Ding family? Then it would be a shame not to let her see how powerful the Ding family is. Guo Xinlan finally reacted and couldn't help but gave Jiang Lanyue a thumbs up. You are so smart, unlike me who is stupid and can only be bullied by others. Sister-in-law, you are not stupid, you are too soft-hearted, which is not good. As soon as the door of the convenience store was opened, Das Huang and Xiao Shuang ran out. Jiang Lanyue touched the heads of the 2 little girls. Then I'll go back first. Come to me if you have any problems in the future. Don't let others bully you again.
Yeah.
Guo Xinlan was really touched by Jiang Lanyue's protection of her, so she nodded. Jiang Lanyue didn't say much and turned around to walk towards the military family compound. When she was halfway there, she met Lu Yuang, who came to pick her up. The two smiled at each other, and Lu Yuang said, "Deputy Instructor Ding is here, and those people should have been taken away."
Yeah.
Jiang Lanyue was not surprised at this. She walked side by side with Lu Yuang towards the family compound. "Do you want to introduce a partner to Sister Guo?" Jiang Lanyue's words made Lu Yurong a little surprised. But she and Deputy Instructor Ding just completed the divorce procedures not long ago. "Isn't this too fast?" "How fast?" Jiang Lanyue raised her eyebrows. "The guy named Ding is not dead. Do we have to observe mourning for him for 3 years?" It can be seen that Jiang Lanyue really hates Ding Xingyuan. Lu Yuang cleared his throat tactically. "Lanyue, he is also a hero from the battlefield after all. Even if you don't like him, you should give him some face." Lu Yuang said this, probably because he was worried that she would say this in front of outsiders and cause trouble for herself. Jiang Lanyue knew it very well, so she said, "I have nothing to say about his contribution to the country and the people, but he does owe my sister-in-law emotionally, so I can't help but despise him. Although they just divorced, my sister-in-law has been waiting for him for several years. He has found a new love and is about to get married. Why should my sister-in-law be alone? And think about the Ding family. Why do they bully my sister-in-law? Isn't it because she has no man to support her and no family to rely on? I don't want anything else. I just want to find a good man for my sister-in-law. With someone to protect her in the future, she and Das Huang can live a good life." It was the first time that Lu Yuang saw Jiang Lanyue fighting for someone so fiercely. Especially when she was at the gate of the army just now. She beat up the people from the Ding family like a female knight who saw injustice. So he couldn't help laughing. There are many people in the army, so of course we can find suitable candidates. I'll make a list and take note of their actual conditions. You see which one is suitable, and then we'll talk about the next thing. How can I choose? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue's eyes lit up. It's not picking, it's just targeted selection. Lu Yuang spoke very seriously and solemnly. Besides, it would be a good thing if I could help any comrade solve the marriage issue. Lu Yuang looked very rigid and unkind. But I didn't expect that no matter what I said, he would understand and agree. Jiang Lanyue smiled. "You said it, so I want to see the list later." "Okay." Nodding, Lu Yuang didn't say anything more about it. The two chatted and laughed, and went straight back to the Lu family. In the next few days, Jiang Lanyue stayed in the team and solved some mechanical problems from time to time. He went to the field to watch the members and educated youth, and used the sowing artifact to quickly plant the entire group of corn. After the corn was planted, they used 2 newly built fully automatic rice transplanters and 5 manual rice transplanters to start transplanting in advance. Because of the tacit cooperation, all the rice fields in a group were planted in just 3 days. Compared with previous years, the work was completed half a month earlier than in previous years. On the last day of the work, Captain Huang held a special meeting. On the stone platform of the village office, Captain Huang was very happy. This time our team was able to complete the rush to plow and plant half a month ahead of schedule, all thanks to our comrade Jiang Lanyue. The seeders and transplanters she designed not only helped us improve our work efficiency, but also helped us reduce the hard work of labor. So I have applied to the township to award Comrade Jiang Lanyue the advanced individual of this quarter. As for the 2 machines she designed for the team, they have also been unanimously affirmed by the government leaders. So the township will also give rewards, which is also the honor of our entire Wenchang village brigade. As soon as Captain Huang said this, the members and educated youth below all applauded excitedly. Especially Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua, who took the lead, laughed so hard that their mouths could not close. "Captain, not only the township and the township government should reward Comrade Jiang Lanyue. Our team should also show some appreciation. Otherwise, it would be a bit unfair to Comrade Jiang Lanyue. Yes, Comrade Jiang Lanyue has been in our team for just 1 month, and has made so many contributions. She should indeed be rewarded." "Of course." Hearing the 2 of them say this, Captain Huang laughed. "These few days, I have applied to the township for a place to study in the county's mechanical class. The teacher of the mechanical class was specially invited from the provincial capital, so the place is particularly precious, which will be of great help to Comrade Jiang Lanue. The mechanical class in the county is a study class specially organized by the county government to improve the capabilities of technicians in various towns and villages. This class is only held once a year, and only the best technicians in each brigade can attend. Therefore, in order to grab this quota, the technicians from each brigade are almost fighting for it. Knowing the value of this quota, Jiang Lanue also knew that Captain Huang had put a lot of thought into it. She was about to thank him when a voice of opposition rang out from the crowd. "Captain, why do you give this quota to Jiang Lanue? I don't accept it." Hearing this voice, everyone turned around to look. Zhang Jiaquan, who was standing behind the crowd, had a stern face and looked particularly unhappy. "What's there to be dissatisfied with?" Zhang Taizhu couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw Zhang Jiaquan's unconvinced look. "Don't you think that your repair skills are better than Comrade Jiang Lanue's?"
Yes.
After Zhang Taizhu said this, the members and educated youths began to talk about it. "Before Comrade Jiang came, we wanted to repair a tractor or a water pump, and we couldn't fix it 8 out of 10 times. If it weren't for the fact that we couldn't apply for other technologies from the township, the team leader wouldn't have kept him for so long." That's right, not only is he incompetent, but he also has a bad temper. He usually yells at us members. Unlike Technician Jiang, although she is the daughter of a martyr, she is polite to each of us. Compared with the members and educated youths, there were complaints about Zhang Jiaquan. Team leader Huang, who was standing on a high place, asked very seriously, "Comrade Zhang Jiaquan, just say whatever you think. I don't think there's anything inappropriate in awarding this study quota to Comrade Jiang Lanue."
You.
Seeing that team leader Huang didn't give him any face, Zhang Jiaquan's face became even darker. "Since you all say that Jiang Lanue has good skills and a great talent for design, if she is given this study quota, she won't be able to learn much from the teacher, so isn't this good opportunity wasted? In that case, why not give me this study opportunity? By then, my ability will be improved, and I can contribute more to our Wenchang village." They have seen shameless people, but they have never seen someone as shameless as Zhang Jiaquan. Captain Huang couldn't help shaking his head when he heard this. "Comrade Zhang Jiaquan, no matter how much Comrade Jiang Lanue can learn from this study class, this is the quota I specially asked for from the township to reward her. And the level of the teachers who are here to teach this time is very high. If you rashly go to the county, I'm afraid you won't understand." When Captain Huang said this, the members present couldn't help laughing. The educated youth also whispered, "That's right. Usually when he goes to the township to study, he learns half and throws away the other half. Now he wants to fight for the opportunity to study in the county. Isn't it just for face? We all know that Zhang Jiaquan is a half-full bottle. Captain Huang is not stupid. How could he give him such a good opportunity?" The ridicule and contempt of the people around him made Zhang Jiaquan so angry that he almost exploded. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if the team wants to train Jiang Lanue, they should divide it into first come, first served. Just because she designed the seed drill and rice transplanter, does the team directly erase my contributions over the years? This is not fair." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Jiang Lanue indignantly. "Comrade Jiang, what do you think?" Zhang Jiaquan wanted to use his seniority to pressure her and let her give up this opportunity on her own initiative.
Jiang Lanue didn't buy it.
Didn't Technician Zhang understand that this opportunity was specially applied for by the team leader to reward me? It's originally mine. Why don't I give it to you? It's unfair? If you want fairness so much, then what outstanding achievements have you made in the Wenchang team over the years? Bring it out and let's compare. If you can beat me, I'll give you this opportunity.
You.
Jiang Lanue's words immediately shut up Zhang Jiaquan. Upon seeing this, Captain Huang also spoke up. "The team has another opportunity to go to the town to study this month, and I was planning to arrange for Technician Zhang to go. Don't argue with Comrade Jiang anymore. This matter is settled." Captain Huang made the final decision, and the Zhang family was completely helpless. He left the village office angrily, without waiting for the meeting to end. But no one cared about his departure the whole time, and everyone happily finished the closing meeting of the rush to plow and plant. After finishing what needed to be done, Zhang Lanyu rushed back to the army. After all, Lui Wang had asked Captain Xiao of the 2nd Battalion to come over today, saying that he wanted to meet Sister Gua. When Zhang Lanyu rushed to the canteen, Sister Gua was working. Today, she was still wearing the old blue Dacron shirt and pants. Her hair was combed into 2 thick pigtails and tied with a red rope. She was too plain to be a comrade in her 20s. Seeing her like this, Zhang Lanyu couldn't help complaining as soon as he entered the door. "Sister-in-law, why don't you wear the clothes I brought you? Captain Xiao will be here soon. Are you going to meet him like this? Is it not okay for me to do this?" Guo Xinlan looked at herself, looking a little embarrassed. "If not, then don't meet. He's a battalion commander. How could he be interested in me?" When Zhang Lanyu said she wanted to introduce a date to her, she mentioned a company commander who was younger than her, a widowed regiment commander in his 30s, and even a hero who had made contributions on the battlefield. All of them were out of her reach, and she was almost scared to death. But her sister Lanyu looked at her as if she were a fairy, and picked and chose for her, and finally picked Battalion Commander Xiao, who was the same age as her. It is said that this Battalion Commander Xiao had never married because he was injured on the battlefield and could not have children in the future. Zhang Lanyu said that such a Battalion Commander Xiao would definitely treat Da Huang and Xiao Shuang well, so she agreed to meet them. "Why don't you like her?" "My sister-in-law is so good. Any man with vision will be attracted to her." Not wanting Guo Xinlan to lose confidence, Zhang Lanyu quickly pushed her into the house. "Go and change the skirt I brought you, and I'll do your hair later. Whether this thing succeeds or not, we have to dress up well and can't lose the battle." "Okay." Seeing Zhang Lanyu was so insistent, Guo Xinlan had no choice but to change into that skirt. When she changed into the skirt and came out of the room, Zhang Lanyu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, I told you that you look good in this." Zhang Lanyu asked Grandma Lu to use a sewing machine to make the emerald green plaid skirt using a new skirt that the original owner had never worn. The skirt perfectly outlines Sister Gua's slender waist and long legs. The color makes her look a lot whiter, and she doesn't look like a woman in her 30s at all. "Does it really look good?" Sister Gua was a little embarrassed, and her face turned red. "Of course it looks good. There's no problem with my aesthetic taste." Zhang Lanyu said this as he quickly walked over and pulled Sister Gua to sit on the chair. "Don't move. I'll do your hair for you. It's guaranteed to look good." Guo Xinlan had no way to deal with Zhang Lanyu, so she could only let her untie her braids and then fiddle with her head. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Lanyu quickly braided a beautiful princess hairstyle for Guo Xinlan. With long hair draped behind her, her temperament was instantly lifted. She scooped out a large lump and smeared it on Guo Xinlan's face. She couldn't hide even if she wanted to, so she could only let Zhang Lanyu ravage her. When Zhang Lanyu finished tinkering and pushed Guo Xinlan in front of the mirror, she couldn't believe that the person in the mirror was herself. The person in the mirror had fair skin, small cheeks, and beautiful features. She looked like a city lady, not a rural woman. Seeing that she was stunned, Zhang Lanyu smiled. "What do you think, sister-in-law? Are you confident now?" Sister-in-law Guo was really embarrassed by Zhang Lanyu's teasing and didn't know how to answer. At this moment, someone knocked on the window frame of the convenience store. "Here I come." Zhang Lanyu thought someone wanted to buy something, so she turned around with a smile and planned to ask the person what he wanted. But when she turned around, she saw Ding Xingyuan, who was wearing a military uniform and looked a little embarrassed. And Ding Xingyuan obviously also saw Guo Xinlan, who was sitting next to Zhang Lanyu and looked brand new, and he was completely stunned. "Comrade Guo Yu, what do you mean by you?" Seeing Ding Xingyuan staring at Sister Gua, Zhang Lanyu glared at him fiercely. "Deputy Instructor Ding, is there anything I can do? My sister Gua has a blind date in a while, so please keep it short." "Blind date?" Zhang Lanyu's words made Ding Xingyuan's eyes almost pop out, and he looked at Guo Xinlan in disbelief. "Comrade Gua, are you planning to find a suitable lover?"
Yeah.
Without even looking at Ding Xingyuan, Guo Xinlan nodded expressionlessly. "I can't. I want to be alone all my life." Sister-in-law Gua's words left Ding Xingyuan speechless all of a sudden. Jiang Lanyue also followed up. Not only can my sister-in-law Gua not live without a husband to rely on and be beaten and scolded by others. Even Da Huang and Xiao Shuang can't always be without a father. Some people are irresponsible, so we can only let comrades with vision compete for the job. After all, my sister-in-law Gua is good at everything, and there are many people who have a discerning eye for talent. They all want to go on a blind date with my sister-in-law Gua. Faced with Jiang Lanyue's sarcasm, Ding Xingyuan couldn't even raise his head. He could only hurriedly take out a thick stack of 10-yuan bills and a handful of food coupons from his military uniform pocket and put them on the windowsill of the canteen. I'm sorry for what happened before, and I've wronged you. This is your compensation. I hope you will be happy in the future. In the future. After saying this, Ding Xingyuan hurriedly turned around and left. However, as soon as he turned around, he ran into Lu Yuang and a dark, thin, and very energetic officer walking towards his side. The six of them looked at each other, and they were all stunned. Lu Yuang was the first to react, and he smiled and nodded to greet them. Deputy Political Instructor Ding. Deputy, Battalion Commander Lu. Ding Xingyuan nodded in response, but his eyes fell on the face of Battalion Commander Xiao. Then he walked over and extended his hand politely. I had the honor of meeting Battalion Commander Xiao before, and I didn't expect to meet him today.
Hello. Hello.
Xiao Duo nodded, smiled faintly, revealing his white and neat teeth, looking sunny and cheerful. Seeing this, Lu Yuang said, I guess Deputy Political Instructor Ding has something else to do, so we'll leave first. After that, he took Battalion Commander Zhao's arm and wanted to take him away. But Ding Xingyuan suddenly said, Battalion Commander Xiao came here today to meet Comrade Guozhenlan, right? How did you know? Xiao Duo was very surprised and looked back at Ding Xingyuan. At the same time, Ding Xingyuan also turned around and looked at him. Comrade Guozhenlan is my ex-wife. When I was injured and lost my memory, I stayed in the army. She waited for me for many years. Although we are not husband and wife now, if Captain Xiao is with her, I hope you can treat her well. She is a good woman and loyal to her husband. I hope you can compensate her on my behalf. Ding Xingyuan said this, and the meaning was a bit subtle. Lu Yuang felt that this was inappropriate and subconsciously wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, Jiang Lanyue, who was in the canteen just now, rushed out angrily, gritted her teeth and roared, Ding Xingyuan, you hypocrite. Looking at her posture, it is possible that she would peel Ding Xingyuan's skin. Lu Yuang quickly grabbed her and held her in his arms. Lanyue, don't make a fuss. I'm not making a fuss. Do you think he is talking human words? Jiang Lanyue was so angry that she jumped up and down, but she was held in Lu Yuang's arms and couldn't break free. Xiao Duo, who reacted, was not angry or upset as Ding Xingyuan expected. He just smiled calmly. I heard that after Deputy Instructor Ding lost his memory, Comrade Guozhenlan had been looking for you for many years. But the army clearly has registered the soldiers, native places and addresses, and the army would definitely contact your family after you lost your memory. But Comrade Guozhenlan didn't know. It seems that your family deliberately concealed it from her. So Comrade Guozhenlan is indeed very good, but Deputy Instructor Ding and your family are not worthy of her kindness. At least after knowing that she was going to start her life again, he came to say such inexplicable words, which clearly showed that he was unwilling. Xiao Duo was a smart man, and his words instantly choked Ding Xingyuan. At this moment, Guozhenlan's gentle voice came from behind him. Deputy Instructor Ding, how my future life is like should have nothing to do with you. I just hope that you can take good care of your family and your fiancé in the future, and don't let them bother me again. After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Xiao Duo, her eyes gentle and tough. Captain Xiao, I have heard of your heroic deeds, and I admire you very much. But I've been married and have a pair of daughters, and I'm afraid I'm not worthy of you. Guozhenlan's voice was gentle and tender, and coupled with her outfit today, Xiao Duo was stunned. He was a little embarrassed, and his dark face turned a little red. Comrade Gua, Deputy Captain Lu has told me about your specific situation. I think you are very good, and I don't mind what happened in your past, and I will be better to your children. After all, he was injured on the battlefield, and the doctor said it would be difficult for him to have his own children. So having a pair of daughters is a comfort to him.
But
Unexpectedly, Xiao Duo was so magnanimous. Guozhenlan lowered her head a little embarrassedly. She seemed to be silent for a while before she mustered up the courage to look up at Xiao Duo. I have one request, that is, I don't want Captain Xiao to be with me because of my experience, or because of what other people said. Sympathize with me. I hope that my future husband will be with me because he appreciates me as a person and treats me sincerely. My sister Lanua is right. Everyone should be loved sincerely and warmly. I need that kind of feeling. If there is no such feeling, she can live with Da Huang and Xiao Shuang. When Guozhenlan mustered up the courage to speak, her gentle eyes were bright and very attractive. Xiao Duo had never seen such a gentle and tough lady, and he was stunned. It was not until Lu Yuang coughed on the side that he reacted. He immediately stated, "Comrade Gua, don't worry, I will prove my attitude. If Comrade Gua thinks I'm okay, we can get along for a while first." Xiao Duo's words obviously made Ding Xingyuan panic. He subconsciously turned around and looked at Guozhenlan. Guozhenlan also nodded and smiled very gently. Okay, I agree. It seems that the two of them really like each other. That's why the blind date went so smoothly. Jiang Lanue, who was still hugged by Lu Yuang, jumped for joy. Her hands subconsciously hugged Lu Yuang's waist and rubbed her head in his arms. That's great. That's great. It really worked. Others' blind dates were successful, and she, a matchmaker, was very happy. Lu Yuang couldn't help laughing. Then what should we do next? Find them a place and let them get to know each other again. Jiang Lanue subconsciously looked up at him when she heard this. When their eyes met, she realized that she had been hugged by Lu Yuang all the time. She panicked and quickly pushed Lu Yuang away and ran to Guozhenlan with a blushing face. Sister-in-law, we can't just stand here and talk. Why don't we go to our house? Let's sit down and chat. We can have lunch at my house at noon. I'll cook for her myself. I don't mind, but... After hearing what Jiang Lanue said, Guozhenlan turned around to look at Xiao Duo. When Xiao Duo heard this, he quickly replied, I don't mind either. Thank you, Comrade Jiang Lanue. No trouble. I'll help my sister-in-law close the door first. You guys wait a moment. Having said this, Jiang Lanue quickly pulled Guozhenlan back and went back to the store to close the door. After taking a few steps, she couldn't help but whispered, Sister-in-law, what do you think of this guy? Guozhenlan blushed when she was asked, but still nodded shyly. Yes, pretty good. He looks good and seems to have a good heart. You and Deputy Battalion Commander Lu really have good taste. As long as you like him. I have never seen Guozhenlan smile like this before, and Jiang Lanue was happy for her. The two of them talked and laughed as they entered the door of the store. However, Ding Xingyuan, who had been standing aside and unable to say a word, had a face that could only be described as colorful. Seeing this, Lu Yuang smiled and said, Deputy Instructor Ding, I heard that you're going to get married to Comrade Tang Xiaoya soon. Don't forget to notify her when the time comes, and I will definitely rush over to attend the wedding. Lu Yuang said this to remind him that he already had someone else by his side and should not think about anything else. Ding Xingyuan smiled awkwardly and said, Sure. Then he said nothing more, turned around and left in a hurry. When Jiang Lanue and the others closed the door and came out, the annoying guy Ding Xingyuan had disappeared. Jiang Lanue was very satisfied, so she let Guozhenlan and Xiao Duo walk together at the back so that they could talk. She walked in front with Lu Yuang, looking back from time to time. Seeing that she was smiling the whole time, she looked very happy. Lu Yuang couldn't help asking, Why are you so concerned about Sister Gua's affairs? Hearing him say this, Jiang Lanue glanced at him. I just can't stand seeing good people suffer losses and sincere people being betrayed, so I want to help her. Jiang Lanue's words made Lu Yuang fall into deep thought. Maybe she once felt that she was the one whose sincerity was betrayed. That's why she wanted to help Sister Gua and didn't want her to be isolated and helpless like she used to be. Thinking of this, Lui Wang felt a little blocked in his chest, and he silently held Jiang Lanue's hand. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down.
You.
What are you doing? It was broad daylight and people were walking around. Lui Wang was so careless that he held her hand, which made Jiang Lanue so embarrassed that she quickly pulled her hand back. She didn't dare to walk side by side with Lui Wang anymore, so she hurriedly took a few steps forward and kept a distance from him. After arriving at Lu's house, Xiao Duo and Guo Zhenlan sat in the living room to chat. Jiang Lanue and Lui Wang went into the kitchen and said they wanted to prepare lunch together. Seeing that the two of them were chatting happily, Grandma Lu was also tactful. She found an excuse to alter Jiang Lanue's clothes and hid in a room. In the kitchen, Jiang Lanue was cutting vegetables and Lui Wang was washing rice. The two of them cooperated with each other, and they had a tacit understanding. But he always stared at her from time to time, which really made Jiang Lanue feel uneasy. She wanted to chase him out and not let him get in the way of her business here. But when she heard the laughter coming from the living room, she didn't want to disturb Mrs. Guo and Xiao Duo. Jiang Lanue could only hold back her blushing and said, "Why are you always staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Lui Wang was peeling garlic while staring at her thinner face. After hearing what she said, he retracted his gaze. "You have lost a lot of weight. Have you not eaten well recently?" It seemed that since she went to the Wenjiang Brigade, she did not eat as much as before. In the few times when she ate with her, she ate very little. "No, it's fine." Jiang Lanue also knew that she had lost more than 20 pounds in more than a month, and the change must be great. She said, "I think it's not good to be too fat, so I adjusted my eating habits. Slowly lose weight, and you can look better." The original owner was too fat, almost 160 pounds. Now I have lost more than 20 pounds, but I still weigh more than 130 pounds. Fortunately, the original owner should be about 1.65 meters tall. Plus this weight, she is not too fat in her current state, and her contours can be seen. It turned out that she deliberately controlled her diet to make herself thinner, and Lui Wang nodded. "It's fine now, no need to lose weight anymore. Being too thin is not good for your health." When he said this, he put the garlic in his hand into a small bowl on the side. Jiang Lanue glanced at him and turned back to get the onions. But there were fallen cabbage leaves on the ground, which she didn't notice. She slipped as soon as she stepped on them, and fell backwards. "Be careful." Seeing Jiang Lanue was about to fall, Lui Wang subconsciously rushed over, grabbed her waist, and held her tightly in his arms. The pleasant scent of soapberry emanated from his white shirt. Jiang Lanue buried her head in the crook of his neck, listening to the heartbeats that were so clear that they could almost hear each other because they were so close. Her face was so red that it seemed like blood was dripping out. So she subconsciously wanted to push Lui Wang away. But Lui Wang, this guy, held her waist tightly. His voice was deep and deep. "Don't move." Then he easily hugged Jiang Lanue and turned around, letting her stand in the position where he had just stood. After Jiang Lanue stood firmly, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Her waist was so soft. Feeling happy, Lui Wang turned around with a smile and took a broom to clean up the things that fell on the ground. Jiang Lanue caught his smile and stomped her feet in anger. Hooligan. After that, she ignored Lui Wang again. At noon, Jiang Lanue was busy in the kitchen for more than an hour and served the lunch on the table. Stir-fried pork with green pepper, braised fish, stewed pork ribs with potatoes, and a mouth-watering chicken with green vegetables and tomato egg soup. As soon as the dishes were served, the aroma of the dishes filled the entire living room. Seeing this, Guo Zhenlan, who was sitting in the living room, hurriedly stood up to help. Xiao Duo also stood up and praised the delicious dishes on the table. "I didn't expect that my sister-in-law's cooking skills are so good. We are in for a treat today." Seeing Xiao Duo so naturally, he called him and Sister Guo. It seems that he has a good impression of Sister Guo. Jiang Lanue, who came out with the bowls and chopsticks, laughed. "They are all home-cooked dishes, and they are very ordinary. But if Captain Xiao doesn't mind, you can come to our house often in the future." "Okay." Seeing Jiang Lanue's warm and generous smile, the two shallow dimples made her look more intimate. Xiao Duo smiled and nodded, feeling strange. It was rumored in the army that Deputy Battalion Commander Lu's lover was an ugly, domineering, and annoying prisoner. But when he saw her today, he not only did not think Jiang Lanyue was ugly, but also thought she was pretty. Lu Yuan had such an outstanding appearance, and Jiang Lanyue looked quite a good match when standing next to him. It seemed that the rumors of others were indeed not to be believed. After this meal, the matter between sister-in-law Gua and Battalion Commander Xiao was temporarily settled. After the meal, Lu Yuan sent Battalion Commander Xiao out, and Jiang Lanyue also walked out of the military compound with sister-in-law Gua. Seeing that she was very happy, Jiang Lanyue said, "Sister-in-law, you should get to know Battalion Commander Xiao well. If it is suitable, we can talk about the next thing. If not, I will introduce you to someone else." In short, she must see that sister-in-law Gua lives better than Ding Xingyuan and Tang Xiaoya. Sister Lanyue, thank you so much. Knowing that Jiang Lanyue was thinking about her, Sister Gua reached out and grabbed her hand. Her eyes were red with emotion. "Whether this thing succeeds or not, I will remember the friendship between you and Deputy Battalion Commander Lu. I don't have the ability to repay you. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Sister Gua said this. Jiang Lanyue couldn't help laughing. "Sister-in-law, who are we talking to each other? It's so polite to say that." Just when the two of them were talking and laughing and walked to the gate of the military family compound, suddenly, someone rushed out and blocked their way. Jiang Lanyue looked up and saw Tang Xiaoya with a livid face. She couldn't help laughing. "Comrade Tang Xiaoya, what are you doing? Don't you know that my sister Gua has found a better partner than Deputy Instructor Ding, so you came to congratulate her?" "You." Jiang Lanyue's words made Tang Xiaoya so angry that her teeth were almost broken. "Jiang Lanyue, don't be so cocky. How could a young talent like Captain Xiao be interested in a rural woman like her? Just wait, I'll slap you in the face. What's wrong with being a rural woman?" Seeing Tang Xiaoya's angry look, Jiang Lanyue raised her eyebrows and looked at her. Great men say that women can hold up half the sky. During the previous war of resistance, it was also because of the countless rural women comrades who supported us in the rear that we won the war of resistance. Now, in the construction of the country, rural women have made great contributions. Comrade Tang Xiaoya, you are a soldier, but you look down on the glorious and simple rural women comrades. The ideological awareness of your art troupe is really lame.
You.
Jiang Lanyue's words made Tang Xiaoya speechless. Gua Zhenlan didn't want to argue with her, so she pulled Jiang Lanyue's sleeve. "Lanyue, let's go. You are not allowed to leave." Tang Xiaoya suffered a loss. Of course, she was unwilling to give up. She continued to stop Jiang Lanyue and Gua Zhenlan and said with red eyes, "Jiang Lanyue, I know what you are planning. You want to introduce Gua Zhenlan to Captain Xiao and want her to stay in the army forever. Then she will always be able to hang around Brother Xingyuan, and we will never have peace, right? This annoying prisoner is so vicious." Jiang Lanyue really didn't expect that Tang Xiaoya would be so uneasy because Gua Zhenlan stayed in the army. She laughed. "So Comrade Tang Xiaoya is afraid of this. Didn't you say that you and Deputy Instructor Ding have a bond stronger than gold? So even if it means disappointing my sister-in-law Gua, you must be together? Since the relationship is so deep, how can my sister-in-law Gua staying in the army affect you? Unless your feelings are fake, some people are unwilling to admit defeat and have to pretend to be affectionate for everyone to see. They dare not let my sister-in-law Gua stay because they are afraid that one day everything will be in vain."
You
are talking nonsense." Tang Xiaoya stomped her feet in anger after her thoughts were exposed. She wanted to scold Jiang Lanyue, but was easily suppressed by Jiang Lanyue. "I tell you, I don't care what your purpose is. But neither you nor Ding Xingyuan have the right to interfere in my sister-in-law Gua's life. If you don't know what's good for you, I won't be polite to you." She knew that she couldn't beat Jiang Lanyue, and she couldn't beat this stinky woman. Tang Xiaoya could only grit her teeth and roar, "Jiang Lanyue, I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to harm me? It's fine if you bring this rural woman to the army, and I can't control whether you introduce her to a date. But why do you go to the Ding family to stir up trouble? Let them think that I can call the shots in the army. Now the Ding family is forcing me to arrange jobs for them. Are you satisfied?" The reaction of the Ding family was almost what she expected. Jiang Lanyue was very happy. You said it yourself. Being a daughter-in-law of the Ding family means being filial, so you let my sister-in-law Gua give up the job. Now my sister-in-law Gua is no longer a daughter-in-law of the Ding family, so of course you should fulfill your filial piety. You are so filial. What's wrong with helping them arrange a job? Don't brag about it when you don't have the ability. Now that you can't handle it yourself, you come to blame me, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. Tang Xiaoya, why are you so shameless? As he said, Jiang Lanyue glanced at Gua Zhenlan again, with a face full of gloating. If you can't arrange this job, you'll be in trouble. Old Mrs. Ding is a shrew who won't give up until she achieves her goal. If you offend her, they may not want you as their daughter-in-law.
You.
Tang Xiaoya was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes after being stepped on by Jiang Lanyue. Seeing that she couldn't say anything, Jiang Lanyue pulled Gua Zhenlan's arm, looking very satisfied. Sister-in-law, let's go.
Yeah.
Gua Zhenlan couldn't help laughing when she saw Tang Xiaoya getting so angry, and then she left with Jiang Lanyue. After sister-in-law Gua arranged the blind date, Jiang Lanyue had to prepare to go to the county to attend the study class. Grandma Lu saw her packing things in the room, and she came over worriedly. Yeah, Grandma is really worried about you going to the county alone. Why don't I let Yuang take a vacation and accompany you? Grandma Lu's words made Jiang Lanyue couldn't help laughing. She picked out a few shirts and skirts that were too small for the original owner but now fit her well and put them neatly into the suitcase. Then she said, "No need, Grandma. The team trusts me and gave me this study quota. If I really bring someone with me, everyone will not only laugh at me, but also think that I am not worthy of being entrusted with important tasks. If there is any good thing in the future, it will not be my turn." Alas. This is indeed the truth, and Grandma Lu had nothing to say and could only sigh. Just when Jiang Lanyue packed up her things, comforted Grandma Lu for a while, and was ready to leave, a figure hurriedly entered the gate of the Lu family. Looking at Lu Yuang, who came back in a hurry, Jiang Lanyue was a little confused. "Why are you back? Grandma said that you have a mission these 2 days? There is a break in the middle." Walking in front of Jiang Lanyue, Lu Yuang took the suitcase from her hand very naturally.
"I'll take you to the county."
"No need." He actually came back to take her? Jiang Lanyue was a little flattered and waved her hands hurriedly. "Captain Huang has already made arrangements. He said he would send me to the village first and then let him do it." Grandma Lu saw Lu Yuang's intentions and interrupted Jiang Lanyue with a smile. "Silly child, your own man loves you. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Grandma Lu said this, and Jiang Lanyue's face turned red with shame. Before she could refute, Lu Yuang grabbed her hand. "Let's go. I've arranged everything." Looking at the two of them, they held hands and walked out of the courtyard. Grandma Lu stood at the door of the living room and couldn't help laughing. Okay, that's right. After coming out of the military family compound, Lu Yuang kept holding Jiang Lanyue. The wives of soldiers passing by saw it and couldn't help pointing and whispering. "Aren't those Deputy Battalion Commander Lu and Jiang Lanyue? How come they are holding hands in broad daylight?" "Yeah. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu is usually cold and never smiles at anyone. I didn't expect him to be with Jiang Lanyue. Is the sun rising from the west?" Hearing their gossip, Zhao Pundi, who was passing by, couldn't help but speak up. "Don't talk nonsense. They are a couple. They have a good relationship, so what's wrong with holding hands?" Now all the wives of the soldiers in the military family compound know that Jiang Lanyue saved the lives of Zhao Pundi and her son, so they have a good relationship. When the wives of the soldiers heard this, they looked at each other and started gossiping. "Of course we know that they are a couple, but didn't Deputy Battalion Commander Lu look down on Jiang Lanyue before? How come his attitude has changed so much in just 1 month?" "Yes, I heard that the salesperson who came to the army canteen recently had her job arranged by Jiang Lanyue. In the past, she was a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat in our army. I didn't expect that even the company would give her face now. I can't believe it." Zhao Pundi knew that they said this because they wanted to bring up the Lu family's background. So she hurried to help clarify. "The The company gave Lanyue a face because Lanyue saved me last time, and the company still owed her a favor. She didn't use this favor on herself, but used it to compensate the wronged military wives. With such a pattern in mind, aren't you satisfied, sisters-in-law? You know, we are also military wives. If we have such an opportunity, can we be as generous as Sister Lanyue?
This.
Zhao Pundi's words left these military wives speechless. Seeing their faces change, Zhao Pundi's anger subsided a little. A female comrade as good as her, let alone Deputy Battalion Commander Liu. If I were her husband, I would treat her well. After saying this, Zhao Pundi took the two children away. The military wives who were standing on the roadside gossiping couldn't help but roll their eyes at the three of them. She really got the chance to say good things about Jiang Lanyue and scold us. That's right, what does it have to do with us whether they are good or not? We are all outsiders, just watching the fun. On the other hand, Jiang Lanyue was pulled by Lu Yuang all the way to the military pickup truck at the gate of the military family compound, and Lu Yuang let her go. Seeing that the people passing by were looking at them with strange eyes, Jiang Lanyue hurriedly opened the car door and got in the car. Lu Yuang opened the door of the cab from the other end. Then he took out the key and started the car. At this time, Jiang Lanyue said, Why did you keep pulling me? So many people saw it. They will definitely gossip later. How can there be such a person? He was cold to the original owner before, but now he is pulling her without caring about other people's eyes. Isn't the difference too obvious? Are you afraid of others gossiping? Hearing this, Lu Yuang turned around and looked at her. Have you forgotten that we have already pulled out the marriage certificate and are husband and wife? His words husband and wife really choked Jiang Lanyue so much that she couldn't say a word. She could only secretly complain. Original owner, you forced Lu Yuang to marry you to punish me, right? Seeing that she didn't complain, Lu Yuang laughed instead. He quickly started the car, left the army, and headed towards the county. It was not far from the army to the county town, and the car drove there in an hour. Jiang Lanyue first asked Lu Yuang to take her to the guest house next to the county government, and after reporting her name, the staff at the front desk gave Jiang Lanyue a room key. The room was located on the side of the second floor. It was not a very spacious single room, but fortunately, there was a window, and the light was quite bright. As soon as he opened the door and came in, Lu Yuang put his suitcase on the table in the room and looked around. Then he spoke. How long will you stay in the county for this study? Probably half a month. Jiang Lanyue answered Lu Yuang's words while going around to the small compartment in the room to take a look. She found that there was a simple toilet here, and there was also a hot water pipe, where she could buy a bucket to collect water for a bath. But when Lu Yuang heard that she was going to stay in the county for so long, his expression became a little serious. Jiang Lanyue came out of the toilet and said, I'm here, so you should go back quickly. Don't be too late later. But before she finished speaking, Lu Yuang suddenly reached out and hugged her in his arms.
You.
Jiang Lanyue never thought that Lu Yuang would hug her, and she was so panicked that she subconsciously pushed him away. But he hugged her very tightly and said in a muffled voice, I will come to see you when I am free.
No.
No need, right? It's just half a month. Feeling that Lu Yuang seemed to be really reluctant to part with her, Jiang Lanyue panicked and was a little at a loss. What to do? She felt that Lu Yuang seemed to really like her. Seeing that she did not struggle, Lu Yuang let go. Then he took out a stack of 10 yuan bills and a handful of food coupons from the pocket of his military uniform and stuffed them directly into her. Here are the money and food coupons I exchanged for. Take them and use them. Don't be reluctant to part with them. No, I still have money. Lu Yuang was really generous, and he spent hundreds of yuan at a time. In this era, 1 or 200 yuan is a huge sum of money. Jiang Lanyue subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Lu Yuang didn't care so much, and directly stuffed the money and food coupons into her hands. He said very seriously, I am your husband. It is my duty to support you. Take it. His words that he was her husband made Jiang Lanyue's face red. But the instigator did not take it seriously. He even raised his hand to rub her head. He reminded, eat well and lock the door when you rest. There is a piece of paper in the money with the phone number of the battalion headquarters. Call me if you have anything. Oh, I see. Zhang Luanyuan nodded slightly with a blushing face. Then Lu Yuang did not say anything else and reluctantly left the guest house. After seeing Lu Yuang off, Zhang Luanyuan, who was very nervous just now, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She spread out her palms holding the food coupons and money, and she found that her palms were sweating a lot because of nervousness, and the food coupons were a little wet. It was not until the sound of a car starting downstairs came that Zhang Luanyuan walked to the window and secretly glanced downstairs. I saw a green military pickup truck driving away quickly. Thinking of the hug Lu Yuang gave her just now, Zhang Luanyuan couldn't help laughing for some reason. Then she put away the money and food coupons, and then opened the suitcase she brought with her. She took the identity certificate issued by the brigade from it and went directly to the county government next to the guest house. Because this research class is to select outstanding technicians from the entire county for training, there are many people coming. After Zhang Luanyuan reported to the county government and found the large classroom where the research class was held, she found that there were already dozens of people sitting in the classroom. As soon as she appeared, she instantly attracted all the technicians in the classroom. It was not because of how dazzling she was, but because all the technicians who came to the research class were male technicians, and she was the only female comrade. After seeing her enter the classroom, he directly chose a seat by the window and sat down. Those male technicians couldn't help but talk about it. What's going on? Why are there female comrades coming to the research class? Yeah, isn't it said that the number of places in the research class is very limited? Why are female comrades allowed to study? This has never happened before. Technology is originally a man's job. How can women do it? So this female comrade didn't go to the wrong place? Just as they were discussing it, a male comrade in the crowd spoke in a sarcastic tone. Don't you know yet? She is a female technician. She came from the Wenjiang Brigade in Wanfo Township and has a very strong background. Not only is she arrogant in the team, but she can also grab the quota for this research class. Unlike us, we can only rely on our strength. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luanyuan looked up. The person who slandered her was the technician Li, who deliberately made trouble for Wenjiang village when several brigades were fighting for water. Seeing Zhang Luanyuan looking at him, the technician Li said to her confidently, "What are you looking at? Isn't what I said the truth? Zhang Luanyuan, I know you have connections, and the people in the Wenjiang Brigade give in to you. But this is Minil County, a place where technicians fight to improve their skills. You are too shameless to this benefit. So you'd better leave now, otherwise, don't blame me for reporting you to the leader."